Fellow Taoist Wing, you're currently a member of our generation too. Your horizons should be placed further. You refining pills for the few of us, it's for the human race's overall situation. We're eliminating traitors similarly for humanity's good. I know that your relationship with Yi Yuan is good, but his talent is too strong. His betrayal poses too great a threat to us. That's why we have no choice but to resort to such means. Ancestor Fire Wuxia's expression did not change and his heart did not race. But he continued to persuade Sacred Ancestor High Priest with earnest words and the best intentions. That appearance was like he was standing on the moral high ground. Further my ass. Wuxia, this father of yours won't believe your nonsense anymore. Yi Yuan will betray the human race? Heh, even if the few of you old things die out and there's only him left in this heaven-span world, he won't betray the human race too. Very good. This ancestor hasn't fought with the same rank powerhouse after attaining Tao. Today, this ancestor will measure how strong a Tao ancestor is. Wing gave a cold laugh, the imposing aura on his body suddenly erupting. The power of rules bloomed in an instant. Boom! With one punch, heaven and earth shook. Two great rule powerhouses faced off in an instant just like that. Sacred Ancestor High Priest attacked in anger, his power boundless. Except his foundation was ultimately not as deep as Ancestor Fire's. Around Ancestor Fire, terrifying flames virtually burned a large hole in the void. Each move carried extremely terrifying energy undulations. In a twinkle, he suppressed Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Seeing this scene, the corners of Lin Huan's mouth could not help revealing a hint of a smile, and he looked at Wan Zhan and said, "Did you think that you were saved? It's useless. No one in this world can save someone from Origin Enlightened Mountain." As he said, he picked up a Devastation bone-gnawing knife and suddenly stabbed toward Wan Zhan. But right then, an abnormality suddenly occurred. A streak of cold light suddenly appeared from the void. Carrying a swift and fierce to the extreme sharp edge, it shot toward Lin Huan. Lin Huan did not even have time to react and was directly pierced through by this streak of cold light. A tremendous force directly carried Lin Huan flying out, nailing him onto a rock. Lin Huan opened both eyes wide, his gaze full of disbelief. Gurgles of blood were flowing out of his mouth, his entire body twitching. Everyone was stunned by this streak of cold light. Too fast. Fast until no one reacted to it. Even Lin Huan, this Deva 5th Blight Supreme Powerhouse, got hit without any reaction. Furthermore, this sword shuttled through the void, the speed swift to the extreme. By the time Lin Huan reacted, the sword already arrived in front of his chest. At this time, no matter how fast his speed was, it was also impossible to avoid it anymore. A sharp-eyed person recognized the origin of the sword and immediately cried out in surprise, Sword of Space-Time. It's Yi Yuan's Sword of Space-Time. Saint Azure Yi Yuan came. His voice had yet to fade when a figure stepped out of the void, arriving beside Wan Zhan. Who was it if not Yi Yuan? With Yi Yuan appearing, everyone exclaimed in surprise. He really came. He actually really dared to come. Hang on. How did he become so strong? Yeah. Back then his full power sword barely managed to harm Lin Huan. This time he actually pierced through him with one sword. The powerhouses all over the mountain were extremely shocked. They were first shocked by Yi Yuan's courage. But very soon, they discovered that something was not right. Yi Yuan had once used the same move against Lin Huan before. At that time, he only barely managed to hurt Lin Huan. But just how long had passed? Yi Yuan actually nailed the Deva 5th Blight Lin Huan onto the rock with one sword. Looking at Lin Huan's appearance, he had clearly already sustained serious injuries and did not even have the strength to fight anymore. This improvement was also a little too terrifying, right? The thing that Wan Zhan was most worried about still happened. Unless Yi Yuan did not know about this, if he knew, he would definitely come. Pang Zhen, why did you have to tell His Excellency? Wan Zhen looked at the Pang Zhen behind Yi Yuan as he said furiously. Pang Zhen had an awkward look, but Yi Yuan said coolly, "A brother encounters adversity. How can I stand by and watch him die?" Wan Zhen let out a sigh and said weakly, "Your Excellency, you shouldn't have come." Yi Yuan did not speak, suddenly hitting a palm on Wan Zhen's body. A torrential-like divine essence poured into Wan Zhen's body crazily. Those devastation bone-gnawing knives were shaken by these divine essence and were actually pulled out at the same time, being suspended in the air. Yi Yuan pointed with his fingertip. The devastation bone-gnawing knife plunged into Lin Huan's heart area with a swoosh. Ah! Lin Huan cried out miserably, struggling incessantly in pain. It was just that his body was nailed onto the rock. He could not break free at all. The more he struggled, the more painful it was. It was as if Yi Yuan did nothing at all, looking at Wang Jin and said smilingly, "You know that there's no way I won't come. Furthermore, even if Pang Jin didn't say it, I'll know very soon too. They laid down such a huge scheme, wasn't it, to let me know?" While talking, his fingertip pointed again. Another knife tore through the air and plunged into Lin Huan's body. Ah! It's killing me. I'm going to die. Why, Yi Yuan? I beg you. Let me go. Lin Huan did not have Wang Jun's mettle. With 2 knives entering the body, he was almost collapsing. That sort of pain that entered the marrows made him prefer to commit suicide. He could not care that much anymore. He wanted to ask Yi Yuan for mercy. Yi Yuan ignored him and instead pointed with his fingertip again. Another knife. Lin Huan felt as if there were 10,000 ants devouring his body. That sort of pain simply made people unable to pray for life, nor beg for death. He knew that the devastation bone-gnawing knife was very painful, but he never expected that it was actually agonizing to such a degree. When the powerhouses all over the mountain saw this scene, each and every one of them drew a cold breath. They witnessed Yi Yuan's cold-blooded side. The current Yi Yuan gave them a feeling of shivering without it being cold. Facing those who hurt his friends, he would return it double. Furthermore, as an alchemy path overlord, his knives were much more precise than Lin Huan's. He knew where to hit to make it more painful. Yi Yuan helped Wang Jin down and handed him to Pang Jin. Then he gave in a medicinal pill in passing and said, "Give this to him, you take care of him." As he said, he turned to look at the sacred ancestor high priest who was battling in the sky and yelled, "Stop fighting. Come down and save people." When sacred ancestor high priest heard that, he hurriedly withdrew from the battlefield and came howling down. Ancestor Fire did not pursue either. Their goal was Yi Yuan. Sacred Ancestor High Priest was not important. Yi Yuan came, so he did not have a need to fight to the death with Wing. When Sacred Ancestor High Priest came down to see Yi Yuan, his expression was very ugly and he said in a deep voice, "You punk, why did you come? Don't you know that this is a scheme targeting you?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I know, but you know that I can't possibly watch them die for me." Sacred Ancestor High Priest frowned and said, "But do you think that by coming, they will let them go? They will still use these people to threaten you." But Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, "They won't." Sacred Ancestor High Priest was taken aback, not knowing where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Ah! There was another scream. Yi Yuan sent out another knife while talking. Seeing Lin Huan's miserable state, the corners of Sacred Ancestor High Priest's mouth twitched slightly. These were only 4 knives and Lin Huan was already hurting until his expression was contorted. There was no way of comparing him to Wang Jin at all. One had to know Wang Jin was stabbed with dozens of knives earlier, but he did not make a sound. "Won't? Hoo-hoo, you're also underestimating these guys' shamelessness too much," Sacred Ancestor High Priest said with a cold snort. Previously, he respected Dao Ancestor powerhouses from the bottom of his heart too. The strong were always worthy of respect. However, ever since he was tricked into refining pills, his perception of the 9 great Dao ancestors already dropped to freezing point. "Ah! I'm going to die. Yi Yuan, I beg you, kill me. I can't take it anymore." Lin Huan, having been struck by a knife again, cried out miserably. Yi Yuan ignored him and continued, "They won't. Lin Chaodian will know the consequences of provoking me." Sacred Ancestor High Priest's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "I know that they can't catch you, but you're currently hesitating to take action out of fear of damages. What can you do to them?" Swoosh! Yi Yuan did not even turn his head back and dealt another knife, then said smilingly, "I'm indeed hesitant to take action out of fear of damages, but they will be cautious in taking action. No need to use this sort of eyes to look at me. You just watch by the side. Today, I'll invite you to watch a good show." "Oh right. Treat Wang Jin. He only has a breath left." The The medicinal pills that I brought with me aren't strong enough. So you do it. Swoosh! Another knife. When everyone saw Yi Yuan torture Lin Huan until he was transported away and wished to die while talking in a jovial manner, they could not help drawing cold breaths. That sort of piercing cold killing intent, they felt it. Yi Yuan arrived in front of Lin Huan and said with a gleeful smile, "You already want to seek death? It's just 7 knives, what you gave Wan Jun. I won't return to you twice as much either, you just have to take it all according to the bill." As he said, it was another knife stabbing Lin Huan. Lin Huan hurt until he gasped cold air heavily and already could not speak. He had never experienced this sort of taste before. With his status, who dared to let him experience it? While talking, there was a ripple in the void. A powerful aura appeared in everyone's line of sight. It was precisely Dao ancestor life Lin Xiaodian. When he saw Lin Huan's miserable state, he frowned and said, "Yi Yuan, enough." Yi Yuan looked at him and could not help laughing as he said, "Enough? Lin Xiaotian? Who do you think you're talking to?" Lin Xiaodian smiled coldly and said, "Why? Do you still think that you're that Saint Azure? You betrayed the human race. So we 9 great Dao ancestors have already jointly agreed to take back your title of Saint Azure. Why can't this ancestor speak to you like this?" Yi Yuan was indifferent as he said with a faint smile, "Saint Azure? Hoo-hoo. Do you think that I'd care about this sort of empty reputation?" Lin Xiaotian said disdainfully. "Since you forsake the title of Saint Azure, could this ancestor as the #1 Dao ancestor be afraid of you still? Moreover, the people around you are all complicit in your betrayal of the human race. You dare to act wildly on my origin in Lighten Mountain." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Then I'll let you take a look at what right I have to talk to you this way." Swoosh! In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan's figure disappeared. Disappearing together with him was also Lin Huan. Lin Xiaoyan's expression changed, immediately having a foreboding premonition. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Several figures directly burst into clouds of blood mist, dying until not even dregs remained. One of them was Lin Lang. There were also several Deva Third Blights who died along with them. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at that figure with shocked faces. This, just who was holding back from taking action for fear of implications? Lin Xiaoyan's side had not killed anyone yet, and Yi Yuan actually went on a killing spree already. Lin Xiaoyan's face turned grim and he said furiously, "Yi Yuan, do you really take it as this ancestor doesn't dare to kill people?" Yi Yuan ignored him. His figure moved and actually disappeared from where he was once more. Very soon, Lin Xiaotian sensed Yi Yuan's aura. He was actually heading in the direction of Origin in Lighten Mountain's central region. Lin Xiaoyan's pupils constricted. That mountain peak was the place where a Deva 5th Blight was at. This person was his grandchild called Lin Xiu. His strength was even stronger than Lin Huan. This fellow was actually going to kill a Deva 5th Blight? Lin Xiaoyan's speed was very fast. But unfortunately, he was not as fast as Yi Yuan's teleportation. Yi Yuan already shook him off in just a blink of an eye. His pupils shrunk and he said in shock, "Just how long has it been?" This guy became significantly stronger again. Lin Xiaotian did not dare to dawdle. His figure immediately flashing, shuttling into the void and chasing after. Yi Yuan did not hide his tracks in the slightest. An extremely powerful aura headed for Understanding Peak. Lin Xiu was currently cultivating when he suddenly felt a powerful aura rushing over head-on and his brows could not help furrowing. However, he took no notice of it. The look of this aura was also just like someone who newly entered Deva 4th Blight. Far worse than him. It was only to see him take a step out, already meeting Yi Yuan. Who's the arrival? To dare be unbridled in Origin Enlightened Bodhidharma? Are you courting death? Lin Xiu's brows furrowed, already striking with a sword. Yi Yuan's speed was swift to the extreme, the sword of spacetime already in hand. He did not say a word. Lifting his hand, it was a sword. Courting death. Lin Xiu gave a cold snort, already genuinely enraged, urging his martial technique to the extreme. Originally, he did not take it to heart. But very soon, he felt that something was not right. This sword of Yi Yuan's had an unstoppable momentum. Reaching Yi Yuan's boundary, he already reached the realm of returning to one's original simplicity. Coming and going, it was one sword. Swoosh! The two figures intersected and passed by in only an instant. Yi Yuan did not stop, his figure disappearing again. Already headed to another mountain in a threatening manner. There was another Deva Fifth Blight. Deva Fifth Blights were extremely rare in the outside world. But to a Bodhidharma that had existed for 10 billion years of time, their accumulation was naturally extraordinary. Yi Yuan's chaos origin divinity communicated with heaven and earth. Every powerhouse here could not escape his eyes and ears. Lin Xiu's figure was still stopped in midair as if scared silly. But right then, Lin Chaotian had just arrived. He took a look at Lin Xiu and his expression changed wildly. Lin Xiu was already without any life force. Yi Yuan's sword was too fast, resulting in Lin Xiu still maintaining his original posture even after he died. Crack! The Dao artifact in Lin Xiu's hand directly snapped into two. Half of it was still grasped in his hand. Then his head slipped off gently, his corpse falling softly. It turned out that Lin Xiu was actually decapitated already. Lin Chaotian's heart shook wildly. What kind of situation was this? Killed a Deva Fifth Blight with one sword? One had to know Deva Fifth Blights had reached the summit, and they were only a step away from Dao Ancestor. Even if Lin Xiu was not a top Deva Fifth Blight, he was also not someone who could be killed with one sword. How could Yi Yuan's strength be formidable to such an extent? Suddenly, he somewhat understood what the words Yi Yuan said meant. And while he was in a daze, Yi Yuan's figure already flew away from that mountain. He headed for the third mountain. Another Deva Fifth Blight died? Lin Chaotian completely could not describe the shock in his heart currently. He, a Dao ancestor, could only follow behind Yi Yuan and eat dust? The last time he left, Yi Yuan was very strong but definitely not strong to such a degree. Now, he could actually effortlessly kill Deva Fifth Blights already. Suddenly, his expression changed greatly, and he said in alarm and anger, "Enough! Yi Yuan, this ancestor admits that you have the qualification to negotiate with me." A sword drifted by, the third Lin family's Deva Fifth Blight snuffed it just like that. Yi Yuan completely ignored Lin Chaotian's yell. He killed the third person before finally stopping. Within a short 20 breaths of time, the Lin family had 3 Deva Fifth Blight powerhouses dying in a row. Those powerhouses who came to watch the show were all transfixed. They were shocked by Yi Yuan's might until they found it hard to breathe. One person, one sword, forced the number 1 Dao ancestor to give in. This battle achievement simply made people despair. As so strong. One sword instantly killing Deva Fifth Blights. In this world, apart from Dao ancestors, there's probably no one who can do it, right? From Yi Yuan leaving Origin Enlightened Mountain the last time until now, it's been merely several years. His strength actually grew to such an extent, truly terrifying. The further one cultivates, the harder it is to drag their feet. But why do I feel that the further he goes, the faster he gets instead? They marveled at Yi Yuan's talent. It could simply be described using the term monstrous. Only when he saw Yi Yuan stop did Lin Chaotian let out a slight sigh in relief. If Yi Yuan continued killing like this, his Lin family would likely become him alone, a solitary seedling. Although these people were all his descendants, Lin Chaotian actually did not care about them. His mindset was already different from these people. If this descendant of his died, just give birth again. What he dreaded was Yi Yuan's strength. The present Yi Yuan already had the capital to pose a threat to him. Although he could use white light their lives to threaten Yi Yuan, if he really pressed Yi Yuan into a corner, Yi Yuan might run and find a place to hide. Before long, probably even him, this Dao ancestor, would not be Yi Yuan's match anymore. This was what he dreaded the most. At this moment, he also finally understood what basis Yi Yuan had to dare come. Fortunately, he still had many chips on hand. He knew that with Yi Yuan's temperament, he definitely would not leave those people alone. Yi Yuan, you're two? Lin Chaotian was just about to berate Yi Yuan, but he was stopped by Yi Yuan with a hand gesture. It was only to see Yi Yuan casually throw Lin Huan onto the ground. Pucci! Another knife. I have yet to finish just now. After this guy breathes his last, we'll talk again, Yi Yuan said without even turning his head back. There was no Dao ancestor in his eyes at all. Lin Chaotian said angrily, you already killed 3 Deva Fifth Blights of my Lin family. You still dare to kill people in front of my face? Let Lin Huan go. Otherwise, your people will die too. Yi Yuan turned his head to give him a glance and said with a faint smile, you won't. You also don't dare. When Lin Chaotian heard that, he could not help choking. This guy actually saw through everything. He had nothing to fear. Killing people did not have the slightest use apart from infuriating Yi Yuan. His eyes were incomparably dark, the two eyes virtually gouging flesh out of Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan ignored his murderous gaze and continued torturing Lin Huan. The entire mountain was deathly silent. It was only Lin Huan's screams like a pig getting slaughtered spread throughout the wilderness. He either begged for mercy or wailed bitterly or was awake or fainted. All in all, this process was extremely painful. Hehe, His Excellency's technique is really marvelous. This guy deserves to die. Do you feel satisfied, Brother Wan? Pang Jin said with an excited look. After Wan Jin was treated by Sacred Ancestor High Priest, his complexion already became much better. A Dao pill powerhouse taking action, would it be of the common sort? Hearing Pang Jin's question, Wan Jin also nodded and said smilingly, this guy indeed deserves death. Those heroes who died miserably on the battlefield became utterly worthless when it came out of his mouth. Heh, what irony! Pang Jin nodded and said, if these pigs assume heirs at the back, then forget it. We went through fire and water. What we exchanged for was them making light of it. Heh, it's still His Excellency who is impressive. Really satisfying. Wan Jin looked at him like looking at a fool and suddenly said furiously, you pig. Who told you to tell His Excellency? Pang Jin was taken aback and said, what's wrong? Isn't it pretty good like this? Dao Ancestor life can't do anything to His Excellency at all. Wan Jin wished to smack him to death with one slap. Pang Jin had excess valor and vigor but was lacking in intellect. He did not know what Yi Yuan appearing here meant. Wan Jin had a disappointed expression as he gritted his teeth and said, you dumb pig! The stronger His Excellency is, the more dangerous it is to come here. Do you think that Lin Chaotian will let him leave? His Excellency's high morality reaches the clouds. He definitely won't watch the people around him die for him. Now, His Excellency exhibited such formidable strength. Lin Chaotian will definitely not be contented with anything less than his destruction. You. Sigh. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's expression was also solemn as he said, previously, they coveted the secret on Yi Yuan. But now, it's different. Yi Yuan already possesses the strength to threaten them, so they won't let Yi Yuan off. Furthermore, with Yi Yuan's character, most likely, he'd rather die than be willing to let something happen to the people around him. Pang Jun's complexion became more and more pale, and then he suddenly became a little flustered. He also did not think that the consequences would be so severe. Then what should I do? Pang Jin panicked. What else can we do? Take it one step at a time, Wan Jin said helplessly. He knew about Yi Yuan's temperament. Since he came, even the Jade Emperor would not be able to persuade him either. No idea how long had passed. Lin Huan finally stopped moving. Yi Yuan patted his hands and turned to Lin Chaotian and said, all right, we can talk. The corners of Lin Chaotian's mouth twitched slightly and he said in a solemn voice, go to Origin Enlighten Hall, they are all waiting for you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, what can't be discussed in front of everyone? Didn't you say that I'm the human race's traitor? Now, shouldn't you carry out an execution against me on the spot in front of everyone? All right, I'm hesitating to take action out of fear of damage now and won't fight back. Lin Chaotian felt a myriad of profanities race across his mind, but he suppressed his fury and said, brat, don't reach for a yard after taking an inch. Yi Yuan shrugged and said, reaching for a yard after taking an inch seems to be you, right? I want to see my people. If they are missing a single hair, I'll turn your 9 great Dao ancestors' Bodhidharmas into seas of blood. Talking till the end, Yi Yuan seethed with killing intent again. If it were before, everyone would naturally laugh it off. But now no one treated him like he was joking. He would really kill people. The corners of Lin Chaotian's mouth twitched again and he said, you rest assured. This ancestor didn't do anything to them. Come, men. Bring the people to Origin Enlighten Hall. Finished talking. He turned to Yi Yuan and said, now, can we go? Yi Yuan said to Sacred Ancestor High Priest, After white light, they all come out, you bring them away. The three people's faces changed, all discerning overtones. Yi Yuan knew that he would not be able to come out anymore. Lin Chaotian would not give him this chance. Yi Yuan followed Lin Chaotian into Origin Enlightened Hall, but the outside world burst into an uproar. Those last few words at the back, Yi Yuan was not deliberately mocking Lin Chaotian, but he was doing it on purpose. It was for the sake of letting everyone know the 9 great Tao ancestors' true faces. The meaning of these words was deep. How could clever people not understand that there was something fishy going on? Since it was a major matter that concerned the human race, why not talk in front of everyone? Moreover, what else was there to talk about? Just kill and be done with it. There was something fishy going on. This isn't right. Why do I feel more and more that the few great Tao ancestors are doing it for the secrets on Yi Yuan? MN? I feel that way too. This matter is too suspicious. There's nothing that can't be publicized, especially major things that concern humanity's fate. If Yi Yuan really betrayed the human race, why can they say it in front of everybody? Before Origin Enlightened Mountain Pass gates, the numerous powerhouses were discussing animatedly. There was no shortage of Deva 4th and 5th Blight powerhouses present. The conflict between the Tao ancestors and Saint Azure affected the rise and fall of the myriad races. They could not help but pay attention. After all, the Doomsday battle was not over yet. What was coming was the truly devastating war. This matter got into such a mess. Everyone wanted to see an outcome. But who knew that at this final juncture, the Tao ancestors shut the doors and did not let them see anything anymore. Big brother, young master, Yi Yuan. When Luer, White Light, Yitong, and the rest saw Yi Yuan, each and every one of their expressions were very ugly. They were least willing to see Yi Yuan come over. But he still came. Swoosh! A pink shadow rushed into Yi Yuan's embrace and dug with its snout non-stop. Yi Yuan pat Treasure Pig smilingly and stuffed a few medicinal pills for him. Treasure Pig was satisfied, his head tilting and falling asleep. It was all so strange. With Yi Yuan's present realm, he actually still could not see through this little fellow. Yi Yuan, you've seen your people. Now, can we sit down and talk? Lin Chaotian said in a cold voice. The 9 great Tao ancestors' auras were constantly locked onto Luer and the rest. If there was a trace of rustling leaves in the wind, he would immediately kill these people. This was also a warning to Yi Yuan. It was hard for him to kill Yi Yuan. But killing Luer, they all only needed a thought. But Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, talk about what? Lin Chaotian said, talk about the secret on you. Yi Yuan laughed loudly when he heard that and said, finally unfurled the map to reveal the dagger? Lin Chaotian, your behavior really makes people feel like vomiting. Ancestor Fire gave a cold snort and said, enough nonsense. Yi Yuan, hand over your secret. Otherwise, they will all die. Yi Yuan gave Ancestor Fire a glance pitifully and sighed endlessly. Ancestor Fire's brows furrowed slightly and he said, what's the meaning of this? Are you handing it over or not? Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'm pitying you all. You all schemed for a long time and set up such a huge scheme. In the end, the thing that you obtain won't be of any use at all. Hoo-hoo, pitiable, lamentable. Ancestor Water said coolly, whether it's useful or not, don't need you to worry about it. Better hand it over first. Otherwise, once our thoughts stir, they won't be able to bear it. Yi Yuan held his palm out. A small mountain appeared in his palm. Immediately, an aura of great Tao rippled out. The faces of the 9 great Tao ancestors as well as everyone present was astounded by this aura. This aura was seemingly akin to flowing water that got into every opening, filling the entire Origin Enlightened Mountain range in an instant. This was not enough yet, it was still flowing to even further places. Outside the mountain pass gates, everyone was dumbstruck with amazement. What's this? What a strong aura of great Tao. Why do I feel like the Heavenspan Mountain was moved to Origin Enlightened Mountain Range? It came from the direction of the Great Hall. Sure enough, did Yi Yuan reveal his secret? Ha ha ha. What a joke. What betraying the human race? What human race's righteous cause? The 9 great Tao ancestors are treating all of us like fools. His goal is simply the secret on Yi Yuan. Shameless. Utterly contemptible. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? The public opinion burst into an uproar at once. Such an earth-shaking aura of great Tao. How could these people still not understand that everything before was all a lie? The 9 great Tao ancestors targeted Yi Yuan for the sake of this. Everything came to light. Yi Yuan did not betray the human race. All of the charges were imposed on Yi Yuan by the 9 great Tao ancestors. This scene was more convincing than any explanation. Hence, in front of the mountain pass gates, sounds of cursing seemed to pour over like tidewaters. The 9 great Tao ancestors all had shocked and agitated expressions on their faces. How long had it been since their mental states had been so agitated? Not good. Lin Chaotian was the first to recover to his senses from the excitement and exclaimed, "Such a terrifying great Tao aura spreading out at this time the entire heavenspan world probably already knew. Then everything that they had done previously all became a joke. Before this, Yi Yuan had already repeatedly hinted to those powerhouses outside. Now, seeing such a huge commotion, how could they still not understand? Sure enough, waves of cursing voices came over, scolding extremely nastily. Especially those Deva 4th and 5th Blight powerhouses, they did not cover up at all and instead used the power of divine essence to spread their voices until they could be heard all over the mountain. Shameless, vile, despicable, give birth to a son without an asshole, so on and so forth. Words like that reverberated throughout the entire Origin Enlightened mountain range. Lin Chaotian's gaze looked towards Yi Yuan coldly, and he said in a deep voice, "You did it on purpose." Yi Yuan was amused and said with a smile, "Yeah, I did it on purpose." "Why?" "Afraid that others will know when you did it? You want to be a prostitute and also want to set up an archway to commemorate your chastity." This great Tao aura was deliberately released by Yi Yuan. He already refined the lesser heavenspan mountain and could control it freely. If he did not want the aura to spread out, he could naturally do it. However, he deliberately caused a huge commotion. He made everyone take a look at these few Tao ancestors' faces. Lin Chaotian's gaze was slightly cold and he said, "Humph? So what if they know? This ancestor is already standing at the summit of heavenspan. After obtaining such a treasure, what else do I have to fear?" Yi Yuan shrugged and threw the lesser heavenspan mountain to Lin Chaotian carelessly and said, "If you like it, just take it. Can we go?" The other 8 great Tao ancestors had long already been short of breath and drooling for a long time already. Seeing Yi Yuan throw the lesser heavenspan mountain over, they all made a move right away. But Lin Chaotian did not move. "All stop for me. Have you all gone stupid? This brat wants to make us fight until only one of us will emerge alive, so that he can bring them an escape. Heh. Will you all have the life to take the treasure, and have the life to study the treasure?" Lin Chaotian's voice was akin to a great bell. His aura constantly locked onto Luer and the rest firmly. His words were akin to a clap of thunder, waking the other 8 great Tao ancestors. The few great Tao ancestors all felt lingering fear in their hearts. Almost fell for it. Yi Yuan's foundation had already been established. Even without this treasure, after his strength increases significantly again, the 9 great Tao ancestors might not be a match. Lin Chaotian's aura stirred slightly, immobilizing the lesser heavenspan mountain firmly in the air. It was the same distance away from all the 9 great Tao ancestors. This way it could make them be more at ease. What cunningness! This boy can't be kept. Ancestor Fire had a feeling of being played and said in alarm and anger, "Humph! Still waiting for what? The treasure is already obtained. Kill them to prevent future troubles?" Tao Ancestor Destruction said angrily. "Kill? How to kill? Can you kill him?" Lin Chaotian secretly cursed him an idiot as he said with a cold snort. The bigger the problem was, the more carefully it had to be handled. Lin Chaotian was indeed well-deserving of being the heavenspan world's #1 person. He was indeed not so easy to hoodwink. Facing the lesser heavenspan mountain, this kind of precious treasure, he could actually resist the temptation. This greatly exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. He did indeed had this idea, throwing out the lesser heavenspan mountain, this heavyweight bombshell, and then leaving the place. As for the lesser heavenspan mountain's exposure, Yi Yuan actually did not mind it anymore. With his present strength and realm, there was already no one who could threaten him. After his strength was attained, wouldn't going to find Lin Chaotian again to take back the lesser heaven-span mountain be like picking his own pocket? But Lin Chaotian actually did not fall for it. Lin Chaotian looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Heh? My Lord Saint Azure, got to admit you almost succeeded. It's just that you don't know that this ancestor's understanding of you far surpasses your imagination. This ancestor has been on guard against you. The lesser heaven-span mountain coming into being, the world was shocked. How could Lin Chaotian as the #1 Dao ancestor not feel the lesser heaven-span mountain's terror? It was just that he had long already studied Yi Yuan thoroughly over these few years. Others might underestimate him because Yi Yuan was young, but Lin Chaotian would not. Yi Yuan was absolutely a terrifying opponent. Even if his strength was inferior to yours, you absolutely could not underestimate him. On Yi Yuan's road of ascent, he encountered many powerful opponents, but these people eventually all fell at his feet. Sometimes it was because of his powerful strength to jump realms and battle. But at times, what Yi Yuan relied on was his wise and farsighted mind. Many powerful major figures were defeated at Yi Yuan's hands. Along with the research on Yi Yuan going deeper and deeper, Lin Chaotian increasingly felt this opponent's terror. Lin Chaotian knew that this was the one and only chance to get rid of Yi Yuan. Missed the opportunity this time and he probably would not have a chance anymore. Therefore, he did not dare to take it too lightly. When Yi Yuan took out the lesser heaven-span mountain, his heart was moved. He was the same as the other Dao ancestors, immersed in it and unable to extricate himself, wishing to take it right away and go into closed seclusion. But he still retained the final trace of clarity in his heart. He knew that he could not immerse in it. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, aware that it was troublesome now, and said, "All right, state your conditions." Lin Chaotian smiled and said, "Talking with smart people saves effort. Very simple. You sever your meridians yourself and cripple your own divine sea, and stay here forever. This ancestor will let them go." The moment these words came out, the 8 great Dao ancestors all revealed knowing smiles, while Lua and the rest turned pale with fright. After severing one's own meridians, the divine essence would have no place to store, and one would not be able to utilize cultivation methods and martial techniques. It would be tantamount to being a cripple. Crippling one's divine sea was equivalent to severing the communication between the martial artist and their small world and be rendered unable to use the power of the world. These 2 conditions were tantamount to making Yi Yuan sever his own limbs. How vicious was the intent! Even if Yi Yuan's laws were heaven-defying, without divine essence, he would be a rootless weed too and would be completely unable to execute the art of teleportation. "No way, young master. You hurry up and leave. Don't need to care about us," Lure said worriedly. "Big brother, I know that they can't keep you back. You go back and cultivate properly and eliminate these few bastards. As long as you don't die, he won't dare to do anything to us," White Light said furiously. Got to admit, White Light's words make a lot of sense. But Lin Chaotian chuckled and said, "Yeah, this ancestor naturally won't kill you all. But this ancestor can torment you all, making you all unable to pray for life, nor beg for death. Also, this young lady? Ho ho? My Lin family has many disciples who aren't married yet. She can still be a concubine." Lure's pretty face turned ashen pale, and she said angrily, "You despicable, shameless." Lin Chaotian understood Yi Yuan too well. He would never abandon these people and leave by himself. If that was the case, Yi Yuan would not have come at all. "As you wish." However, Yi Yuan did not say another word and revolved his cultivation method without hesitation. Yi Yuan spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly. The imposing aura of his body seemed to be like a deflated ball, disappearing in a blink of an eye. His divine sea had already been wasted by himself. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help being greatly shocked. Even the 9 great Dao ancestors' pupils shrunk slightly too. They did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually be so decisive, and not even think about it. If it was someone else, this sort of major matter that concerned life and death, they would surely think thrice. But Yi Yuan did not hesitate at all. Clearly, in his heart, the statuses of Lure, White Light, and the rest were even more important than he himself. Yi Yuan was feeble, looking at Lin Chaotian with an indifferent look as he said, "Now, can you let them go?" Lin Chaotian nodded and said with a slight smile, "That's of course. You all are free." He did not immediately ask Yi Yuan to sever his own meridians. Between clever people, there did not need to be much agreement. Everyone was perfectly clear in their hearts. Yi Yuan naturally had to save a card up his sleeves too. Lin Chaotian swept his sleeves grandly. Luer and a large group of people were swept away involuntarily. When they reappeared, they already arrived before the Origin Enlightened Mountain pass gates. "Young master!" Luer burst into tears and was about to head for Origin Enlightened Hall. "Rotherwing, take them away." Yi Yuan's voice came out from the direction of Origin Enlightened Hall. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's gaze turned dark, already faintly having guesses. He pointed at the void. A powerful force sealed Luer, not letting her leave. "What's wrong with Yi Yuan?" Sacred Ancestor High Priest looked at Bai Tong and said with an ugly expression. Bai Tong had a black face, recounting the events that happened in Origin Enlightened Hall, making Sacred Ancestor High Priest burn with rage. "This bunch of bastards. They really don't want any face at all." Bai Tong sneered and said, "Want face? But as long as they want a bit of face, they also wouldn't have done such a despicable thing." Their voices were not covered up, everyone heard it. Right away, the public burned with indignation. 9 great Tao ancestors. Hey, I think it's 9 great shamelessness. The war is near at hand. This bunch of guys are actually still scheming against each other, doing this sort of shameless thing. Really impressive. Release him. We want Saint Azure. Outside the mountain pass gates, angry roars lingered incessantly. These powerhouses had already finished scolding the 9 great Tao ancestors, 18 generations of ancestors. Suddenly, a figure stepped out of the sky. Crimson-haired and red-faced, it was precisely Ancestor Fire. Only to see his eyes turned dark, and he said in a cold voice, "All disperse. If there are any more people raising a ruckus, kill without mercy." Powerful flame rule power instantly rippled between heaven and earth. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. This terrifying power was not what they were able to contend with at all. Seeing that everyone was still reluctant to leave, Ancestor Fire pointed with his fingertip. Boom! In a certain region, dozens of powerhouses were directly burned to ashes. The strength of a Tao ancestor was utterly terrifying. With this, everyone was really afraid. Even if they joined forces, it was impossible to be a Tao ancestor's match too. Under Ancestor Fire's despotic power, these powerhouses retreated one after another with intense unwillingness. Lin Chaotian looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Now, you should sever your meridians yourself. Otherwise, Ancestor Fire will kill the people." Although there was Wing, this rule powerhouse around, he was not Ancestor Fire's match after all. He could bring people away, but casualties were inevitable. Poo, poo, poo. Blood vessels directly exploded on Yi Yuan's body, instantly dyeing his clothes red. All the meridians in his entire body snapped inch by inch completely. "Now, are you satisfied?" Yi Yuan was covered in fresh blood, looking at Lin Chaotian as he said in a cold voice. All the Tao ancestors exchanged glances and smiled, clearly all setting their minds at ease. Meridians completely severed and Divine Sea being crippled. There was already nothing to fear about Yi Yuan. This mortal calamity was finally resolved. "Hoo-hoo, satisfied, very satisfied," Lin Chaotian said with a smile. There was a kind of smugness that could not be concealed in the smile. Yi Yuan was really someone hard to deal with. Although he was the #1 Tao ancestor and that he was powerful to the extreme, he still dreaded Yi Yuan immensely. In the last battle, Yi Yuan escaping from under the teaming up of the 9 of them seriously greatly exceeded their expectations. It was also precisely because of this that his fear toward Yi Yuan reached its peak. So this time he was determined to succeed. Obtaining the lesser Heavenspan Mountain was naturally a part of the plan. But finishing Yi Yuan off was the matter that he was most concerned about. In fact, it was even above obtaining the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. There was a ripple in the void. Ancestor Fire's figure appeared in the hall. "All left. Brother Chaotian, is it inappropriate for us to do this?" Ancestor Fire said with a frown. The matter this time already completely went out of their control. Right now, the entire heavenspan world was berating them, the 9 great Tao ancestors. The 9 great Tao ancestors were naturally not people of the mortal realm. But they still could not escape mortals and exist on their own. Lin Xiaotian did not take it to heart and said coolly, "Hoo-hoo! Mortals are all forgetful. With this treasure, our strength will definitely be able to improve further. At that time, when we exterminate those few fellows from the divine race, with this kind of great achievement, are you still scared that they won't prostrate in worship towards us?" The eyes of all the Tao ancestors lit up. Gazes when looking toward the lesser heavenspan mountain was full of searing heat and thirst. Clearly, they already could not wait. But Yi Yuan laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Lin Xiaotian, you're also thinking too highly of yourself. You think that by obtaining the lesser heavenspan mountain, you'll be able to improve further." But Lin Xiaotian did not dare and said coolly, "You can, so why can't I? This treasure contains heaven and earth great Tao. It's virtually a miniature heavenspan mountain. Obtaining it with this ancestor's talents, I'll definitely be able to improve further." Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, "People are different, each one being unique." With regards to the lesser heavenspan mountain, Yi Yuan had absolute confidence. It was absolutely impossible for Lin Xiaotian to improve further. When Yi Yuan just entered the heavenspan mountain, he suddenly had an inspiration and entered Great Tao with Alchemy Tao, creating the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon with astonishing talent. That was how he had today's strength. But the 9 great Tao ancestors' foundations were already set. They had long already formed innate ideas with regards to the journey of Tao and could not change at all. It was not that Yi Yuan was convinced that his talent was outstanding, far surpassing that of the 9 great Tao ancestors. It was just that unless Lin Xiaotian had tremendous courage and could give up all the inherent understanding and start all over again. Otherwise, even if he comprehended until heaven and earth turned old, it was also impossible to break the shackles. Making a Tao ancestor cripple his own small world and start all over from the top? Who could have such tremendous guts and courage? Yi Yuan was confident that if he was a Tao ancestor, it would also be impossible to take this step. Let alone that even if Lin Xiaotian really started over from the top, he also did not have time to cultivate to the creation realm anymore. The system that Yi Yuan cultivated and the heavenspan world's inherent cultivation system was of completely different concepts. His cultivation would not disregard cultivation realms and advance by leaps and bounds because Lin Xiaotian was a Tao ancestor. Time and fate. It was impossible for Lin Xiaotian to ever break the fetters. Of course, the lesser heavenspan mountain was a precious treasure. After the few great Tao ancestors obtained it, their strength would definitely increase. It was just that there was no possibility of wanting to break the shackles at all. Lin Xiaotian's brows furrowed together. Yi Yuan's wave of cold water made him very unhappy. "Humph! You're already a cripple and yet you still dare to be arrogant in front of us? This ancestor will send you on your way right now." Ancestor Fire was enraged. A terrifying aura engulfed everything and swept over. Honk! But right then, the treasure pig in Yi Yuan's shirt woke up unhurriedly. Treasure Pig opened its bleary eyes and suddenly felt a powerful killing aura. With this, Treasure Pig was completely startled awake. It was only to see its eyes go wide, the hair all over its body directly standing up. A burst of fury erupted from Treasure Pig's eyes. Boom! An aura that did not lose to Ancestor Fire suddenly erupted. It was only to see Treasure Pig's figure suddenly becoming larger, just like a constantly inflating balloon. Seeing this scene, regardless of whether it was Yi Yuan or the 9 great Tao ancestors, they were all shocked until they could not close their mouths. No one could have thought that this adorable pinkish piglet actually had such terrifying strength. Rule Powerhouse. Yi Yuan opened his mouth wide, a look of disbelief on his face. Treasure Pig was actually a rule powerhouse. Furthermore, his aura was actually not the slightest bit weaker than one of the 9 great Tao ancestors, Ancestor Fire. What kind of situation was this? Furthermore, the current Treasure Pig was clearly in a state of madness. How was there still any cute appearance? His expression was savage, eyes ferocious, just like an enraged wild boar, wanting to level this world. Boom! Treasure Pig suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of flames. Closing in on Ancestor Fire, the terrifying temperature seemed to want to burn heaven and earth. Ancestor Fire's expression changed wildly. He did not expect that in this world, apart from him, there was actually still someone, a pig, that could unleash such a terrifying flame attack. Without the slightest hesitation, Ancestor Fire also shot a flame out. Two power of rules collided in the Great Hall. Boom! A terrifying flame directly blew up, blasting the Great Hall into nothingness. The battle of two great rule powerhouses also instantly spread to the entire Origin Enlightened Mountain. For some time, the casualties were countless, and Ancestor Fire actually staggered under this blow and was almost knocked over. What a terrifying flame temperature! What's going on here? In this world, apart from Ancestor Fire, there's actually still someone who can cultivate flame law to the realm of rule. This aura, hang on. Sacred Ancestor High Priest has clearly already left. So where did this 10th rule aura come from? You guys, look. What a large pig. A pig is actually a rule powerhouse? How is this possible? The battle of rule powerhouses was too widespread. Many powerhouses already left Origin Enlightened Mountain pass gates but did not go far. Currently, they looked from afar, only to see an enormous pink pig facing off against the 9 great Tao ancestors from a distance. Its aura was actually not the least bit weak. This discovery made all the powerhouses extremely shocked. There were no rules in this world. This was the consensus of all of the Heavenspan world's powerhouses. Apart from the 9 great Tao ancestors, no one could reach the level of rules. Someone as strong as Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets did not reach this step too. But now, a pig that appeared from God knows where. It was actually a rule powerhouse. How could they not be surprised? They were surprised, but the 9 great Tao ancestors were even more surprised than them. No one could have thought that that pink lump piglet that burrowed into Yi Yuan's embrace was actually a rule powerhouse. Forget that it was a rule powerhouse, this pig was actually even stronger than Ancestor Fire. Ancestor Fire's expression was ugly to the extreme. Fucking hell. He cultivated for countless years and even reached the realm of Tao Ancestor, and yet he was actually inferior to a pig? Honk! Treasure Pig gave an angry roar. Its pig mouth opened, and rows of water swords shot toward Ancestor Fire. This power was actually also a power of rules. This pig actually grasped 2 great power of rules at the same time. Ancestor Fire's expression changed wildly, hurriedly meeting the challenge. Bang, bang, bang! Heaven and earth were collapsing. Terrifying energy undulation made everyone's faces change. What was even scarier was that Ancestor Fire was being completely suppressed. Water and fire gushed from Treasure Pig's mouth, the power being boundless. It actually fought until Ancestor Fire did not have the slightest strength to fight back. Yi Yuan was dumbstruck with amazement from watching. He fed Treasure Pig for so many years and never knew that he was so strong. He remembered back then that Treasure Pig sent Lin Chongqing flying with a sneeze. Although it was surprising, Yi Yuan did not feel that it was too exaggerated. After all, Treasure Pig was also a very special existence in Bamboo Groove Void Realm. But now, Treasure Pig actually fought until Ancestor Fire did not have the slightest strength to fight back. This was too exaggerated. Origin Enlightened Mountain Range was directly crumbled apart by 2 great Ancestor Realm powerhouses fighting, spiritual energy collapsing and dissipating. The group of powerhouses hid far away. Such a battle was too terrifying. I'll help you. At this time, Tao Ancestor Destruction suddenly burst forth with an imposing momentum, joining the battle with a flash. The moment Tao Ancestor Destruction made his move, space shattered and not a blade of grass survived. That kind of horrifying attack simply obliterated the heaven and decimated the earth. These 2 great Tao ancestors were all known for the power of their offensive strength. It was just that sadly, the addition of Tao Ancestor Destruction did not suppress Treasure Pig. They just barely fought to a draw with Treasure Pig. The might of Treasure Pig was utterly appalling. The more the 2 great Tao ancestors fought, the more alarmed they got. Treasure Pig was like a rule transmitter, all kinds of attacks emerging in endless streams. Furthermore, there was never a stop. Suddenly, a strong, thick, strange fragrance spread out. The entire world teemed with this fragrance. When the fragrance entered his nose, Yi Yuan's expression became weird. His brows furrowed and he said in surprise, "This fragrance is medicinal fragrance?" Very clearly, this exotic fragrance effused from Treasure Pig's body. This guy was in the heat of a great battle and his body was actually giving off such a thick medicinal fragrance. Yi Yuan's mind spun like lightning and had an answer very soon. It was just that. He was also stunned by this answer. Disbelief written all over his face. This guy wouldn't be a Dao pill, right? Yi Yuan said in shock. At the same time, Lin Chaotian's face also revealed a look of sudden realization and cried out in surprise. Legends has it that back then, Grand Ancestor Profound Spirit refined a Dao pill. As a result, it brought down heaven and earth Dao tribulation, and a mutation happened to the Dao pill. Could it be that this pig is that Dao pill? What? This pig is a Dao pill. By the side, Ancestor Water was dumbstruck with amazement. This is also too inconceivable, right? Grand Ancestor Profound Spirit was the Alchemy Path's #1 person back then. Ancestor Lightning also said in shock. A Dao pill became a spirit. These Dao ancestors actually could not beat a Dao pill. The group of Dao ancestors opened their mouths wide, shocked until it could not be any greater. A Dao pill actually transformed into a pig and even cultivated to the realm of rule. Lin Chaotian's gaze gradually turned from shock into ecstasy and greed. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted and he yelled, "Treasure Pig! Come back!" When Treasure Pig heard that, he released a few shots through the air and turned back to return to Yi Yuan's side, turning into a pink pig and returning to Yi Yuan's arms. Hearing Lin Chaotian's words, Yi Yuan finally understood why Treasure Pig liked him so much. The alchemy Dao teachings in the last epic were imparted by him. The medicinal pills that he refined had a familiar taste to Treasure Pig. Furthermore, Treasure Pig ate medicinal pills to live. It was actually also strengthening his own strength. The taste of the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan refined was naturally extraordinary. It was just that with Treasure Pig revealing his identity, he was now viewed as a great tonic to Lin Chaotian they all. Regarding a Dao pill that cultivated and became a spirit, its strength was even stronger than a Dao ancestor. If they ate Treasure Pig, their strength would most likely grow to a terrifying point. To powerhouses at the level of Lin Chaotian, even Dao pills did not have much effect anymore. But Treasure Pig was an exception. He was the proud work of Grand Ancestor Profound Spirit and had even experienced the accumulation of countless years, and already grew into a Dao ancestor-like existence. Such a Dao pill, one absolutely could not find a second one in the world. He determined Lin Chaotian's plans from the change in his eyes, so he quickly called Treasure Pig back. Although Treasure Pig was strong, it was also impossible to be the 9 great Dao ancestors' match. Treasure Pig, in a while you bring my physical body and escape. The further you run, the better. Don't need to care about me. Even if they chase you, don't continue fighting. Understood. Yi Yuan transmitted his voice with his divine soul and communicated with Treasure Pig. Witnessing Treasure Pig's strength, Yi Yuan had long already made a plan. If Treasure Pig brought him along, they definitely could not escape. Escaping from under the hands of the 9 great Dao ancestors, this was something virtually impossible. Moreover, with Yi Yuan's current state, he was simply a burden to Treasure Pig. Treasure Pig looked toward Yi Yuan, his gaze flickering. Yi Yuan knew that he understood. Leave! Yi Yuan shouted loudly, his origin divinity instantly leaving his body. Treasure Pig was extremely intelligent. He erupted at the same time, holding Yi Yuan's physical body in his mouth, turning tail and running. Lin Chaotian and the rest had astounded faces. Clearly, they were caught off guard by this sudden change. But his reaction was also extremely fast as he said, "Ancestor Fire, Ancestor Water, Destruction, the 3 of you go chase that pig. Don't need to finish him off. Just delay him will do. The few of us go and chase Yi Yuan. After killing Yi Yuan, we'll regroup with you again?" Heh? This brat actually dared to have his divine soul leave the body, truly reckless and blind. Lin Chaotian was still very awake at this time. To him, Yi Yuan was of the utmost importance. Letting Yi Yuan escape, there would be no end to future troubles. Therefore, even if Yi Yuan escaped with his divine soul body, he still brought the main force to hunt Yi Yuan down. At this time, there was no way for the Tao ancestors they all to hesitate either. Fire, water, and destruction, three great Tao ancestors, directly turned into wisps of green smoke, chasing after. Yi Yuan cultivated the chaos origin divinity. He traversed the world incredibly swiftly. Although he was unable to borrow space-time law to carry out teleportation, his speed was not much slower. Lin Chaotian and the rest turned into 6 streaks of long rainbow, chasing right after. This sudden change stunned all of the powerhouses. What in the world is going on here? That pig was actually a Tao pill that cultivated and achieved sentience? Yi Yuan's divine soul actually left his body in order to let that pig run? How can he possibly escape the pursuit of Tao ancestors with a wisp of a divine soul? I'm afraid that he knows that he can't escape anymore. That's why he used himself as a bait to let that pig escape. No one could have thought that the show today actually developed into this state. It was truly full of twists and turns. Except, they also let out long sighs in the end. Yi Yuan was ultimately unable to escape the fiendish clutches of the Tao ancestors. Divine soul leaving the body was no different from suiciding. How can this brat's divine soul body be so fast? Lin Chaotian's expression changed slightly as he said. Upon chasing, they discovered that they actually could not catch up to Yi Yuan within a short time. To the group of Tao ancestors, this was simply inconceivable. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several powerhouse auras surrounded a gray-robed youth in the middle, sealing off all of his escape routes. Chasing for half a day, the 6 great Tao ancestors finally caught up to Yi Yuan's chaos origin divinity. Lin Chaotian's expression was very ugly. He did not expect that the speed of Yi Yuan's divine soul was actually so fast. This half a day's time, no idea what was the situation over there anymore. Humph! See where you can still run to, Lin Chaotian said in a deep voice. Yi Yuan shrugged and said nonchalantly, Lin Chaotian, you exhausted your brain and also didn't expect that treasure pig was actually a real powerhouse, right? Hoo-hoo, now that you can't kill me this time, I'm afraid that you'll find it hard to eat and sleep in the future. The 6 great Tao ancestors had strange looks on their faces. Did this guy not figure out the situation yet? Your divine soul had already been nabbed by us. Still want to get out alive? Ha ha ha? Yi Yuan, you already have nowhere to retreat. What will you use to seek revenge on us? Using that fleshy body of yours? Foolish guy, do you think that I'll chase that pig and let you off? In my eyes, your importance is much greater than a Tao pill, Lin Chaotian said with a loud laugh. Fool! Have you not figured out the situation yet? Your divine soul is about to be annihilated right away. Yet you're actually threatening us here. Ancestor Wind snickered and said. But facing 6 great Tao ancestors, Yi Yuan was very relaxed as he said smilingly. The lesser Heavenspan mountain will be placed with you all for the time being. I'll come and retrieve it later? This period of time you all have to work a little harder. At that time, don't disappoint me. Lin Chaotian's brows furrowed slightly, having a foreboding premonition. He understood Yi Yuan very well. These words seemed like posturing, but Yi Yuan absolutely would not put up a bold front under the circumstances where he was not confident. Could it be that this guy really still had some trump card? Yi Yuan snickered and actually ignored the 6 great Tao ancestors, passing through them. The 6 great Tao ancestors exchanged glances. Was it possible that this guy was a fool? Lin Chaotian's brows furrowed slightly. Suddenly, he thrust a palm over. Boom! Terrifying energy undulation directly shattered Yi Yuan's divine soul into pieces. Lin Chaotian curled his lips and said, This ancestor was still wondering what trump card there was. After half a day, it was indeed making an empty show of strength. Ancestor Wind smiled and said, Ha ha ha? Honestly, he acted rather real. This ancestor almost believed it. Tao Ancestor Darkness also smiled and said, This guy is too freaky, it indeed makes people feel anxious. But this time he's DD. Suddenly, Tao Ancestor Darkness eyeballs went wide, looking at a certain place with a disbelieving look. That dead word could not continue saying anymore. Hoo-hoo, Darkness, have you gone silly from joy? Ancestor Wind could not help laughing as he said. Not that he's gone silly. It's you who have gone stupid. At this time, a voice sounded out leisurely, seemingly so familiar. Ancestor Win's eyelids twitched, turning to look at that place. Immediately, his eyeballs became engorged. Yi Yuan was actually standing there perfectly fine, like nothing happened. Lin Chaotian looked towards Yi Yuan, immediately feeling his scalp tingle. How could this guy be completely fine? You all seem to be very surprised? Lin Chaotian, did you boast that you understand me very well? This time, you seem to be very surprised. If I didn't have a trump card, would I face the 6 of you great Tao ancestors based on a wisp of a divine soul? Yi Yuan said with a disdainful look. Lin Chaotian had a shocked face as he said in disbelief. How can you possibly be completely fine? Something is odd about your divine soul. Yi Yuan smiled and said, yeah, I don't understand it too well either. But some kind of change seems to have happened to my divine soul. Forgot to tell you, Tian Qin was the same as you, wanted to kill me. But it was a shame. He couldn't kill me either. Lin Chaotian's pupils constricted, his eyes being filled with shock. His divine soul, even Tian Qin was actually helpless against it too? Having experienced the last doomsday battle, Lin Chaotian naturally knew what kind of figure Tian Qin was. Even Tian Qin could not kill Yi Yuan. If so, then how strong was his divine soul? However, Lin Chaotian was Tao ancestor life in the end. After experiencing the initialmost shock, he laughed coldly and said, "Heh? You want to intimidate this ancestor with a few words? Can't kill one time, then this ancestor will kill you 10 times, 100 times. This ancestor wants to see whether you can pull through or not." Finished talking, Lin Chaotian raised his hand and it was another palm, striking until the void shattered. Boom! The Chaos Origin divinity was shattered again. But very soon those gray-colored powder condensed together once more, recovering back to new. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chaotian and said smilingly, "Hoo-hoo? If you have the leisure time to kill me 10 times, 100 times, then bring it on." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure moved, running away again. The 6 great Tao ancestors had shocked looks on their faces, hurriedly chasing after. How is this possible? His divine soul actually can't be killed. Ancestor Win still did not quite dare to believe it until now. Lin Chaotian had a gloomy look and said, "No matter what, we absolutely can't let him escape." Boom! 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 In a blink, more than half a month passed. Terrifying sounds came from above the void from time to time. Yi Yuan's divine soul was shattered over and over again. Except it was useless. The more the 6 great Tao ancestors killed, the more fearful they became. Yi Yuan's divine soul did not show any signs of dissipating. Lin Chaotian gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. We already killed him dozens of times. Yet his divine soul actually doesn't have any signs of weakening. What kind of change happened to this guy's divine soul?" At this time, Lin Chaotian finally believed that Yi Yuan was not bragging anymore. "They really could not kill you, Yuan," Tao Ancestor Darkness said in a solemn voice, "Undying divine soul. I never heard of it before. Even if it's Tian Qing, once his divine soul is destroyed, it will be certain death too. It would be absolutely impossible to survive. This boy is really too freakish." Ahead came Yi Yuan's jeering voice, "Lin Chaotian, if I were you, I'd make the best use of my time to go back and gain enlightenment on the lesser Heavenspan mountain. I can feel that heavenly Tao Samsara will definitely occur within 10 years. If you have the time to waste here with me, better to go back and increase your strength. Maybe you'll still have a chance to turn the tables." Lin Chaotian had a look of unwillingness on his face. But he knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. Keep wasting time like this was no good to anyone. They were almost approaching the abyss world. It was not much far ahead. As long as Yi Yuan escaped into the abyss world, they would not dare to enter too. Rather than wasting time here, better to go back and cultivate. Having obtained such a precious treasure, perhaps there would really be some breakthrough. Leave. Finally, Lin Chaotian carried strong unwillingness and turned around and left. Ancestor Win said angrily, "Letting him go just like that? If he stages a comeback, what should we do?" Lin Chaotian said furiously, "Can you kill him?" Ancestor Win could not help choking when he heard that. Lin Chaotian ignored him and left on his own. The 5 great Tao ancestors were unwilling to and could only follow after and leave. Yi Yuan watched the few people's departing back views, a look of amusement on his face. Hoo-hoo? Really didn't expect that unremarkable boy back then could actually grow to this point. Truly surprising. Right at this time, a voice sounded out with a touch of playfulness. Yi Yuan looked toward the arrival and could not help being slightly surprised. His Chaos Origin divinity's perception was extremely strong. This person naturally could not escape his perception. It was just that this person's appearance surprised him greatly. This person was actually Medicine Ancestor's eldest disciple, Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy. If Medicine Ancestor appeared here, Yi Yuan would not be surprised at all. But the one who appeared was actually Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy. This eldest disciple, who looked a little simple and honest, was without any sharp edge to speak of. Back then, when Cloudheart Realm collapsed, those Medicine Ancestors' disciples that died had died, while those who fled had fled. They had long since disappeared without a trace. Who knew that today Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy actually appeared in front of him? Yi Yuan looked at Lasting Joy and said, "Brother Lasting Joy seems to no longer be what you used to be. You followed us along the way and actually hid from the Tao ancestors' perception." Lasting Joy had his hands behind his back as he said with a smile, "Didn't I fail to hide from Lord Saint Azure's perception? It really surprises this emperor. Lord Saint Azure is actually so powerful, where even Tao ancestors can't kill you." These few years, Lasting Joy had been in closed seclusion inside a small world all along. All the way until the recent few years, Lasting Joy returned to the Heavenspan world and transcended the Deva Fifth Blight. At present, Medicine Ancestor's alchemy Tao was already completely digested by him. His strength was already just a step away from the realm of Tao Pill. Therefore, he prepared to go and find the last target for devouring, Yi Yuan. As long as he devoured Yi Yuan, he would surely be able to reach the realm of Tao Pill. Who would have thought that presently, the world had already changed drastically? That little fellow who provoked Medicine Ancestor back then actually transformed with a sway of his body, becoming the eternal Saint Azure. When he got this news, Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy was truly incomparably shocked. But fortunately, Yi Yuan actually fell out with the 9 great Tao ancestors. This let him find an opportunity to take advantage of. Sure enough, he had been constantly observing the battle around Origin Enlightened Mountain Range this time, and he finally found an opportunity. Yi Yuan's divine soul actually went out of his body. Hence, he tagged along all the way, following until here. But along the way, it shocked him until he stared dumbfoundedly with his mouth agape. 6 great Tao ancestors took turns to attack, decimating Yi Yuan dozens of times. But Yi Yuan's divine soul was actually completely fine. This sort of thing was simply too insane. He lived to a ripe old age and had never seen such a crazy thing. Unkillable. But very soon, Lasting Joy went from shock to wild ecstasy. What his Tao of devouring primarily targeted was the divine soul. If he could absorb Yi Yuan's divine soul, then wouldn't he achieve an undying body? In the future, what did Tao ancestors count for? Presently, the world had changed greatly. Tao ancestors were no longer such unreachable existences. Didn't that pig take down a Tao ancestor? Yi Yuan looked at Lasting Joy and said with a smile, "Ho-ho. Brother Lasting Joy seems to be very interested in this Yi." Lasting Joy did not hide it either, nodding as he said, "You and I both take alchemy Tao as the highest pursuit. Lasting Joy is naturally interested in you. The last time in Cloudheart Realm, this emperor actually really wanted to exchange blows with younger brother Yi. It's just a pity that at that time, Master already gave the order. Hence, Lasting Joy didn't have that fortune. Wonder if younger brother Yi can satisfy Lasting Joy's long-cherished wish." Yi Yuan was a little surprised in his heart. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy took such a huge risk to tag along. It was in order to compete in alchemy with him? He did not believe it even if he was beaten to death. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy looked very honest and sincere, but when Yi Yuan faced him, he always had a dangerous feeling. Yi Yuan did not agree immediately but asked, "I remember that back then you should have escaped Cloudheart Realm together with Medicine Ancestor. Where's he?" Lasting Joy beamed and said nonchalantly, "Dead." The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. This guy said it so casually. His own master died. It was as if he was talking about a casual matter. However, Medicine Ancestor was a fierce and ambitious person of his generation. He was indeed a rare talent of the alchemy path. But he did not expect that in the end he actually ended up in such a plight. No need to think, Yi Yuan also guessed what happened between the master and apprentice. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy was that sort of treacherous person who seemed loyal. Looked very honest and simple, harmless to man and beast, but was actually very dangerous. This sort of person made people stay on alert the most. In Cloudheart Realm, Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's sense of existence was not strong. In fact, it was inferior to his junior apprentice brother, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. But in the end, it was still him who had the last laugh. Lasting Joy smiled and said, "Younger brother Yi is a clever man. This emperor won't beat around the bush anymore. This emperor has already obtained all of Master's inheritance, and is only half a step away from being able to reach the realm of Dao Pill. This emperor needs a powerful opponent to help me to take this step. I wonder if younger brother Yi can grant my wish." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "You're really just looking for me to compete in alchemy?" Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy could not help laughing as he said, "If I wanted to be detrimental to younger brother Yi, I'd have long made a move. Why bother to waste my breath with you? Moreover, about younger brother Ye's divine soul, even Dao ancestors can kill you. Are you still afraid of me taking action?" Without thinking, Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Sorry, I don't compete in alchemy with people who betray their master." After he finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around to leave. But right then, the sky suddenly darkened. A huge suction force actually grabbed Yi Yuan's Chaos Origin divinity, making him unable to break free. His movement technique was actually unable to be executed. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, turning around to look at Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy. It was only to see that behind him, an enormous black wool disk was spinning quietly. That terrifying suction force was emitted by precisely this huge wool disk. This wool disk seemed to be able to devour everything. Hoo, since you refuse a toast only to drink to a forfeit, then this emperor can only invite you to drink to a forfeit. This is my Tao, the Tao of devouring. There are already 35,078 people who have died under my Tao of devouring. Among them include Medicine Ancestor, that old fogey. As long as I devour you, this emperor will be able to corroborate my Tao and I will reach the realm of Tao Pill. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy was still talking with a smile on his face, just like a Maitreya Buddha. It was just that his smile became incomparably evil now. Yi Yuan's expression changed, feeling that his divine soul was actually being sucked over involuntarily. What a powerful divine soul power! His Chaos Origin divinity could resist the might of Tao ancestors and not die, but it was actually unable to resist this terrifying devouring power. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's divine soul was the most powerful divine soul that Yi Yuan had seen so far. Yi Yuan felt that even if his divine essence was not as good as the Chaos Origin divinity, it was also not much worse. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy had devoured too many divine souls and turned them for his own use. This made his divine soul grow to an unimaginable level. Coupled with his bizarre and unpredictable power of Great Tao, it actually gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. No wonder Medicine Ancestor, that fellow, would actually die at Lasting Joy's hands. If taken by surprise, how could Medicine Ancestor resist this devouring power? If Yi Yuan currently had his complete body, he could split Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy with one sword. It was a shame that he was currently of a divine soul body. Yi Yuan also did not think that in this heaven-span world there was actually still someone who could threaten his Chaos Origin divinity. Rumble. A huge black hand actually reached out of that black disk and grabbed toward Yi Yuan. That black hand seemed to have magical powers, crushing Yi Yuan until he was unable to move a muscle all over his body. Poochie! That black hand suddenly grabbed, plunging directly into Yi Yuan's divine soul body. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, immediately feeling as if soul force was like floodwaters that broke the dam, flooding out. TSK. What a delicious divine soul. Simply perfect. Gobbling you up, my strength will likely tower above Tao ancestors. Ha ha. What a surprise. Lasting Joy felt that his divine soul was growing at a terrifying speed. This sort of growth, even he himself felt afraid. That vigorous and powerful soul force made him extremely intoxicated. He had devoured countless great Daos and countless divine souls in his life. However, not once did it feel as good as it did now. Yi Yuan's body was completely controlled by that black hand, unable to move a muscle. Lasting Joy's great Tao was too bizarre. Yi Yuan was frozen there, also secretly panicking in his heart. Even when facing the refinement of the 8 extreme divinities, he was also not so powerless. His chaos origin divinity became more and more illusory and increasingly dim. That enormous disk was like a water pump extracting his soul force crazily. Hoo-hoo. All of you did not expect that in the end. It was actually me who had the last laugh, right? After I absorb your divine soul and corroborate my great Tao, everyone will submit under my feet. Ha ha ha. So what if Tao Ancestor? So what if Tianqing? I want them to become my dogs. After enduring patiently for billions of years, I can finally roam this world unhindered in broad daylight. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy indulged in self-delusion as if already seeing the delight of climbing to the summit of life. During the past billions of years of forbearance, Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy had long already suppressed his desire to the extreme. Now he attained Tao in one day. This desire erupted crazily. In Cloud Heart Realm, many people treated him as heir. Many people thought that Heavenly Emperor Distant Book was Medicine Ancestor's successor. But only he knew that no one could surpass Medicine Ancestor. This guy absolutely would not allow others to surpass him. From billions of years ago, when he was serving Medicine Ancestor as a servant, he already understood it. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy was actually very smart. It was just that, in order to not let Medicine Ancestor perceive it, he buried everything. Medicine Ancestor was hoodwinked by him for billions of years before finally being devoured by him. On his deathbed, Medicine Ancestor also did not dare to believe that this loyal and honest disciple actually killed him. Obtaining Medicine Ancestor's soul and Tao, Lasting Joy's strength had a qualitative leap. It was also precisely because of this that he had this confidence to come and deal with Yi Yuan. And Yi Yuan's divine soul was even more delicious than he imagined. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy let out a burst of wild laughter. But suddenly his expression changed abruptly. Rumble. The black wool disc actually started to tremble violently. At first, it was just a slight tremor. But very soon, the shaking became more and more intense. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's expression changed wildly, and he said, What's going on? Crack, crack, crack. As if answering his question, cracks actually started appearing on the black disc. Yi Yuan's gaze also gradually became bright. Hoo-hoo. My divine soul is called Chaos Origin Divinity. Even Tianqing doesn't recognize it, showing that my Chaos Origin Divinity is probably not what this world should have. You use this world's great Tao to absorb the Chaos Origin Divinity that doesn't belong to this world. It would be weird if it can bear it, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. He came to understand very quickly where the problem lay. The might of the Chaos Origin Divinity was completely not what Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy was able to understand. His Tao of devouring was indeed formidable. It was even not much worse than the Chaos Origin Divinity. Except that was just in terms of quantity. In terms of quality, Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy was much worse when compared to the Chaos Origin Divinity. Putting it bluntly, the soul force that the black wheel disc absorbed already far surpassed the limit that he could bear. The black disc was stuffed to death. The great Tao was about to collapse. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's heart shook wildly. He was stunned by Yi Yuan's words. Chaos Origin Divinity. Not belonging to this world. If ID did not belong to this world, then why would it appear in this world? However, he did not have time to puzzle over this anymore. The cracks on the black wheel grew larger and larger, practically almost collapsing. But right then, his expression changed wildly. An even more turbulent soul force than before poured into the black wheel. Rumble. The cracks on the black wheel became more and more, and increasingly larger. It turned out that Yi Yuan acted in a diametrically opposite way, injecting his soul force into the black wheel crazily. This was equivalent to quenching thirst with a poison, making matters worse. Damn it! You! What do you want to do? Stop for me! Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy roared angrily, wanting to cut off the absorption of Yi Yuan's divine soul. However, it was already too late. That black hand was like a pipe. Currently, the floodwaters from that end were too strong. He already could not shut the floodgates. Yi Yuan's soul force was too strong. Yi Yuan was a little weak, but his soul force could still hold out for a while. Seeing Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's appearance, he smiled and said, "Didn't you want to devour me? Then I'll let you devour until it's enough." Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy finally panicked. The black wheel's collapse was near at hand. How could he still care about absorbing soul force? I was wrong. Lord Saint Azure. I'll return all of the soul force. I beg you, please stop. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy was practically crying. Honestly, played with eagles for a lifetime, in the end, got his eye pecked by an eagle. It was just that how could he have thought that Yi Yuan's divine soul was actually so strong? Yi Yuan could not help laughing and said, "Although Medicine Ancestor was obnoxious, he also wouldn't make people feel like vomiting like you. Someone who betrays their master and forefathers, everyone has the right to punish the person. It's too late to beg for mercy now." Yi Yuan ignored Lasting Joy's tearful complaints and instead injected soul force even more crazily. Boom! Finally, the black will could not hold on anymore, directly crumbling apart. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy spurted a mouthful of blood wildly, his entire person akin to being struck by lightning, falling down. This black wheel was closely linked to his divine soul. Now that the wheel disc collapsed, it was equivalent to his great Tao collapsing. His divine soul similarly suffered a devastating blow too. The current Yi Yuan also finally heaved a sigh in relief. This time, he really had a narrow escape from death. He also never dreamed that there was actually still an existence that could pose a threat to him in this heavenspan world. But right at this time, an abnormality occurred again. That soul force originally belonged to Yi Yuan. Now that the black will disc crumbled, the soul force actually started flowing in reverse, pouring into Yi Yuan's divine soul body crazily. But among these inverse flows, it was far from as pure as his soul force anymore. One scene after another appeared before Yi Yuan's eyes. Inside Yi Yuan's mind, countless pieces of information crisscrossed. Fortunately, his chaos origin divinity was incomparably powerful and was completely able to digest this information. These scenes were precisely those lives that Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy devoured. Yi Yuan even saw Medicine Ancestor's memories among them. These memories were nothing to Yi Yuan. But then these people's great Tao fragments poured into Yi Yuan's divine soul in a rush. Yi Yuan's eyes became brighter and brighter. These things were priceless treasures. Those able to get devoured by Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy were awesome genius characters. Each person had their own unique views on alchemy Tao. This was equivalent to delivering a treasure vault into Yi Yuan's divine soul. You're really mad as a March hare to actually make a move against so many innocent people. Yi Yuan looked at the Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy, who was dispirited and inert, and said with a cold smile, "Most of these alchemy path powerhouses had nothing to do with Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy. This guy actually dealt killing blows to these people. His crimes were really too numerous to be recorded." Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's gaze turned bleak and he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "On what basis do I have to be a dog for life? I refuse to give in. I'm unwilling. Everyone treated me like a dog next to him. I, this eldest senior apprentice brother, am even less than a third-generation disciple. Ha ha ha. Those so-called geniuses all deserve death. They are only fit to be the stepping stones on my road of ascent." With death knocking on the door, Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy finally spoke up about the unwillingness suppressed in his heart. At this time, Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy already calmed down. He was a clever man and knew that Yi Yuan would never let him off. Hence, he did not do some meaningless pleading too. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy and did not have the slightest pity. Pitiable people definitely had detestable aspects. Men should improve themselves. Lasting Joy's ambition was not small. It was just that the method he used was wrong. Of course, more importantly, he found the wrong person. He never should have come to provoke him. Any other last words? Yi Yuan said coolly. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy laughed loudly and said, Yi Yuan, you saw all those alchemy Daos that I devoured, right? Ha ha ha, as long as you draw reference from their great Dao with your talent, stepping into the realm of Dao Pill will be easily accomplished. This emperor doesn't have any last words. You'll carry this emperor's ambition and live on. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said, that's right. A myriad great Daos is indeed heart-tingling. It's just that you're also looking down on this Yi too much. Do you feel that I really need these to break through to the realm of Dao Pill? Finished talking, Yi Yuan reached his hand out and pulled. A black whirlwind immediately started spinning around Yi Yuan, giving off a series of whimpering sounds. Yi Yuan's body emitted a faint fluorescent light. It was only to see him extend his hand and console the black whirlwind lightly. The berserk black whirlwind gradually became quiet. The current Yi Yuan was like a divine Buddha, expiating the world. The black whirlwind was precisely formed by the resentful spirits devoured by Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy. Although their divine souls were devoured, a trace of resentment after death still remained. Unwilling, refusal to give in. The Buddha aura on Yi Yuan was like a life-giving spring breeze and rain, warmly nourishing these resentful spirits. Relax, I won't use you all to cultivate. If that's the case, what difference is there between me and him? All right, I'll disperse then, Yi Yuan said coolly. Those resentful spirits all revealed their figures and gave a bow toward Yi Yuan, incredibly grateful. In the end, they turned and took a look at the dumbfounded Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy, a trace of release being revealed in their gazes. Following that, they turned into motes of fluorescence, dissipating into the world. Many thanks, Your Excellency, for letting us enter Reincarnation. Thank you, Your Excellency. This lowly one is endlessly grateful. Your Excellency's grace. This lowly one will engrave it in my heart. One figure after another emerged, bowing to Yi Yuan nonstop. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's black wheel was very terrifying. After being devoured by him, the remnant souls were imprisoned inside forever, unable to escape. Yi Yuan freed them and expiated them, making them able to enter samsara. This kindness, they had to receive it. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy opened his mouth wide, a look of disbelief on his face. He could not imagine that there was actually someone capable of resisting such a temptation. With Yi Yuan's talent, after comprehending these great Daos, breaking through to the realm of Dao Pill would be a breeze to him. But he actually gave it up just like that. You. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy wanted to say something but discovered that he could not say anything. Yi Yuan said coolly, There's no denying, I was indeed rather moved just now. It's just that using them to cultivate, I, Yi Yuan, am disdainful to do so. You want to use them to ruin my Dao heart. That is truly a little too naive. Moreover, with my talent, do you think that I need to borrow their strength to step into the realm of Dao Pill? When he said these, Yi Yuan exuded powerful self-confidence. What Yi Yuan was most proud of had never been martial Dao, and also not the chaos origin divinity but alchemy Dao. What supported him to walk step by step until today was not his martial path talent but alchemy path talent. Back then, he entered Great Dao with alchemy Dao. That was how he created the Chaos Heavenspan canon. His road to Ascension could not do without the support of alchemy Dao at every step. Therefore, he had this confidence. Moreover, his current alchemy path realm was only a step away from Dao Pill 2. Stepping into the realm of Dao Pill was just a matter of time. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's complexion was deathly pale. Suddenly, he felt that his conviction had collapsed completely. These myriad great Daos were the essence of his life, where his great Dao lied. He believed that if anyone in the Heavenspan world saw it, they would not be able to resist such temptation. But Yi Yuan cast them aside like a pair of worn-out shoes. This was the powerful confidence of a true genius. Suddenly, his entire body trembled. The figure appeared. Medicine Ancestor. When Yi Yuan saw Medicine Ancestor, his gaze could not help turning intent too. This man who had once stood at the top of the alchemy path actually ended up in such a plight, lamentable and pitiable. Medicine Ancestor looked at Yi Yuan, his expression complicated. Finally, he opened his mouth and said, Yi Yuan, thank you. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said coolly, "No need. Our grudge is written off once and for all." Medicine Ancestor nodded his head, but turned to look at Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy, and said with a slight sigh, "Silly boy, you were too anxious. After this old man broke through to the realm of Tao Pill, I'll naturally do all I can for you and help you step into the realm of Tao Pill." Sigh. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy sneered when he heard that and said, "Stop being pretentious here. I'm merely a dog in your eyes, that's all. For so many years, you've never looked me in the eye before at all. Now, you want to use these sorts of words to make me feel guilty? Heh, do you really take me to be a fool?" Medicine Ancestor did not care and said coolly, "Do you think that you could really hide from my eyes when you were doing these things under my eyelids? Also, when you made a move against me in the end, do you think that I really didn't have the strength to fight back? Also, if I didn't value you, why did I only take you away during the Cloud Heart Realm battle?" Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's expression became a little unnatural, and he said with a cold smile, "In your eyes, it's naturally an old dog that's most handy to order about. Stop talking nonsense. No matter how glib your tongue in, I won't believe it too." Medicine Ancestor said, "Silly child, you're this old man's son. Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own children. Why would this old man harm you?" Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Ha ha ha. Old thing, are you teasing me?" Medicine Ancestor said, "When you were young, you had a maple leaf-shaped birthmark on your abdomen area. You'll often feel our abdomen heat up, and your cultivation speed also far surpasses ordinary people. Later, you and your mother encountered danger. This maple leaf-shaped birthmark let you kill your opponent. But since then, the maple leaf-shaped birthmark disappeared." With each sentence that Medicine Ancestor said, Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's expression would change a little bit by bit. No one knew about these secrets. Yi Yuan, who was by the side, was also dumbstruck with astonishment from listening. These two were actually father and son. "Shut up. I don't believe you. I don't believe a single word." Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy suddenly roared, trying to interrupt Medicine Ancestor's words. It was just that judging from his reaction, he already believed it. Medicine Ancestor did not care, and he continued. He said, "Your talent was extremely great, but your ambition was also extremely great. In the beginning, this old man took you in as a servant because I wanted to temper your temperament. It's just that I never thought that you would actually deviate, walking onto the path of devouring. You went to find Wang Pan to compete in alchemy behind my back at Pingpan City. In the end, you awakened the Tao of devouring. Ever since then, you started on the path of devouring. This old man originally wanted to reconnect with you, but you devoured other people's Tao. Your mental state gradually became unbalanced. If I reconnected with you, it might trigger even more unpredictable consequences. This old man abandoned you too, mother and son, for the sake of pursuing great Tao. What this old man owes you, I planned on assisting you to reach the realm of Tao Pill after corroborating my Tao and let you climb to the summit. It's just a pity, just one final step. That instant when you made a move, this old man hesitated for a moment, but then I ultimately still gave up. With your talent, presumably after devouring this old man, you shouldn't be far away from the last step. It's just that I didn't think that you still failed at the last step in the end." Talking up to here, Medicine Ancestor sighed and looked at Yi Yuan. Unfortunately, the opponent that Lasting Joy chose was Yi Yuan, the Eternal Saint Azure. Facing this huge temptation, Yi Yuan could actually keep his cool and expiate the remnant souls. This bearing was an absolutely unparalleled breadth of spirit, matchless in the world. Lasting Joy chose the wrong opponent. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy had long already been beaten by reality until he was incomparably dispirited. At this point, even a fool also knew that Medicine Ancestor did not bluff him. However, this reality shattered his life conviction into smithereens. That person whom he resented immensely, that person that he wanted to kill all his life, was actually the person who loved him the most. And he killed this person with his own hands. The reality was too cruel. While at this time, Medicine Ancestor's remnant soul started dissipating, becoming motes of fluorescent light. Under Yi Yuan's expiation, his soul had already been cleansed, returning to samsara. Time waited for no man. Even if he wanted to reunite with Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy, there was no more time. He looked at Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy and said with a sigh, "Silly boy, if there's really reincarnation, I hope that we'll reconvene there." Medicine Ancestor's divine soul was already shattered. His great Tao already collapsed. He was already not far from the end of his life. Finished talking, Medicine Ancestor's remnant soul gradually disappeared between heaven and earth. The scenes that happened before his eyes made Yi Yuan's thoughts stir. Reaching the realm of chaos origin divinity, Yi Yuan could distinctly feel that these people's remnant souls did not vanish completely, but they turned into some kind of energy, returning to the world. This feeling was exactly the same as in front of his father's grave back then. It was just that what he felt currently was much clearer than at that time. Furthermore, Yi Yuan discovered that not everyone could return to heaven and earth. Only after being free of troubles in one's heart, settling karma, and having one's thoughts flow smoothly could one return to heaven and earth. Just like Ji Zhengyang, only all the way until after Heavenly Emperor Jiushang died did that trace of undulation arise. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan's eyes became resolute. "Father, if there's really reincarnation, even if this child tries every means possible, I'll definitely revive you. You and Mother experienced ordeals and died for me. I must return to you a lifetime of happiness." Yi Yuan secretly swore. Thud. "Father!" Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy knelt down and started weeping bitterly in the direction which Medicine Ancestor dissipated. At this moment, the guilt in his heart could no longer be hidden. Yi Yuan let out a slight sigh and turned around and left. A powerful energy undulation came from behind. The high and mighty Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy ended his life just like that. True Flame Bodhidharma Ancestor Fires Bodhidharma. The 9 great Tao ancestors were gathered here. A small mountain was suspended in the middle of the 9 people quietly, emitting fluctuations that made people feel heart palpitations. Even with the combined power of the 9 people, they were unable to completely suppress the lesser Heavenspan Mountain's power too. Because of the battle with Treasure Pig previously, the entire Origin Enlightened mountain range already became a wasteland. As a last resort, the few people arrived at True Flame Bodhidharma to study the lesser Heavenspan Mountain jointly. Such a precious treasure, whoever it was put with, others were naturally reluctant to accept it. In the end, it could only be the 9 people studying it together. Finally getting their wish, the joy on the 9 people's faces could not be concealed. Having seen Yi Yuan's talent that dominated the world, how could they not be moved? There's not much time. If we keep having mutual suspicions among ourselves, it will only let the divine race prevail. Moreover, Yi Yuan, that brat, is glaring like a ravening tiger. He can't be underestimated either. If we can't improve further, our outcome can only be death, Lin Chaotian said with a solemn face. Obtaining the lesser Heavenspan Mountain was a massive fortuitous encounter. But they also encountered an unprecedented crisis. The deterrence that Yi Yuan gave to them was too great. Encountering an unkillable opponent, the end result could only be getting killed. The joyful looks on the few Tao ancestors' faces were reined in, all revealing solemn expressions. Suddenly, the pressure was high. What Brother Chaotian said is right. At this time, we should put aside prejudices and cross the river in the same boat, Ancestor Fire said. The Tao ancestors nodded their heads one after another, clearly reaching a consensus about this. Lin Chaotian's gaze fell on the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, his emotions slightly agitated as he said, "This treasure contains the power of great Tao, far surpassing us. I didn't expect that the Heavenspan Mountain actually still has such a valuable treasure. Combining with the 9 of our strengths, no matter how lacking, we can also consolidate the power of rules. At that time, even if Heavenly Tao Samara comes, our strength can also be maintained to the greatest extent. As long as we can tide over the Doomsday battle this time, we'll have hope of breaking the fetters, and go above the Heavenspan Mountain to take a look at what's actually there." The words made the 8 great Tao ancestors seethe with excitement. How many years had it been? The only place that they wanted to go to was above the Heavenspan Mountain. But no matter how hard they worked, they were unable to cross that barrier. This time, the chance finally came. "Brother Chaotian, what do you think we should do?" "We'll all listen to you," Ancestor Wind said. Lin Chaotian nodded slightly and said, "The great Tao that this mountain contains is extremely vast. I presume that everyone already has an understanding that our cultivation along the way has many imperfect areas. This lesser heaven-span mountain is like a mirror, illuminating the deficiencies in us clearly." The Tao ancestors nodded their heads one after another. After they obtained the precious treasure, they had naturally experienced it already. What Lin Chaotian said was not the slightest bit wrong. The great Tao contained in the lesser heavenspan mountain let them have a new understanding of their own cultivation. Although Tao ancestors were powerful, it did not mean that there weren't any mistakes throughout their cultivation. Great Tao was numerous and complicated. Who could truly comprehend it entirely? If one could really completely comprehend Tao, they would not be Tao ancestors but the heaven. Therefore, we should cooperate with a common effort and share what we've comprehended. Areas we are lacking, everyone studies in detail together. We will comprehend together and also improve together. That brat is waiting to see us make a fool of ourselves. Then we'll slap his face viciously and let him understand that Tao ancestors can't be defied. He merely relied on an extraordinary treasure to be able to reach such a boundary. Lin Chaotian said loudly, "No, it's still not right. Could it be that the way we're studying is wrong?" Ancestor Fire said a little anxiously. Tao Ancestor Destruction frowned and said, "It's impossible. In terms of comprehending great Tao, who understands it better than us?" Ancestor Lightning said, "It's really strange. What method did Yi Yuan use to comprehend the lesser heavenspan mountain? In what way is his approach being completely different from ours?" The few great Tao ancestors spoke up one after another, all feeling rather agitated and fretful. They had already studied the lesser heavenspan mountain for close to 3 years' time. Without a doubt, each of their strengths had increased greatly. It was just that it had not met their requirements yet. Studying according to this method could certainly increase their strength and consolidate their realm. But there was no hope of wanting to break the fetters of Tao ancestor at all. These few years, they mutually shared the things that they had understood, discussing with each other. But the results yielded were negligible. Their objective was to break the shackles of Tao ancestor. It was just that no matter how they cultivated, that shackle was still locking them tightly, not letting them break through. This sort of feeling made them feel despair. They even compared their cultivation comprehensions with Yi Yuan's cultivation method and martial techniques. As a result, the more they compared, the more bitterly disappointed they were. The strength and potential that Yi Yuan displayed was completely not what they could hold a candle to. In the end, the conclusion that they got was that Yi Yuan was different from them. It was just that they racked their brains and also could not figure out just what was different. Lin Chaotian was silent. No one knew what he was thinking about either. The 9 of them were the heavenspan world's strongest 9 people, and also the 9 people who understood heavenly Tao most profoundly. Logically speaking, having obtained such a priceless treasure, the things that they comprehended should also be beyond other people's capacity. But sadly, they still could not reach Yi Yuan's height. No matter how they studied, it would not work. When Ancestor Fire saw that Lin Chaotian did not speak, he could not resist asking, "Brother Chaotian, say something." Only then did Lin Chaotian slowly say, "I think that it might be the way that we're comprehending is wrong." The moment these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up. "Oh? Then how should we comprehend?" Ancestor Fire said with a look of excitement. "Go to Heavenspan Mountain," Lin Chaotian said. In a blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. Above 1,000,000 miles up on Heavenspan Mountain, the 9 great Tao ancestors were very dispirited. A feeling called sense of defeat spread out among the 9 people. Damn it! Just where does the problem lie? The Heavenspan Mountain and Lesser Heavenspan Mountain mutually corroborate and reference each other. But why can't we find the way to break through yet? God damn it! This ancestor can seemingly see Yi Yuan's mocking laugh. The expressions of the few Tao ancestors were very ugly. That mocking smile when Yi Yuan left seemed to be dangling in front of them. Yi Yuan had said this before more than once. Even if he gave the treasure to them, it was useless too. They all could not comprehend it. The 9 great Tao ancestors were outstanding talents of the present era, figures standing at the summit. How proud were they? Hence, they naturally did not believe it. They thought that Yi Yuan being able to have today's accomplishments, it was him relying entirely on the lesser heavenspan mountain. But now reality slapped their faces fiercely. They really could not comprehend it. Combining the power of the 9 great Tao ancestors, and they still could not comprehend it too. After 6 years of hard work, they could not find a trace of clue. Breaking the shackles was far away and not within the foreseeable future. The reality was so cruel. Lin Chaotian's brows were tightly locked when he suddenly said, Yi Yuan, this guy indeed makes people unable to figure out. But did you all notice when he broke through to Deva realm, he actually didn't transcend the Deva blight tribulation. This sort of thing is too inconceivable. Ancestor Water's intelligence was second only to Lin Chaotian. Seeing Lin Chaotian talk about it, he nodded and said, Originally, we all thought that he relied on the power of the lesser heavenspan mountain. That's how he shielded from the Deva blight tribulation. But looking at it now, it wasn't the case. Lin Chaotian nodded and said, That's right. I also used to think so. But thinking about it carefully now, it doesn't seem to be the case. The two people chimed in one after another. Ancestor Fire said rather impatiently, Then you guys say, just where does the problem lie? The two people said in unison, Cultivation method. The group of Tao ancestors was stunned, uncertain what it meant. In terms of cultivation method, who in this world could compare to the few of them? Moreover, what kind of cultivation method could avoid the Deva blight tribulation? I say, the two of you, stop leaving us hanging and hurry it up, Ancestor Fire said. Lin Chaotian's brows furrowed slightly and he said, Studying the lesser heavenspan mountain these few years, I faintly have a feeling that Yi Yuan might have comprehended an astonishing cultivation method from it. This set of cultivation methods might be on the same level as heaven. Hence, that's how he could avoid the Deva blight tribulation. The more Lin Chaotian talked, the more shocked everyone was. It was only to see him continue explaining it. He said, Do you all still remember what I said? The heavenspan mountain cast a projection back then and the spiritual energy revived? I always thought that that was a precious treasure coming into existence. That's why that kind of phenomenon appeared. But thinking back on it now, that isn't the case at all. It should be a Yuan comprehended successfully a set of cultivation methods back then, alarming heavenly Tao. That's why such a phenomenon would descend. There should exist some kind of connection between the lesser heavenspan mountain and heavenspan mountain. Back then, the lesser heavenspan mountain should have been refined by him, stirring the heavenspan mountain. That's why it made spiritual energy revive. Therefore, we were wrong from the start. The crux of the problem doesn't lie with the lesser heavenspan mountain at all, but on the person who comprehended the lesser heavenspan mountain. When the group of Tao ancestors heard this analysis, each and every one of them was dumbstruck with amazement. They really wanted to find a reason to refute it, but they discovered that they could not find it at all. What Lin Chaotian said made too much sense. Ancestor Fire said unhappily, Based on what? He could comprehend a cultivation method, so can't we do it? Combining the 9 of our strengths, can it be that we still can't create an astonishing cultivation method? Lin Chaotian shook his head and said, Comprehending a cultivation method isn't hard. With the few of our capabilities, comprehending 8 or 10 top cultivation methods from the lesser heavenspan mountain is very easy. It's just that wanting to comprehend a cultivation method that's on the same level as heaven is as hard as ascending to heaven. I can confirm that Yi Yuan is absolutely not the first person who obtained the lesser heavenspan mountain. But he's the only one who can create such a terrifying cultivation method. I'm afraid that even if the cultivation method that Yi Yuan created is placed in front of us, we might not be able to fully comprehend it too. Hence, that's why he handed the lesser heavenspan mountain over so readily. Because he's confident that even if the lesser heavenspan mountain is handed over to us, it's impossible for us to surpass him too. Talking until the back, Lin Chaotian's words actually exuded some bitterness. Several years of hard work made him become increasingly conscious of his insignificance. Tao ancestors were very strong, but also very weak. In front of heavenly Tao, Tao ancestors were too weak, but Yi Yuan was a man on the same level as heaven. This sense of setback was too strong. The Tao ancestors were extremely shocked, being not quite able to accept this fact. Combining the powers of 9 great Tao ancestors actually could not beat a single Yi Yuan. This sort of thing was truly hard to accept to the high and mighty Dao ancestors. Damn it! We have to think of a way to find him and force him to hand over the cultivation method. Ancestor Fire gritted his teeth and said. Lin Chaotian looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh and said, Too late. His wings have already formed now. Wanting to capture him is simply impossible. Then with the current situation, isn't it that we can only wait for death? Ancestor Fire's expression changed slightly as he said. Lin Chaotian said, Not necessarily. No matter how great his talent is, wanting to take this last step is also not an easy thing. Our strengths have made considerable improvements during these few years. If he really wants to deal with the few of us, I'm afraid that it's not enough yet. Therefore, what we have to do now is to strengthen ourselves. The group of Dao ancestors had dispirited faces. They, as Dao ancestors, roamed the world unhindered. Now, they were actually forced into such a situation by someone. But the 9 people did not dare to slacken their efforts. In the remaining days, they comprehended heavenly Dao desperately, strengthening themselves. For years later, on one fine day, heaven and earth suddenly changed. The wind swept the clouds away. The mountains cried out and the sea howled. Lightning flashed and thunder clapped. It was as if the end of the world had arrived for the heavenspan world. The powerhouses were all extremely terrified. This kind of heavenly might, they had never experienced it before. On Heavenspan Mountain, one silhouette after another flew out. They were kicked out by the Heavenspan Mountain. What happened? Why did the Heavenspan Mountain not allow cultivation anymore? Heavenly Dao Samsara. This must be Heavenly Dao Samsara. I didn't expect that it would arrive so quickly. What to do about it? Once Heavenly Dao Samsara begins, the power of rule on Dao ancestors will be taken back by Heavenly Dao. What can we do to resist the divine race? On Heavenspan Mountain, spiritual energy was vast and mighty, but a powerful force blocked everyone out. Currently, Heavenspan Mountain already became a forbidden land. There were people being thrown out continuously. Those who were thrown out in the beginning were all some weaklings. Following that, those who were thrown out got stronger and stronger. Until the back, there were even quite a number of Deva realm powerhouses who were squeezed out of Heavenspan Mountain against their will. Swoosh! 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 Several more figures were thrown out of Heavenspan Mountain one after another. The moment these people appeared, it immediately caused a stir. It's the 9 great Dao ancestors. They were forced out too. Their auras are a bit chaotic. Could it be that their power of rule has already been taken back? But it feels like their aura doesn't seem to have been affected much. Heh! Don't you all know that they took away that precious treasure from Saint Azure? I reckon that this time they gained a big advantage. In terms of shamelessness, I concede to the few of them. Seeing the Dao ancestors appeared, it did not arouse the respect of the strong, but rather a large wave of scornful voices. That day when Yi Yuan mobilized the aura of the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, the world already knew the truth long ago. The 9 great Dao ancestors borrowed the name of humanity's righteous cause to do filthy things and forced Saint Azure away. This matter was despised by the world. Azure Saint exhausted his mind and body for the human race until his heart ceased to beat. In the end, what he got was actually such a treatment. The people were indignant at the unfairness. Saint Azure fought on the front line, but these Dao ancestors stabbed him in the back. This way of doing things ruined their favorable impression. If not for their strength being too strong, they would probably have been swarmed to death by people. Boom! Suddenly, the power of flames burst forth, dyeing half the sky red. A group of powerhouses directly turned to scattering ashes. Whoever keeps being noisy, this is the outcome, Ancestor Fire said with a cold gaze. How could they not hear these people's comments? Ancestor Fire's fuse was the shortest. He actually directly went on a killing spree. The moment he raged, sure enough, no one dared to speak anymore. Except those powerhouses were all indignant at the unfairness, glaring angrily. Dared to be angry but did not dare to speak. When dealing with the divine race, they did not see these few Dao ancestors showing their faces. But when dealing with their own people, they killed readily. With a wave of a hand, there were probably thousands of powerhouses that fell. It could be seen that in the eyes of the few great Dao ancestors, they were merely a bunch of ants. Lin Chaotian furrowed his brows. But in the end, he did not speak. Just earlier, Heavenly Tao took back the power of rules. The 9 of them were already no longer Tao ancestors now. But because of the lesser heaven-span mountain, the 9 of their strength did not weaken by a lot. During these 10 years, the 9 of them made great progress, especially in terms of cultivation methods. They remolded their cultivation methods and greatly improved their strength. At present, they had practically already reached the limit that human beings could attain, apart from being unable to break the shackles. Therefore, even though Heavenly Tao was transmigrating, their strength did not decline too much. Ha ha! These Tao ancestors are really amazing. Attacking their own people, they actually didn't show any mercy. Right at this time, a burst of hearty laughter reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Swoosh! 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 One figure after another stepped out of the sky, each one having an extremely powerful aura. The expressions of the human powerhouses changed wildly. These powerful auras crushed them until they were virtually unable to breathe. Divine race. It's the divine race. What powerful auras. See, could it be that they are the legendary progenitors? Really so strong? Is it possible that humanity's doomsday is arriving? These powerhouses that came were precisely members of the divine race. And the one talking was Tianqing. The expressions of the human powerhouses changed one after another. They were shocked by the progenitor's powerful auras. This was a peerlessly domineering aura. Tianqing's might made people unable to look him in the eye. The 8 great progenitors' auras virtually covered the entire horizon. When they appeared, it astounded the entire era. Lin Chaoyan's expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "Being disrespectful to Tao ancestors, don't they deserve to die?" Tianqing laughed loudly and said, "Don't give me that. You don't think that this progenitor doesn't know about the heaven-span world's affairs because I'm in the abyss world, right? Hoo-hoo. This progenitor is very grateful to you all for driving Yi Yuan away." Lin Chaoyan's face turned black. This guy was really skilled with words. Rubbing their noses in it. Lin Chaoyan said in a cold voice, "Why? Does progenitor Tianqing think that with the few of us having the power of Heavenly Tao taken back, you'll be able to take advantage of people? Hoo-hoo. Since that's the case, bring it on." But Tianqing did not have the intention of taking action. He still had a beam on his face as he said, "This progenitor knows that you all obtained a precious treasure from Yi Yuan there. However, you all didn't seem to have broken the shackles. What a pity, what a pity. Do you all think that having obtained a precious treasure, you'll be able to stop this progenitor?" Lin Chaoyan said in a deep voice, "Although this ancestor didn't break the shackles, but I don't fear you either." Tianqing was calm and composed, and said with his hands behind his back, "Is that so? Ho-ho, literally show yourself and let them take a look at our divine race's true strength." The moment his voice faded, a beautiful figure stepped out of the sky. That beautiful figure was beautiful until she could topple kingdoms, and that the moon hid its face and flowers blushed in shame. Who could it be if not Yu Mengli? It was just that the current Yu Mengli was different again from that time when Yi Yuan saw her. Her aura was actually not the slightest bit weaker when compared to Tianqing. One had to know among the 8 great progenitors, Tianqing's aura could be said to outshine the others, overwhelming everyone. Now, Yu Mengli's aura was actually not weaker than Tianqing. Lin Chaoyan's expression changed wildly, a look of shock on his face. A feeling called despair spread in everyone's heart. The current Yu Mengli was noble and glamorous, overlooking the world. She was akin to a fairy maiden who came down to the mortal world. Her aura was already completely different. That sort of nobility added a little more mystery to Yu Mengli's peerless looks. What a beautiful woman. Who is she? Doesn't the divine race only has 8 great progenitors? Why is there an additional woman? I heard that Saint Azure Yi Yuan's beloved fell into the divine race. Furthermore, her talent is extremely high. Could that be her? Won't be wrong. Back then, when Saint Azure confronted her, many people saw it with their own eyes. But at that time, her strength was far less powerful than it is now, right? The human powerhouses were discussing animatedly, guessing Yu Mengli's identity very quickly. This matter was already well known and not considered a secret. It was not too hard to guess. It was just that no one expected that Yu Mengli's strength would actually reach the level of a progenitor. If it were 9 versus 9, could the human Dao ancestors who lost the augmentation of heavenly Dao still be the divine race's match? She took a step out and said to Lin Chaotian coolly, I've long heard that Dao ancestor life is the human race's #1 Dao ancestor. This girl is incapable and seeks guidance. One sentence shocked everyone until they could not close their mouths. Yu Mengli's coming into being battle. She actually directly chose the strongest Dao ancestor life. Lin Chaotan was also stunned, then immediately laughed in spite of himself and said, Little girl, your arrogance is indeed carved out of the same mold as Yi Yuan. It's just that. Did you pick the wrong opponent? Yu Mengli said coolly, That's right. It's you. Come on. Lin Chaotian snorted coldly and said, Since you're courting death yourself, then Yi Yuan can't blame this ancestor too. Powerful would attribute rule instantly bloomed. A terrifying spiritual energy undulation actually divided the mighty storm, opening up a vacuum zone. Lin Chaotian's might could actually rival heaven's might. This kind of means was truly formidable. Myriad swords facing the sky. Lin Chaotian gave a low cry, spiritual energy vast and mighty. In an instant, countless barbs actually grew out of the earth. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless barbs rose from the ground up and shot toward Yu Mengli. For a time, the sky was full of dense barbs, sealing off all of Yu Mengli's escape routes. These barbs did not seem to have the cutting edge of blades and swords, but places that they passed through actually cut the space apart. The entire sky seemed to have countless gaps cut out. When the human powerhouses saw this scene, they could not help revealing slightly hopeful gazes. Although they were very unhappy with Lin Chaotian, in the face of such a doomsday battle, they naturally stood on humanity's side without prior agreement. Is this Dao ancestor life's strength? Even if it's heavenly Dao samsara, it also didn't really affect his strength. Hey, the divine race's wishful thinking fell through. Finish the divine race off. Facing such terrifying power, Yu Mengli's expression still did not change. It was only to see her eyes flickered. Her bright red lips opened slightly. Heavenly Dao true martial boundless moonlight. A layer of white gauze suddenly fell on the world, seemingly beautiful and cold. Everyone only saw a blur before their eyes. The place where Yu Mengli was standing actually became Lin Chaotian in a flash. Those countless barbs actually all stabbed toward him. Lin Chaotian's pupils constricted, all the hair on his body standing on end. He actually did not even know how he was switched over here, except he already did not have time to think too much. Those barbs had already come over. He hurriedly urged his spell. The barbs that filled the sky instantly turned into nothing, as if they had never appeared before. Lin Chaotian had a solemn look, looking at the Yu Mengli not far away. This woman gave him an extremely strange feeling. He was a Dao ancestor and actually had his position swapped by Yu Mengli unknowingly. This sort of means was truly inconceivable. Everyone opened their eyes wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. It was just that Yu Mengli did not give everyone the time to be shocked. One Dao mark after another rose up from his body. 1, 2, 10. When Lin Chaotian saw this scene, his pupils shrank and he immediately drew a breath of cold air. Not just him, the 9 great Dao ancestors were all extremely shocked at this time. 10 marks heavenly Dao realm. How is this possible? 2 10 marks heavenly Dao realm powerhouses actually appeared in the divine race. Lin Chaotian cried out in surprise. Over on humanity's side, they directly burst into an uproar. No one expected that this woman was actually a legendary 10 marks powerhouse. Tianqin was a 10 marks powerhouse. This kind of supreme existence, there were actually 2 that appeared all of a sudden. 10 marks powerhouses possessed the ability to connect to heaven and penetrate the earth, undying and imperishable. Back then, Grand Ancestor Space-Time fused the 2 great supreme laws and was unable to do anything to Tianqin, a 10 marks powerhouse. Now, another 10 marks powerhouse appeared in the divine race. Does heaven want to doom our human race? At this very moment, the human powerhouses really despaired. A single Tianqin already left them at a loss on what to do. Now, there was actually another Yu Mengli. One had to know, Tianqin severely wounded 3 great Dao ancestors with his power alone. With 2 Xianxias, that was equivalent to having 6 Dao ancestors. Then these remaining progenitors, who was going to deal with them? The moment Yu Mengli debuted, it already pushed humanity to the brink of defeat. Damn it. Really damn it. That pig around Saint Azure is also a rule powerhouse. Its strength is even stronger than a Dao ancestor. If not for this bunch of damn guys who offended Saint Azure to the core, he would definitely step forward. Sad. Lamentable. Lord Saint Azure must have had his heart turn cold now already. Right? In the midst of despair, people always try to find hope. Naturally, they thought of Treasure Pig. They even thought of Sacred Ancestor High Priest. If these 2 rule powerhouses came forward, it could definitely salvage humanity's declining trend. It was just that among these 2 mighty rule powerhouses, Sacred Ancestor High Priest was duped into refining pills by Lin Chaotian, who then failed to make good on his promise. The other, the Treasure Pig, was jointly pursued by Dao ancestors. Saint Azure was also forced to hand over the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. If not, with Saint Azure's strength, he might already be able to deal with progenitor powerhouses now. It was just a pity that both sides were already in the situation of being irreconcilable till death. Boundless moonlight, limitless samsara. Right at this time, Yu Mengli's scarlet lips opened again. 2 round moons reflected in the pupil of her eye. A white gauze lightly enveloped heaven and earth. Lin Chaotian's entire body trembled as if he had arrived at another region of time and space. Heaven and earth were peaceful. The noisy figures had already disappeared. Even the other 8 great Dao ancestors had gone missing too. Opposite, Yu Mengli stood in the air, expressionless. Lin Chaotian's brows furrowed and he said with a cold snort, "Lass, you want to trap this ancestor by using this method? You're also a little too naive." Yu Mengli said coolly, "This is the Moonlight Dreamland. Enjoy it well." Finished saying, her figure moved, disappearing. A strange atmosphere reverberated in this space. At the outside world, the corners of Tianqing's mouth smiled slightly, and he said, "Hoo-hoo? Boundless moonlight, limitless samsara. This is probably the strongest ocular art since time immemorial. Getting caught inside is getting caught in limitless samsara. You clearly know that it's an illusory realm, but you cannot control yourself at all. Even this progenitor also needs to expend tremendous effort before I can break free. This Lin Chaotian will probably have to suffer a lot. Take advantage of this time. Everyone attack together and finish off the others." The power of moonlight enveloped heaven and earth. Those who were weak were already long unable to control themselves already, getting caught in an illusory realm and being unable to extricate themselves. This was limitless samsara. Although Yu Mengli's move was not unleashed against them. Only by reaching Deva realm and above could one barely avoid being dragged into samsara. This move was too horrifying. What powerful ocular arts! She clearly only cast the spell against Dao ancestor life alone. But her power of moonlight affected everyone present. Tenmark's heavenly Dao realm, it's actually even this kind of extremely strong ocular art. Our human race is really doomed this time. I didn't expect that the moment heavenly Dao samsara starts is the moment when our human race collapses. Each and every one of those Deva powerhouses was incomparably in despair. The strength that Yu Mengli exhibited made them lose all hope. The 9 great Dao ancestors' strongest Dao ancestor life was directly controlled by the illusory realm. Then of those remaining, who could be Tianqing's match? Back then, the 18 grand ancestors failed just 1 step short of success. Brother Chaotian, quickly wake up. Ancestor Fire and the rest were very anxious when they saw the situation, utilizing various means, attempting to call Lin Chaotian back. But it was completely useless. Lin Chaotian stood there straight as a ramrod, motionless. They immediately realized how terrifying this ocular technique was. Hoo-hoo? It's no use. Even if this progenitor gets hit by this move, I can forget about escaping without 10 days to half a month too. If the heavenly Dao true marshal of a Tenmark's powerhouse is so easily broken, then this progenitor would also be too useless as the divine race's #1 person. Tianqing said with a light smile. Before this Tenmark's powerhouse, there was only him alone in the divine race. His might was indisputable. Now Yu Mengli squeezed into the ranks of Tenmarks. Displaying her heavenly Dao true marshal, The power was naturally terrifying. Ancestor Fire said in a solemn voice. Humph? So what? Tianqing, you're also looking down on the few of us too much. Tianqing laughed loudly when he heard that and said, You're right. This progenitor really does look down on the few of you. Dao ancestors? Have you all forgotten? This progenitor was also a Dao ancestor in the past. How much capability you all have, would this progenitor not know? The expressions of Ancestor Fire and the rest were ugly to the extreme. In front of the 8 great progenitors, they really did not have any capital to be proud of. If not for having obtained the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, they would not even have the courage to fight. Now Dao ancestor life was trapped. They really could not see any chances of victory. At this time, Tianqing finally reined in his expression and said coolly, Kill! Swoosh! 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 7 lineages progenitors as well as the heaven lineages Tianqing. 8 people rushed forward together. A powerful to the extreme pressure crushed them until everyone could not breathe. This was a progenitor-level battle. Although Tianxian was just the heaven lineage's number 2 person, his strength when compared to the 8 lineages progenitors was about the same too. It was already enough to deal with a Dao ancestor with diminished strength. With 16 astonishing auras rising up to the sky, it caused everyone's expressions to change wildly. Those Deva realm powerhouses had long already hidden themselves far away. But on the scene, there were still tens of thousands of human powerhouses who were caught in the illusion. The moment the great battle started, they would die without a burial ground. It was just that at this time, there was already no one who cared about them anymore. Tianqing stood calmly with his hands behind his back, clearly an appearance of watching a show. The current situation might not need him to take the stage at all. Of course, he did not lower his guard. With Yu Mengli attaining Dao ancestor, the divine race came into being once more. The person that he was most worried about was not the 9 great Dao ancestors but Yu Mengli. He knew that with the divine race coming into being, Yi Yuan absolutely would not be willing to take things lying down. However, he did not care about it a lot. With Yu Mengli this trump card around, Yi Yuan could not stir up any waves either. Both sides were all set for a showdown, the auras astonishing, looking as if they were about to clash. Right then, an abnormality suddenly occurred. In the dark night, a white figure rose into the sky, heading straight for the clouds. Crack, crack, crack. Immediately, lightning flashed and thunder clapped. That figure rose steadily up, flying higher and higher. The lightning in the sky also became more and more terrifying. Terrifying heavenly Dao pressure overshadowed these 16 supreme powerhouses very quickly. The entire sky was thrown into upheaval by that figure. Tianqing's pupils constricted and he exclaimed, It's Yi Yuan. What does he want to do? Over on the human race's side, cries of surprise also linked up together. It's Lord Saint Azure. What does he want to do? There's extermination lightning above the sky. Does he want to commit suicide? It's dangerous up in the sky, but the spiritual energy there is also the thickest. He wouldn't be thinking of breaking through there, right? Above the sky was a forbidden area to all martial artists. The higher up, the more dangerous it was. Even with the might of a Dao ancestor, one could only soar over 1,000,000 miles. If one exceeded this height, they would be killed by extermination lightning. That white figure was none other than precisely Yi Yuan. His figure went higher and higher, reaching several 100,000 miles in a blink of an eye. However, he did not stop but went higher and higher instead. Currently, it was precisely during Heavenly Dao Samsara Heavenly Dao was in disorder. Yi Yuan reaching this height already aroused Heavenly Dao's chaos. Above the void, extermination lightning was already eager to make trouble. Crack! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning fell from the void, swift to the extreme. Including Tianqing, everyone's expressions changed abruptly. This lunatic! Quickly retreat! Tianqing gave a loud roar and did not have time to think too much, directly dashing away. The expressions of the 7 great progenitors, as well as the 8 great Dao ancestors, changed one after another too, hurriedly retreating. Lin Chaoyan's entire body trembled, and he actually broke free from the illusion. This bolt of shocking lightning actually broke Yu Mengli's boundless moonlight. Yu Mengli also revealed her figure, her aura slightly chaotic. When they saw that dreadful lightning dragon, their expressions changed wildly, hurriedly retreating. Fighting at this time was tantamount to seeking death. Who knew where that wildly dancing electric snake would land? As long as you touched it, you would be dead. Those human powerhouses were also startled awake, retreating one after another. Very soon, Yi Yuan arrived above 1,000,000 miles. Here, spiritual energy was extremely abundant. Every pore on his body opened up. That was right. He was here to break through. Feeling heavenly Tao samsara, spiritual energy surging wildly, Yi Yuan knew that this was the best time for him to break through. The great battle of the divine race's progenitors and the Tao ancestors was about to start. Once the battle started, the people would surely be plunged into misery and suffering. Yi Yuan's power alone was unable to stop them. Then he might as well trigger the power of heavenly Tao. Being in the midst of a breakthrough, it would stop this grand battle. Boom! Yi Yuan's divine sea seemed to have directly opened up the watergate, letting spiritual energy flow in crazily. These 10 years, Yi Yuan already broke through to the realm of Tao Pill. The act of repairing divine sea and meridians was already not considered a difficult task to him. Crack, crack, crack. The crazed electric snake wandered around him fitfully. But he did not care. Yi Yuan released soul force, wrapping his entire body up. Boom! Lightning fell. Yi Yuan's divine soul trembled. He was actually completely unscathed. Chaos origin divinity was fearsomely powerful. Everyone looked at this scene dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape, shocked, speechless. What was originally an astonishing great battle earlier now became Yi Yuan's one-man show. Just what kind of realm did this guy's divine soul reach? Even extermination lightning actually can't harm him. Ancestor Fire opened his mouth wide and said with a shocked face, "He really is a crazy fellow. He never takes the usual path when breaking through realms." Lin Chaotian said with an ugly expression, while Tian Qing's brows furrowed slightly, and he said with vicissitudes of emotion, "Really, damn it. He's making use of extermination lightning to temper his fleshy body and break through the divine essence realm at the same time. This guy's monstrousness is really unreasonable." Apart from Yi Yuan, no one dared to play like this. The high and mighty Tao ancestors could not. He, a 10 marks powerhouse, similarly could not. Extermination lightning, capable of destroying everything. Even though they were paramount existences, in front of heavenly might, they were still incomparably insignificant. The expressions on the faces of the groups of old ancestors were incomparably complicated, completely unable to describe their current feelings. An earth-shattering great battle that had already been planned for a long time was disrupted just like that. Over on humanity's side, they all let out a long sigh in relief. Just now, if not for Yi Yuan's timely appearance, all those present who were under Deva realm would probably have died off. The area that a Tao ancestor-level battle covered was too vast. It was not what they could resist at all. Let alone that they were even hit by the ocular art and got caught in an illusion. Lord Tian Qing, what should we do now? Profound lineage's progenitor, Origin Smile, said with a frown. Tian Qing mused for a moment and said, "I really want to see what level his strength will reach after he breaks through. We've waited far too long for this war. We can't just give up." The few progenitors also nodded their heads slightly. Making them give up just like this and return to the abyss, that was impossible. Furthermore, they currently possessed 2 great 10 marks powerhouses. Their strength already could not be mentioned in the same breath long ago. There was no need to fear anyone. Boom! Crack! Wind, rain, lightning, and thunder crisscrossed. Yi Yuan was situated inside, glimmering and fading indeterminately. That appearance was like a small rowboat in a tsunami. It was just that no matter how big the storm was, he stood firm as a rock. His fleshy body realm and divine essence realm were advancing frenziedly. To him, the divine essence required for breaking through one cultivation realm now was too vast. Cultivating according to the normal routine, he would only be able to cultivate the creation realm to the realm of grand completion after God knows how long. But this heavenly Tao samsara created an opportunity for him. Heh? The Chaos Origin divinity is really useful, although I still haven't figured out what it is. Without a doubt, it's very strong, Yi Yuan said gleefully. Judging from the shock of that mysterious voice, the Chaos Origin divinity was not an ordinary thing too. Looking at it now, not only was the Chaos Origin divinity undying and imperishable, it could even withstand extermination lightning. The extermination lightning that even Dao ancestors and Tenmark's powerhouses avoided like the plague, he faced it calmly. Furthermore, he did not go all out. He deliberately leaked a trace of extermination lightning power, and he used it to temper his physical body. With the extermination lightning's power, using it to temper the physical body was most suitable. Yi Yuan's physical body had long already transcended the 9th nirvanic tribulation, reaching the level of perfect 9th transformation. But after reaching the 9th transformation, his progress became extremely slow, because there were virtually no treasures capable of enhancing his physical strength anymore. Now, with the tempering of the extermination lightning, the strength of his physical body gradually reached grand completion. His strength was growing rapidly. Earth-shaking changes were also occurring to Yi Yuan's chaos world. The sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers gradually became real. When the 9 great Dao ancestors saw this scene, their gazes revealed extremely envious looks. Especially Lin Chaotian, he was incredibly jealous. He expended so much thought to acquire the lesser heavenspan mountain. In the end, it was all for naught. Just what kind of cultivation method did this guy comprehend? The commotion of his breakthrough is a little too big, right? Ancestor Fire said in a solemn voice. The commotion of Yi Yuan's breakthrough was seriously too great. Even above the 9th heaven, that powerful pressure made everyone's hearts shock too. I really don't know what kind of cultivation method can make world power so solid. I have a feeling that this is the key to him being different from us. He doesn't need to transcend the tribulation, Lin Chaotian said in a solemn voice. No matter how Lin Chaotian racked his brain, he also could not imagine that Yi Yuan relied on his own comprehension ability. He forcibly created a small world that was comparable to the heavenspan world. Hence, they could only be envious. No idea how long had passed either. Yi Yuan's aura finally climbed to the peak, and it could not increase anymore. At this point, his chaos heavenspan canon was finally cultivated to the realm of grand completion. Yi Yuan did not have any clues about the next realm. He had devoted himself to studying the lesser heavenspan mountain before but did not have the slightest clue. It seemed like everything ended here. But Yi Yuan had a feeling that his cultivation method should be able to break through to a higher realm. Yi Yuan examined his own small world. Everything was already created completely. A great world had already taken shape. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said to himself, "My world is missing something. Yes, although my world is powerful, it doesn't have the slightest lease of life. No flowers, grass, and trees, without birds and animals, let alone cultivating martial artists. Even if a martial artist is in my world, they wouldn't be able to cultivate too. But how should I let it have a myriad of lives?" Yi Yuan felt that this was the key to his breakthrough to the next realm. It was just that he did not know where the problem was. Creating a world was not saying that if God wanted light, there would be light. If it were so simple, Yi Yuan also would not have walked with so much difficulty. Although the time that he cultivated was not long, the things that he experienced, ordinary people simply could not imagine it. Not talking about other things, just the comprehension of the Chaos Heavenspan canon was not what ordinary people could understand. When other martial artists cultivate, as long as they reach Divine Lord Realm, they will be able to form a small world and can derive life. But it doesn't seem to work for my world. While it's strong, it's missing something, Yi Yuan said helplessly. Forget it. Take it one step at a time. My power of laws isn't perfected yet. After I reach the realm of rule, I should be able to do whatever I want in the Heavenspan world. After the Chaos world had finished evolving completely, his strength also reached an inconceivable level. Ordinary Deva Fifth Blights were utterly not worth mentioning in front of him. Only Dao ancestors relying on the power of rule could have a battle with him. Yi Yuan took a step out and directly returned to the surface of the earth. He looked at Xianxia from afar and said in a cold voice, Xianxia, I don't have objections about your divine race wanting to return to the heavenspan world. But if you all dare to inflict living things with great suffering or want to continue enslaving the myriad races, this Yi will definitely kill you with my own hands. With him saying these words, it was equivalent to protecting the 9 great Dao ancestors. Although Yi Yuan was full of unhappiness with these few guys, they could not die yet. Without them, the myriad races would lose their support. His current strength was still not enough to overwhelm the divine race. But it was enough to make the divine race dread him. However, Yi Yuan's words were arrogant to the extreme, personally killing the divine race's #1 person. Only Yi Yuan dared to say these words. Sure enough, Xianxia laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan. It depends on whether or not you have the qualifications to say this. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said coolly, You can come and give it a try to see whether I have the qualifications to say this or not. Origin smile, you go and play with him, Xianxia said coolly. He had precisely the intention of probing Yi Yuan's strength and naturally chimed in easily. Xianxia could tell that Yi Yuan's power of laws was not at perfection and did not reach the realm of rule. Although the commotion that Yi Yuan caused was huge, he did not think that Yi Yuan had the capital to pose a threat to him. His dread toward Yi Yuan was primarily still because of Yi Yuan's bizarre movement technique. An unkillable opponent was clearly the most difficult to deal with. However, it was also merely limited to being difficult to deal with. This kind of dread was relative. He was wary of Yi Yuan killing people. But was Yi Yuan not apprehensive of him killing people? It was just that this scene was akin to a bolt out of the blue in the view of the others. Yi Yuan's current realm could at best be regarded as Deva Fifth Blight. Deva Fifth Blight challenging the divine race's progenitor? You got to be kidding. The divine race's progenitors were all 9 marks grand completion realm, coupled with the divine race's heavenly Dao true martial. Their strengths were comparable to that of Dao ancestors. It was real Dao ancestors, and not Dao ancestors after heavenly Dao samsara. Right now, Yi Yuan was actually going to challenge a Dao ancestor-level powerhouse? Wasn't this nonsense? Origin Smile voiced his acknowledgement, took a step out, and looked at Yi Yuan as he said with a smile, Yi Yuan, if you reached the realm of rule and became a grand ancestor, this progenitor would still fear you somewhat. It's just that right now, you'd best tuck your tail between your legs and run. In a frontal confrontation, you're not this progenitor's match. Divine race progenitors, each one was a super powerhouse that shook heaven and startled the earth. The doomsday battle back then, only grand ancestor spacetime could faintly overpower them. The others had to band together before they had the power to fight. But in the end, it was also all the outcome of perishing and Dao dissipating. They naturally had absolute confidence. Below rules, they would not look someone in the eye at all. Not even Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said coolly, If bragging is useful, then still cultivate for what? Moving your lips are enough. Origin Smile was taken aback and said, Fine lad. Then this progenitor will measure just how much capability you have. Boom. The moment Origin Smile's aura was released, 9 sturdy Dao marks revolved around him. His every action and movement actually carried the might of heavenly Dao. This was the divine race. Swoosh! It was only to see Origin Smile's figure flashed, already arriving in front of Yi Yuan in an instant. A fist smashed over. The void trembled. Boundless strength completely locked Yi Yuan down. Even when separated by an extremely far distance, the piercing cold fist wind still howled until people's cheeks hurt. Without any flashy martial technique, this punch was great Dao simplified to the utmost. The first time a divine race progenitor showed his strength in front of the world, it shocked all sides. Hiss! Is this the strength of the divine race's progenitors? Really too terrifying. I finally understand why that war 10 billion years ago was called Doomsday Battle. Such horrifying power is virtually world-destroying. Lord Saint Azure is still lacking a bit of skill level. If he can reach the realm of rule, he should be able to have a battle with the divine race's progenitors, right? But it's fine. With that bizarre movement technique of Lord Saint Azure's, the divine race's progenitor can't hurt him. The great battle previously was disrupted by Yi Yuan. Although the human powerhouses were shocked earlier, now the shock they experienced became even greater after directly watching the scene now. Origin Smile's strength erupted completely, shocking the world. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan would avoid the sharp edge. This level of power, apart from Tao Ancestor, no one could block it at all. But in the next instant, an unexpected scene occurred. Yi Yuan gave a roar. The sound of a dragon roar rose to the sky. This dragon roar shocked until everyone's eardrums hurt, shocking until heaven and earth rippled. It was only to see him stomp his feet and similarly slam a punch out. A head-on clash, quicker than words could tell. With their movement power, it was merely a matter of an instant. Everyone did not react to it yet, and these two people already clashed. Rumble. Terrifying energy undulations rippled out crazily. Those who were weak were directly sent flying. Fortunately, they were far enough away such that they would not be killed by this air billow. Tianqing extended his sleeves and flicked lightly, swiping this force away. It was just that a shocked expression showed on his face. This blow was evenly matched. What terrifying physical power! Grand Completion 9 Transformations Golden Body is what no one could achieve since ancient times, Tianqing said in a solemn voice. By the side, Tianqing said in shock, 9 cycles of nirvanic tribulation, 9 life and death samsara. Ordinary people can't even imagine the price that's paid. The 9th transformation nirvanic tribulation is 100 times even more terrifying than Deva 5th blight. Even powerhouses who have transcended the 8th transformation nirvanic tribulation don't dare to transcend the 9th transformation nirvanic tribulation too. Really don't know how he pulled through. Tianqing nodded and said, the world only sees his amazing talent, but overlooked his astonishing will. This is the most terrifying thing about Yi Yuan. Origin Smile's divine sea churned. He was also shocked by Yi Yuan's strike. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would be able to stand up to him as an equal just by relying on the power of the physical body. Is this the strength of the legendary divine race progenitors? Merely thus. Are you really not using heavenly Tao true martial? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Origin Smile's gaze turned slightly dark, and he said, Grand Completion 9 Transformations Golden Body, the power of a primeval dragon. It turns out that your physical body has already reached the realm of a primeval dragon. Furthermore, you're probably the strongest one out of primeval dragons. Grand Completion 9 Transformations Golden Body has never happened since ancient times. What? The power of a primeval dragon. Strongest primeval dragon. Doesn't that mean that Yi Yuan already reached the realm of Grand Ancestor in terms of physical body? Ancestor Fire said in shock. Lin Chaotian nodded slightly and said, Extermination lightning tempering the body stimulated all of his potential. 9th transformation nirvanic tribulation, even if it's successive primeval dragons, no one dared to cross it too. Not only did Yi Yuan transcend this tribulation, he even tempered his physical body to the extreme. His strength likely isn't inferior to you all already. Ancestor Water frowned and said, I've also heard before that the 8 great supreme demon clans all have inheritance methods for perfect 9th transformation. It's just that successive samsara progenitors could only all transcend the 8th transformation nirvanic tribulation, and were unable to transcend the 9th transformation nirvanic tribulation. Those who attempted to cross the tribulation all died. I didn't expect that Yi Yuan could actually complete the 9th transformation nirvanic tribulation. Before this, no one would care about Yi Yuan's physical strength. Yi Yuan's might was firstly because of his strange movement technique. Secondly, it was because of his law fusion that set the world on fire. But currently, when Yi Yuan punched out, the world was shocked. His physical strength had reached an unprecedented realm. Reaching the realm of a primeval dragon was already reaching the realm of a grand ancestor. Now, Yi Yuan was even Grand Completion 9 Transformations Golden Body, becoming the strongest primeval dragon. His strength was already unimaginable. Hence, that was how he was able to be evenly matched with Origin Smile. I underestimated you. You indeed have the qualifications to fight with this progenitor. Since that's the case, you're worthy of me, this progenitor, showing my heavenly Tao true martial. Origin Smile stomped his feet. The might of heavenly Tao suddenly descended. 9 Tao marks bloomed with a dazzling light. However, nothing changed about Origin Mile. Yi Yuan's gaze turned slightly grim, his expression also became solemn. No change was maybe even more terrifying than changes. Although he reached the realm of a primeval dragon, each of these divine race progenitors was an old monster who had lived for countless billions of years. None of them were easy to deal with. Boom! Origin Smile's speed was inconceivably swift. In a blink, it was another punch. The confrontation this time was evenly matched again. On humanity's side, the group of Tao ancestors was puzzled. What kind of heavenly Tao true martial was this? It was totally useless. Continue fighting at this rate, even if they punched a hole in the sky, it could not determine the victor too, no? Heh! This profound lineage's progenitor is a fake. His heavenly Tao true martial is actually completely useless, since Saint Azure reached the realm of a grand ancestor. So how can this bit of attack power do anything to him? This guy is here to play a fool, right? On humanity's side, everyone revealed contemptuous looks. Of course, Origin Smile was very powerful, but they were no longer worried about Yi Yuan, because he already reached the realm of Grand Ancestor. Furthermore, he was even the strongest primeval dragon. This degree of attack could no longer hurt him. It was just that a hint of an imperceptible slight smile flashed across the corners of Tianqing's mouth. Boom! Origin Smile did not stop, throwing another heavy punch. Yi Yuan's expression changed greatly. His figure retreated immediately. This punch just now actually gave him an overwhelming pressure. Origin Smile's movements were unbelievably swift. He threw a punch again, not giving Yi Yuan a chance to catch his breath at all. One punch after another, the expression on everyone's faces finally changed. They discovered that something was amiss very quickly. Yi Yuan could not hold out more and more in front of Origin Smile. Bang! Finally, Yi Yuan could not bear it. Spurting a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, he flew away. Tianqing smiled and said, "Among the divine race's progenitors, which one isn't a veteran of 100 battles? Heavenly Tao true martial, 1,000 martial myriad caddies. With each punch thrown, the power is 5 times the previous punch. Stacking it up, the power will be extremely terrifying. Having Origin Smile unleash more than a dozen punches in a row, even this progenitor will get seriously injured too." This bunch of fools actually ridiculed Origin Smile for being a fake? Who gave them the courage? Over on humanity's side, the expressions of the group of Tao ancestors changed abruptly. This heavenly Tao true martial sounded average and looked even more ordinary. But it was actually unbelievably terrifying. One had to know, Origin Smile's one punch already possessed incredibly terrifying power in itself. Wanting to withstand this punch was extremely difficult to begin with. That kind of fist clashing, only Yi Yuan, the strongest primeval dragon, dared to do it. How could the other Tao ancestors dare to clash like that? Wanting to deal with this move unless it was winning with one move, or you could avoid all of his attacks. Except against a powerhouse standing at the summit of the heaven-span world, how difficult was it to achieve this? Therefore, this move had virtually no flaws. To continue fighting with Origin Smile, the more the other party fought, the stronger he got. There was no solution at all. Origin Smile stood in the air and said smilingly, "This trick can't do anything to you. But it's still not your turn to come and be arrogant in front of this progenitor yet. Your threat is no threat. This heaven-span world is our divine race's." He said could not do anything was because he knew Yi Yuan's strange movement technique. But if Yi Yuan really wanted to threaten them, he needed to bring out sufficient strength and defeat them head-on. Without sufficient strength, his threat appeared laughable. Yi Yuan stabilized his figure, wiped away the bloodstains at the corners of his mouth, and said with a grin, "Is that so? You've already used your heavenly Tao true martial, but I haven't made a move yet." The current Yi Yuan still had extremely exuberant blood vitality, like he had not gotten injured at all. Origin Smile could not help criticizing in his heart, secretly scolding Freak. Grand Completion 9 Transformation's golden body was too terrifying. Even if a Tao ancestor took this punch of his, it was also impossible to be like Yi Yuan, completely fine. However, his face was still very calm and he said, "It's no use. This move of mine, 1,000 martial myriad caddies unless you have absolute strength, otherwise it has no counter. Back then, your human race had 3 grand ancestors who died under this move. Yi Yuan's smile reigned in, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The 18 grand ancestors were like his disciples, but they all died at the hands of the disciples. Now, Origin's smile actually had a smug appearance. How could Yi Yuan not be angry? It was only to hear a cold laugh. He said, "Is that so? Then take a look at whether you can block it or not." Yi Yuan pressed his palms together, causing an astonishing dragon might to rise up to the sky. Rumble. The astounding dragon might desired to compete with heaven's might. Origin Smile's expression instantly changed wildly. This pressure gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. At the same time, there was also Tianqing as well as the divine race's various lineages progenitors whose expressions changed. This move, could it be 9 dragons descending upon the world? Beside Tianqing, a progenitor said in surprise. Tianqing nodded slightly, his expression solemn as he said, "Won't be wrong. It's that move." The previous generation primeval dragon strength was lacking and could only summon 3 true dragon spirits. But it already caused considerable problems for us. Looking at Yi Yuan's power, there's likely no less than 6. His voice had yet to fade when 3 golden true dragon spirits flew out from the horizon, traversing indeterminately amidst the strong wind and rain. Roar! The 3 true dragon spirits rushed toward Origin Smile frenziedly under Yi Yuan's guidance. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 true dragon spirits bared their fangs and brandished their claws, clashing together with Origin Smile. These 3 true dragon spirits, each one had grand ancestor level strength. 3 dragons teaming up actually directly suppressed Origin Smile. Origin Smile's 1,000 martial myriad caddies was unable to link up at all. For a time, the battle fell into a stalemate. But at this time, Yi Yuan's hand movements changed irregularly and palms faced the sky. Roar! 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 Another 3 true dragon spirits flew out, heading straight for Origin Smile. Tianqing's expression changed wildly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Yifeng, you go and help him." Yifeng was the yellow lineage's progenitor. Yifeng did not say a word, directly joining the battle. However, the 6 true dragon spirits overlaying together was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. These 6 true dragon spirits, each one had a different attribute. Attacking together, the power multiplied. When Tianqing saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly and he said, "This guy is really unreasonable monstrous. If we wait for him to step into the realm of rule, this progenitor won't be able to do anything to him either." Suddenly, his expression changed again, and he cried out in surprise, "S7th one. Hiss. This guy." It was only to see Yi Yuan's seals change again. The 7th true dragon spirit stepped out of the sky. With 7 true dragon spirits joining forces, they forced the 2 great progenitors into a fluster, practically without the strength to fight back. Over on humanity's side, everyone was stunned. Suddenly, a group of powerhouses arrived with a howl. Seeing the scene, one could not help laughing excitedly as he said, "Ha ha, it's the primeval dragon's supreme innate divine ability, 9 dragons descending upon the world. His Excellency is actually able to summon 7 true dragon spirits. He's really my dragon clan's strongest through the ages." The arrival was precisely Long Yi. With him, there were Bai Qin and the rest. When Long Yi saw the scene of 7 dragons battling 2 progenitors, he yelled excitedly, 9 dragons descending upon the world. However, when casting this move, what each generation of primeval dragon could achieve was different. But in the records of the Dragon Clan, the most was also just 5 true dragon spirits. Yi Yuan actually summoned 7 at once. Suddenly, his expression changed and he cried out in surprise, "T8th." It was only to see another true dragon spirit tunnel out of the void, heading straight for the battlefield. Tianqing's entire body trembled and he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. This progenitor doesn't believe that you can still summon 9 true dragon spirits. Bo Yi, you go too." With 3 great progenitors taking action at the same time, the power was truly heaven-shocking. The The spectacular sight of the Doomsday battle was virtually being put on show again. Furthermore, Bo Yi's strength was second only to Tianqing in the entire divine race. His addition turned the tide of the battle all at once. Even with the 8th true dragon spirit, it was also counterpressured by the 3 great progenitors. The 3 great progenitors activated their heavenly Tao true marshals, forcing until the 8 true dragon spirits were unable to get close. At this moment, the might of the divine race's progenitors were displayed in its entirety. However, what was even more shocking was still Yi Yuan. Ancestor Fire opened his mouth wide and said with a look of shock, This is also too monstrous, right? He actually forcefully resisted 3 great divine race progenitors with his power alone. This is him not entering the realm of rule yet. If he reached the realm of rule with his fused rule coupled with this kind of earth-shaking physical strength, who can still be his match? Lin Chaotian frowned and said, To us it's a calamity, not a blessing. Lin Chaotian's expression flickered incessantly, not knowing whether to be happy or to be sad. Concerning Yi Yuan threatening the divine race with his power alone, they naturally welcomed it. But he similarly knew that his enmity with Yi Yuan was big. The stronger Yi Yuan's strength was, the harder he would find it to eat and sleep. But the other human powerhouses did not have their worries. Each and every one of them danced for joy, seeing the hope of new life. Yi Yuan's strength forcibly hurled them out of despair. Lord Saint Azure is mighty. Lord Saint Azure is overwhelming, suppressing the divine race. Ha! Lord Saint Azure, it really blinded my dog eyes. With your strength, how can you possibly lose to the divine race? Yi Yuan's prestige was exceedingly high in the human race to begin with. Currently, he made a grand display of invincible might, fighting 3 progenitors by himself. It exerted this glory to the extreme even more. The human race powerhouses, regardless of whether male, female, old, or young, their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan was like looking at a divine Buddha. Currently, Yi Yuan was no longer a person in their hearts, but a totem. They firmly believed that Yi Yuan would lead them to victory. But at this time, sweat also oozed out of Yi Yuan's forehead slightly. Summoning 8 true dragon spirits, the burden was still too heavy to him. However, his hand seal changed again. Seeing this scene, Tianqing's expression changed wildly and he cried out in surprise, Damn it, this brat wouldn't really be summoning 9 true dragon spirits, right? His voice had yet to fade when there was a violent shaking in the void. A golden dragon head slowly extended out. As if feeling the appearance of the 9th true dragon spirit, the other 8 actually increased greatly in strength and launched a counteroffensive frenziedly. Long Yi, as the Dragon Clan's highest chief, almost jumped up in agitation. The 9th true dragon spirit. This is a scene that surpasses the ancients and amazes the contemporaries. 9 dragons arriving simultaneously, invincible under the heavens. Once the 9th true dragon spirit arrives, what does Tianqing count as? My dragon race clan will be able to suppress the divine race. Long Yi was agitated until his entire body trembled. This scene was seriously too soul-stirring. But at this time, Yi Yuan's complexion became paler and paler, appearing rather strained. The 9th true dragon spirit was not like before, it came out very slowly. But with every little bit that the true dragon spirit came out, the strength of these 8 true dragons would rise by a level. Their strength was skyrocketing. Originally, 3 great progenitors already suppressed the 8 true dragon spirits. But now, both sides were already equally matched in strength. Tianqing's pupils constricted, he was also startled by this scene. Looking at this stance, if the 9th true dragon spirit really came out, it would probably really suppress even him too. He sucked in a cold breath, his expression ugly as he said, This brat is without an end. He shouted crazily in his heart, Don't come out, don't come out. If Yi Yuan summoned the 9th true dragon spirit out now, then it would really be over for the divine race. But the 9th true dragon spirit was still slowly coming out. Before long, the 3 progenitors were suppressed by the 8 true dragons again without the slightest strength to fight back. However, right at this time, all of a sudden Yi Yuan spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, his seal directly being interrupted. The 9th true dragon spirit directly dissipated without a trace with a bang. The trembling of the void finally stopped. Yi Yuan's breath being interrupted. Those 8 true dragon spirits were also unable to maintain their figures, roaring a few times in the air. They finally disappeared without a trace. Over on humanity's side, there was a uniform sigh. Sigh. Just a little, just missing one last bit. A pity. What a shame. Long E smacked his thigh and said with endless regrets. 9 dragons arriving simultaneously, shaking the heavens and startling the earth. This kind of spectacular and sacred scene, it was missing just a bit more. Origin Smile, Yifeng, Bo Yi, 3 great progenitors all had disorderly breathing, looking at Yi Yuan with incomparable shock. They never dreamed that they would actually be forced into such a state. When Tianqing saw this scene, he secretly sighed in relief at his good fortune. Fortunately, Yi Yuan's blood vitality power was not enough to summon the 9th true dragon spirit. Otherwise, they would really have to head back home. Yi Yuan gasped heavily for air, his entire person dead tired. He practically drained his blood vitality empty in order to summon the 9 true dragon spirits. Becoming weak at this time made sense too. But right then, a punk shadow flashed and landed below Yi Yuan's body, and propped him up, putting him on its back. Grunt! Grunt! This ink figure was precisely Treasure Pig. Treasure Pig's appearance also made Tianqing's expression change. He already heard that this pig could rival 2 great Dao ancestors, its strength fearsome. There was still such a powerful existence by Yi Yuan's side. Yi Yuan leaned on Treasure Pig, looked at Tianqing from afar, and said coolly, Tianqing, I wonder if my threat is considered a threat or not. You also know that I haven't stepped into the realm of rule yet. After I reach the realm of rule, how much confidence do you have in dealing with me? Tianqing's expression was very ugly. He was actually threatened by someone. Tianqing battled through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even when he encountered Grand Ancestor Spacetime, that kind of peerless character, he also fought until he perished, his Tao dissipating. But today he was actually being threatened by someone. But he knew that what Yi Yuan said was not wrong at all. The heaven span world's myriad races. No one could enter his arcane sights. Even Tao ancestor life Lin Chaotian could not as well. He only dreaded one person. That person was Yi Yuan. If it were before, Yi Yuan's threat would naturally have been nothing. But now, Yi Yuan battled 3 great progenitors by himself. This potential was too terrifying. After Yi Yuan stepped into the realm of rule, coupled with such a formidable to the extreme physical body, he could simply be rated as invincible. The most important thing was that Yi Yuan could not be killed. This threat was a real threat. Tianqing fell silent. Over on humanity's side, all of the powerhouses had invigorated expressions on their faces. Something that even the 9 great Tao ancestors could not accomplish, Yi Yuan did it. He forced the divine race's number 1 person, Tianqing, to hesitate with his astonishing strength. After a long time, Tianqing's gaze turned sullen and he said, The divine race can enter the heavenspan world. This was what you said. Yi Yuan grinned and said with a nod, I said it. To the east of Heavenspan Mountain it belongs to the human race. To the west of Heavenspan Mountain it belongs to the divine race. Dividing a mountain and ruling. This matter was decided just like that. What Yi Yuan said represented the attitude of the myriad races. No one refuted it. Even Lin Chaotian and the rest of the 9 great Tao ancestors did not dare to refute it either. Refuting it would mean that they would be facing the divine race. Concerning the might of the divine race's progenitors, they already had a profound experience. No one would be stupid. Disregarding other things, just talking about the 2 great 10 marks powerhouses, they were not what the human race could deal with. Of course, none of these mattered. The important thing was that the doomsday battle did not need to be fought anymore. Yi Yuan suppressed the all-powerful divine race that possessed 2 mighty 10 marks powerhouses with his power alone. No earth-shaking great battle. No abyss of suffering. The divine race accumulated for 10 billion years to stage a comeback. How colossal was the momentum? However, Yi Yuan destroyed the army first, and then he suppressed progenitors afterward, averting a war that would obliterate heaven and decimate the earth to nothing. Such achievements surpassed the ancients and amazed the contemporaries. After this battle, the divine race went on a large-scale migration and entered the heavenspan world. The myriad races also issued a strict order to immediately withdraw from the west of the heavenspan mountain. An unprecedented grand migration unfolded in the heavenspan world. But to the vast majority of the martial artists, not fighting a war was naturally the best. The world of martial artists was full of slaughter. But this kind of doomsday battle was a little too cruel. Under such a war, even if your strength was immensely formidable, you would ultimately be cannon fodder. Back then, how powerful were humanity's 18 grand ancestors? But in the end, they turned to dust too. Once the doomsday were started, it would be equivalent to a meat grinder. Even if many powerhouses were not willing to get involved, it was inevitable to be affected too. Therefore, within the human territories, they were practically all talking about Yi Yuan's great achievements. Talking about information, it was naturally Bao Inquire who was the most well-informed. Currently, Bao Inquire was already surrounded by a large group of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses inquiring from him about the beginning and end of the human and divine war. Bao Inquire had a look of exultation, recounting the scene of Yi Yuan battling 3 great progenitors by himself. His eloquence was good too, talking like it happened to him personally. All around him, the Heavenly Emperors listened with intoxication. Talking until the exciting parts, Bao Inquire himself was also very excited. That 9th true dragon spirit struggled to free itself bit by bit. You all can't imagine the expression of the divine race's progenitor Tianqing. It was wonderful. He wished to rush forward and crush that 9th true dragon spirit. The 8 true dragon spirits got stronger and stronger, and the 3 great progenitors were looking like they were giving out. Bao Inquire said with a look of exultation. A heavenly emperor by the side said nervously, Then after that. Actually, the heavenly emperors present already knew the outcome long ago. In the end, the 9th true dragon spirit collapsed and did not appear. But the atmosphere was already built up to this point. They seemed to have already forgotten about the result, and they were only following the plot. After all, a human battling 3 great progenitors by himself, no one was able to imagine this sort of thing before this at all. 9 great Tao ancestors being able to defeat a progenitor one-on-one was already something very impressive. In reality, it was simply impossible for them to be a progenitor's match. Regarding this point, everyone was clear in their hearts too. But Yi Yuan battled 3 great progenitors by himself. Just thinking about it made people feel their hearts leap. Let alone that he nearly defeated 3 great progenitors. Bao Inquire let out a sigh and said, Unfortunately, right at this time, Lord Saint Azure's blood vitality was depleted, and the 9th true dragon dissipated. But you all don't know something. If Lord Saint Azure could really summon the 9th true dragon spirit, the divine race might not even have gotten half of this world currently. You didn't see back then when Lord Saint Azure gave a cold laugh and asked progenitor Tianqing whether he had the qualification to threaten him or not. Progenitor Tianqing hurriedly retorted, saying that the divine race can enter the heavenspan world. Saying that this was what Yi Yuan said earlier. That expression was fearful of Lord Saint Azure going back on his word. Ha. Feels really invigorating. Yeah, really feels fucking awesome. Don't the divine race call themselves the messengers of heaven all day long? Invincible under the heavens? Lord Saint Azure really slapped their faces resoundingly. Isn't that so? If they are the messengers of heaven, then as the human race's representative, Lord Saint Azure is heaven. Ha. The group of heavenly emperors all had excited looks on their faces, feeling honored. Ever since the divine race came into being, the secrets of history were dug up bit by bit. Virtually all of the human powerhouses were living in the shadow of the divine race. The might of the divine race made them unable to breathe. Today, they finally felt exaltation upon fulfillment. It was Saint Azure who gave them the chance to walk with their heads held high. But Bao Inquire reigned in his expression and said with great veneration, Lord Saint Azure's achievements are worthy of all of us to remember. Although he's already respected as a grand ancestor powerhouse, he's completely different from those 9 old thieves. He has compassion for all life, and he's truly fighting for the human race. Even during that war, he didn't forget to warn the divine race to not harm the innocent. If not for him, we'd have already become the divine race's slaves now, and be doomed for all of eternity. The heavenly emperors felt the same way, nodding their heads one after another. Heavenly emperor powerhouses were indeed the heavenspan world's supreme powerhouses. But in front of doomsday battles, in front of this kind of doomsday battle, heavenly emperors were too insignificant. Tao ancestor-level powerhouses were the world's real masters. They already surpassed the level of ordinary martial artists and would not care about the life and death of ordinary people at all. But Yi Yuan was different. His actions made these heavenly emperors feel respect. That was right. It was respect. Reaching Yi Yuan's level, he completely did not need to care about the life and death of ordinary martial artists. But he still fought for all living things. He did not bemoan the state of the universe and pity the fate of mankind. But in front of the cardinal principles of righteousness, he would never give in. Lord Saint Azure is well deserving of being a man of great talent and virtue through the ages. If it was me, being framed by the 9 great Tao ancestors and being spurned by numerous people, I'd never have stepped forward. That's right. Lord Saint Azure is a saint. He doesn't refrain from killing, but he also doesn't kill innocent people indiscriminately. In front of the principle of right and wrong, he proceeds without hesitation. Yeah, Lord Saint Azure created the legend of the human race. His achievements illuminate through the ages. He is really worthy of all of us admiring him. Talking up to here, these heavenly emperors all expressed admiration from the bottom of their hearts. Actually, before this battle, many people had already lost hope. The 9 great Tao ancestors offended Yi Yuan to the core. Their shamelessness had no lower limit at all. But in the end, Yi Yuan still stepped forward and overturned the raging tides. Just as they were chatting idly, a massive ripple suddenly set off in the direction of the Heavenspan Mountain. A series of comets flew out from the Heavenspan Mountain, tore across the horizon, and flew to each corner of the Heavenspan world. A powerhouse said in surprise, "Amen? What happened to the Heavenspan Mountain again? Ever since Heavenly Tao Samsara, the Heavenspan Mountain couldn't be entered anymore. Now, I don't know what's happening." Tao Inquirer's gaze flickered, and he said, "Hehe, looking at this appearance, it should be the Heavenspan token. The doomsday battle has just subsided. I'm afraid that another sanguinary slaughter is about to be set off again." The gazes of the heavenly emperors turned intent, and they asked, "What's this Heavenspan token for?" Tao Inquirer smiled and said, "You all should not think much about it. This thing is a calamity. It is not a blessing for you guys. Without Deva 4th or 5th Blight strength, better don't think about it." "What's the Heavenspan token?" Yi Yuan asked with a curious face. The appearance of the Heavenspan token made the entire Heavenspan world seethe with excitement again. Currently, the outside world was already in chaos. Each Deva realm powerhouse was mobilizing the heavenly emperors and empyreans under them to go out and search for the Heavenspan tokens, stirring up a sanguinary slaughter. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret said, "Heavenspan token is the key to enter the Heavenspan Mountain during Heavenly Tao Samsara. Only with it can one have the qualification to contest for the qualifications of a Tao ancestor and then dominate the next Samsara." When Yi Yuan heard, he came to a realization. After the war, he attempted to enter the Heavenspan Mountain. But upon reaching the borders of the Heavenspan Mountain, he was pushed away by a powerful force. Even a powerhouse like him was unable to resist it. This was heaven's might, mortals could not resist it. Presumably, those few are already raring to move out, right? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Those few that he spoke of were naturally referring to the 9 great Tao ancestors. The 9 of them had been in control of the Heavenspan world for an epoch. How could they be willing to submit to others? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret smiled and said, "That's of course. In reality, they have already prepared for a very long time. Right now, the nest has long already been cast, right? With their 10 billion years of management, obtaining a Heavenspan token is naturally nothing difficult. But this time, if they want to obtain the position of Tao Ancestor again, it would likely not be so easy anymore. Furthermore, attaining the position of Tao Ancestor also doesn't rely on just strength only. Luck is very important too. The last heavenly Tao Samsara, the divine race's progenitors, were already beaten down by the 18 grand ancestors until they did not have the strength to fight back. That was how they had the opportunity to take advantage of. This time, the divine race's progenitors have all returned. They would naturally join in the fight for Tao ancestor qualifications. it would naturally be doubly difficult for the few of them to want to become Tao ancestors again. Oh? Why do you say that? Yi Yuan asked out of curiosity. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said, the Heavenspan Mountains area is extremely vast. Where the rule crystal appears, nobody knows either. Furthermore, even if you obtain it, you might not be able to become a Tao ancestor either. Back then, Tao ancestor light was the weakest among them, being only Deva second blight. But the powerhouses competing for the rule crystals all died out in the end. But he slipped through and became Tao ancestor light. Therefore, he's also the weakest one among Tao ancestors. Yi Yuan could not help being secretly tongue-tied when he heard it. A Deva second blight actually obtained a rule crystal. This luck was insane. But this time, the divine race would also join in the contending army. Furthermore, the Tao ancestors who retired this time, each of them was shockingly powerful. The competition would surely be even fiercer. Although luck was very important, strength was more important. With so many grand ancestor-level powerhouses joining in, it was obvious that the weaker ones had even small chances. Yi Yuan, during this heavenly Tao samsara, you must win and return with the position of Tao ancestor. Only by becoming a Tao ancestor can you suppress the divine race and make them not dare to behave wildly. Of course, those few guys will avenge grievances if there are any, and take revenge if there are grudges. The shamelessness of the few Tao ancestors also disgusted him badly. He was filled with displeasure towards those few. Tao ancestor? Hoo-hoo? I'm definitely going to the Heavenspan Mountain. It's just that this status of Tao ancestor, I don't have any interest in it. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a laugh. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' expression changed and he said, Yi Yuan, this isn't the time to decline out of modesty. With your strength, coupled with a rule crystal, you'll absolutely become the #1 Tao ancestor. Without you, the human race wouldn't be able to suppress the divine race too. Just based on the few of them, they aren't qualified enough at all. On the divine race's side, once they become Tao ancestors, their strength will become unimaginably strong. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, I have my own path. I don't need the enhancement of rule crystals. Furthermore, don't you feel that this Heavenspan world is like a giant cage, imprisoning everyone here? Talking up to here, Yi Yuan lifted his head to look at the sky, his gaze revealing a complicated look. At present, Yi Yuan was practically already standing at the very summit of the Heavenspan world. The scenery before his eyes was already completely different. Lin Chaotian, they all would lament about what was above the Heavenspan mountain. Then how could Yi Yuan not be filled with vicissitudes of emotion? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' entire body trembled, his eyes revealing a look of astonishment. Could it be that the thing Lin Chaotian they all worried about would actually come true? Yi Yuan would break the shackles and become an existence above Tao ancestors? But how is this possible? There had never been such a record in the Heavenspan world, let alone such a legend. Even Tianqing back then was also unable to break the shackles with the augmentation of the rule crystal. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's words earlier were earth-shattering. He actually said that the Heavenspan world was a giant cage. What do your words mean? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets felt that his breathing became somewhat ragged. Yi Yuan was filled with vicissitudes of emotion as he said, You know, I avenge grievances if there are any, and take revenge if there are grudges. I and the divine race shouldn't be able to coexist under the same sky. Then why did I take the initiative to let them enter the Heavenspan world? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was taken aback and said, Yeah, I was very curious too. This isn't your style. The enmity between Yi Yuan and the divine race could be said to have stretched for 10 billion years. If he really thought of it, the 18 grand ancestors were all his disciples. These 18 people all had fallen, let alone that the divine race forcibly abducted Yu Mengli, making the pair of them lovers unable to accept each other despite meeting. With Yi Yuan's personality, he should have suppressed the divine race firmly in the abyss world. But he did not. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, I made a trip to the divine race this time. Only then did I discover that they are also a bunch of pitiful people. Maybe the things that they did were all against their own will. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' pupils constricted and he said, You, What on earth did you discover? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I haven't got a clue right now yet, but I have a feeling that everything in the heavenspan world seems to have been manipulated. Tao ancestors, divine race, human race, everyone and everything, all seems like it's being manipulated by an entity in secret. And we're living, fighting, falling into samsara over and over again according to this rule. A raging storm was stirred up in Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' heart. Yi Yuan's words really subverted his understanding of this world. All along, his life's creed was to guard the heavenspan world and not let the divine race re-enslave the human race.
But Yi Yuan's words made him think deeply.
Who was overlooking the world? Who was deciding their fate? They were merely a bunch of piglets reared in pens? But who's controlling all these? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said rather flusteredly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I don't know. But I feel that it should be related to the divine race's totem statues. Maybe the day when I break the statues there will be an answer. But, no matter who's controlling us, we're too insignificant in front of him. Therefore, I need even greater power. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets muttered. Even greater power, could it be that Tao Ancestor isn't enough yet?
Yi Yuan shook his head and said, a strength capable of controlling the heavenspan world, can you imagine how powerful it is?
Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' complexion turned deathly pale, and he said, does this mystery really need to be uncovered?
Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was afraid.
A power capable of controlling a world was seriously too terrifying. Therefore, he would rather not go and uncover this lid.
Because uncovering it would mean going to confront it.
Just like the mortals in his small world, no matter what boundary they cultivated to, it was also impossible to defeat him. How could they possibly defeat such an existence?
Yi Yuan shook his head and said, sorry, I have to do this thing. Because if I don't do it, I won't be able to save Lear.
Relax. Regardless of who he is, he will be faced by me. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets smiled bitterly and said, Face?
What will you use to confront him?
Yi Yuan smiled and said, maybe I can really break the shackles? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' entire body trembled, and he said in alarm, is this really true?
Yi Yuan nodded and said, I have a feeling that my cultivation realm hasn't reached the end yet.
It's just that, for the time being, I haven't found the way to break through yet. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets had a look of astonishment, and he said, how is this possible?
Deva Fifth Blight is the end. How? How did you do it? Yi Yuan said, actually, Lin Chaodian guessed half of it correctly. I indeed became powerful because of the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain. It's just that my greatest reliance isn't the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain, but a set of cultivation methods that I comprehended from the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain. It's precisely this set of cultivation methods that made me who I am today. But unfortunately, your small worlds have already been set, and you can no longer cultivate this set of cultivation methods anymore. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' pupils constricted, and he said, a cultivation method capable of breaking the shackles. See, could it be that our cultivation was all wrong? Yi Yuan nodded and said, my small world isn't opened up by myself, but it evolved and formed naturally. When you all cultivate to the Deva realm, the small world already reached the end form. But my small world isn't fully formed yet.
This is also why I don't need to cross the Deva Blight tribulation. Monstrous waves were set off in Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' heart. The impact that Yi Yuan's words had on him was seriously too strong. Yi Yuan's small world actually had not taken shape yet. The cultivation method of everyone in the Heavenspan world was actually wrong. What was even scarier was that Yi Yuan actually walked out a path that belonged to himself. This talent simply rendered people speechless. Others all used 1 in a million to describe talent.
But Yi Yuan was the only one in the Heavenspan world.
Among trillions of living beings, he was the only one. After a long time, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets shook his head and said with a bitter smile, no wonder how this Emperor divined it. I wasn't able to see through your destiny too. Your destiny has already jumped outside of Heavenly Tao. How can it be what a mortal could divine? Whatever unpredictable child, whatever talks of destiny, it doesn't exist to you.
The two people were currently chatting when Jian Yunxin came.
Lord Saint Azure, Father, there's a Deva 4th Blight martial artist outside called Xianxia, who says that he has an urgent matter to see Lord Saint Azure, Jian Yunxin said.
Yi Yuan said, did he say anything? Jian Yunxin shook his head and said he didn't say anything. He says that the matter is of utmost importance and must see you in person. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, let him come in then.
Before long, a middle-aged man wearing a navy blue robe walked in under Jian Yunxin's lead. The moment the arrival saw Yi Yuan, he knelt down and said, this lowly one Xianxia pays respect to Lord Saint Azure, Lord Profound Secrets. Yi Yuan nodded and said, get up. What are you looking for me for? Xianxia fished out a very strange-looking stone. But the moment this stone appeared, an aura of great Tao immediately filled the great hall. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's pupils constricted, and he said, Heaven-span token. Yi Yuan asked rather curiously, this strange stone is the Heaven-span token?
Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets nodded and said, this aura can't be wrong.
Xianxia said, this lowly one came here to offer the Heaven-span token to Lord Saint Azure. Yi Yuan said in surprise, such a treasure. You actually want to offer it to me?
Xianxia nodded and said yes.
Yi Yuan frowned and said, can you tell me the reason? Xianxia said, to be candid, this lowly one is Tao Ancestor Life's subordinate.
This Heaven-span token was also snatched from the hands of numerous powerhouses under his orders. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he became even more curious.
Lin Chaoyan's subordinate was actually giving the Heaven-span token to him, only to see Xianxia continue. But this lowly one doesn't want to work for that shameless man anymore. Lord Saint Azure understands and sympathizes with martial artists of my generation, making contributions high until it shocks the world. This lowly one admires Lord Saint Azure greatly.
Therefore, this lowly one is willing to offer this token to your excellency. Furthermore, to be honest with you, this lowly one still has another Heaven-span token in my hands. I hope that I can get Lord Saint Azure's protection and bring me into the Heaven-span mountain.
The moment Yi Yuan heard, he immediately understood.
The struggle for Tao Ancestor this time was totally different from last time.
These Deva realm martial artists, could only be the vassals of the various great Tao ancestors. Otherwise, there would not even be a chance to enter. Hence, regardless of who obtained the Heaven-span token, they would probably have to choose to join a faction. Over on the 9 great Tao ancestors' side, their reputation already went sour. Even their own subordinates were actually unwilling to follow them anymore. This Xianxia actually wanted to seek his protection. When Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets heard that, he could not help laughing as he said, Ho ho! The public attitude. Lord Saint Azure's name of being a saint already reigns supreme in the Heaven-span world. I reckon that Xianxia is just the beginning. In the future, I'm afraid that there will be even more martial artists coming here to seek your refuge.
Xianxia followed up, yes?
Lord Saint Azure had extremely high prestige in the eyes of martial artists of my generation. Whoever mentions Lord Saint Azure all can't help but give a thumbs up. When Yi Yuan heard that, he could not help being speechless too. He also did not expect that such a thing would actually happen. However, he shook his head and said, leave. I can't protect you. Xianxia was taken aback and his expression immediately changed drastically and he said, Your Excellency, why is this? Could it be that Your Excellency looks down on me because of my background? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, It has nothing to do with your background. It's just that when I enter the Heaven-span mountain, I won't be taking part in the struggle for Tao Ancestor. I'll naturally be unable to protect you.
Xianxia opened his mouth wide and said with a look of disbelief, Why Your Excellency is actually not competing to be a Tao Ancestor? Yi Yuan nodded and said, I'll enter the Heaven-span mountain, but it's just in order to obtain the Tear of Life. I'm not interested in the position of Tao Ancestor. Xianxia was utterly speechless. Presently, the entire Heaven-span world was crazy for the position of Tao Ancestor. Outside, blood already flowed like rivers for a single Heaven-span token. But this big shot actually turned his nose up at the position of Tao Ancestor. He thought about it and said, Your Excellency, accept this Heaven-span token. I only request for Your Excellency to bring me into the Heaven-span mountain. After entering the heaven-span mountain, this lowly one will naturally go and find lucky chances on my own. What does your excellency think? Yi Yuan was just thinking of opening his mouth to refuse when Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said, Lord Saint Azure, if you reject, they can only choose the 9 great Tao ancestors. With these people's shitty characters, they will definitely only be making use of these people. I'm afraid that in the end, they won't be able to avoid the end result of dying. Right now, apart from you, no one can guarantee their safety. Moreover, you definitely won't let those few people off. There has got to be someone replacing them so that you can make a move. Isn't that so? Bang! The seat under Ancestor Lightning shattered into dust. He had a gloomy look. It could be seen how furious he was at this time. This bunch of animals. This ancestor treated them well. Why did they betray this ancestor? Ancestor Lightning said furiously. Below, Pangjin stood proudly and said indifferently, Ancestor, it is public sentiment. The things that you all have done already chilled the hearts of the martial artists under the heavens. Why would they stand on your side? Ancestor Lightning's gaze turned sharp and he said angrily, Shut up, you unfilial child. Are you planning to go to his side too? Yes, Pangjin said without hesitation. Boom. A terrifying pressure immediately erupted. Ancestor Lightning's palm was already pressed on top of Pangjin's head. Just a bit more and it could take his life. But Pangjin's expression did not change, and his heart did not race. He stared straight at Ancestor Lightning just like that, as if he did not care about his own life at all. Ancestor Lightning had a look of thunderous rage, but he could not press this palm down no matter what. Scram! Get lost for this ancestor. In the future, you're no longer a member of my Pang family, Ancestor Lightning said with an angry roar. Pangjin knelt down and did 3 kowtows toward Ancestor Lightning, and said, No matter whether Ancestor acknowledges or not, I'm a member of the Pang family. Finished talking, he got up and left. Similar scenes were happening to the various great Tao ancestors. The 9 great Tao ancestors were forsaken by friends and allies, virtually becoming completely solitary. Their fury could be imagined. There were even many of their direct lineage martial artists, such as the likes of Pangjin, who defected from their camp, because they had a better choice now. On this day, in front of the heaven-span mountain, the 9 great Tao ancestors and the divine race's 8 great progenitors were shockingly present. Over on the divine race's side, there were roughly over 100 people, while on the 9 great Tao ancestors' side, it appeared rather deserted. When Tianqing saw this scene, he could not help smiling as he said, Hoo, the exalted Tao ancestors actually only have these few people by their side, it's beneath your dignity. Lin Chaotian's expression was very ugly. Giving a cold snort, he said, There are only just a few rule crystals. Why do I want so many people for? Tianqing had an expression of sudden enlightenment and he said, Oh, so that's how it is. Ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter was full of mockery. Lin Chaotian and the rest were angered until their expressions were livid. Right at this time, many small black dots appeared on the horizon. Everyone's expression turned intent. Yi Yuan arrived. The little black dots gradually grew bigger. A large dense group of people was following behind Yi Yuan. There were likely 600 to 700 people. Treasure Pig was sleeping soundly in Yi Yuan's arms. Beside him, Sacred Ancestor High Priest, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, and the rest were shockingly present. Among the others, Deva Fifth Blights were not in the minority too. There were only a total of 1080 pieces of Heavenspan tokens. But Yi Yuan's side occupied more than half and was even more than the sum of the other 2 parties. Could be seen what kind of shocking level Yi Yuan's prestige reached. Seeing those familiar figures behind Yi Yuan, the expressions of the few Tao ancestors became very ugly. Zhang Zhen, Wang Jin, Su Zheng, you guys are excellent. Very good. Lin Chaotian's eyes wanted to spew fire as gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Zhang Zhen, Wang Jin, and Su Zheng were all generals under Lin Chaotian that were held in high regard. Lin Chaotian also knew that his reputation had gone bad now, so the ones he sent out were all his trusted confidants. But he did not expect that even these trusted subordinates turned their backs on him. The confidants that he sent out in the end, only a scanty few people returned. Seeing Xianxia and the rest currently coupled with Tian Qing's jeering remarks earlier, it could not help but upset him greatly. Feeling Lin Xiaoyan's powerful pressure, the expressions of Xianxia and the rest also changed slightly. After all, Lin Xiaoyan's accumulated awe was too strong. Humph! Lin Xiaotian, that thing that you all did, don't you all have any idea in your hearts? As long as one isn't a fool, they won't continue to work themselves to the bone for you, Sacred Ancestor High Priest said with a cold snort. Lin Xiaotian's power of rule blossomed and actually had an appearance like he was all set for a showdown. Is that so? Then this ancestor wants to see whether or not he can protect you all. The moment Lin Xiaotian's aura released, that terrifying pressure made everyone's expressions change abruptly. Yi Yuan was very strong, but he had not reached the realm of rule after all. Furthermore, casting a big move like 9 dragons descending upon the world might not be able to deal with Lin Xiaotian too. Lin Xiaotian could not kill Yi Yuan, but if he wanted to kill Xianxia, these people, Yi Yuan probably could not protect them either. They sought Yi Yuan's protection but did not expect that Lin Xiaotian was so decisive, planning on going on a killing spree outside of the Heavenspan mountain. On the other side, Tian Qing looked at this scene calmly, an appearance of watching a joke. The human race's internal friction, he naturally welcomed it greatly. Hey, there's also this ancestor.
Ancestor Fire gave a cold laugh. The power of flame rule also bloomed quietly.
Such a good thing, how can this ancestor miss it? Dao Ancestor Destruction also joined in. The 9 great Dao ancestors were actually going to join forces again.
These few people's subordinates had practically all run off. They had a stomach full of grievances to begin with. Now that there was a chance to make Yi Yuan suffer a loss, they were naturally happy to see it happen. The few people were all looking like a cat that ate the canary, an appearance of cornering Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had a calm expression from beginning to end. It was as if these few people did not exist at all. But right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly moved.
It was only to see his figure suddenly disappeared from where he originally was, already appearing in front of Ancestor Fire in a blink of an eye.
Ancestor Fire's expression changed and he shouted, "Courting death!" Terrifying flame power erupted in an instant.
The entire sky seemed to have been burned red, incomparably terrifying.
But Yi Yuan actually ignored this horrifying temperature and pointed a finger at Ancestor Fire. The current Yi Yuan, his entire person seemed to be a sharp sword. A sharp sword that could cut through heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Lin Xiaotian and the rest changed wildly. Sword Dao rule. He already reached the realm of Grand Ancestor. Lin Xiaotian cried out in surprise. The current Yi Yuan had a terrifying power of rule surrounding his body. That sharpness tore straight through the firmament, making people unable to look straight at it.
The Tian Qing, who was originally harboring the attitude of watching a show, his pupils shrunk too.
He did not expect that Yi Yuan advanced to the realm of Grand Ancestor so quickly. This guy's improvement was simply unreasonable. Just as everyone was shocked, Yi Yuan and Ancestor Fire faced off. Boom! A terrifying to the extreme force directly swept out.
Ancestor Fire spurted a mouthful of blood wildly, his figure flying out backward. Tian Qing's pupils constricted and he exclaimed, "What a swift and fierce sword! What an overbearing finger!"
This finger of his condensed without releasing, condensing sword Dao to the extreme. Exploding it at one point, it's far more brilliant than Ancestor Fire's technique. The moment Yi Yuan entered the realm of Grand Ancestor, his strength already far surpassed the Grand Ancestor Proud Sword back then, reaching an unimaginable realm.
Among the 9 great Dao ancestors, I'm afraid that apart from Dao ancestor life, there's already none who is his match.
This review was transmitted into everyone's ears. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. Just one finger defeated Ancestor Fire. This level of strength stunned everyone, including Lin Xiaotian.
Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Lin Xiaotian as he said coolly, "You make a move then, but bear the consequences yourself." This domineering declaration made everyone feel shocked. Lin Xiaotian's expression was even ugly to the extreme.
What a huge loss of face. Damn brat. This ancestor wants you dead. Right at this time, Ancestor Fire's angry roar came over. A flame power even more terrifying than just now suddenly erupted. There were terrifying flames everywhere in the sky. Clearly, Ancestor Fire was already thoroughly enraged.
Fire dance frenzied demon.
Die for me.
Die.
Die. Balls of flames exploded around Yi Yuan, shaking the void until it trembled. In an instant, Yi Yuan was engulfed. It's Fire Dance Frenzied Demon, this move. I heard that this move is Ancestor Fire's ultimate big move. The power is indeed terrifying. This move can incinerate all things in the world. Lord Saint Azure will be fine, right? When everyone saw Ancestor Fire blow his top and unleash his ultimate big move, each and every one of them was extremely worried too. Against Dao Ancestors, there were none who were easy to deal with. Especially if it was their ultimate trump card, those were all magnitudes that could obliterate heaven and decimate the earth. The moment this move Fire Dance Frenzied Demon was unleashed, the surrounding spiritual energy was burned into a vacuum zone. Could be seen how terrifying this move was. But right at this time, Lin Chaoyan's gaze turned intent, suddenly firing out a spell. Spring Wind for 10,000 miles.
Powerful would attribute power was directly injected into Fire Dance Frenzied Demon. Would begets fire. Ancestor Fire's Fire Dance Frenzied Demon suddenly became incomparably berserk under Spring Wind for 10,000 miles this move. That boundless fire sea actually started blackening, gradually turning black color. The temperature of this world suddenly rose to 10 times more than before. The void was being incinerated by flames. When Ancestor Fire saw this scene, he could not help having a look of wild elation, and he said with a loud laugh, "Ha ha ha, damn guy. See if you still don't die this time." Everyone's faces changed wildly. No one would have thought that Lin Chaoyan's sudden attack could actually make Fire Dance Frenzied Demon Hit's move undergo such a terrifying change. Lin Chaoyan's control of Wood Attribute Rule had clearly already reached a transcendent degree. The Wood Attribute power that he injected was like a catalyst, making Fire Dance Frenzied Demon this move reach the point of qualitative change. This terrifying flame had long already surpassed the Dao Ancestor himself. Damn! This Lin Chaoyan is really despicable. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's expression changed as he said. Even Tian Qing's pupils constricted, and he said in surprise, "I underestimated this Lin Chaoyan. This move is really impressive. If Yi Yuan comprehended 3 great laws to the realm of rule at the same time, perhaps he would be able to block this move. But right now, he's probably fraught with grim possibilities." By the side, Yu Mengli's expression changed slightly too, revealing a worried expression. But right at this time, there was a tremor in the fire sea. A figure dashed out of the fire sea, pouncing straight for Ancestor Fire. Who could this figure be if not Yu Yuan? Within a 30-feet radius around him, countless motes of starlight surrounded him, like there were countless diamonds decorated around him. Magnificently beautiful. Tian Qing opened his mouth wide and said with a look of shock, This guy is really a genius. He actually laid Sword Dao rule densely in the domain, forming an impermeable sword net. This domain is his Sword Dao domain. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually using this kind of method to shield the flame rule outside. Yi Yuan's speed was immensely fast. In a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Ancestor Fire. He was currently being excited on his own, thinking that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. But in a blink, Yi Yuan appeared in front of him completely unscathed, making him jump in fright. Then, it was already too late to think about escaping. Yi Yuan's Sword Dao domain suddenly enlarged, directly covering Ancestor Fire inside. Verse. Yi Yuan spat a word out of his mouth without the slightest emotion, while the stars around him that filled the sky suddenly bloomed. Ancestor Fire's pupils constricted. There was no time to think too much. The domain power in his body bloomed. Terrifying power of flames attempted to force Yi Yuan's Sword Dao domain out. It was just that those countless stars seemed to be countless sharp swords. This place became Yi Yuan's absolute domain. Those one sword intent after another pierced right through Ancestor Fire's domain, slicing onto his physical body. Arg! Miserable screams came out from within the Sword Dao domain, being incomparably shrill and forlorn. Each sound seemed to be crying in everyone's hearts. Everyone looked at this scene in extreme shock, their thoughts falling into stagnation. No idea how long had passed either. The miserable screams gradually stopped.
Yi Yuan put away universe. The figure fell down feebly. Bang! Ancestor Fire's body fell onto the ground, twitching non-stop. His body seemed to have been serrated by a saw, sword wounds everywhere. His aura was already extremely weak, only one last breath remaining. Hiss! All around came a series of sounds of cold air being sucked in. This kind of scene was seriously too soul-stirring. A Tao ancestor was actually beaten until he lost human form.
How long had it been since such a thing had happened before? Even Tianqing also felt that his breathing became somewhat ragged. Finishing off a Tao ancestor so neat and tidily, even he could not do it too.
Universe, is it? Within the domain, I am the universe. A fine move, universe.
What a domineering universe.
This sword Tao domain is simply an absolute domain. Entering inside, one will definitely die without a doubt. Tianqing could not resist praising. He really had his breath taken away by this move of Yi Yuan's.
Yi Yuan only just stepped into the realm of rule, but his application of sword Tao rule already reached a transcendent realm.
This move seemed to only be a sword Tao domain. But with Tianqing's knowledge and experience, how could it be just like that? This move, universe, was the perfect amalgamation of Yi Yuan's world power and power of law. This was also to say that Yi Yuan unleashed the power of sword Tao rule to the extreme with the Chaos Heavenspan cannon. Within this domain, Yi Yuan's offensive power practically had no upper limit. The endless sword Tao rule was like an endless sea of swords, only giving up after all of your strength was depleted. Lord Tianqing, this is merely a sword Tao domain. Is it really so formidable? Tianqing said with refusal to give in. Tianqing gave him a glance and said, even if this ancestor gets caught inside, I'll likely lose a layer of skin if I want to escape too.
His power doesn't lie with the sword Tao rule, but the application of sword Tao rule as well as his powerful world power.
If my conjectures are right, Yi Yuan's world power is likely more than 10 times that of ordinary martial artists.
It's on completely different levels.
When the divine race's people heard that, each and every one of them was incomparably shocked. They did not expect that progenitor Tianqing's appraisal of Yi Yuan would actually be so high.
In that case, it was tantamount to acknowledging that Yi Yuan already had the strength to threaten progenitor Tianqing.
This was simply inconceivable to them. Yi Yuan still had his hands behind his back, looking at Lin Chaotian as he said coolly, now, do you still want to see whether or not I can protect them? Lin Chaotian opened his mouth wide, instinctively wanting to refute.
But the words reached the tip of his tongue and were swallowed back down.
The strength that Yi Yuan displayed already reached the acme of perfection. Yi Yuan, who reached the realm of rule, even if it was only a sword Tao rule, he was already at the level of standing shoulder to shoulder with him too. See, consider yourself ruthless.
Brat, let's each stay out of the other person's business. Lin Chaotian gritted his teeth and said, "S so strong."
Ancestor Fire and Tao Ancestor Life, two people joined forces, and were actually unable to even trap him, crushing Ancestor Fire with one move. The present Lord Saint Azure is really truly worthy of this title. Yeah, Lord Saint Azure, corroborating his Tao, is the blessing of martial artists of our generation. After the shock, everyone was extremely excited.
Tao Ancestor Life had capitulated. The deterrence was mutual.
Yi Yuan's strength could clearly stand shoulder to shoulder with him already. He had long expected that there would be this day. It was just that he did not expect that it would arrive so quickly.
Only a short while ago, Yi Yuan had the nominal title of Saint Azure but did not have the strength to match it.
But now, with Yi Yuan defeating Ancestor Fire in a single one move, being virtually on par with Tao Ancestor Life, he was already completely worthy of the title of Saint Azure.
He was that Saint Azure who created an eternal legend.
Boom. However, right at this time, a shocking change occurred again. A piercing cold to the extreme fist wind swept past. It was only to hear a bang. The place where Ancestor Fire collapsed directly turned into nothingness. The high and mighty Ancestor Fire actually perished. Everyone was shocked to the extreme, opening their mouths wide, disbelief on their faces. Hoo-hoo? Weaklings don't have the qualifications to live on. Rather than living painfully, Better to let this progenitor send you off, Tianqing said with a faint laugh. The punch earlier was launched by Tianqing. Tao Ancestor Fire Spirit, who had been unrestrained for an epoch, actually perished in front of the Heavenspan Mountain. Just now, with Yi Yuan inflicting heavy wounds on Ancestor Fire, everyone was just amazed at Yi Yuan's strength. But the impact that Ancestor Fire's death brought to everyone was too strong. Everyone realized that an era of heroes vying for supremacy had already arrived. In this era, Tao ancestors had a possibility of dying too. Yi Yuan gave Tianqing a glance, still very calm. He did not express too much. Ancestor Fire was Lin Xiaotian's #1 lackey. If he died, then he died. Yi Yuan did not have much sympathy. His strength had recently improved further. His reliance on the 9 great Tao ancestors was not that strong anymore. Furthermore, very soon, new Tao ancestors would be born too. Whether or not Ancestor Fire died was not important. But to Lin Xiaotian, as well as the other 7 great Tao ancestors, Ancestor Fire's death had clearly touched their most sensitive nerves. Lin Xiaotian exploded at once. Yi Yuan, you colluded with the divine race and killed my human race's Tao ancestor. What is your intention? Lin Xiaotian shouted angrily. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Xiaotian like looking at a fool and said coolly, Tianqing murdered people? But you don't dare to shout at him. So you're yelling at me? This matter arose because of you. Now, Ancestor Fire was killed, but you're blaming it on me? Do you not want face? Yi Yuan had just arrived and Lin Xiaotian and Ancestor Fire were like lunatics, wanting to target him. He was merely forced to fight back. Now, Lin Xiaotian pinned another large charge on his head. Truly laughable. Lin Xiaotian's eyes wanted to spit fire and he said angrily, Brat, you wait for me. We'll showcase our true abilities on Heavenspan Mountain. Finished talking, he flicked his sleeves and left. Rumble. Suddenly, the Heavenspan Mountain gave a strong undulation. An enormous light door appeared slowly. The Heavenspan Mountain opened. Lin Xiaotian's pupils constricted and he said, Go! It was only to see his figure moved, and he already arrived in front of the light door. Lin Xiaotian held the Heavenspan token in his hand and walked into the light door first. Clearly, he was already too impatient to wait. The 7 great Tao ancestors also followed closely behind, entering the Heavenspan Mountain. Tianqing gave Yi Yuan a glance and said with a smile, You taking your own sweet time. Aren't you afraid that they will snatch the position of Tao ancestor? Yi Yuan said coolly, I'm not interested in the position of Tao ancestor. Tianqing's expression choked and he said with a frown, Not interested? Hoo-hoo, interesting. Do you know what kind of level this progenitor's strength will reach when I attain the position of Tao ancestor? Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, My spatial law and formation Tao law are also both almost reaching the realm of rule already. Tianqing almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He originally wanted to mock Yi Yuan but was choked to death by Yi Yuan. You, this fellow, really aren't cute at all. Let's go. Tianqing gave a cold snort and entered the Heavenspan Mountain. After waiting for the divine race to enter the Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan said coolly, After entering the Heavenspan Mountain, everyone relies on your own lucky chances. I'll say it again. Whoever helps me find the tier of life, I'll help him ascend to the position of Tao ancestor. The hundreds of Deva powerhouses were invigorated and said in unison, Yes, Lord Saint Azure. Originally, Yi Yuan did not want to get involved in the struggle for Tao ancestor. But later on, he still heeded Heavenly Emperor profound secret suggestion. At least, if there were more people, there was a greater chance of finding the tier of life. As for the rest, he did not care. Arriving before the light gate, Yi Yuan stopped and did not advance, his mood fluctuating a little. After many years of hard work, he was finally nearing this step. Restraining his emotions, Yi Yuan stepped into the light door. In front of his eyes were balls of gray fog. Above the void, there were blue bolts of lightning flashing. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Wasn't this scene precisely what was inside the realm fog? What's wrong, Yi Yuan? Sacred Ancestor High Priest came afterward. Seeing Yi Yuan's abnormal state, he could not resist asking. Yi Yuan said, Heavenly Tao Samsara, the realm fog floods the Heavenspan Mountain. I think it should be the rules getting reshuffled. Looking at it this way, each epoch will be a little different. Sacred Ancestor High Priest said in surprise. Is this the realm fog?
Yi Yuan nodded and said, I've once entered the realm fog before and seen this scenery.
Sacred Ancestor High Priest gave Yi Yuan a glance and could not help being speechless. This guy was really freakish. Sacred Ancestor High Priest felt the realm fog a bit. Suddenly, his expression changed greatly and he said, Damn, there's the power of great Tao suppressing in this place. We can't fly in the air or shuttle through the void. We can only walk forward on foot. This place is a huge cage. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, Really?
Finished talking, his figure flashed, appearing several dozen feet away.
Then he kicked his feet and rose into the air. Following that, a bolt of blue lightning struck. He grabbed it casually and actually grabbed that bolt of lightning in his hand. The treasure pig in Yi Yuan's arms suddenly sniffed his nose and swallowed the lightning in one bite. Then he went to sleep again contentedly. Sacred Ancestor High Priest opened his mouth wide, an expression like he had seen a ghost.
These two fellows were simply not human.
When Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets and the rest who just came in saw this scene, each and every one of them was shocked speechless.
How did you do it?
Could it be that you're actually not suppressed by the power of great Tao? Sacred Ancestor High Priest said in surprise.
Lord Saint Azure is too amazing.
He can actually fly on the Heavenspan mountain. Monstrous.
Truly monstrous.
Being able to teleport, able to fly, it's simply being established in an undefeatable position. Indeed, we were right in following Lord Saint Azure. When everyone saw the scene, they were all extremely shocked. The moment they entered, they were suppressed by the power of great Tao, thoroughly becoming mortals.
Who would have expected that Yi Yuan was actually not affected in the least bit?
Yi Yuan smiled and said, My small world is a little special. This power of great Tao can't suppress me. Sacred Ancestor High Priest smiled bitterly and shook his head as he said, No wonder you look down on Tao ancestors.
In the great fog, on many narrow, winding trails, hundreds of Deva powerhouses had already entered the Heavenspan mountain. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was clearly not unfamiliar with this place and said these narrow, winding paths all lead above 1,000,000 miles. Each small path, you'll encounter all sorts of different lucky chances.
But further up, these small paths will merge randomly and eventually lead to 9 exits. At that time, you all will encounter other martial artists. The killing will also kick off at that time. The breathing of the numerous powerhouses also became quicker. Stepping onto this path, they would be opponents. In order to become a Tao ancestor, the final fight would be extremely tragic.
There were no friends on the path of becoming a Tao ancestor.
Everything was all for the sake of obtaining the rule crystals. Now, you guys each choose a path and set off. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said.
The moment his voice faded, the 600 to 700 powerhouses rushed away one after another. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, Sacred Ancestor High Priest, as well as Pang Zhen, Wan Zhen, and the rest, and said, Are you all with me, or setting off by yourselves?
Heavenly Tao Samsara, there would be all kinds of lucky chances on this road, just like the Tear of Life. Previously, the Tear of Life had never appeared. But under Heavenly Tao Samsara it would definitely appear. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan would come to the Heavenspan mountain. Your Excellency, we want to try it ourselves. Pang Zhen and Wan Zhen said in unison.
Yi Yuan smiled and nodded his head and said, Go on.
The two were overjoyed and also each chose a small path.
As for Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets and Sacred Ancestor High Priest, their strength was even stronger. They naturally had to personally tackle the Heavenspan mountain. To them, following Yi Yuan could naturally ensure their safety. But it was impossible for Yi Yuan to always be by their sides protecting them.
At times, people had to face things themselves.
Furthermore, walking together with Yi Yuan was equivalent to that they would not be able to encounter lucky chances belonging to themselves.
After everyone left, Yi Yuan brought Treasure Pig and also set foot on a narrow, winding trail.
Yi Yuan walked very carefully, looking very meticulously, not willing to miss a single detail.
Yi Yuan had never seen the Tear of Life before. The people around him also had not seen it before. Only the 9 great Tao ancestors had seen the Tear of Life before. Therefore, Yi Yuan would rather be slower than to miss it. Whoosh! 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 All of a sudden, one gray shadow after another dashed out of the fog, heading straight for Yi Yuan. Each of these gray shadows was extremely powerful, comparable to Deva 4th and 5th Blight powerhouses. When there was an opportunity, there would naturally be danger.
On this heaven-span mountain, apart from the ever-present blue lightning, there were also other lurking dangers.
For example, these gray spirits. Their names were called gray spirits, a creature unique to the heaven-span mountain during the heavenly Tao Samsara period. These gray spirits were extremely powerful. The weakest was also Deva 1st or 2nd Blight.
To powerhouses who entered the heaven-span mountain, it was naturally incredibly dangerous.
But currently, the strengths of these gray spirits that dashed out were far from just Deva 1st and 2nd Blight. Among them, the weakest was Deva 4th Blight too. Furthermore, it was a large group. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, "I've just started. How come I encountered so many gray spirits? Seems like something isn't quite right." Roar! Right at this time, the treasure pig in Yi Yuan's arms suddenly gave an angry roar. The gray spirits that were originally trying to attack Yi Yuan actually trembled all over in the air, suddenly stopping.
Treasure Pig directly flew out of Yi Yuan's embrace with a whoosh.
Then he swallowed a gray spirit in one mouthful. Each and every one of those gray spirits trembled heavily, fleeing frantically into the gray fog. Treasure Pig had clearly discovered the deliciousness, so how could he be willing to let them go? It was only to see him whoosh again, burrowing into the mist. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not suppress his laughter. This treasure pig was really becoming more and more gluttonous.
Yi Yuan could feel that although these gray spirits had intelligence, they were extremely pure energy bodies. They were absolutely great tonics to Treasure Pig. And Treasure Pig's strength was extremely terrifying. It was virtually equivalent to 2 great Tao ancestors joining forces.
There were really not many existences capable of harming him in this fog.
Therefore, he was also very at ease.
Roar! Roar!
Roar!
In the mist, Treasure Pig's angry roar came from time to time, from varying distances and different directions.
Clearly, he was hunting down those gray spirits crazily. No idea how long had passed either. The roars in the fog became thinner and thinner.
Suddenly, a pink shadow rushed into Yi Yuan's arms. He was still holding a white sphere in his mouth.
Yerp!
Treasure Pig burped contentedly, and the white ball also dropped in Yi Yuan's palm. Then he went to sleep on his own. Clearly, he ate until he was very full.
But Yi Yuan's eyelids twitched wildly.
This thing. It wouldn't be such a coincidence, right? Yi Yuan looked at the white ball in his hand and could not help smiling bitterly as he said,
"An extremely strong water attribute rule was emitting off of the white ball."
That was right, it was precisely the power of rule. This power of rule surged like the bright moon in the dark night, unable to hide at all.
Even if Yi Yuan was a fool, he also guessed what this was.
Rule crystal. Yi Yuan did not expect that he just went out of the gates and already encountered the rule crystal that everyone yearned after even in their dreams. Judging from the power of rule coming from the rule crystal, it should be the water source crystal. He looked at the water source crystal in his hand and could not help being speechless.
Intentionally planting flowers but not blooming. Unintentionally planting a willow tree and the willow tree became a shade.
He was originally not inclined to the position of Tao ancestor, but he encountered the rule crystal right after he left the house. How could one make sense of this sort of thing?
The rule crystal could appear in any corner of the heaven-span mountain,
but encountering it at this location was extremely rare.
Even the Tao ancestor light back then also only encountered it above 10,000 miles.
But Yi Yuan just stepped out of the house, being less than a mile out. This luck was simply heaven-defying.
Treasure Pig was also impressive. Entering the gray fog and wandering around leisurely, he returned with a rule crystal in his mouth.
Yi Yuan could not help feeling helpless. He looked at Treasure Pig and said, "You this fellow, if you brought me a tear of life back, how great would that be?"
Treasure Pig seemed to have felt something in his heart and opened his sleepy eyes and gave Yi Yuan a disdainful look.
Posturing was not done like how you're doing it. Treasure Pig was not stupid. On the contrary, he was extremely intelligent.
How great the value of a rule crystal was, he naturally knew. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly. Who could understand his pain? However, he was not pretentious either. After all, it was a seed of Dao ancestor. Since he acquired it, it was naturally impossible to throw it away. He put the water source crystal away. But no matter what he did, he was not able to suppress the water source crystal's power of rule. When he carried this thing on him, it was like carrying a lighthouse. On the lighthouse, there was even a sign stating it's here. Yi Yuan could not help being speechless again and grumbled. No wonder in the last struggle for Dao ancestor, of the few remaining human race powerhouses, another large group died. How is this thing some rule crystal? It's simply a death-hastening crystal. No matter who it was, having obtained this thing, they were bound to suffer the besiegement of everyone. The allure of the position of Dao ancestor was seriously too strong. Nobody could resist it. Therefore, this was simply a death-hastening talisman. Hand over the mysterious rune and I'll spare you from death. Get lost. Just based on you. Kill. Kill. On the main road, there was chaos. The sound of fighting rose and ebbed. Along with the merger of the narrow, winding trails, more and more martial artists started meeting and fought endlessly for lucky chances. Those who dared to come to the Heavenspan Mountain were not weak. The fighting was very fierce. On this main road, more than 10 Deva powerhouses were currently undergoing a miserable fight for a mysterious rune. Fierce undulations scattered the gray fog a little. Suddenly, a powerful rule undulation came from below. Everyone's expressions changed wildly and actually stopped the battle at the same time without prior agreement. Looking down below with looks of anticipation. Who did not know what happened? Rule crystal. Somebody obtained a rule crystal. Ha ha ha. I really didn't expect that the rule crystal appeared so early. Nobody is allowed to snatch with me. The rule crystal is mine. No matter who it is, go up and kill first before talking. The group of powerhouses mustered up killing intent fully, preparing to take action. In the gray fog, that figure advanced unhurriedly, becoming clearer and clearer. Kill! No idea who shouted. More than 10 powerhouses rushed over one after another. Although it was not possible to fly here, how fast was the foot strength of a Deva fifth blight? In a blink, they arrived in front of that person. But when they saw that person's face clearly, everyone's movements abruptly stopped. Everyone seemed to have been hit by a paralyzing hex, freezing there. Lord Saint Azure. When the powerhouses saw Yi Yuan, their eyes went wide. No one could have thought that the struggle for Dao Ancestor just started and Lord Saint Azure was already holding the position of Dao Ancestor in his hand. The rule crystal in Yi Yuan's hand and in their hands were two different concepts. Those able to shake Yi Yuan were only Grand Ancestor level characters. Furthermore, it was even not ordinary Grand Ancestors, who was tired of living, to dare snatch the rule crystal from his hands. Yi Yuan's gaze swept across everyone's faces. Everyone only felt their entire body turn stiff as if they were being stared at by heavenly Dao. How could they dare release any hint of greed toward Yi Yuan? They could only bury all of their emotions at the bottom of their hearts, not daring to divulge it in the slightest. Among these people, there were many who were brought in by Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan said it very clearly. He was only responsible for bringing in and nothing else. As for who could become an ancestor, it each relied on lucky chances. In reality, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to interfere even if he wanted to manage it. Facing the opportunity to become an ancestor, who could let it go? Becoming an ancestor meant reaching the heavens in one step. You guys continue, Yi Yuan said a sentence with a smile and passed through the crowd. We send Lord Saint Azure off respectfully. Everyone swept profusely, seeing Yi Yuan off with their eyes. It was only after Yi Yuan's figure completely disappeared from everyone's line of sight did everyone feel relieved from the tremendous pressure. They discovered that their backs were already drenched. The present Lord Saint Azure was too terrifying. In the crowd, a martial artist's eyes suddenly lit up and he said excitedly, Tear of life. We still have hope. As long as we find the Tear of life, with Lord Saint Azure's sainthood name, he'll definitely hand the rule crystal over to us. Another person said, Right, there's still the Tear of life. As long as we obtain the Tear of life, not only will Lord Saint Azure give us the rule crystal,
He'll even protect us all the way until we corroborate our Tao and become an ancestor. Suddenly, the martial artists that Yi Yuan brought looked toward the other few people with pity.
These few people came in with the 9 great Tao ancestors. Heh, you all can forget about it.
This us doesn't include you all. Lord Saint Azure is forthright and is clear about what to love or hate. Even if you all obtain the Tear of Life, the 9 great Tao ancestors will definitely kill and seize the treasure too. Therefore, don't think about it.
The martial artists that Yi Yuan brought in had a strong sense of superiority at this time. While those few people had gloomy faces and were extremely depressed,
they were really somewhat regretting it. This was a chance to corroborate one's Tao and become an ancestor. Finding a Tear of Life was much easier than finding a rule crystal. At least, the Tear of Life would not be a moving beacon like the rule crystals that could attract endless killing. Yi Yuan advanced along the way but did not find traces of the Tear of Life. Fate seemed to be playing a joke with him. He could easily find a rule crystal, but he could not find the Tear of Life. Boom! 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 Suddenly, incomparably strong undulations came from ahead.
In addition, a vast and colossal power of flame rule also came from ahead.
No need to go, and Yi Yuan already guessed what happened. The fire source crystal came into being.
In front, there were 5 powerful auras, all acquaintances.
The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he said, "Interesting.
All-encompassing tide. Immortal rebuking true lightning.
Destruction heaven-shocking palm.
Brahma true body." Yi Yuan advanced slowly. 5 grand ancestor-level powerhouses were currently in the heat of battle.
The human race's 3 ancestors coincidentally faced off against the divine race's 2 great progenitors, fighting until the gray fog shook endlessly.
Far away, many powerhouses kept a wide berth and did not dare to approach at all.
Among the 5 people, there was a small flame-like ball, flickering indeterminately. Regardless of who obtained the rule crystal on both sides, they would suffer frenzied attacks and could not hold it at all. Suddenly, the 5 people felt something and stopped fighting one after another.
It was undeniable that the water source crystal on Yi Yuan was too eye-catching.
The 5 people originally thought that another rule crystal appeared, but upon seeing that it was Yi Yuan, their expressions could not help changing.
They were fighting here endlessly, and Yi Yuan had already gotten hold of the water source crystal.
When Ancestor Water saw Yi Yuan, he said without the slightest hesitation, "Yi Yuan, the matter previously was all this ancestor's fault. Help me obtain this fire source crystal. In the next 10 billion years from now on, this ancestor will be at your beck and call." This was a super helper. Ancestor Water's mind spun the fastest, immediately judging the current situation. The moment Ancestor Lightning heard, how could he be willing to show weakness? He immediately said, "Yi Yuan, you and I are rather deeply connected. You help this ancestor this time. The Pang family will serve you as our master in this epoch."
The moment Tao Ancestor Destruction heard, how could he be willing to give in, hurriedly saying, "Yi Yuan, what they can do, this ancestor can do the same.
This ancestor requests for you to take action and help me once." Opposite, the divine race's 2 great progenitors were dumbstruck with amazement from listening. They did not expect that the human race ancestors did not even want their morals anymore for the sake of obtaining the fire source crystal.
Weren't these few people still fighting it out to the death with Yi Yuan previously? How did it become such a situation in a blink of an eye?
They discovered that they were somewhat unable to understand the way humans thought. However, their faces also became solemn. If Yi Yuan joined the battle, they would be under a lot of pressure.
Ever since Yi Yuan cut Ancestor Fire down with his sword, the deterrence that he gave everyone was seriously too strong.
"Yi Yuan, we stay out of each other's business. You already obtained 1 rule crystal. If you're getting involved in the struggle for the fire source crystal too, you'll be making too many enemies." Yellow Lineage's progenitor, Yifeng, said in a solemn voice.
Yi Yuan had a calm face when suddenly he smiled at this time and said, "I'm not interested in being a Tao ancestor, but since I ran into a rule crystal, I can't turn a blind eye to it too.
I'll be taking the fire source crystal."
"You guys get lost?"
"Get lost.
Regardless of whether it was the 5 great ancestors or the powerhouses in the distance, they were all somewhat doubting whether or not their own ears heard wrongly. Yi Yuan was actually making 5 grand ancestor-level powerhouses get lost? Yes, Yi Yuan was strong. But it was also impossible for him to deal with 5 people at the same time, right? Yi Yuan, you're also too arrogant, right? Do you think that by killing Ancestor Fire, you can ignore all of us Dao ancestors? Ancestor Water said in a solemn voice. But the corners of Yi Feng's mouth curled slightly and he said with a smile, rather interesting. Are you provoking the 5 of us? Yi Yuan said indifferently. I only want the rule crystal. Of course, if you think that it's a provocation, you can too. Yi Yuan's words were boundlessly domineering. Ha ha ha. When Yi Feng heard that, he could not help bursting into laughter and said, I didn't expect that one day this progenitor will actually be looked down upon like this by someone. I also never thought that I would join forces with humans one day. What do the 3 of you think? Yi Feng was laughing, but he was already genuinely enraged. What kind of figure was he? A progenitor who had once laughed proudly at the summit, monopolizing all life. Now he was actually being looked down upon by someone to the point of asking him to get lost. If this could be endured, what else could not be? Of course, the one who was angry was not just him alone. The other 4 were all enraged, especially Ancestor Water 3 people. They put aside their egos to beseech Yi Yuan but did not expect to be humiliated by Yi Yuan like so. Ancestor Water had a black face and said in a solemn voice, although this ancestor isn't willing right now, there seems to be no other choice. This brat is too arrogant. Ancestor Lightning also had a dark look as he said, Humph, refusing face when it's given. Originally, we're very apprehensive of you, but you insist on forcing the 5 of us to join forces. This place is the Heavenspan Mountain. You can't fly and can't teleport. This ancestor wants to see whether or not you can survive under the 5 of us teaming up. Dao Ancestor Destruction sneered and said, Yi Yuan, after you attained the position of a grand ancestor, you seem to have become more and more puffed up with conceit. Since that's the case, then this ancestor doesn't mind sending you off. Crazy. Utterly crazy. Lord Saint Azure was going to forcibly resist 5 great Dao ancestors joining forces. Yi Yuan had once escaped with ease from under the joint forces of the 9 great Dao ancestors. It was just that escaping and frontal confrontation were 2 totally different concepts. The surrounding Deva powerhouses were all dumbstruck with amazement, not understanding why Yi Yuan would make such a choice. Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said disdainfully, refusing face when it's given? Hoo-hoo, do you guys have face? Not anybody can be this Ye's servant if they want to. It was not that Yi Yuan was showing off his ability, but that he did not have a favorable impression of any one of these people. To these Dao ancestors, there were no forever friends and also no eternal enemies. But to Yi Yuan, kindness was kindness, enmity was enmity. These few guys were nauseating to the extreme. Now, they were actually still thinking of turning around to cooperate with him. Dream on. Furthermore, since he ran into the fire source crystal, it was naturally impossible to let it go. Holding the rule crystal in his own hands was clearly the best option. There were many people around him suitable to be the next Dao ancestor. The expressions of the human race's 3 Dao ancestors all turned black like the bottom of a pot. Yi Yuan did not take them seriously at all. In order to obtain the rule crystal, they already gave up the dignity of a Dao ancestor. But Yi Yuan did not buy it at all. Humph! Talk about after you can survive from under our hands. All-encompassing tide. Ancestor Water did not say another word and directly made a move. Instantly, Yi Yuan was engulfed by the tide. Furthermore, there was even a strange power in this tide, making people unable to shake free. Immortal rebuking true lightning. Destruction heaven-shocking palm. Brahma true body. 5 great Dao ancestors each executed their means. It was either an earth-shaking big move or a heavenly Dao true martial. The 5 people's power superimposing together was truly terrifying to the extreme. Yi Yuan's expression did not change, and he casually threw Treasure Pig to one side and joined in the battle. Treasure Pig rolled dozens of times on the ground, ending up under a rock. But he still did not have the intention of waking up. This guy had just eaten to his fill and was dead asleep right now. Universe. Yi Yuan gave a low cry. Universe appeared again. The pupils of Ancestor Water and the rest all shrunk, revealing looks of dread. Ancestor Fire died under this move. The 5 great Tao ancestors were very fearful of Yi Yuan, not daring to get into close quarters with Yi Yuan at all. Once they got caught in Universe's range, they would also not be far from death. But very soon they were shocked. Universe's defense was similarly solid as a metal bucket. The 5 of them working together actually could not breach Universe's defense. Yi Yuan propped Universe up and moved freely among the 5 of them. Occasionally, he could even pose some threat to them. These terrifying moves, Yi Yuan received all of them as they were. Sword Dao Rule was originally mightier than the unitary 5-element laws. Even Destruction Rule was also slightly inferior when compared to Sword Dao Rule. Of course, more importantly, Dao Ancestor Destruction Strength was inadequate. What the few people were even more unaware of was that Yi Yuan's Chaos World had currently reached grand completion already. His world power was unbelievably strong. World power coupled with the universe's sword art executed with Sword Dao Rule, it was virtually the Heavenspan world's strongest swordsmanship already. Wanting to breach universe unless you forcibly broke through from outside with absolute strength. But very clearly, these 5 people were all not qualified enough. Each and every one of the onlooking Deva powerhouses was dumbfounded with shock. This is also too strong, right? Universe, this move simply has no weakness to exploit. This is the legendary sword Dao moving the gods, right? Yi Yuan's fearsomeness deeply shocked everyone present. Previously, when killing Ancestor Fire, Universe only appeared for an instant. Everyone did not feel its might. But now, the might of Universe was exhibited beyond a doubt. Invincible defense, harrowing attack. This kind of move could be rated as without weaknesses to exploit. The more the 5 great Dao ancestors fought, the more alarmed they got. Yifeng, 2 great progenitors, had already each displayed 2 heavenly Dao true martials but were still unable to break Universe. Damn it! How can this boy be so strong? Gentlemen, stop holding back. Otherwise, no one can obtain the Rule Crystal, Ancestor Water said with a low roar. As a Dao ancestor, how could they not have any trump cards up their sleeves? Just like Ancestor Fire's Fire Dance Frenzied Demon, this kind of big move could virtually obliterate heaven and decimate the earth. The other 4 people nodded one after another and said, "Okay. Looks like we got to bring out our true abilities." The seal in Ancestor Lightning's hands suddenly changed, and he shouted coldly, "Boundless Heavenly Fiend Lightning Prison." All of a sudden, the surrounding became a sea of lightning. An enormous cage wrapped Yi Yuan up tightly. Inside were incomparably thick electric snakes, flying around everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. These electric snakes attacked Universe frenziedly, attempting to break through. Dao Ancestor Destruction put both hands together. A horrifying power that could obliterate heaven and decimate the earth erupted from his body, only to see him throw a punch out ordinarily. That terrifying power even opened up a gap in the lightning prison. Shiva, celestial deity, eradicating palm. At the same time, Ancestor Water and the 2 great divine race progenitors unleashed their strongest attacks one after another. Universe finally loosened up a little under this terrifying power. When Ancestor Water saw the scene, he could not help being overjoyed as he said with a loud laugh, "Ha ha. Did you see that, Yi Yuan? This is the power of Dao ancestors. Death is the outcome of you provoking Dao ancestors. Yi Yuan, you look down on us 8 great progenitors too much. Have you forgotten how many grand ancestors died under our heavenly Dao true martial back then?" Yifeng also said with a cold smile. In reality, among these 5 people, the combat strengths of the 2 great progenitors were even above the 3 Dao ancestors. When they unleashed their full strength, the power was truly boundless. Only then did the 3 Dao ancestors know that previously Yifeng 2 people did not use their full strength at all. Fortunately, Yi Yuan finally forced out these 2 people's hidden strength fully with his formidable strength. When the Deva powerhouses saw this scene, they could not help sighing heavily. Sigh. Lord Saint Azure was still overly confident. Each of these ancestors is an old monster who has lived for 10 billion years. Who doesn't have some trump card? Lord Saint Azure played too big this time. Not only did he fail to get the fire rule crystal, but also probably even the water rule crystal can't be protected.
With regards to the current situation, everyone felt pity for him. Yi Yuan's might naturally could be seen clearly. It was just that, facing the strongest few people in this world, he was a little too overbearingly haughty.
But currently Yi Yuan, who was inside universe, had a calm look. He did not feel panic. Facing Ancestor Water and Yifeng's cynicism, he just said coolly, "You all seem to be very pleased with yourselves.
Is this all you have? But I haven't even used my full strength yet." The moment these words came out, the expressions of the 5 great Tao ancestors changed wildly. But very soon, Ancestor Water smiled coldly and said, "Ho-ho, did we grow up being intimidated? This move of yours already exerted Sword Tao to the extreme, breaking the joint efforts of Lin Chaotian and Ancestor Fire. This ancestor doesn't believe that you still have an even stronger move."
Yifeng also said, "You're also looking down on us, these few old fellows, too much."
"Hoo-hoo. If you still have some trump card, feel free to use it." Not that they did not believe it, but that Yi Yuan's universe move was indeed too strong. They simply could not imagine what kind of level a sword move that was even stronger than this move would reach. Yi Yuan nodded slowly and said, "Rest assured, you'll be able to see it right away." Suddenly, Yi Yuan's universe actually started spinning.
The originally invulnerable universe suddenly had an extremely large hole appeared after it started spinning.
When the 5 great Tao ancestors saw this scene, their entire bodies shook, courting death.
They were currently like flies. Suddenly seeing a crack on the egg, how could they let it go?
Immediately, their big moves all rumbled towards that gap. But at the same time, Yi Yuan's body radiated with a resplendent golden light.
Terrifying dragon might instantly rippled out.
True dragon profound armor.
Yi Yuan's body was actually covered by a layer of powerful dragon scales.
These dragon scales were all transformed from blood vitality.
Boom. The 5 great Tao ancestors' big moves bombarded onto this true dragon profound armor in their entirety.
Yi Yuan tasted sweetness at his throat, his innards already sustaining serious injuries. But he forcefully suppressed his injuries. The divine essence within his body poured out crazily, injecting into universe.
Right as Yi Yuan was under attack, universe already converted into 2 blades.
The 2 blades started rotating crazily at this time.
The terrifying cutting edge of the swords directly split the fog into 2. A scent of death instantly diffused in the air. Originally, the 5 great Tao ancestors all had delight on their faces for having inflicted serious wounds on Yi Yuan.
But very soon, their expressions became very ugly. This was the scent of death. Yi Yuan really still had a final hit move.
The originally rock-solid and calm universe revealed its sharp edge at this time, the murderous aura without restraint.
The swift and fierce sword intent was exerted to the extreme at this moment.
Reaching Yi Yuan's realm, the sword was the intent in his chest. There was no need to deposit it inside a material object. His divine essence could similarly be a sword.
Dual polarity. Kill. These 3 words popped out of Yi Yuan's mouth. Those crazily spinning 2 blades cut straight through the air, carrying an incomparably sharp edge. At this moment, the cutting-edge intent of the sword was practically going to slice this heaven-span mountain's cage completely apart.
And this sword was heading straight for Ancestor Water. Ancestor Water's heart was almost jumping out. The scent of death hit him head-on.
How many years had it been?
How many years had he not faced the threat of death already?
Ever since corroborating his Tao and becoming an ancestor, death, this word, seemed to have already left him.
But at this moment, he seemed to have found it again.
How could he dare to have the slightest hesitation? Ancestor Water revolved his divine essence and power of rule madly, attempting to block dual polarity. A turn of the tide.
Continuous without ceasing. Pft, pft. No matter how he blocked, dual polarity was like a cutting machine. Wherever it passed through, it mowed down all resistance. Dual polarity gradually enlarged in his eyes.
Finally, bang! Dual polarity breached his domain and broke through his final layer of defense, completely garroting him. Places where it passed through, no corpse or bones remained. Ancestor Water, dead.
Poowork.
Only now did Yi Yuan spurt out a mouthful of fresh blood. However, he did not care. He said indifferently, "Now, I'm collecting the fire rule crystal. Who else still has objections?" Each and every one of the remaining 4 great Tao ancestors' complexions turned deathly pale. They were frightened by this scene earlier.
Yi Yuan killed someone under the siege of 5 great Tao ancestors.
Just now, in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, Yi Yuan forcibly resisted the ultimate moves of the 5 and executed the swift and fierce to the extreme big move dual polarity. This kind of strength made people daunted at the sight of it. The current Yi Yuan was akin to an undefeatable god of war, giving people a feeling of invincibility.
The 4 great Tao ancestors actually took several steps back without prior agreement.
Very well. It seems like nobody has any objection. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, walked in front of the fire rule crystal, and put it away. From start to end, not a single one of the 4 great Tao ancestors dared to step forward to stop him. Putting away the fire rule crystal, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Do you all want to continue, or scram?"
The current Yi Yuan was full of energy when speaking.
Although his aura was somewhat unstable, he did not seem to have suffered too much damage. Yi Feng's expression was ugly to the extreme. Although he was a divine race progenitor and his power was boundless, wanting to kill a Tao ancestor was not an easy matter.
Defeating and killing were 2 completely different things.
Tao ancestors had experienced the baptism of rule crystals. Their strength was more than a magnitude stronger when compared to grand ancestors. You're really a freak." Yi Feng gritted his teeth and turned around, merging into the gray fog. The other person also followed closely behind.
Ancestor Lightning's expression was ugly as he said, "The 5 of us struck with our full power, and yet you actually only suffered light injuries. See, consider yourself ruthless. This ancestor will stay a respectful distance from you in the future."
Finished saying, he also turned around and merged into the gray fog.
When Tao Ancestor Destruction saw Ancestor Lightning leave, he also did not bother to speak, hurriedly running away.
The feeling that Yi Yuan gave them was really extremely monstrous.
Corroborating one's Tao and becoming an ancestor, this signified eternal life. To the 9 of them, death was already a distant noun.
But now, Yi Yuan had the strength to kill Tao ancestors.
Furthermore, it was killing ancestor water under the besiegement of 5 great Tao ancestors.
How strong was this impact on them? This is too strong.
Really too strong. 5 great Tao ancestors.
Those were 5 great Tao ancestors. One was killed just like that.
Originally, I thought that Universe was already Lord Saint Azure's strongest move. Who would have expected that he actually still had more cards up his sleeves? The Deva powerhouses present were all staring dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape.
Yi Yuan's dual polarity move killing ancestor water also announced the arrival of a new era.
Tao ancestors would die. In reality, this dual polarity move was not some new trick. It was just a derivative move of Universe.
The Universe was all-encompassing. Therefore, Universe this move in itself was even and calm, having no weakness to exploit. However, this move also sacrificed the cutting edge and fierceness of Sword Tao. Dual polarity this move was derived from Universe. It divided Universe into 2, transforming it into 2 poles. With 2 poles circulating, continuous reproduction in an endless succession, they unleashed the cutting edge of Sword Tao to the extreme.
Therefore, the offensive power of this move was formidable to the extreme.
Of course, Universe turning into dual polarity was tantamount to sacrificing defensive power. But this was nothing to Yi Yuan. His physical body already reached the realm of a grand ancestor. Who could rival it in this world? Even Tian Qing's physical body was also far inferior when compared to him. At that moment, Yi Yuan activated the dragon race samsara progenitor's other innate divine ability, True Dragon Profound Armor.
True Dragon Profound Armor was the dragon race's strongest defensive divine ability.
He forcefully resisted the all-out attacks of 5 great Tao ancestors and unleashed his strongest sword art, killing ancestor water and scaring 4 ancestors away, shocking everyone present. This scene was seriously too soul-stirring. This, Lord Saint Azure already obtained 2 of the 9. In this struggle for Tao ancestor, he's virtually in an undefeatable position. Suddenly, someone reacted with a look of surprise. Each rule crystal was extremely precious. In the last struggle for Tao Ancestor, no idea how many Deva powerhouses died. The killing was tragic to the extreme. After that battle, humanity's major powers virtually fell into a disjointed generation.
But now Yi Yuan was almost certain to be the biggest winner.
By the side, someone nodded and said, "With Lord Saint Azure's present strength, when rule crystals reach his hands, nobody can snatch it away at all. Even Tian Qing and Tao Ancestor Life can't as well. Lord Saint Azure himself already possesses Tao Ancestor class terrifying strength. Coupled with two great Tao Ancestors, this heavenspan world will be Lord Saint Azure's world in the future."
The present situation was what everyone did not expect. Less than halfway through the passageways, Yi Yuan already had 2 rule crystals in his hands.
The crux was that when rule crystals reach his hands, it would be difficult to spit it out. To say that Yi Yuan was unlucky, he actually acquired 2 rule crystals in a row. But to say that he was lucky, walking along the way, he never found news about the Tear of Life, regardless of whether it was him or anyone else. Currently, he already arrived above 800,000 miles. Along the way, virtually everyone knew that he had rule crystals in his hands. If someone obtained the Tear of Life, they would definitely come to find him to exchange. It was just that sadly, there wasn't. The mountainous paths became wider and wider. The originally narrow, winding trails already became main roads that led to heaven.
But Yi Yuan's mood inexplicably became irritable.
He was not interested in other lucky chances, because to him, these lucky chances were already of little use. Only the Tear of Life was what he was determined to get.
Along with the mountain paths getting higher and higher, the pressure in Yi Yuan's heart also grew increasingly greater. Yi Yuan passed through the fog and finally arrived above 1,000,000 miles.
Ahead, 9 main roads gradually became clear. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp. A familiar figure was currently sitting cross-legged, blocking in the middle of the main road. And on the ground in front of him, 3 people were lying on the ground. The 3 people's hand and leg ligaments were all severed. The auras on their bodies were also incredibly frail, having only left with one last breath. These 3 people were none other than precisely Pangjin, Wanzhen, as well as Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets.
And that figure sitting cross-legged was none other than precisely Tao Ancestor Life, Lin Xiaotian.
Seeing Yi Yuan appear, Lin Xiaotian did not seem surprised and said smilingly, "You're finally here?"
Yi Yuan's gaze turned sullen and he said in a cold voice, "What do you want?" Lin Xiaotian smiled and said, "Nothing. I just want to make a deal with you."
Yi Yuan said in a cold voice, "Speak." The corners of Lin Xiaotian's mouth curled slightly and he said smugly, "I know that you have 2 rule crystals on you. Hand them over in exchange for 2 people.
The remaining person dies."
After Lin Xiaotian entered, he did not put his heart and soul into finding rule crystals. On the contrary, he scattered the people under him out to search for the whereabouts of the people around Yi Yuan. Among the people around Yi Yuan, there were many who entered this time. Apart from Pangjin and Wanzhen, there was also Long Yi, Baichun, and the rest. Heaven rewarded the faithful. Lin Xiaotian found Pangjin, Wanzhen, as well as Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was personally captured by him. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. A piercing cold killing intent instantly bloomed. This Lin Xiaotian was really shameless to the extreme. However, when Lin Xiaotian saw Yi Yuan's expression, he enjoyed it very much and said with a faint smile, "You seem to be very furious? Hoo-hoo? Weren't you very arrogant when you were outside? What about now? Continue being arrogant? Amen? This ancestor knows that the people around you will always be your greatest weakness.
You fool to actually still dare to bring them in.
Forget that you brought them in, but you actually dared to let them run around recklessly on the Heavenspan Mountain? Hoo-hoo? Are you very conflicted right now?" The current Lin Xiaotian felt a delight of having taken revenge. For so many years, he, this Tao ancestor, had suffered no idea how many losses under Yi Yuan's hands.
His hatred toward Yi Yuan had long already reached the limit. So what of Saint Azure? He was a Tao ancestor. He was the #1 Tao ancestor.
But now he was like a dog who lost its home.
This was thanks to Yi Yuan. Therefore, he wanted to return all these pain to Yi Yuan.
Hoo-hoo? Entering the Heavenspan Mountain this time, I never thought of going to find the rule crystals at all.
Because I know that you'll help me find it.
Your destiny is too heaven-defying.
Sure enough, you didn't disappoint me.
Not only did you obtain the rule crystal, you even obtained 2. But very sadly, you only obtained 2? Ha ha ha. You have to abandon one person, you should be very pained, right? But this sort of pain is precisely what I hope for. Talking about how he was pleased with himself, Lin Chaotian could not resist raising his head to the sky and laughing loudly. These few years, he had never felt so happy before. Suddenly, he flipped his palm over. A crystal-clear crystal appeared in his palm.
The moment this thing appeared, a powerful life force instantly spread out. This extremely clear crystal took on a water droplet shape.
Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, immediately guessing the origin of this crystal.
Tear of life. This thing was the tear of life he had been searching bitterly for. It was actually in Lin Chaotian's hands. Lin Chaotian said smugly, "Hoo-hoo, you didn't see wrongly. It's the tear of life. I know that you're looking for it, but very unfortunately it was obtained by me." TSK, really touching.
Your brothers barely escaped death to obtain the tear of life for you. But in the end, it was obtained by me. Would you feel very angry? Lin Chaotian smiled faintly. His smugness was practically exuding. But right then, a figure walked out of the fog, looking at Yi Yuan with a proud look. Hoo-hoo? Lord Saint Azure, are you still satisfied with this big gift? The one talking was none other than precisely Xianxia. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. A wave of evil fire immediately welled up in his heart. This Lin Chaotian really exhausted his abilities.
Xianxia smiled and said, "Hoo-hoo, I know that Lord Saint Azure won't trust me. I also don't need Lord Saint Azure to trust me. As long as your brothers trust me, it will do."
Lin Chaotian also smiled and said, "Apart from Xianxia, the Deva realms under this ancestor have sincerely turned to you for protection? Heh? A mixture of truth and falsehood makes it difficult to distinguish.
Furthermore, you seem to have forgotten this ancestor entered the Heavenspan Mountain once.
Back then, this ancestor fought all the way, narrowly escaping death, before I attained the position of Tao Ancestor. Nobody is more familiar with the Heavenspan Mountain than me. Although Xianxia they all didn't take the same path, they will definitely run into each other. Hence, the whereabouts of these brothers of yours have actually all been within my control." Yi Yuan's existence made Lin Chaotian feel a tremendous threat. This kind of threat even surpassed the divine race. Hence, during these few years of heavenly Tao samsara, Lin Chaotian racked his brains to think, not about the struggle to be Tao Ancestor this time, but how to deal with Yi Yuan's revenge. Lin Chaotian was a sensible person. He knew that a battle between him and Yi Yuan was unavoidable. Therefore, he practically hollowed his brain out these few years, wanting to find a way to deal with Yi Yuan. But in the end, he discovered to his dismay, this was an unsolvable problem. Yi Yuan could not be killed. As long as he could not kill Yi Yuan, he would continuously grow stronger and eventually surpass himself.
Lin Chaotian thought of corroborating his Tao and becoming an ancestor again. But he thought it over. Being a Tao ancestor could not provide him with a sense of security at all.
Yi Yuan's potential was endless. Then what was Yi Yuan's weakness? His friends.
Last time he was ill-prepared, but this time he would not fail. On the ground, Pangjin vomited blood and said with an angry roar, "Xianxia, you despicable villain. I definitely won't let you off."
Xianxia was indifferent and said with a smile, "Hoo-hoo, you're thinking too much.
He only has 2 rule crystals. How do you know that he'll pick you?"
"According to what I know, it seems like your standing on his side is inferior to these 2.
Pangjin's pupils constricted and he gritted his teeth and said, "Wanjin, Lord Profound Secrets, after I die, you guys must avenge me and kill this damn dog."
Wan Zhan's gaze flickered and he roared, "Your Excellency, save Lord Profound Secrets and Pang Zhan."
Profound Secrets had blood in his mouth as he laughed loudly and said, "You 2 little babes are actually vying with this old man. This old man has lived for 10 billion years and has long already lived enough.
Yi Yuan, although I didn't achieve what father has done, being revered for generation after generation, but I still have this bit of bearing.
You saved them.
Yi Yuan frowned. He did not make a sound from start to end. He could feel that Lin Chaotian performed some tricks on their bodies. As long as he made the slightest unusual movement, these three would die without a burial ground. But these three people, he was unable to accept losing any one of them. TSK? How touching.
At this time, you guys can actually still think of helping the others. Hoo-hoo, but don't you all feel that this will make it even harder for him to choose instead?
Lin Chaotian had a smug face as he looked at Yi Yuan and said, "Why?
Can't choose?
Why don't this ancestor help you choose?" Boom.
Lin Chaotian pointed a finger out. Pang Xin's 2 legs directly exploded into nothingness.
Ugh. Pang Xin hurt until he sweat cold bullets, gasping the cold air in pain. But he refused to scream from start to end. Although this was not fatal, it was painful to the extreme. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted and he shouted coldly, "Lin Chaotian, you're courting death." Lin Chaotian was indifferent and said with a faint smile, "Oh, is that so?" Swoosh. His figure suddenly moved, pouncing straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed. Universe suddenly unfolded.
You dare to block? Lin Chaotian was all smiles as he said.
Yi Yuan's expression changed, immediately withdrawing universe.
Bang! Lin Chaotian's palm was embedded into Yi Yuan's chest firmly.
Yi Yuan spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, flying out backward. Against that palm, Yi Yuan withdrew universe and the power of domain. Hence, it landed firmly on his body.
Regarding Lin Chaotian's 1 palm, how terrifying was the power?
The number 1 Dao ancestor did not come from boasting. His strength might be even greater than those 5 people Yi Yuan fought with previously. My Lord Saint Azure, you're also nothing more than this. Lin Chaotian looked at the Yi Yuan who fell to the ground and said with a big laugh, "Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan, aren't you very arrogant? Didn't you look down on this ancestor?
Get up.
You, fight back." Bang. While talking, Lin Chaotian's figure moved swiftly, another palm imprinting onto Yi Yuan's chest.
Yi Yuan flew backward again. Receiving 2 palms in a row, even if Yi Yuan's physical body was exceedingly strong, his innards also suffered a tremendous impact, his injuries extremely severe.
One had to know, he did not have the slightest defense, relying entirely on his physical body to forcibly resist 2 palms. If it were others, Lin Chaotian's these 2 palms landing, they would have long already been beaten into nothingness. Ha ha ha. Indeed deserving of being Lord Saint Azure. Really resistant to hits. Your divine soul can't be killed, but if this ancestor destroys your physical body, then I wonder if you can still break the shackles or not. Lin Chaotian laughed savagely, a palm slamming onto Yi Yuan's body once again. All the bones in Yi Yuan's body seemed to have been broken up. His internal organs practically ruptured. Arg! Arg! Arg!
Lord Saint Azure, leave us alone. Fight back. Pang Xin had tears in his eyes, enduring the intense pain as he bellowed.
Wang Jin clenched his jaws tightly and said with an angry roar, "Lord Saint Azure, our death isn't regrettable.
Fight back. Kill this damn dog and revive the human race." They understood that Yi Yuan already had the strength to challenge Lin Chaotian presently.
But, for their sake, he would rather be beaten into serious injuries by Lin Chaotian.
At this rate, Yi Yuan's physical body would really be ruined. With his physical body being ruined, Yi Yuan naturally would not die.
But wanting to reach his present peak would require far too much effort. And Lin Chaotian would not give him this chance.
When Lin Chaotian heard that, he laughed loudly and said, "Yeah, fight back."
"Why aren't you fighting back, Lord Saint Azure?"
"Fight back."
Swoosh. Lin Chaotian's figure moved again, a palm slamming toward Yi Yuan again. This feeling of toying with Yi Yuan made him enjoy it greatly. But right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly lifted his hand, his eyes full of coldness. A feeling of immense danger suddenly rose. Lin Chaotian's expression changed wildly, his figure retreating explosively. He was frightened. Yi Yuan struggled to stand up. Looking at Lin Chaotian indifferently, he said, "Come on.
What are you scared of?"
Only then did Lin Chaotian know that he had been tricked. Yi Yuan did not dare to retaliate at all. Just now, he was just scaring him.
And he was really scared.
Damn it. Brat. You're courting death. Lin Chaotian turned angry from embarrassment. A palm thrusting toward Yi Yuan again.
Die.
Die. Die. Die for this ancestor. Damn thing to actually dare trick this ancestor.
This ancestor wants you dead.
Lin Chaotian practically went mad. One palm after another landed on Yi Yuan's body. Each palm was stronger than the last, continuously without ceasing. Wood attribute rule had a tenacious life force to begin with, stretching long and unbroken. His palm force was like a huge wave, scouring Yi Yuan's body over and over again.
Yi Yuan still did not fight back. He just gritted his teeth and persevered.
His internal organs were practically almost shattered already. His body of steel had also been broken in many sections. But he still did not fight back. Pang Zhen, 3 people had tears pouring down their faces, not even daring to look over. Alas!
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 Your Excellency, you should fight back.
I'm begging you, fight back. Pang Zhen used his fist to smash on the ground fiercely as he wept bitterly. By the side, Zhang Zhen's expression flickered indeterminately.
Even he was also somewhat envious of Pang Zhen, 3 people. With such a brother, what did you need to ask for?
Unfortunately, it was impossible for him to become Yi Yuan's brother.
Kneel for this ancestor.
All of a sudden, Lin Chaotian kicked Yi Yuan's calf bone. It was only to hear a crack. Yi Yuan's calf bone broke at the sound of it.
However, he did not kneel. His complexion turned white from pain, but he still did not kneel down. Tui! Yi Yuan spat a mouthful of blood, carrying sword Dao Will. Lin Chaotian actually could not evade it and had his face spat at.
Lin Chaotian, you vented it out too. But you'd best not touch some bottom line.
Making this you kneel down, you aren't worthy. Yi Yuan's words were icy cold to the extreme. Lin Chaotian, having his face spat at, immediately flew into a great rage and said, if this ancestor insists on making you kneel, then, at the risk of the 3 of them dying, this Yi will cut you down here too. Yi Yuan's words did not carry the slightest emotion. Lin Chaotian's gaze turned dark, furious but not speaking.
He understood Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was too proud. No matter what the circumstances, it was impossible for him to submit. Making Yi Yuan kneel, that was something absolutely impossible. He did not doubt Yi Yuan's words at all, because he knew that Yi Yuan would really do it. He only said that because he was extremely angry just now. Calming down at this time, he discovered that he had the tempo led by Yi Yuan a little instead.
The teasing earlier made him burn with fury.
But now he felt rather disinterested. Yi Yuan, this person could be killed. But he could not be humiliated.
Humph. Now, have you decided how to choose? Lin Chaotian said with a cold snort.
This was equivalent to him compromising.
Zhang Zhen stared dumbfounded, his mouth agape. Yi Yuan was already almost dying. Yet Lin Chaotian was actually stopping?
This kind of feeble threat could be effective too? How could he know that Yi Yuan could not be killed at all?
Even if he destroyed his physical body, it was useless too.
Yi Yuan could not die.
I've decided. I'll save the 2 of them. Yi Yuan lifted his finger with difficulty and pointed towards Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets and Wan Zhen.
This time he did not hesitate. Wan Zhen's entire body shook and he said angrily, Your Excellency, I don't need your help. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was also greatly enraged and said, Yi Yuan, this emperor doesn't want you to save.
Save them. But Lin Chaotian laughed loudly and said, ha ha. What bullshit, brother. Pang Zhen boy, saw that?
You're not even a fart in his eyes. Pang Zhen was covered in blood and similarly laughed loudly and said, ha ha ha, how can a self-centered, despicable and shameless villain like you understand the feelings between us brothers? Your Excellency, well done. He did not have any complaints about Yi Yuan.
In reality, no matter who Yi Yuan saved, the other 2 would not complain.
Just as Pang Zhen said, the feelings between them brothers, Lin Chaotian would never understand it. Because in Lin Chaotian's eyes, there was only self-interest.
They could stab 2 knives into their ribs for their brothers, could throw away their lives, and could give everything up.
This sort of feeling already penetrated deep into the bone marrow long ago.
How could a cold-blooded person understand? On the contrary, not only would Pang Zhen not resent Yi Yuan, but he would also feed heartache for Yi Yuan instead. Because he knew how much courage Yi Yuan needed to make this decision. The pain in Yi Yuan's heart was probably even more serious than the injuries on his body right now. Yi Yuan closed his eyes painfully and said, "Brother, I'm sorry. I only have 2 rule crystals." The current Pang Zhen seemed to have forgotten the pain on his body, and he said with a loud laugh, "My lord, thank you. It was a great honor for this Pang to be able to follow your excellency in this lifetime. It was you who taught me how to be an upright person. It was you who let me grow. In the next life, I hope that I can continue following your excellency." Lin Chaotian discovered that his inciting act did not take any effect at all. He indeed could not quite understand why Pang Zhen was still loyal and devoted toward Yi Yuan under this kind of circumstances. Swoosh! A rule crystal flew toward Lin Chaotian. He reached his hand out and grabbed it in his hand. His face was full of joy. Fire rule crystal. Ha ha ha. Fire rule crystal, really a good thing. The fire rule crystal being placed with ancestor fire, that fool was really too wasteful. Now this ancestor obtained the fire rule crystal. Even if I am facing Tian Qing, what do I have to fear? Lin Chaotian let out a burst of wild laughter after he obtained the fire rule crystal. What he wanted to obtain the most was the fire rule crystal. Wood begets fire. Obtaining the fire rule crystal, his strength would increase exponentially. Previously, he helped Ancestor Fire with Wood attribute power of rule, causing Fire Dance Frenzied Demon this move to become unbelievably strong. However, that was only because his application of Wood attribute rule reached a transcendent level. If he controlled Wood attribute rule and Fire attribute rule at the same time, what did Fire Dance Frenzied Demon count for? When the Heavenspan Mountain opened, one person could only refine 1 rule crystal. But, after Heavenly Tao Samsara, they could refine a 2nd rule crystal. Mastering 2 great rules, Lin Chaotian's strength would reach an extremely terrifying realm. "Release them," Yi Yuan said with a cold yell. Lin Chaotian smiled slightly and waved his hand casually. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was directly swept in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan fired out a stream of divine essence, catching Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. He did not care about his own injuries, immediately checking Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' body, and his expression could not help changing. Within Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' body, an incomparably powerful Wood attribute power of rule was hidden in the Divine Sea. Clearly, it was done by Lin Chaotian. As long as his mind stirred, this Wood attribute power of rule would immediately explode, blowing Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets into smithereens. When Lin Chaotian saw this scene, he could not help but smile slightly and said, "Hoo-hoo. Gave up. See if it's your sword that's faster, or my thought that's faster. Alright, there's still a water attribute rule crystal. Hand it over." Hearing this, Zhang Zhen's entire body trembled. A look of wild ecstasy brimmed over on his face. The reason why he agreed with Lin Chaotian was for this rule crystal. What bullshit brotherhood, what loyalty. In front of Tao Ancestor, what did it count for? Yi Yuan took out the water rule crystal and threw it to Lin Chaotian without the slightest hesitation. Lin Chaotian was also full of joy. He and Zhang Zhen both swore a heavenly Tao oath. He would obtain a rule crystal and give it to Zhang Zhen. And when Zhang Zhen became a Tao Ancestor, he would pledge loyalty to him forever. He swept his sleeves grandly, sweeping the rule crystal over. But right at this time, his divine soul suddenly felt an intense stabbing pain, as if it was being pierced by 10,000 fine needles. In an instant, his consciousness fell into stagnation. Pooh, pooh, pooh. It was also at this moment that Yi Yuan flicked his fingers repeatedly. 3 streaks of sword energy penetrated into the 3 people's bodies respectively. Following that, his divine essence did the leading. A powerful suction force swept Pang Zhen and Wan Jin over. All of these were completed in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. Clearly, Yi Yuan had long already made a plan. Only all the way until this time did the water rule crystal land on the ground quietly. The change was too fast. Apart from Yi Yuan himself, everyone did not react to it. Even Pang Zhen and Wan Jin themselves were also dumbfounded at this moment. Zhang Zhen was utterly dumbfounded by the sight. He did not understand why Lin Chaotian did not make a move to stop it.
With Lin Chaotian's strength, he could definitely make it in time. But at this time, Lin Chaotian shook his head suddenly, only to feel a stabbing pain in his divine soul. He was taken aback, recovering to his senses. Divine soul attack. He could not help looking towards Yi Yuan and discovered that the people were actually all rescued, and his pupils could not help shrinking. Die! His thoughts stirred, and he was going to detonate the wood spirit divine essence within Pang Zhen's body. However, Pang Zhen did not even move, not even an eyelid. Lin Chaotian's heart thumped, being taken by surprise, and secretly thought that it was not good. How was this possible? His wood spirit divine essence was resolved so quickly.
Yi Yuan's means were also too heaven-defying, right? But currently, Yi Yuan's pair of icy-cold eyes were currently looking over toward this side.
No need to try.
Your wood spirit divine essence has already been sealed by my sword energy. You can't detonate it, Yi Yuan said in a cold voice.
Lin Chaotian had a look of shock on his face and said, "This is impossible.
How can you possibly do it within such a short time?"
Yi Yuan said coolly, "Nothing is impossible. My law comprehensions are inferior to yours, but you're far worse in quality of divine essence. You think that I suffered so many palms of yours in vain." Lin Chaotian's expression changed wildly, and he said in a solemn voice, What on earth did you do?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "That mouthful of blood essence was tainted with my chaos origin divinity in it. I handed a rule crystal over to you just to exchange one person over, it didn't matter who. As long as someone comes over, I'll naturally have a way of stopping you from making a move."
So when I tossed out the second rule crystal, the chaos origin divinity turned into a soul sword and sneak attacked your divine soul, making you absent-minded temporarily. And this period of time is enough for me to inject sword energy into their bodies.
Everyone present was stunned from listening.
This was also too monstrous. Within such a short time, Yi Yuan actually thought of such a meticulous method. It was truly inconceivable.
Everyone thought that Yi Yuan was hesitating to take action out of fear of damages, not daring to fight back.
Who could have thought that Yi Yuan was actually making concessions in order to gain advantages, concealing his means?
Everyone thought that Yi Yuan had no choice but to hand over the rule crystals. Who could have thought that he was actually trying to grasp Lin Chaotian's method?
From start to end, Lin Chaotian thought that he held absolute dominance, thinking that it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to make a comeback. But Yi Yuan led the direction of the whole thing without him noticing it. By the time Lin Chaotian reacted, the situation had already completely reversed,
advancing gradually and entrenching himself at every step.
Incredibly meticulous. Bizarre means.
Lin Chaotian only felt that he was battling in magic with a monster, losing so thoroughly.
This move was set up by him painstakingly over many years. Each detail involved, he took it into consideration.
Yi Yuan was completely dealing with it passively. However, it was under such a passive situation that Yi Yuan thought of a solution so quickly, and reverse schemed against Lin Chaotian, succeeding in breaking the deadlock. This sort of cunningness, this kind of means, it was truly undefeatable. Talking about the soul sword again, it was a utilization method of the chaos origin divinity that Yi Yuan found out. With regards to the chaos origin divinity, Yi Yuan understood too little, but its might was beyond all doubt.
So, these few years, Yi Yuan had always been trying to unearth some of the chaos origin divinity's functions.
This origin divinity decomposition technique was one of the methods that Yi Yuan found out. Lin Chaotian, this kind of old monster who had lived for so many years. His divine soul had long already reached the extreme.
Although Yi Yuan's chaos origin divinity was powerful, wanting to attack this level of powerhouse head-on, it was clearly rather inadequate. After all, nobody was a fool. Lin Chaotian knew that Yi Yuan's origin divinity was powerful. How could he possibly not take precautions?
But decomposing the origin divinity and hiding it in blood essence, incubating within Lin Chaotian's body to suddenly launch a sneak attack, it was absolutely impossible for him to guard against. Sure enough, Lin Chaotian fell for it. He thought that Yi Yuan just spat in anger, but he did not know that failure was already destined at that time.
Lin Chaotian opened his eyes wide. Until now, he still did not quite dare to believe it. He never planned on handing over the hostages to Yi Yuan at all. Just now, he planned to directly detonate the wood spirit divine essence and kill profound secrets and Wan Jin. As for Pang Jin, as long as he was around, Yi Yuan would not dare to be unbridled. He had determined Yi Yuan's weakness, that was why there was the scheme this time. But before he made his move, the hostages were already rescued. You're really a monster. Lin Chaotian only felt a chill run down his spine. This fellow in front of him was really too scary. Yi Yuan's eyes gradually grew cold and he said, "Is that so? Including chatting so much with you just now, my injuries have already recovered by 50% too. Now you can go to hell." Boom. His voice had yet to fade when universe was already unleashed. Lin Chaotian's expression changed wildly, turning around and fleeing with a whoosh, merging into that main road. Yi Yuan did not pursue, but he bent down and stuffed a medicinal pill each for the three of them. Then he healed their injuries for them. Profound secrets, 3 people were too heavily injured. Furthermore, Lin Chaotian's wood spirit divine essence was also just temporarily suppressed. If it was not removed in time, there was a danger to their lives. "Your Excellency, I ignore us. Go and kill that damn dog. Having obtained the fire rule crystals, he'll definitely refine it right away. If you wait for him to refine it, he'll be even harder to deal with." Pang Jin gritted his teeth and said. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Shut up." Pang Jin was helpless and could only shut up. But in his heart, a warm current was flowing through. This was a brother, no need for more words. Lin Chaotian left, but Zhang Zhen did not. This sudden change rendered his entire person stupefied. He did not expect that Lin Chaotian actually did not even fight, directly slipping away. He was left alone, what to do? His gaze landed on the water rule crystal not far away. Greed overflowed from his eyes. But he just had the thought of moving when Yi Yuan's devilish voice came over. "If I were you, I'd stand there obediently and not think about anything. The more you think, the faster you'll die." Zhang Zhen's entire body shook, his eyes full of unwillingness. Swoosh! He still moved. The temptation of Tao Ancestor was too great. Furthermore, it was death either way. So why not risk his life? Zhang Zhen's speed was extremely fast. In a breath, he arrived in front of the water rule crystal. His gaze revealed a look of wild ecstasy. Sure enough, Yi Yuan was scaring him. How could the wood attribute divine essence that Tao Ancestor life left behind be that easy to remove? However, just as his hand was about to touch the water rule crystal, a streak of cold light flashed past. His hands were directly gone. Ah! With a miserable scream, Zhang Zhen fell to the ground. From start to end, Yi Yuan never lifted his head once. Dealing with Zhang Zhen's level of strength, it only needed a burst of sword energy and it was enough. He was only a foot away from the water rule crystal, close at hand, but far away at the horizon. Zhang Zhen looked at the water rule crystal in front of him, still desperately crawling forward. He extended his severed arms, attempting to grab the water rule crystal. But right at this time, another streak of cold light flashed past. His 2 arms were gone. In the distance, came Yi Yuan's icy cold voice. Yi Yuan said, "Man dies in pursuit of wealth. Birds die in pursuit of food. It's just that you got to have a bottom line as a person. Yesterday's karmic cause, today's karmic effect. Everything was you bringing trouble upon yourself." Pang Jin laughed wildly when he saw the situation and said, "Ha ha ha, Zhang Zhen, you also have this day. Gratifying. How gratifying." Zhang Zhen was very smart. These few years, he did not deliberately be friendly with Pang Jin. But some things he would always do it thoughtlessly. He would let Pang Jin see it or know about it by chance. In the course of time, Pang Jin was firmly convinced of Zhang Zhen's character. So along the way, he did not doubt Zhang Zhen at all. But in the end, he was still deceived by Zhang Zhen. He experienced a narrow shave with death, obtaining the tear of life. But in the end, it benefited Lin Chaotian. That burst of fury almost drove him crazy. Now, finally venting this frustration, how could he not be happy? Wan Jin snorted coldly and said, "Just now, you probably also didn't expect that you'd have such an end, right? Serves you right." Sword energy seeped into Xianxia's body through his wounds, overwhelming him to the point where he wished that he was dead. Despair. The disparity between him and Yi Yuan was too great. He also understood that Yi Yuan did it on purpose. Able to see, unable to eat. Nothing was more despairing than this. He was only a step away from Dao Ancestor. But he would never become a Dao Ancestor. Yi Yuan extended his hand and beckoned. The rule crystal flew into his hand. Xianxia could only watch this scene, powerless to do anything. Done with these, Yi Yuan no longer cared about him, treating Pangjin and the rest dedicatedly. Xianxia sprawled on the ground just like that, not daring to move. Yi Yuan's action was too terrifying. Xianxia did not have any possibility of running away at all. Currently, he was terrified to the extreme in his heart. The taste of awaiting death was not good. Time slowly trickled by. The wood spirit divine essence within the three people's bodies. All were forced out of their bodies bit by Yi Yuan. The three people's injuries also gradually recovered. Pangjin's severed limbs also slowly grew out under Yi Yuan's treatment. Your Excellency Lin Chaotian obtained the fire rule crystal. He'll definitely refine it right away. Once he refined the fire rule crystal, his strength will definitely increase greatly, Pangjin said worriedly. Yi Yuan was indifferent as he said coolly, his appetite is very big, but he has to be able to swallow it too. The scores between me and him should also be settled now. The three of you stand guard over me. I'll go into closed seclusion here. Closed seclusion? The three people were stunned when he heard that. Others came to the Heavenspan Mountain in order to compete for the position of Dao Ancestor. Yi Yuan was exceptionally different to actually come up the mountain to go into closed seclusion and cultivate. Was this competing in cultivation speed with Dao Ancestors? One had to know the time needed to refine a rule crystal was not considered long. At most 1 month and you could digest it fully. With Yi Yuan going into close seclusion now, could he surpass Lin Chaotian within a month? After Lin Chaotian refined the fire rule crystal, his strength would not be 1 + 1 = 2 so simple. Wood attribute rule plus fire attribute rule, the power produced was seriously too terrifying. Even if Yi Yuan went into close seclusion and broke through now, could he surpass Lin Chaotian who had 2 great rules gathered onto one body? The few people all felt rather baffled by Yi Yuan's choice. Right now, the most important thing should be catching up to Lin Chaotian and not let him refine the rule crystal. However, Yi Yuan's authority had long already penetrated deep into the marrow. Regarding his decision, the few people naturally would not resist. Yi Yuan made them stand guard, then they would stand guard. Your Excellency, what about this guy? Pangjin pointed at Xianxia and said. I'll leave him to you, Yi Yuan said coolly. Yi Yuan knew that the one who hated Xianxia the most was Pangjin. This opportunity to take revenge, he naturally had to leave it to Pangjin. Sure enough, Pangjin rubbed his fists and wiped his palms. His gaze when looking at Xianxia was full of ill intent. He had been stifling this frustration until now. After handing over this matter to him, Yi Yuan ignored him and started cultivating on his own. His sword energy already seeped through the body, destroying Xianxia's life force. With these three people's strength, it was naturally impossible to let him run. Yi Yuan's realm already reached the limit. It was impossible to make any more breakthroughs. What he wanted to break through was naturally law comprehension. Between time and space, these two great laws, Yi Yuan's time law fell into a state of stagnation, but his spatial law became stronger and stronger. Before entering the Heavenspan Mountain, his spatial law actually already reached the level of rank 5 source. After entering the Heavenspan Mountain, the spatial law here was virtually the Heavenspan world's supreme law. In this place, even Dao ancestors were unable to teleport. It could be seen how powerful the spatial rule here was. Walking along the way, the spatial rule here was also of great inspiration to him. What he had to do now was to pool all these inspirations together, then make a breakthrough. The realm of rule was already not far away. At the end of the road was a deep and quiet passageway. When Lin Chaotian saw this passage, he was immediately wildly elated. Outside of this passageway, it was impossible to refine rule crystals. To become a Dao ancestor, you must enter this passageway to refine the rule crystal. But now, he was only a step away from becoming a Dao ancestor a second time. He believed that as long as he became a Dao ancestor again, his strength absolutely would not be inferior to Yi Yuan. Even if Yi Yuan could really break the shackles, it was also impossible for him to be weaker than Yi Yuan, because his might was endowed by heaven. Thinking up to here, he gripped the fire rule crystal in his hand a little tighter. Yi Yuan, you'll never be able to imagine how powerful this ancestor will be after possessing two great powers of rule. No matter how great your talent is, heaven is an obstacle that you'll never be able to overcome. Lin Chaotian laughed loudly as he entered the passageway. Time went by day. Lin Chaotian's aura also grew with each passing day. A month later, Lin Chaotian's imposing aura surged to the sky. A terrifying power of flames made his entire person look like a god. Ha ha ha! This ancestor transformed from Dao ancestor life to Dao ancestor fire spirit. I'm likely the #1 person since ancient times. Yi Yuan. This ancestor wants to see how strong you are, and whether or not your divine soul can be shattered by this ancestor. Lin Chaotian was incomparably wild at this time. He felt that he was unbelievably powerful. Yi Yuan's bizarreness previously was utterly not worth mentioning under his power. With two great rules augmenting him, the position of Dao ancestor descended. He already became the #1 person in the world. It was just that he did not know that currently spatial rule descended upon Yi Yuan. His entire person became incomparably illusory. The second passageway opened. Another person corroborated their Dao and became an ancestor. Ancestor Tianqing has already become Dao ancestor destruction. Coupled with his own strength, he's already absolutely invincible. I wonder who this second Dao ancestor is. Sai? I hope that humanity can get a few more spots. Otherwise, the days ahead will be tough to get by. The struggle for Dao ancestor was already nearing its end. Many Deva powerhouses already came out of the Heavenspan mountain. Those 9 passageways only by obtaining a rule crystal could one stay inside. The others were transported out automatically. Some people only entered the Heavenspan mountain to try their luck. They could not obtain the rule crystal, so they fumbled for some lucky chances, and then came out. There were 9 passageways above the void. When a passageway opened, a new Dao ancestor was born. So far, only the first passageway had opened. And the one who walked out of it was precisely the divine race's 10 marks powerhouse, Tianqing. Tianqing refined the destruction crystal and became Dao ancestor destruction. This Dao ancestor destruction was on a completely different level from the previous Dao ancestor destruction. 10 marks powerhouse plus destruction rule, he was simply capable of destroying any strongholds. The human powerhouses present virtually lost all hope. At present, the periphery of the Heavenspan mountain was not just the powerhouses who entered the Heavenspan mountain. Many people who did not enter the Heavenspan mountain were also looking about. After all, the birth of new Dao ancestors was an unprecedented grand occasion. Tianqing currently had his eyes closed and was regulating his breathing when he saw a second passageway suddenly erupt with rays of brilliant light, and he could not help opening his eyes. He was also very curious about who would be the second to come out. A figure slowly walked out. A powerful flame rule was akin to the blazing sun high above in the sky, shining until everyone could not open their eyes. His appearance was as if the divine Buddha was alive, illuminating the world. That astonishing bearing made everyone daunted at the sight of him. Seeing the arrival, Tianqing could not help frowning. Clearly, this new Dao ancestor flame surprised him a little. It's Dao ancestor life, Lin Chaotian. He became the new Dao ancestor fire spirit. Damn it. How could it be him? He's in possession of wood and fire, 2 great rules. After this, who is still his match? I didn't expect that he actually became a Dao ancestor a second time. Furthermore, he's the most terrifying Dao ancestor fire spirit. Lin Chaotian's appearance immediately caused a stir. This result was what they were not willing to see. Disregarding the divine race's side, a person like Lin Chaotian becoming humanity's #1 person was absolutely a calamity and not a blessing to the human race. How could the human race who experienced the Doomsday Battle not understand this point? The corners of Lin Chaotian's mouth curled slightly, and he looked at Tianqing and said,
Tianqing, you seem to be very surprised by this ancestor's appearance?
The current Lin Xiaotian no longer had that overcautious and timid mood. Facing Tianqing, this divine race's #1 person, he exuded indescribable self-confidence.
Tianqing's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "You seem to be very proud of yourself."
Lin Xiaotian laughed loudly and said, "Yes, this ancestor is really very pleased with myself right now." Tianqing, didn't you claim to be the divine race's #1 person?
This ancestor currently really wants to see just how strong you are.
The moment these words came out, everyone was stunned. No one expected that Lin Xiaotian would actually say such unbelievably domineering words.
In the entire Doomsday battle, he cowered in the rear, not daring to rear his head at all.
But now he was actually taking the initiative to provoke Tianqing.
Furthermore, the present Tianqing was not the Tianqing before anymore.
He already became a Dao ancestor.
Everything came so suddenly.
2 new Dao ancestors were just born, and they were actually standing ready to cross swords.
But many people present also saw it clearly. These 2 people's victory or defeat would likely determine the arrangement of humanity and divine, 2 races in the future. The divine race's strongest versus the human race's strongest. Even Tianqing also did not think that Lin Xiaotian would be so arrogant. He could not help laughing from extreme fury and said, "Very good. This ancestor also wants to take a look at how much ability the new Dao ancestor fire spirit has. Heavenly Dao true martial myriad Dao annihilation." Boom! It was only to see Tianqing threw a punch out ordinarily, carrying a biting cold fist wind, heading straight for Lin Xiaotian. Myriad Dao annihilation. This was the divine race's most terrifying heavenly Dao true martial and not one of
one punch shattering myriad laws.
Under this punch, Tianqing was able to borrow the power of heavenly Dao and make all Dao laws return to tranquility.
You could only take a beating. Moreover, this punch of his even fused the destruction rule that he just acquired.
With this move, Tianqing already unleashed 70% of his strength. It was unbelievably terrifying. His high regard for Lin Xiaotian could also be seen.
Myriad Dao annihilation.
Back then, this move made Shang Hang that guy suffer many hardships. However, this ancestor isn't a mediocre person like Shang Hang. Lin Xiaotian gave a cold laugh. Wood and fire, 2 kinds of power of rule, suddenly erupted from his body.
Heaven-wielding golden crow. Myriad fire consecration.
Only to see him hold his palm out, a large golden bird suddenly flew up.
The moment this golden crow appeared, everyone's breathing became ragged.
They felt like they were about to melt. This kind of means was really more than 10 times stronger compared to the ancestor fire back then. Even Tianqing's expression changed abruptly too. His myriad Dao annihilation was actually unable to slaughter this large golden crow.
Boom! The 2 people's peak collision reduced space to fragments. Many powerhouses, some powerhouses who were in the distance, were actually directly annihilated by this terrifying power. They had already gone far enough but still did not evade this fallout.
Everyone's complexion turned deathly pale, looking at this scene with incredible shock. Above the void, Lin Xiaotian and Tianqing each fell back several tens of thousands of feet. They were actually evenly matched in strength.
Tianqing's pupils constricted. He did not expect that the Lin Xiaotian who became Dao ancestor fire spirit was actually strong to such an extent. He already became a Dao ancestor and was actually unable to take him down. This is also too strong, right?
What a move. Heaven-wielding golden crow. He's the god of flames.
Wood and fire in perfect harmony, it's truly boundlessly terrifying.
Even Tianqing actually can't do anything to him. This power is practically going to smash the sky already. I'm afraid that they are not far from heavenly Dao anymore.
Shocked voices lingered on incessantly. The impact that the scene before their eyes brought to them was seriously too strong.
Previously, when Lin Xiaotian was arrogant, they still held much disdain in their hearts.
After all, Tianqing's might had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts.
But no one expected that Lin Xiaotian was actually so strong. Ha ha ha. How is it, Tianqing?
This Dao ancestor fire spirit can still enter your sights, right? Lin Xiaotian looked at Tianqing and said with a loud laugh. He had never felt so good before. Only a short while ago, the divine race was like a large mountain pressing on his heart. But now, he could already stand up to Tianqing as an equal. Furthermore, it was even under the situation where Tianqing became a Tao ancestor. He was already the well-deserved humanity's #1 person. Tianqing's gaze turned slightly dark, and he said, "Very good. That's right. You have the qualification to be on equal footing with this ancestor." These words were tantamount to acknowledging Lin Chaotian's status. Lin Chaotian laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "All of you, listen up. From now on, everyone of the human race, all will heed my orders. Whoever dares to disobey me will die. He's going to unify the human race." Listen to his orders? Then what about Lord Saint Azure? Heh? Can't you tell yet? He's targeting Lord Saint Azure. A series of indignant voices immediately came from inside the crowd. Yi Yuan's name of sainthood had long already spread throughout the human race. Everyone obeyed Lord Saint Azure's orders spontaneously. But now Lin Chaotian was oppressing people by force. He already considered himself to be humanity's #1 person. Tianqing gave Lin Chaotian a glance and slowly retreated. Tianqing did not speak. He would not care about the human race's affairs. Lin Chaotian gave a cold snort and said, "This ancestor knows what you all are thinking. After Yi Yuan comes out, this ancestor will personally suppress him. Not submitting, then it's death." Not just Yi Yuan, all of humanity's Tao ancestors have to submit to this ancestor. In the future, there will be no other great Tao ancestors. Only me, Lin Chaotian. His words leaked overbearingness, reverberating throughout the sky. Heavenly Tao Samsara, it was already not the era where 9 great Tao ancestors existed side by side any longer. From now on, there was only Tianqing and Lin Chaotian. As for Yi Yuan, Lin Chaotian did not take him seriously anymore. Being unkillable in the past, that was just because he was not strong enough. Now, he believed that he absolutely had the strength to kill Yi Yuan. The human powerhouses present dared to get angry but did not dare to speak. The present Lin Chaotian was too strong. Right at this time, the third passageway lit up. The third Tao ancestor was born. Everyone's gazes looked towards that passageway. Its sacred ancestor, High Priest. He actually obtained the light crystal, becoming Tao ancestor light. Not good. Lin Chaotian probably won't let him off. Seeing sacred ancestor High Priest, everyone's gazes landed on Lin Chaotian naturally. Sure enough, the corners of Lin Chaotian's mouth curled slightly. Clearly, he harbored ill intent. Sacred ancestor High Priest was Yi Yuan's man. Now he became Tao ancestor, how could Lin Chaotian possibly let him off? "Wang, come over and pay respects to this ancestor." Lin Chaotian's words carried a sternness that brooked no intervention. Sacred ancestor High Priest's brows furrowed, immediately getting annoyed. He was already a Tao ancestor. And yet, there was actually someone who dared to speak to him like that? However, the moment his gaze landed on Lin Chaotian, his pupils could not help shrinking. This guy actually became the new Tao ancestor Fire Spirit? Before sacred ancestor High Priest entered the Heavenspan Mountain, he was already a rule powerhouse. Now he became Tao ancestor Light. His strength was also a tyrannical existence among Tao ancestors already. Lin Chaotian actually spoke to him like that. This made him very displeased. Combined with the previous grudges, how could sacred ancestor High Priest lower his head? Lin Chaotian, you're regarding yourself too highly, right? Even if this ancestor pays respects, it won't be your turn too, sacred ancestor High Priest said with a cold snort. But Lin Chaotian just smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? Looks like you haven't figured out the current situation yet." Sacred ancestor High Priest said disdainfully. "The current situation is that I'm a Tao ancestor too. After Yi Yuan returns, plus treasure pig. What do you count as?" Wing was very clear that he might not be Lin Chaotian's match currently. But Yi Yuan already possessed Tao ancestor level strength to begin with. Coupled with treasure pig who could rival 2 great Tao ancestors. Their side was absolutely the strongest in the Heavenspan world. Therefore, he did not fear Lin Chaotian at all. However, Lin Chaotian just smiled faintly and said, "You didn't hear it earlier.
Then this ancestor will repeat this sentence again. From now on, humanity will hold me in the highest esteem. All Tao ancestors must submit to this ancestor.
Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself.
Sacred Ancestor High Priest snorted coldly and said, "Who the hell do you think you are?
To also dare be conceited enough to proclaim supremacy?
Bear the consequences yourself? Heh! This ancestor wants to see how I'll bear the consequences."
Lin Xiaotian nodded slightly and said, "Okay, I'll let you see how."
Finished talking, his figure moved, a palm already smacking over. Without that earth-shaking great battle just now, it was just an ordinary palm. In fact, people could not even feel the undulation of fire attribute rule on Lin Xiaotian's body.
Sacred Ancestor High Priest was unperturbed and not afraid. He just gave a cold snort and similarly smacked a palm out.
Immediately, a light rule power overflowed from his palm area.
The terrifying energy undulation shocked the world.
It was just that the powerhouses present all sighed slightly.
Clearly, they were not optimistic about Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Bang! The two great Tao ancestors exchanged a blow. Sacred Ancestor High Priest only felt a terrifying flame power directly penetrated his body and entered.
Eft! Sacred Ancestor High Priest spurted a mouthful of blood wildly, his figure directly flying out backward.
One move and he was already seriously injured.
Wing looked at Lin Xiaotian in great shock and exclaimed, How is this possible?" He was the same as Lin Xiaotian, a Tao ancestor. But the two people's strengths were too far apart. Lin Xiaotian said coolly, "Nothing is impossible. Do you think that Yi Yuan and that pig will be able to save you? After he comes out, this ancestor will personally end him. Now, tell me your choice, submit or die."
Sacred Ancestor High Priest's gaze was gloomy and he shouted coldly, "Want this ancestor to submit to you?"
"Dream on." Lin Xiaotian just shook his head slightly and let out a sigh as he said, "You really won't shed tears without seeing the coffin." It was only to see his figure moved, appearing beside Sacred Ancestor High Priest as if out of thin air. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's hair stood on end, a feeling of extreme danger welling up in his heart. Instinctively, he was about to teleport away. Corroborating his Tao and becoming an ancestor, his application of spatial law had similarly reached the extreme.
Furthermore, as Tao Ancestor Light, his movement technique was extremely fast to begin with. Between Tao Ancestor and Tao Ancestor, there was deterrence, because among them it was very hard to kill the other person. Otherwise, for so many years, it would also have been impossible for the 9 great Tao ancestors to get along peacefully. Evading this blow, Wing breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, right at this time, a voice exploded in his ears.
"It's useless. You can't escape in front of this ancestor." No idea since when. Lin Xiaotian actually caught up to him already, and he actually did not even know it. Terrifying. Too terrifying.
How could this be?
But he did not have time to think about it.
Lin Xiaotian's palm was already imprinted onto his chest.
Wing spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, his entire innards like they were incinerated. This palm practically shattered his internal organs.
Wing fell heavily to the ground, his aura weak, already unable to move.
He looked at Lin Xiaotian with a shocked face, full of unwillingness.
Why? Similarly, a Tao ancestor, why is Lin Xiaotian so strong?
Lin Xiaotian stood with his hands behind his back. Trampling a foot on Wing's face, he said with contempt, "I'll leave you your life first. The light crystal will be stored in your body first. After this ancestor kills Yi Yuan, I'll send you guys off together." Once a Tao ancestor died, the rule crystal would condense anew.
A new Tao ancestor would also be born.
It was just that, in the last epoch, no Tao ancestors died. There naturally also would not be changes in Tao ancestors. But this era was different.
He, Lin Xiaotian, was too strong.
Each and every one of the human race powerhouses present was dumbfounded with shock.
They all did not expect that the disparity between Tao ancestors would actually be so great.
The entire world fell deathly silent.
Only the blood from Sacred Ancestor High Priest's mouth gurgled as it kept flowing.
His injuries were extremely serious. He was only left with a breath.
Lin Chaotian's fire attribute power of rule was ravaging his body wantonly.
This is also too strong.
It's over. Heavenspan World's arrangement will really be changing in the future.
Damn it. In the future, we can only submit to him.
Lord Saint Azure was too willful.
He was actually not willing to become a Dao ancestor. So how can he possibly be Lin Chaotian's match? Hearing everyone's discussion, Lin Chaotian was seriously pleased with himself. He understood awe and fear, these two words, very well. Since awe could not be achieved, then let people fear. Strength was everything. Time passed little by little. Very soon, the fourth passageway lit up. Yu Mengli walked out of it. Currently, her body was augmented by wind rule. She already became Dao Ancestor Storm. Her appearance naturally added a powerful balancing weight to the divine race.
Two mighty Tenmark's powerhouses became Dao ancestors at the same time. The human race would naturally have a hard time.
Of course, this was not the main point.
The main point was there was still internal strife on the human race's side.
When Yu Mengli saw the seriously injured sacred ancestor high priest, her brows could not help furrowing slightly. Arriving at Tianqing's side, Tianqing whispered a few words in her ear. She could not help revealing a look of surprise, looking towards Lin Chaotian. Before long, the fifth Dao ancestor appeared. The fifth Dao ancestor was still the divine race. The earth lineage's Bo-E became Dao ancestor darkness.
The sixth Dao ancestor was still the divine race.
The profound lineage's progenitor, origin smile, became Dao ancestor earth. At this point, the divine race already occupied 4 out of the 9 great Dao ancestors.
Humanity's 2 great Dao ancestors still had one who was seriously injured on the verge of death. Humanity's powerhouses virtually lost all hope.
Even Lin Chaotian's expression did not look good either. It was true that he was strong, but if this situation continued developing at this rate, it would be difficult for him to salvage the situation alone. Tianqing and Yu Mengli were both existences not inferior to him.
Furthermore, the divine race's progenitors were extremely powerful in their own right.
Becoming Dao ancestors again, their strength soared. It was not what humanity could compare to at all. Soon after, the 7th Dao ancestor appeared. This time, it was finally humanity's turn.
However, this 7th Dao ancestor exceeded everyone's expectations. He was not a former Dao ancestor, but a newcomer.
This person was originally Ancestor Fire's subordinate called Wang Cheng.
He did not expect that with Ancestor Fire's fall, Wang Cheng actually became Dao Ancestor Lightning.
Having just become a Dao ancestor, Wang Cheng was full of high spirits too.
But right at this time, Lin Chaotian opened his mouth.
Wang Cheng, from now on, I reign supreme over the human race.
Come over and offer greetings to this ancestor or die, Lin Chaotian said coolly.
Wang Cheng's expression changed and he instinctively wanted to blow his top. He already became a Dao ancestor and actually still had to be a dog for Lin Chaotian?
But right then he saw the injured sacred ancestor high priest not far away from Lin Chaotian and his pupils could not help shrinking. How could he not tell that sacred ancestor high priest already corroborated his Dao and became ancestor? But he was actually beaten until like this.
Furthermore, sacred ancestor high priest was even a grand ancestor who corroborated his Dao, his strength significantly stronger than his. Linking it to Lin Chaotian's relationship with Yi Yuan, Wang Cheng immediately hesitated. Seeing Wang Cheng hesitated, Lin Chaotian said with a cold snort, "You don't need to have any doubts. He was taken down by this ancestor.
If you don't believe me, you can come and give it a try too." Wang Cheng's expression changed wildly, already having a plan in his heart. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Why you got to be kidding?
You're a senior, unifying the human race is ought to be."
From now on, Wang Cheng will follow Dao Ancestor Fire Spirit's lead. Finished saying, he arrived in front of Lin Chaotian with a flash and bowed in salute.
Lin Chaotian revealed a playful look and said, "At least you're sensible," Wang Cheng said with a flattering expression. Hoo-hoo? Even the Ancestor Fire back then wasn't Brother Chaotian's match too. This junior, newly corroborated my Dao and took the position of Dao Ancestor. How can I dare to be impudent in front of you?
This Wang Cheng already treated himself as Lin Chaotian's lackey very consciously.
As for everyone's contemptuous gazes,
he directly ignored it. What did the scorn of ants count for? Although the present situation was very different from what he expected, he was invincible under Lin Xiaotian. Wang Cheng was a clever person and also a sly person. He understood that now, the situation was already not what it used to be. Times had already changed. Dao ancestors might not be able to disregard everything too. Putting Lin Xiaotian aside, those few divine race Dao ancestors opposite, any random one that came out could trample on him. Finding a powerful backer was naturally the most reliable. Lin Xiaotian nodded his head with satisfaction and said, "Amen? A lot of the people around Yi Yuan have already come out. Go and get them all docile and obedient. When Yi Yuan comes out, this ancestor will make you regret being born in this world." Wang Cheng's eyes lit up and he said, "Brother Xiaotian is mighty." Currently, Long Yi, Bai Chun, and the rest already came out of the Heavenspan mountain. Seeing Lin Xiaotian's domineering appearance, each and every one of them dared to get angry but did not dare to speak. At the same time, they faintly started to get worried. After all, the current Lin Xiaotian was too strong. Reaching Dao ancestor this realm, even improving one's strength by a tiny bit was extremely difficult. It was true that Yi Yuan was strong, but he had also reached the bottleneck. Could he still surpass Lin Xiaotian? Wang Cheng, having received the order, looking toward Long Yi and the rest with ill intent. The expressions of the latter changed greatly. In the Heavenspan mountain, a powerful rule power suddenly descended. Feeling this vast rule power, they were all moved. The might of this power made them not dare to look directly at it. Is this spatial rule? Indeed, ridiculously strong. It feels like within this space, His Excellency can kill me with a single thought. Pangjin exclaimed. Profound Secrets had a shocked face as he said, "Back then, when Senior Shanghang corroborated his Tao as a grand ancestor, the undulations were also not so strong. Looks like he really has hope of defeating Lin Xiaotian." When the trio saw this intense rule undulation, they could not help becoming more hopeful. But right at this time, another power of rule descended. Pangjin was dumbstruck with amazement and said, "Tea time rule." When did power of rules become so easy to comprehend? Laws reaching rule, this step seemed to only be a difference of a word. But the effort and time required could not be calculated at all. Too difficult. For 10 billion years, no one had been able to step into the realm of rule. Just based on this, it was sufficient to explain everything. But Yi Yuan broke through two great power of rules at the same time in a short 1 month's time. Such freakishness, even if they understood Yi Yuan extremely well, they were also shocked speechless. Furthermore, the two great rules that Yi Yuan comprehended were even the supreme laws, time and space, two great laws. However, his voice had yet to fade when dense, auspicious clouds gathered above the gray fog. Another two power of rules. The three people exchanged glances, already unable to describe the shock in their hearts currently. For power of rules. This is really unreasonable. Time, space, formation Tao, alchemy Tao, for great rules breaking through at the same time. This is really unprecedented and unrepeatable. Even with Wan Zhen's calm personality, he was also dumbstruck with amazement by Yi Yuan at this time. Outside of the Heavenspan mountain, the 8th passageway already opened. The 8th Tao ancestor, that was Tao ancestor life, was ultimately obtained by the divine race's world lineage's progenitor, Cheng Kuei. So far, out of 9 great Tao ancestors, the divine race occupied 5 of them. Humanity only had a scanty 3 people. However, due to Lin Xiaotian's sudden emergence to the fore, although the human race was weak, the divine race did not take advantage of the situation to enter. But on humanity's side, it was very chaotic. Under Wang Cheng's feet laid a group of powerhouses who collapsed on the ground, their appearances very miserable. These people were all people who followed Yi Yuan. Long Yi, Bai Chen, and I Xian, and the rest were all beaten until they were severely wounded and vomiting blood. Some people had all the bones in their bodies broken, white bones visible at the wound areas, the whole course very miserable. However, this group of people was surprisingly silent. Even when seriously injured and dying, these people all did not make a sound. Wang Cheng also felt very bored after he finished teaching these people a lesson. He did not experience the pleasure of teaching people a lesson. He tried to force these people to beg for mercy,
but no one begged him for mercy. Rather die than surrender.
Pooh! A bunch of madmen.
Wang Cheng spat and said with a sneer, "You fools, still counting on Yi Yuan to be able to save you guys? Heh? When he comes out, he'll probably be unable to even fend for himself. The era of Saint Azure will become the past very soon." After he came out, he already had an understanding of Lin Chaotian's strength.
Lin Chaotian actually fought to a draw with Tian Qing after corroborating his Tao. This made him have extremely strong confidence in Lin Chaotian.
Pooh? Shameless villain. If you have the ability, go and act wildly to the divine race. Only know how to show off your power to your own people. Such an impressive Tao ancestor. And I Xian spat.
He was someone with great integrity. Otherwise, he also would not have become humanity's chief commander back then.
Now, seeing Wang Cheng's shameless face, his lungs almost exploded from anger. Crack! Wang Cheng broke An I Xian's arms like lightning, causing him to howl with pain.
Seeing An I Xian's painful expression, Wang Cheng had a look of delight as he said, "Heh, stubborn mouth. When Yi Yuan that fellow comes out, let you all take a good look at his dead dog appearance. At that time, I'll send you all off together."
Suddenly, the last passageway suddenly lit up.
The ninth Tao ancestor was born. Everyone's gazes focused on the ninth passageway.
The last Tao ancestor water source. Wonder who has this great destiny.
Very soon, a figure slowly walked out. It's him.
Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. He finally became a Tao ancestor.
Not good. With Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, becoming a Tao ancestor means that Saint Azure didn't become a Tao ancestor.
Lin Chaotian won't let him off. Profound Secrets becoming ancestor was in favor with the general public. The powerhouses present all knew the contributions he made to the human race over the years.
However, after the pleasant surprise, there were deep concerns. Lin Chaotian currently had aggressive arrogance that billowed to the sky. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was Saint Azure's people. Hence, Lin Chaotian definitely would not let him off.
Seeing Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets appear, a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Lin Chaotian's mouth. This Yi Yuan was really a stubborn child.
He probably did not know how strong he had become after he became Tao Ancestor Fire Spirit, right?
Before this, Lin Chaotian was actually still a little worried. If Yi Yuan fused with the Water Rule Crystal and became Tao Ancestor Water Source, he would really pose a considerable threat to him.
It was just that when he thought back with Yi Yuan's character, since he said that, it was definitely not shooting at a non-existent target. Currently, it was indeed the case. At this very moment, Lin Chaotian's last bit of worry also dissipated with the wind.
What remained was settling the scores. The moment Profound Secrets exited the passageway, his gaze could not help turning intent. A piercing, cold-killing intent surged straight to the sky. Sacred Ancestor High Priest was seriously injured on the verge of death. Long Yi had a large hole in his chest, seriously injured. Bai Chun had an arm that went missing, and I Xian's arms were forcefully broken.
Yi Yuan's line of people was all extremely miserable at this time.
Not needing Lin Chaotian to instruct, Wang Cheng welcomed Profound Secrets, saying with a jeer, "Profound Secrets, you're also a Tao ancestor now. Go over and pay respects to Brother Chaotian, and then apologize. Swear to be loyal to him. Maybe if he's happy, the events in the past will be considered over. If you refuse to come to your senses, they will be your outcome." Profound Secrets glared at Wang Cheng and spat. "Kaput? Wang Cheng, you also became a Tao ancestor powerhouse now, to actually be willing to be a dog. You're barking really happily." Wang Cheng did not get angry and said smilingly, "He who understands the times is a wise man. Profound Secrets, you're a clever man too."
Brother Chaotian corroborating his Tao and becoming a Tao ancestor a second time, his strength is already exceedingly formidable. Even progenitor Tian Qing can't do anything to him either.
When Yi Yuan comes out, his death date will be approaching. When Profound Secrets heard that, his heart thumped. Hearing Wang Cheng, this meant that Lin Chaotian and Tian Qing had already fought. Furthermore, neither side had the better of the other.
This was impressive. One had to know Tian Qing also corroborated his Tao and became an ancestor a second time.
Seeing that profound secret's expression changed, Wang Cheng was even more pleased with himself and said, "Hoo-hoo, are you scared?"
That sacred ancestor high priest couldn't even last 3 moves under Brother Chaotian's hands.
Similarly, being a Dao ancestor, the disparity is too great. Therefore, following Brother Chaotian is the only way out. You're a clever man. You should know how to choose. Right?
Choose your mom.
Profound Secrets suddenly flew into a rage and could not resist bursting into a swear and said, "Shameless thing! Get lost to one side for your father."
When Lin Chaotian heard that, he frowned slightly and said with a cold snort, "Looks like you also won't shed tears without seeing the coffin."
Finished talking, he was about to make a move to deal with Profound Secrets.
Rumble?
Right at this time, the Heavenspan Mountain was in upheaval. One figure after another was transported out of the Heavenspan Mountain. Those 9 passageways also turned into nothing after Profound Secrets came out.
Heavenly Dao Samsara ended.
With 9 great Dao ancestors returning to their positions, the new epic has begun. Tianqing looked at this scene and said with an emotional sigh.
Suddenly, a familiar figure landed in everyone's eyes.
When Lin Chaotian saw the arrival, the corners of his mouth could not help curling slightly, revealing a hint of playfulness. This person was precisely Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan returned, swept a glance over, and discovered the tragic states of Sacred Ancestor High Priest and the rest.
A surge of fury welled up from his heart. Yi Yuan, this ancestor has waited very long for you.
Hoo-hoo, if not for letting them witness your death, this ancestor would have long sent them on their way. Lin Chaotian stood with both hands behind his back as he said with a confident smile, "You deserve death." Yi Yuan glared angrily as he said in a cold voice, "Ha ha ha. In this world, there's nobody who deserves death or doesn't deserve death. The weak is the original sin.
You're too weak.
So, the one who deserves death is you," Lin Chaotian said with a loud laugh. "Hehe? Yi Yuan, Heavenly Dao Samsara ended. Your era has also completely ended.
From now on, it's the dualistic era where progenitor Tianqing and Brother Chaotian exist side by side. You're already behind the times.
Originally, you had the opportunity to touch the sky. But unfortunately, you were too conceited and weren't willing to refine the rule crystal. Now, you already have no chance." Wang Cheng burst into laughter when he saw the situation. At this time, it was clearly the best timing to pick sides.
Hearing this, Yi Yuan turned to look at Wang Cheng, pointed at Xian and the others, and said in a cold voice, "Was there your contribution in this?"
Yes, of course there was. Hearing Yi Yuan's question, Wang Cheng could not resist being pleased with himself and said, that guy, and that guy, all were done by me. Why? You want to come to find me to take revenge? Ha ha ha. What a joke." Wang Cheng laughed very wildly, very arrogantly. He was already very sure that Yi Yuan was not Lin Chaotian's match. Heavenly Dao Samsara was already over. The outcome was a foregone conclusion.
Yi Yuan could only be eliminated by the times.
Therefore, he did not care about Yi Yuan's attitude at all. Not only did he not care, but he was also very proud of himself instead. The person who abused Saint Azure made him feel great.
Not far away, Lin Chaotian also smiled as he said, "Hoo-hoo, if you feel that you have the capability, you can very well take revenge on Wang Cheng under this ancestor's eyelids."
Swoosh.
Lin Chaotian's voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's figure already disappeared.
That speed already surpassed thought. Crack. Everyone still had not understood what was going on when they heard a brittle sound came over.
Arg. My arm. Only after a breath, Wang Cheng's pig slaughter-like scream suddenly came out.
Everyone followed the voice and looked over, and they could not help being filled with fear. It turned out that one of Wang Cheng's arms had already been forcibly broken by Yi Yuan, without the strength to fight back.
A Dao ancestor actually did not have the strength to fight back in front of Yi Yuan. Far away came a series of sounds of cold air being sucked in.
This bit earlier was seriously too fast, quickly until everyone did not react. Many people also looked at Lin Chaotian with strange expressions. He just finished talking and Wang Cheng's bones were broken.
This face was slapped too resoundingly. It was even more resounding than Wang Cheng's screams.
Tianqing's pupils constricted slightly, having a look of surprise on his face. He also did not expect that things would actually have such a dramatic change. It will be easy to discuss things with you. Yi Yuan's nonchalant words sounded out in Wang Cheng's ears. Lin Chaotian's eyes turned dark, a fiery burning feeling on his face. The prestige that he had just established was wiped away with Yi Yuan's slap. Fury. Yi Yuan, let Wang Cheng go. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly, Lin Chaotian said in a chilly voice. Yi Yuan ignored him. He just said to Wang Cheng indifferently, the things that they suffered, you need to bear it tenfold. Relax, you won't die so quickly. Wang Cheng was alarmed and enraged, his fear reaching the extreme. Just now, he did not see how Yi Yuan made his move at all. A Dao ancestor could not see clearly how his opponent made his move. This sort of thing was simply too crazy and too chilling. Be brother Chaotian, save me. Wang Cheng endured the intense pain and shouted. Crack. Another crisp, bone-snapping sound. This time, everyone saw it clearly. Yi Yuan forcibly broke Wang Cheng's other arm just like that. He did not employ divine essence, he just used the power of the fleshy body crudely. This kind of breaking was not fatal, but it made the physical body feel very painful. Wang Cheng's scream lingered on incessantly. With this, Lin Chaotian was genuinely enraged. Yi Yuan actually dared to make light of him. Humph. Looks like you're really seeking death. Lin Chaotian gave a cold snort, his figure moving swiftly, suddenly thrusting a palm towards Yi Yuan. His speed was quick to the extreme. Being conferred ancestor a second time, Lin Chaotian's improvement was all around. Just in terms of the application of spatial law, he also far surpassed other Dao ancestors. Boom! Lin Chaotian's palm smacked onto Yi Yuan's body. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. Sure enough, the current Yi Yuan was already not his match. A series of exclamations came from all around. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's figure slowly became illusory, akin to the moon's reflection in the water, dissipating without a trace. Ah! At the same time, another scream came over. It turned out that Wang Cheng's chest directly had a large hole opened up. It was forcibly punched through by Yi Yuan with one punch. The current Wang Cheng was miserable to the extreme, having cold sweat pouring profusely from pain. He only felt that every cell in his body was hurting from head to toe. Were you yelling for him to come to save you just now? A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. It was just that the smile was somewhat cold. Yi Yuan was really enraged. Lin Chaotian provoked his bottom-line time and again, making him reach the limit of his patience. Now, there was even a Wang Cheng who jumped out to bounce around. He naturally did not mind cleaning them up together. Looking at the Yi Yuan in front of him disappear bit by bit, Lin Chaotian's eyes suddenly contracted. He was a little surprised in his heart. This disappearance was completely different from that strange disappearance in the past. Was it possible that this boy already reached the realm of spatial rule? Damn it! This ancestor wants to see how much you can avoid. Endless fire hell. Lin Chaotian was enraged too. It was only to see that the moment he released his law, it instantly turned into a sea of fire within 100 miles. Yi Yuan as well as Sacred Ancestor High Priest and the others were shockingly encased inside. Wood and fire, two laws activated, the temperature of this sea of fire was 10 times more terrifying than the fire dance frenzied demon back then. In this sea of fire, ordinary Dao ancestors would be incinerated into nothingness too. What a terrifying sea of fire. This is the true ancestor fire. Yeah, the former ancestor fire is simply like a baby when compared to Lin Chaotian. It's over. This is an indiscriminate attack. I'm afraid that Lord Saint Azure is unable to escape, right? Even if he can escape, those friends of his likely can't escape too. The moment the sea of fire appeared, everyone's expressions changed wildly. Even Tian Qing's gaze also flashed slightly. Clearly, the power of this fire sea made him view it in a different light. But at this time, an indifferent voice came from beyond 100 miles away. Kneel down. The sound of two bones cracking came over. Wang Cheng directly knelt down, and opposite him was Ni Xian and the rest. Lin Chaotian's eyes immediately became wide saucers. How did he escape? This is impossible. My endless fire hell doesn't have a dead angle at all.
Even if he reached the realm of spatial rule, it's impossible to escape too. Lin Chaotian looked at the scene, full of shock and disbelief.
This sea of fire was vastly different from an ordinary sea of fire. Even if you escaped into the void, the sea of fire could burn you too. This move was an indiscriminate attack. But this formidable move was actually dodged by Yi Yuan so casually?
Lin Chaotian was full of puzzlement in his heart.
Wang Cheng's knee bones had already been completely crushed, and he could not help kneeling down in front of an Xian and the others. Seeing this scene, an Xian and the others felt incomparably delighted. Previously, Wang Cheng's lackey appearance was still vivid in their minds. Now he was finally taken care of by Yi Yuan. So what if Dao Ancestor?
Apologize, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, his words carrying a majesty that brooked no intervention.
Wang Cheng broke down.
He discovered to his dismay that Lin Chaotian could not save him at all.
In fact, he was almost killed by Lin Chaotian indiscriminately just now. He appeared outside of the sea of fire bafflingly. I was wrong. Your Excellencies. Just treat this lowly one as a far and let me off, Wang Cheng said to the few people with tears and snorts running down his face. But right then, a terrifying to the extreme power of rule surged to the sky behind everybody.
This power made everyone feel despair.
Yi Yuan, this ancestor is talking to you? Are you deaf? Lin Chaotian bellowed angrily.
Lin Chaotian's right hand had a cluster of pale white flames emitting a buzzing sound.
Just looking at it gave people a scorching hot feeling. In his left hand, a bluster of black flames jumped irregularly, giving people a soul-stirring feeling.
2 clusters of flames made everyone present, including Tian Qing and Yumengli, have a feeling of incredible danger.
Those are Zhongli Heavenly Fire and Nihility Karmic Fire. In the legends, they are the strongest fire seedlings of fire attribute rule.
Among these 2 flames, one is incomparably blazing hot and can incinerate all things. The other is dark and deep and can crush all thoughts. 2 flames, one ethereal and one corporeal, they can burn everything. These 2 flames are both legendary flames. I didn't expect that he's able to condense them as soon as he became a Dao ancestor, Tian Qing said gloomily.
His eyes also exuded dread.
Becoming a Dao ancestor, there were really not many existences capable of making him apprehensive anymore.
These 2 clusters of flames were one of the few existences. In his heart, he already acknowledged Lin Chaotian as his opponent. Yu Mengli's brows furrowed slightly, and she said worriedly, "Then Yi Yuan he." Tian Qing nodded and said, "The Nihility Karmic Fire isn't like these corporeal flames. It's incredibly harmful to the divine soul. Even if it's this ancestor, if I get hit by the Nihility Karmic Fire, the chances of survival are very slim too."
Yi Yuan's divine soul is very strange, but wanting to resist the Nihility Karmic Fire, I'm afraid that it isn't realistic. No wonder this guy dared to proclaim to reign supreme over the human race. These words weren't bragging. Yumenli's expression changed slightly and she instinctively wanted to make a move but was grabbed hold of by Tian Qing.
It was only to hear him say indifferently, "If he wants to kill Yi Yuan, I'm afraid that it isn't enough yet. But if Yi Yuan is seriously injured on the verge of death, this ancestor will make a move."
Hehe, dodge.
Dodging when at Deva Realm. Now that you achieved Grand Ancestor Realm, you're still dodging. Yi Yuan, just the likes of your cowardly appearance. You also dare to call yourself Saint Azure in vain? You are merely a coward. Lin Chaotian had a contorted expression as he said with a sneer. Yi Yuan still did not turn back and suddenly pointed with his fingertip. A streak of sword energy penetrated into Wang Cheng's body, snuffing out his life force. Wang Cheng's pupils were currently turning lax. He never dreamed that he would die just after becoming a Dao ancestor. Perhaps he was the saddest Dao ancestor in history, right?
One silk thread after another gushed out of Wang Cheng's body.
Finally, they condensed into a light blue stone.
Rule crystal.
Yi Yuan casually picked up the rule crystal and threw it to the Pang Zhen, who was not far away, and said coolly, "This position of ancestor lightning is more suitable for you." Pang Zhen looked at the rule crystal in his hand, his brain somewhat short-circuiting. Did a pie drop from the sky?
No, wait, this was the pie that His Excellency gave to him.
Heavenly Dao Samsara already closed, but he actually obtained a chance to become Dao Ancestor.
At this moment, countless envious gazes were cast towards him.
With Heavenly Dao Samsara closing, whoever refined a rule crystal would be a Dao Ancestor. It was just that, wanting to kill a Dao Ancestor was easier said than done. However, Yi Yuan killed one casually just like that. Yi Yuan. This better give it to Wan Zhen. Pang Zhen was rather excited, but still did not lose his senses as he looked at Yi Yuan and said.
Wan Zhen's expression turned dark and he said, His Excellency said to give it to you, so just take it.
What nonsense is this? But Yi Yuan smiled and said, his path isn't suitable to become Dao Ancestor. Later on, I'll help him customize his path of cultivation. In the future, when his 5-element laws reach the realm of rule at the same time, what would Dao Ancestors count for?
The moment these words came out, everyone revealed shocked expressions.
Wan Zhen himself was even agitated until his heart was almost jumping out.
With regards to the future of the people around him, Yi Yuan had naturally considered it.
Pang Zhen specialized in the path of lightning. His best outlet was naturally becoming a Dao Ancestor. Furthermore, it was Dao Ancestor Lightning. Actually, before leaving the Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan already had the idea of killing people. It was just that, at that time, he still did not know who was Dao Ancestor Lightning. Now, it was just nice that there was Wang Chang who came out to jump around. He naturally would not be courteous. What Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets learned was too heterogeneous and the Tao of divination was too illusory and vague. Yi Yuan had no clue as to how to proceed to.
Therefore, a Tao Ancestor water source was naturally most suitable for him. As for Wan Zhen, he naturally had to follow the path of 5 elements to corroborate his Tao.
He could expedite the birth of 18 grand ancestors with array formations. So what was hard about making Wan Zhen become Grand Ancestor 5 elements? Moreover, his present formation Tao already reached the realm of rule. The array formations that he laid down now were God knows how many times stronger than back then. It was just that he had always been overwhelmed by the matter of the Doomsday Battle previously until he could not breathe. He naturally did not have time to set up array formations too.
Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said, You look at that fellow. He only mastered 2 power of rules and haven't fused them yet and is already so strong.
In the future, your achievements will likely be above Tian Qing's. Who he was referring to was naturally Lin Chaotian. At this time, Lin Chaotian currently had such bluster that it billowed to the sky. 2 clusters of shocking flames made everyone give sidelong glances. But Yi Yuan ignored him. This kind of contempt, probably even a fool could see it. It was just that everyone did not understand where his confidence came from. One had to know. This one ethereal flame and one corporeal flame, they made even Tian Qing incredibly fearful. Lin Chaotian cussed Yi Yuan for being a coward, but Yi Yuan completely ignored him. This kind of slighting finally made Lin Chaotian unbelievably angry. Damn thing. It's you who are seeking death yourself.
You can't blame this ancestor.
Go to hell for me. Lin Chaotian gave a roar. Songli Heavenly Fire and Nihility Karmic Fire being released at the same time. Places that the 2 clusters of flames passed through, 2 long trails were actually drawn out.
The void was being burned. It was currently right beside the Heavenspan Mountain. Space was extremely stable. Being able to burn the space, it could be seen how terrifying these 2 clusters of flames were.
2 clusters of flames carried Lin Chaotian's fury and headed straight for Yi Yuan.
But it was like Yi Yuan did not see it, still talking away to Pang Zhen without any care. Ha ha! Songli Heavenly Fire and Nihility Karmic Fire are like bone-infesting maggots.
Wherever you go, they will follow there.
This ancestor wants to see where you run. Lin Chaotian laughed wildly as he said.
When Pang Zhen saw that Yi Yuan was completely clueless, his expression changed slightly as he warned, Be careful, Your Excellency. Yi Yuan seemed to be oblivious and still said to Wan Zhen, 5 rules fusing, heh. Even thinking about it makes people somewhat look forward to it. If you succeed, our human race will be able to suppress the myriad races forever. Yi Yuan had a look of excitement, but the others all had their hearts leap to their throats.
Wan Zhen's expression changed drastically and he bellowed, Your Excellency.
Fire!
As he said, the 2 clusters of flames already arrived before Yi Yuan. Lin Chaotian saw that Yi Yuan actually did not avoid it and could not help saying with wild elation, "Fool.
You're also too careless." Boom. Boom. The two flames virtually landed on Yi Yuan's body at the same time.
The Nihility karmic fire burrowed into Yi Yuan's body with a whoosh,
while the Zhongli heavenly fire burned on Yi Yuan's body. Ha ha ha. Die. Foolish fellow. You've avoided for so many years.
But in the end, you actually didn't dodge. You really deserve this, Lin Chaotian said with a wild laugh when he saw the situation.
However, amidst the flames, a voice came out faintly. Playing with fire. You're no good. Under the watchful gazes of the people, the Zhongli heavenly fire on Yi Yuan's body gradually extinguished. As for that terrifying Nihility karmic fire, it was akin to a rock falling into the sea, not stirring up any waves at all. Recalling back then, that unknown existence's 8 extreme heavenly fire did not even refine Yi Yuan, and let Yi Yuan achieve the chaos origin divinity instead. Although the Nihility karmic fire was strong, compared to the 8 extreme heavenly fire, it was worlds apart. How could it threaten the present Yi Yuan?
This Nihility karmic fire was a joke,
and Yi Yuan's physical body was the limit of existence in the heavenspan world. The Dragon Clan's paramount cultivation method coupled with the perfect 9 transformations golden body. Was there any kind of flame in this world that could incinerate him? Furthermore, talking about playing with fire, Yi Yuan was the ancestor of playing with fire. Although he did not cultivate fire attribute law and was unable to condense all kinds of terrifying flames, his fire-controlling technique had long already reached the acme of perfection.
Wanting to use fire to burn him was easier said than done. Originally, everyone was doubtful and trying to guess what kind of means Yi Yuan would use to face these two mighty flames. But no one could have thought that he actually did not block them. He did not care at all.
Tianqing had an inert face and blinked his eyes fiercely, thinking that he had a misconception.
He's actually completely unscathed.
Completely unharmed. How is this possible?
Those are Zhongli heavenly fire and Nihility karmic fire. He actually didn't even employ divine essence?
I'm not dreaming, right?
He felt that his understanding had been seriously challenged. These two legendary flames could not be seen randomly. But the result was too surprising.
It's impossible, right? It was so far away and I even had a feeling of being evaporated just now. Yet, Lord Saint Azure, he's actually completely unscathed. 2 legendary flames and they were actually unable to make Lord Saint Azure take action? It's really too impressive. No wonder Lord Saint Azure kept on ignoring Lin Chaotian. It turns out that he really doesn't care. The powerhouses around were all marveling with admiration endlessly.
Even if they did not understand the origins of these 2 mighty flames, they could also feel the horror of these 2 clusters of flames. But Yi Yuan's casualness really shocked him. Of course, the one who was most shocked was none other than Lin Chaotian himself.
He used his most terrifying means in a state of extreme fury. As a result, Yi Yuan did not even have any interest in making a move. How could this not frighten him? He was really scared. Are you the devil?
Even this and you are fine?
Impossible.
You must be forcefully enduring it, Lin Chaotian bellowed.
For the first time, Yi Yuan looked Lin Chaotian in the eye and said coolly, "You seem to be scared." Lin Chaotian's expression changed and he said angrily, "Scared? This ancestor is currently humanity's #1 person, the human race's sovereign.
Would I be scared of you, a guy who isn't even a Dao ancestor?"
Yi Yuan, if you have the capability, let's fight upright and openly. He was really scared.
Anyone could tell that what he was yelling was threatening in manner but inwardly shaky.
The feeling that Yi Yuan gave him was too strange. He boasted that he already understood Yi Yuan very well. But that scene earlier, he suddenly discovered his understanding of Yi Yuan was actually extremely limited. This person was always outside of your understanding. Each time, he felt that everything was under control.
However, things never developed in the direction that he imagined. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chaotian with interest and he said with a faint smile, "Okay."
That smile carried indescribable contempt. Lin Chaotian was greatly triggered. 2 power of rules surged frenziedly once more.
Heaven-wielding Golden Crow. Myriad fire consecration.
Lin Chaotian roared, carried a large golden bird, and rushed toward Yi Yuan. The current Yi Yuan was still taking his own sweet time. It was only to see him reach his hand out and grab in the void. A transparent long sword impressively appeared in his hand. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air.
Is that sword a sword of void?
Insane.
Really crazy.
He's actually using space as a weapon.
Can it still be played like this? There were shocked voices all around.
Tian Qing's pupils constricted, and he said, "The void as a sword. This boy indeed comprehended spatial rule. However, if it's merely spatial rule, it's not a great threat to this ancestor too." He waited over and felt that he should not fear Yi Yuan. After all, back then when Shanghang fused space and time, two great rules, Shanghang could not do anything to him. Now, he corroborated his Tao to become an ancestor. His strength increased greatly. A sword Tao rule, a spatial rule, was not enough to pose a threat to him. Swoosh! At this time, Yi Yuan finally moved, only to see his figure flash, already arriving in front of the Golden Crow. Facing the human who provoked him so much, that Golden Crow roared, as if wanting to completely devour Yi Yuan. Roar!
The Golden Crow's two wings shook, swallowing directly towards Yi Yuan. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he did not unleash some earth-shaking big move either, rushing straight for the Golden Crow.
Chi! 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 In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, that Golden Crow was directly hacked into countless chunks, dissipating into nothing.
This. Lin Chaotian opened his mouth wide, looking at the scene in disbelief. He relied on this move to reach a draw with progenitor Tian Qing. In front of Yi Yuan, it actually did not even have excess strength to fight back.
Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chaotian with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Is this the strength of humanity's sovereign? Aren't you afraid of people laughing their heads off by being the human race's sovereign?" Lin Chaotian's pupils constricted, finally revealing a fearful expression. He was not a fool. Yi Yuan's casual mood was not a pretense. This guy was really impressive. Clearly, before this, his spatial law had not reached grand completion yet. In a short 1 month's time, his spatial law actually reached the realm of rule. With sword Tao rule and spatial rule fusing, the current Yi Yuan was too strong.
This kind of strength was simply unreasonably strong.
At this time, Lin Chaotian finally wanted to back out.
Swoosh! Lin Chaotian urged his divine essence to the extreme, running into the distance.
Yi Yuan seemed to have long expected it. His figure just swayed and he already blocked in front of Lin Chaotian.
His teleport was much faster than Lin Chaotian's movement technique.
Why? Weren't you very arrogant before? Didn't you want to unify the human race? Is our human race's sovereign running away? Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile.
Lin Chaotian's expression was indescribably ugly. He thought that after he became a Tao ancestor, he would be able to tower above all of humanity.
Who would have expected that in a short 1 month's time, Yi Yuan actually became strong to such an extent? Suddenly, his gaze flickered and he took out a small crystal.
Tear of life.
Lin Chaotian said in a stern voice, "Yi Yuan, if you dare come over, this ancestor will crush it."
The tear of life is a rule item. As long as it's shattered, it will return to heaven and earth. Hey, this ancestor knows that this thing is very important to you. Just try if you dare to kill this ancestor.
This was his final trump card. Oh? Is that so? Facing Lin Chaotian's threat, Yi Yuan was completely indifferent but moved closer forward instead. Lin Chaotian had a look of fear and repeatedly fell back as he said, Don't you come over.
Walk over again and this ancestor will really crush it."
Yi Yuan was completely unmoved, continuing to close in. "Lin Chaotian, you've also borrowed the lesser Heavenspan mountain away for very long already. It's time to return to the original owner."
Also, this tear of life, this he will accept it too. Yi Yuan had an indifferent look as if he was not afraid of the tear of life being crushed at all. Lin Chaotian fell back repeatedly. He was really frightened badly by Yi Yuan.
Yi Yuan's various bizarre divine abilities made him not even have the possibility of running away.
However, Lin Chaotian was a ruthless person too. Under Yi Yuan's coercion, Lin Chaotian suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Is that so? Then if you have the ability, try taking the tear of life away from this ancestor's hand."
Finished talking, Lin Chaotian gritted his teeth and exerted force with his hand, going to crush the tear of life. But right at this time, Yi Yuan spat a word out of his voice very calmly.
"Immobilize." Lin Chaotian's body suddenly froze there. He desperately used strength and even used the two great rules.
But it was as if everything stopped. His power of rule could not be transmitted to his hands at all. All of his strength seemed to be restrained.
Heavenly Tao true word. His time law also reached the realm of rule? Tian Qing had an innate look, feeling like all of his understanding was being subverted. Within a month, Yi Yuan broke through these two great supreme laws to the realm of rule?
He was speechless.
In his view, Yumengli should be a rare talent whose accomplishments surpassed ancient and modern times.
But Yumengli was nothing in front of Yi Yuan at all.
Concerning time freeze, this move, Yi Yuan already had not used it for a long time.
It was not that he did not want to use it, but that his opponents were too strong. This move already could not have much effect anymore.
Although innate divine abilities were powerful, they also depended on who the opponent was.
With Yi Yuan's previous strength, going to immobilize a Tao ancestor was equivalent to setting fire to himself.
Under the power of rule, not only would he fail, it would even backlash back to him. But now it was different.
His space-time law had similarly reached the realm of rule. His fleshy body realm also reached the limit of rank 9. Under such circumstances, unless the Tao ancestor surpassed him.
Otherwise, they would not be able to shake off his heavenly Tao true word too.
At least, Lin Chaotian could not do it. Whoosh! A streak of sword light flashed past. Lin Chaotian's arm was severed at the wrist. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned, and the tear of life flew over. Getting the tear of life, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "I tried and seem to have succeeded."
Lin Chaotian's eyes went from shock to astonishment, then to horror.
Space-time law, time, space, sword, three great laws, stepped into the realm of rule at the same time. He finally understood why Yi Yuan was so calm and composed. Because Ha already completely surpassed the Grand Ancestor Spacetime Shang Hang back then. He was Saint Azure. He was the #1 person throughout the ages.
He was the true human race's sovereign.
Humanity's sovereign had never been flaunted by oneself, but proved using strength. All of the powerhouses present fell into deep shock.
Yi Yuan used his strength to astound 3 eras.
At the start of this epoch, he sent a supreme Tao ancestor who had just reached the peak into the dust. I didn't expect that this heavenly Tao samsara actually had such an outcome.
Lord Saint Azure is now really the #1 person throughout the ages.
Thinking about it now, Lin Chaotian's domineeringness previously was really laughable to the extreme.
Everyone shook their heads one after another. Lin Chaotian used strength to terrorize everyone. Not long ago, he was still so insufferably arrogant and unparalleledly tyrannical.
He felt that Yi Yuan was utterly not worth mentioning in front of him. Saint Azure was about to become history.
But now reality slapped his face brutally.
He was nothing in front of Yi Yuan. Only then did they understand why Yi Yuan disdained to refine the rule crystals. Because he did not need it at all.
3 great laws fusing, this was indeed very amazing.
But it was nothing in front of Tao ancestors. Because these 3 Taos stepping into the realm of rule was virtually something impossible.
However, Yi Yuan did it. Now he had time, space, and sword, 3 Taos step into the realm of rule at the same time. What did Tao ancestors count for?
Lin Chaotian finally broke free from the fetters of heavenly Tao true word. But his body was already drenched with sweat. 3 great powers of rule were ravaging within his body. His severed wrist was still bleeding, unable to stop at all. He looked at Yi Yuan with a horrified face and said, You're simply not human. How did you do it? Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chaotian and said coolly, Lin Chaotian, I won't kill you. Hearing this, Lin Chaotian was wildly ecstatic in his heart. He never thought that Yi Yuan would actually let him off. However, what Yi Yuan said next made him feel like he fell into an ice cellar.
Today, I'll waste your cultivation.
I'll suppress you in front of the 2 races' realm boundary market. and let you suffer the reviling of humanity endlessly. This humiliation was written by you, so you bear it yourself."
Finished talking, he did not wait for Lin Xiaotian to react either. Yi Yuan executed the heavenly Tao true word again. Lin Xiaotian was directly immobilized there.
Then Yi Yuan smacked a palm towards his abdomen area.
A terrifying power of law directly penetrated into his divine sea and shattered his small world into pieces.
Yi Yuan struck extremely heavily. Lin Xiaotian's small world had already been completely destroyed, and it would be absolutely impossible to regenerate again. Lin Xiaotian had despair written all over his eyes. He glared at Yi Yuan and bellowed, You're the devil. Yi Yuan. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he laughed in spite of himself and said, "Then you'll have to be able to become a ghost first. Return."
It was only to see him reach his hand out and beckon. The lesser heavenspan mountain directly broke away from Lin Xiaotian's control and returned to Yi Yuan's hand.
These few years, although the lesser heavenspan mountain had been in Lin Xiaotian's hands, he was unable to refine it at all.
A precious treasure like the lesser heavenspan mountain was not what anybody could refine. Concerning Lin Xiaotian's outcome, Yi Yuan had long thought about it. His sins could not be paid off with a simple death.
Facing the divine race's invasion, Lin Xiaotian only thought of his own interests and nearly doomed the human race for all of eternity.
This sin needed him to go and repay himself.
Currently, Lin Xiaotian was still a Tao ancestor, but he already did not have divine essence to display the power of rules. The current Lin Xiaotian was like a baby walking through the downtown area while hugging a gold brick. In the crowd, there were already many people whose eyes turned green.
Tao ancestor.
Who did not want to become a Tao ancestor?
But right at this time, Yi Yuan said coolly, "You all can beat or scold him, but you can't kill him."
"I have another use for the fire rule crystal." This sentence immediately extinguished everyone's fantasies. Who dared not follow Yi Yuan's words?
Killing Lin Xiaotian was easy. But even if they became ancestor fire, so what?
Yi Yuan could kill them like killing a dog. This fire rule crystal, Yi Yuan was saving it for Fiery.
Ever since Fiery left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, he had been in closed seclusion in his hidden place. Till today, he had not exited seclusion.
But this fire rule crystal was naturally most suitable for him. Everything seemed to have already settled down. But right at this time, Tianqing moved. The divine race's 5 great Tao ancestors flashed and surrounded Yi Yuan tightly. Regarding this, Yi Yuan did not seem to care and said indifferently, "You guys can't make me stay." Tianqing said in a solemn voice, "I know. But this ancestor will use your human race's trillions of lives as a bargaining chip to force you to have a battle with the 5 of us.
If you don't fight, the 5 of us will go on a killing spree."
The air suddenly went quiet.
The human race powerhouses had not caught their breath yet and their nerves were immediately wound up tightly again.
Tianqing's asphyxiating killing intent made everyone understand that this was not a joke. If Yi Yuan refused, Tianqing would definitely go on a killing spree. The divine race's 5 great Tao ancestors combining forces. This lineup was too terrifying, especially that there were also 2 great 10 marks powerhouses among them. What to do here? If it's Tianqing alone, it's still alright. But they have 2 great 10 marks Tao ancestors. Despicable. Shameless.
How? How can they use such a shameless method to force Lord Saint Azure?
It's over. This time, it's completely over. To fight is to die. Not fighting is also death. From start to end, the divine race's pressure had always been there. The 2 great 10 marks Tao ancestors, no one could ignore their existence. The divine race's top powerhouses were too strong. But no one expected that the divine race actually used such a despicable method to force Yi Yuan to answer the challenge.
When Lin Xiaotian saw this scene, he could not resist letting out a wild laugh as he said, "Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, this time I see how you'll still be arrogant."
Aren't you very arrogant? Aren't you very condescending?
Aren't you known as the #1 person through the ages?
Ha ha. Lin Xiaotian seemed to be in a crazed state. His face was full of delight.
Yi Yuan crippled him, crippling all of his hopes.
He hated Yi Yuan.
He wished to eat Yi Yuan whole.
Now, Yi Yuan aroused the divine race's dread. not scrupling to use the common people of the world as a bargaining chip to force Yi Yuan to face the enemy head-on. This result was what he would like to see the most.
He was not Yu Yuan's match, but the divine race's 5 ancestor added together was.
The strengths of these 5 ancestors were above Dao ancestors to begin with. Now that they corroborated their Dao to become ancestors, their strength could not be mentioned in the same breath even more. Yi Yuan would have to die.
Noisy. Tian Qing gave a cold snort and conveniently flung a slap over. Lin Chaotian was directly struck until his mouth was full of blood. He wanted to laugh but could not laugh anymore. This scene seemed very comical.
But nobody laughed.
Because they could not laugh.
The pressure brought by the 5 ancestors was too great. Right now, as long as Yi Yuan said a word of no, the 5 ancestors would definitely go on a massacre.
Being surrounded by 5 ancestors, Yi Yuan was still very calm and said indifferently, human and divine, 2 races each occupying half of the world like this now. Is it not good?
Tian Qing frowned and said frankly, you make this ancestor afraid. Each day that you're around, this ancestor will find it hard to eat and sleep.
After becoming Dao ancestor, Tian Qing's imposing aura that showed disdain for all under heaven had returned anew.
He was confident that there was no one who could threaten him in this world anymore.
Even if Lin Chaotian was conferred ancestor a second time, Tian Qing's strength also skyrocketed. Lin Chaotian dreaded the latter too. But now Tian Qing could not sit still any longer. The strength that Yi Yuan exhibited had somewhat gotten out of his control. He did not know whether Yi Yuan would become even stronger or not. At that time, it would simply be a devastating blow to the divine race.
Yi Yuan turned to Yu Mengli and said, you want to fight too? Yu Mengli hesitated for a bit, but in the end, she still nodded her head slowly. She was very agonized being caught in the middle, but she still chose to fight. Yi Yuan heaved a long sigh and said, since that's the case, let's fight then. Yi Yuan answering the challenge. The group of powerhouses heaved sighs of relief one after another. Sure enough, Lord Saint Azure's name of sainthood was not in vain.
But it was also merely letting out a sigh of relief.
Not that they had no confidence in Yi Yuan, but that the strength of the 5 ancestors was too strong. No way.
Are you bullying our human race for not having anyone?
Since it's a group battle, then count this ancestor in too. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets suddenly spoke up, his eyes sweeping toward the crowd, and he said with a cold snort, when are the few of you going to be cowardly tortoises until, if Yi Yuan is defeated, can you all stand aloof without paying attention to others? The direction that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was looking at was precisely where the few former Dao ancestors were at. They had their auras converged all along, hiding in the crowd.
Among the previous generation Dao ancestors, Ancestor Fire was dead, Ancestor Water was dead, and Lin Chaotian was crippled.
In the Heavenspan Mountain, because of fighting for the rule crystals, Dao ancestors Earth, Light, and Darkness were killed. But there were still 3 people there. They did not have that fate and failed to be conferred ancestor again this time. But they were former Dao ancestors after all. Furthermore, after undergoing the baptism of the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain, they were Dao ancestor-level powerhouses too. At this time, how could they keep out of the affair?
In the crowd, the few great former Dao ancestors were all silent. Suddenly, Dao Ancestor Destruction stepped forward and said smilingly, want this ancestor to take action?
But I have a condition. The fire rule crystal is mine.
Furthermore, you must swear a heavenly Dao oath that after this, you'll forgive this ancestor's past misdeeds.
Dao Ancestor Destruction was not stupid either. He knew that even after obtaining the fire rule crystal, he was not Yi Yuan's match too, so he took a preventive measure in advance.
With him saying that, Ancestor Lightning and Ancestor Wind lost composure,
while the human race powerhouses were in an uproar. Shameless. Really shameless.
This guy is actually taking advantage of the situation at this time to profit.
Heh,
really are fine Dao ancestors.
Why don't he and Lin Chaotian go and die? Taking a look now, it's better for Dao ancestors to be arranged by Lord Saint Azure. After all, the people that he brought out are all loyal and brave individuals. Dao Ancestor Destruction's actions immediately attracted a wave of scorn. It was just that he did not care. As long as he could be conferred ancestor a second time, He did not care what others thought at all, while Ancestor Lightning and Ancestor Wind were a little hesitant. After all, there was only a fire rule crystal that was vacant. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's expression was livid as he shouted angrily, "Ho Shang, you despicable villain! Already at this point, and you actually still wanted to loot a burning house." Tao Ancestor Destruction smiled and said, "Every man for himself. Moreover, this ancestor taking action is also for humanity's cardinal principles of righteousness in itself too. Why not give consideration to both?" When Ho Shang was talking, his face did not turn red and his heart did not race. He was actually not the least bit ashamed. His world outlook was different from Yi Yuan and the rest in the first place. The dissidence of opinion made it useless to talk. He was dead sure that Yi Yuan had to give in. That was why he said this. After all, no matter who it was, facing the divine race's 5 ancestors, there was only the path of retreating. A fight to the death would only be you dying. No need. None of you guys need to take action. Right at this time, Yi Yuan, who was in the midst of the 5 ancestors, spoke up calmly. And his figure also instantly left the encirclement, arriving in front of Ho Shang. He looked at Ho Shang with a mocking look and said with a smile, "You want the fire rule crystal?" Ho Shang's expression changed drastically, and he fell back repeatedly and said stammeringly, If you dare to harm this ancestor, you absolutely won't be the 5 ancestors' match." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Is that so? To be able to put such vile and despicable words in such a dignified and high-sounding way, you're really impressive. Therefore, you can die already." A sword light flashed past. Blood sealed the throat. With this murder, everyone was struck silly with astonishment. Even the divine race's 5 ancestors were also dumbstruck with amazement. This plot reversed too fiercely. They thought that it would turn into a melee. But in the end, Yi Yuan directly one-shot Tao Ancestor Destruction. What's Lord St. Azure's doing? Killing Tao Ancestor Destruction at this time, isn't it breaking one's own arm and destroying one's own great wall? Sigh? Lord St. Azure's personality is too staunch. What to do about this? A feeling of despair spread in the crowd. The strength of the human race was significantly weaker than the divine race to begin with. Now, there were even deaths and injuries. In the end, Yi Yuan even broke his own arm. But Yi Yuan ignored these. His gaze turned to Ancestor Lightning and Ancestor Wind and he said coolly, "Do you guys still want the rule crystal? Do you not want any more?" The two said fearfully. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Good that you don't. Remember, not killing you guys isn't because you guys aren't worthy of being killed. Pang Tian, you should thank Pang Jin. Zuyen, you once made a move to stop Tian Qing before. This time, I'll spare you guys from death. But there's no next time." There was thick fear in the two people's eyes. The oppression that Yi Yuan gave to them was seriously too strong. Finished saying, Yi Yuan ignored the two and turned around and left. Only then did Ancestor Lightning Pang Tian and Ancestor Wind Zhuo Yen feel akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. They discovered that their backs were already soaked through. The two exchanged a glance, both revealing a hint of a bitter smile. The death of Tao Ancestor Destruction made them feel the grief of the fox mourning the death of a rabbit. The 9 great Tao ancestors were only left with the 2 of them now. They understood that the era that belonged to them was already completely over. Yi Yuan returned opposite of the 5 ancestors. Tian Qing frowned and said, "You're really going to confront the 5 of us with your power alone?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Why? Can't I?" Tian Qing said, "Of course you can. This isn't some fair fight, but the life and death battle of 2 races. Hey, you being so overbearingly haughty is precisely what this ancestor hopes for." Toward Yi Yuan's composure, although he felt a little nervous in his heart. He had absolute confidence in the 5 ancestors' strength. Although 3 laws fusion was troublesome, he was absolutely not the 5 of their match. Yi Yuan said indifferently, "Well, begin then." His voice had yet to fade, and he already turned into an afterimage, pouncing towards Tian Qing. The latter was shocked, feeling an astonishing sword intent coming at him head-on. "Fine lad. Watch this." Tian Qing's reaction was extremely quick too, only to hear him yell out loudly, both fists directly slamming out like flood dragons heading out to the sea. One had a sword intent that surmounted heaven. The other had a fist that suppressed the four seas. In a breath, the two people clashed. Boom! It was only to hear a loud bang. Tianqing's body flew out like a bombshell, while Yi Yuan did not budge an inch. This blow that arrived unexpectedly was actually Yi Yuan's complete victory. At virtually the same time, the divine race's four ancestors also moved. Yu Mengli repeatedly pointed her dainty fingers, aiming straight for Yi Yuan's vitals. Her strike did not lose to Tianqing in the least bit. Under the other three people's support via coordinated actions, it practically shattered even space. Yi Yuan was indifferent. Universe suddenly blossomed, facing the four ancestors head-on. Both sides instantly fell into a fierce battle. Tianqing only felt his innards in turmoil. Ignoring the shock in his heart, he rushed in again. Only when he confronted Yi Yuan head-on did he experience how strong the Yi Yuan who fused time, space, and sword, three laws, was. At the same time, he was also secretly rejoicing that the divine race had an additional 10 marks powerhouse now. If it was just him alone, he would likely really not be able to suppress Yi Yuan. Tianqing had fought Xianxia once before and was deeply aware of the prowess of spacetime law. It was just that Xianxia's strength compared to the current Yi Yuan, it was simply one up in the sky and the other on the ground. Even if Yi Yuan only used spacetime law, it was also completely not what Xianxia could compare with, let alone talk about using time, space, and sword, three great laws at the same time. That swift and fierce sword intent was practically poking holes in the sky. If not for him being conferred ancestor again, he would not have been able to block that sword just now at all. However, even if he rejoined the group battle, they were actually unable to suppress Yi Yuan after combining the 5 of their strength. The universe sword art that fused spacetime law could be rated as perfect. Space and time, the two great laws, contained the meaning of universe in the first place. The universe sword art that Yi Yuan developed with sword Dao as the axis, time and space as the two poles, was simply formidable to the extreme. His every move and style carried the aura of great Dao, almost reaching the extent of the limit of Dao. Not only did 5 great Dao ancestors joining forces fail to suppress Yi Yuan, but they were also completely suppressed by Yi Yuan instead. Even if the 5 of them activated Heavenly Dao True Martial, they were still unable to suppress Yi Yuan. Tianqing and Yu Mengli were still alright. The other 3 progenitors were actually in the awkwardness of being in straitened circumstances under the power pressure of universe. The 6 people's battle fought until the sky rent asunder and the earth split open. The mountains and rivers in the vicinity were directly turned into nothingness. This battle could be said to be the supreme battle of the heavenspan world already. The power was unimaginable. At this time, regardless of whether it was the divine race or the human race, they all fell into immense shock. Only then did they understand why Yi Yuan accepted Tianqing's provocation so calmly and why he insisted on fighting 1 versus 5 calmly. His might was suffocating. What a fine universe! I feel that Lord Saint Azure is a mobile heavenly Tao. Strong. Too strong. Lord Saint Azure's strength already reached a realm that we can't imagine. It turns out that all of our worries were so ridiculous. Lord Saint Azure is already standing at the summit of the heavenspan world. From today onward, who can still suppress him? Shock, pleasant surprise, and fanatical worship. All kinds of emotions interwoven together. Humanity's powerhouses felt an indescribable pride at this time. The divine race had 8 great progenitors that suppressed the myriad races. But humanity only needed Saint Azure alone and they could turn their noses up at the world. In this samsara, the human race did not need to be haunted with fear anymore. Because they had Saint Azure. Currently, Lin Chaodian, with his mouth full of blood, his eyes were full of despair and shame at his unworthiness. He was posturing in front of Yi Yuan. He wanted to become the human race's sovereign. He did not even have the qualifications to force out Yi Yuan's true strength. The strength that Yi Yuan exhibited now was truly suppressing the myriad races. Lin Chaodian was a joke after Heavenly Dao Samsara. Originally, he was still filled with hatred towards Yi Yuan, and still harbored a tiny trace of hope. But having witnessed Yi Yuan's strength, he understood that he no longer had hopes of making a comeback. This was not an era of heroes vying for supremacy. This was also not an era of duality. This was an era that belonged to Yi Yuan alone. this heavenly Tao Samsara, Yi Yuan would reign supreme by himself. Even the number one person who once looked down upon the world, Tianqing, also had to submit under Yi Yuan's feet. Pooh, pooh, pooh. After 1,000 moves, Tao ancestor life Chung Kue was whisked into universe after a careless move. It was only to see countless streaks of sword light pass through his body, directly garroting him. The power of rule flowed out, condensing into a rule crystal again, and arrived at Yi Yuan's hand. In the last epic, 18 grand ancestors moving out together might not be able to kill a divine race progenitor too. But now Yi Yuan killed someone under the pincer attacks of 5 ancestors. Still want to fight again? Yi Yuan held the rule crystal in his hand as he said indifferently. Tianqing's expression was incomparably solemn. The divine race that stood high above the masses was really trampled underfoot by someone this time. Furthermore, it was being subjugated forever, that kind. After today, who could still be Yi Yuan's match? In the Battle of the Supreme, Yi Yuan fought 1 versus 5, overpowering the divine race. This battle completely shattered the myth of the divine race. The divine race was not a mythical race. They could be trampled underfoot too. Do we still have a way out? Tianqing's words were full of bitterness. He was somewhat unable to accept this current fact. To Tianqing, he had always been the strongest in this world. He felt that he was this world's apex, no one could surpass him. But now, Yi Yuan, this peak already completely surpassed him. Yi Yuan nodded his head lightly and said, "Yes, be more law-abiding in the future. Then I won't do anything to the divine race. You remember this. In the future, no race is superior to the others. All life is equal. You restrain the divine race and put away that lame sense of superiority of yours. Of course, our human race also won't pose with the bearing of a ruler." Tianqing had a look of surprise and said, "Do you really mean this?" Yi Yuan said, "Do you think that I have a need to crack jokes with you?" Tianqing's expression became somewhat complicated. Honestly speaking, the pride of their divine race was born in the bones. That pride seemed to be deep etched in the depths of their soul, unable to change at all. The divine race seemed to be feared by all races the moment they were born. But now Yi Yuan's words were like a form of charity. When had their divine race, or him, Tianqing, ever faced such a humiliating moment before? But Tianqing was not a fool. He knew that Yi Yuan was not pitying them. With Yi Yuan's present strength, he could absolutely make the human race tower above all races. But he did not. Yi Yuan had the qualification of a sovereign. His word was gold. If he said that all life was equal, then all life would really be equal. It was just that he did not understand. Why? My divine race should have an irreconcilable hatred with you, Tianqing said in puzzlement. You'll understand very soon. Before long, I'll go to the divine race. Now, you all go back, Yi Yuan said coolly. Tianqing's expression changed. He recalled what Yi Yuan said before. Could it be that Yi Yuan was really going to deal with the 8 extreme divinities? But Yi Yuan no longer paid attention to him and turned to Long Yi and said, Long Yi, you've led the 8 clans to guard the abyss world for hundreds of millions of years, toiling hard and rendering great merits. This rule crystal will be handed over to you. In the future, your Tao ancestor life. Long Yi's entire body trembled, indescribable joy on his face. By the side, the leaders of the 8 clans were also happy for him. With Long Yi becoming an ancestor, no one was unconvinced by it. Many thanks, Lord Progenitor, Long Yi said respectfully. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and looked toward Ni Xian and said, Ni Xian, you, as humanity's chief commander, have rendered utmost contributions. Later, I'll lay down the inheritance arrays anew. You'll be the second person with the qualifications to enter the inheritance grand array apart from Wan Zhen. When Ni Xian heard that, he was also wildly elated. How could he not understand the significance of the inheritance grand array? One had to know, the inheritance grand array created 18 grand ancestor-level powerhouses. For him to be able to obtain this qualification, even if he did not enter grand ancestor realm in the future, he would also surely be a supreme powerhouse among Deva realms. Many thanks, Lord Saint Azure, Ni Xian said agitatedly. Yi Yuan nodded slightly. then surveyed the surroundings and said loudly to the powerhouses that filled the sky, "Heavenly Tao Samsara has already ended. From now onwards, the human and divine, two races, will stay out of the other's business. If anyone deliberately provokes the two races to be antagonistic, I'll kill without mercy." Yi Yuan's words were said casually, but the majesty in those words, no one dared to disobey. The current Yi Yuan was the true blue sovereign of the myriad races. This myriad of races included the divine race. None dared to defy his words, although they did not understand it. Very soon, the Heavenspan mountain battle spread throughout the entire Heavenspan world like the wind. The entire human race was boiling with excitement, especially Saint Azure battling 5 ancestors and overpowering the divine race. Just listening to it made one feel their hot blood boiling. This battle achievement, one did not even dare to think about it before today. If progenitor Tianqing battled 5 great Tao ancestors by himself, they would not be surprised. But a human suppressed the entire divine race. This sort of thing was too heaven-defying, too impressive, really too awesome. Being able to see Lord Saint Azure once in my whole life, I can die without regrets. The number one person through the ages. Lord Saint Azure is absolutely the well-deserved number one person through the ages. Lord Saint Azure is really akin to the noonday sun, illuminating through the ages. He alone created 3 eras, leaving legacies, suppressing the divine race, suppressing eternally. Nobody is able to surpass this kind of feat anymore. Following the divine race coming roaring into being, their might had long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people already, especially when Tianqing returned back then, suppressing 3 ancestors by himself. That kind of shock was truly unable to use words to describe it. In everyone's impression, Tao ancestors were supreme existences. They were invincible powerhouses. But suddenly a person appeared who could actually suppress 3 people by himself. This impact was really too great. But Yi Yuan suppressed 5 great divine race progenitors with his power alone, and it was even the progenitors after becoming Tao ancestors. In contrast, Yi Yuan was simply a god up in heaven. That kind of power could no longer be described using words. From now on, humanity would truly be able to live under sunlight. They no longer had any more fears from the rear. This huge mountain that suppressed 2 epochs was completely suppressed by Yi Yuan. Before this battle, people's feelings towards Yi Yuan were more admiration and idolization. But after this battle, Yi Yuan was thoroughly apatheicized. He was the divinity above the clouds. He was the god of war that suppressed all sides. He was the sovereign who guarded the human race. From now on, he was a figure that lived in mythology. It was just that, with regards to these, Yi Yuan himself did not have much awareness. Not only that, the dark clouds in his heart grew denser and denser, because he knew that suppressing the divine race was just the beginning. That 8 extreme divinities which created the divine race was the truly terrifying existence. Facing this existence, he did not have any confidence at all. Soon he would be facing it. But before this, he still had one more thing to do. Saving Mu Lingxue. He went through all kinds of hardships and difficulties. It was in order to obtain the tear of life. Now he finally got his wish, but right before it, Yi Yuan's emotions became perturbed. The current Yi Yuan was no longer an ignorant person. His alchemy Tao already reached the acme of perfection, reaching the realm of rule. He naturally knew how dreadful Mu Lingxue's current state was. Regarding a trace of spiritual consciousness not extinguishing, actually, it was already equivalent to a dead person. Even he, this existence with invincible alchemy Tao, was also at a loss on what to do. Yi Yuan could refine Tao pills, but Tao pills could not save Mu Lingxue. The tear of life was a rule item with a powerful life force. This power was very magical and hard to describe. But as for the specifics of whether it was useful or not, Yi Yuan was not sure either. He was praying in his heart, praying for Mu Lingxue to be able to wake up. Carrying extreme flustered emotions, Yi Yuan injected the tear of life into Mu Lingxue's body. Yi Yuan's body was trembling slightly, his breathing becoming rapid. The sacred ancestor high priest who was by the side. It was still his first time seeing Yi Yuan so nervous.
It could be seen what weight of this woman whose life and death situation was unknown had in Yi Yuan's heart. One dark green light halo after another emitted from Mu Lingshue's body. Yi Yuan carefully guided the power of the tear of life with the power of his divine soul entering Mu Lingshue's sea of consciousness. There was only a trace of spiritual consciousness remaining. Yi Yuan forced himself to calm down. There was no room for the slightest error at this time. This final trace of spiritual consciousness could not withstand any accidents. It was also Yi Yuan's first time seeing the tear of life. Even he was extremely amazed by the vast aura of life inside. This aura of life was extremely complex and profound, seemingly containing the great Tao of life and death inside. There was a myriad of great Tao. The great Tao of life and death was also one of them. Furthermore, it was an extremely profound one. Yi Yuan had cultivated the Nirvana Seal's life and death seal before, and had a rather profound understanding of life and death Tao's attainments. But, even if he was presently revered as Heavenspan World's #1 person, he could not penetrate the secrets of life and death too. People were the most complex things in this world to begin with. In front of the great Tao of heaven and earth, people were insignificant like a drop in the ocean. But people themselves were also akin to a complicated and sophisticated instrument running continuously. Logically speaking, everyone was within the operations of heavenly Tao. Everyone's life trajectory should also have been configured already. But Yi Yuan had gone through so much and had long already seen through a lot. The destiny of people could not be controlled by heavenly Tao at all. Just like himself. He had discussed his life with profound secrets before and could confirm that his heaven-defying rise was absolutely not within the operation of heavenly Tao. He broke free from heavenly Tao's control. Yi Yuan could also confirm that the Heavenspan World's current situation already broke out of the control of heavenly Tao too. Yi Yuan had a feeling that even if one grasped life and death rule, they would not be able to truly see through life and death too. The tear of life contained the maxim of life. Feeling this power, Yi Yuan felt a bit more confident out of thin air. Under Yi Yuan's control, the power of life seemed to be like the spring rain, watering the weak spiritual consciousness. Time slowly trickled by, but Mu Lingshue's spiritual consciousness did not show the slightest signs of strengthening. After several devastations, Mu Lingshue's spiritual consciousness was already too weak. The power of life was unable to enter Mu Lingshue's spiritual consciousness at all. Yi Yuan could not help feeling a little more fretful in his heart. But he did not dare to be the least bit neglectful. Every pore on his body from head to toe became tense. 1 day, 2 days. A month later, just as Yi Yuan already completely despaired, that trace of spiritual consciousness suddenly grew stronger. Although it was only a little bit, Yi Yuan could see it clearly. This trace of change made Yi Yuan ecstatic. In this 1 month, Mu Lingshue's spiritual consciousness was immersed in the power of life. Finally, there was a slight improvement. With a trace, there was a second trace. Yi Yuan believed without a shadow of a doubt. Sure enough, in the following time, this trace of spiritual consciousness became stronger and stronger, increasingly stronger. Yi Yuan's heart was practically leaping out of his throat. He was too exhilarated. Experiencing untold hardships and turning the Heavenspan World upside down, what did he do it for? To become the Heavenspan World's #1 person? To be admired by millions of people? For that eternal name? No. He only did it for Mu Lingxue. That strange woman with an ice-cold outer appearance but dared to love and hate. Now he finally did it. Mu Lingshue's spiritual consciousness was continuously strengthening. From feeble and dim in the beginning, to solid and then turning into like clusters of flames. Ugh! Finally, Mu Lingxue let out a soft murmur. This sound was very light, soft until it was almost inaudible. But when it entered Yi Yuan's ears, it was more beautiful than any music in the world. Lingxue, can you hear? Lingxue. I'm Ji Qingyun. Yi Yuan completely forgot about himself and did not notice the tremor in his own voice at all. However, there was no response. After the sound, there was no more sound. And right at this moment, the light halo on Mu Lingshue's body dissipated with a loud bang. The tear of life also shattered with a loud bang at this moment. No! Don't! Yi Yuan's expression changed wildly, desperately wanting to gather those fragments.
But everything was futile. Those fragments gradually dissipated, returning to heaven and earth.
Yi Yuan's entire person was stupefied, instantly falling from great joy into great sorrow.
Ling Xue.
Wake up.
Don't scare me. I carried endless hope. That's how I walked until today. Don't shatter all of my hopes. Talking until the back, Yi Yuan was practically saying it while crying. These thousands of years, it was the tear of life that supported Yi Yuan to come this far. But now, the cruel reality told him that the tear of life could not save Mu Lingxue too. This despair of shattered hope directly broke Yi Yuan. Lingxue, don't be like this. Why you give me a response? Okay? I know. You're just pretending to sleep. Yi Yuan's voice became weaker and weaker. Until the end, the sound of a needle dropping could be heard.
His face dried up after being wet with tears and turned wet again after drying, no idea how many times already.
He was unable to deceive himself anymore too. He knew that he really failed.
But he was not reconciled to it. How he hoped that all this was a scam.
By the side, profound secrets and sacred ancestor high priest were both visibly moved. They had never seen such behavior before from Yi Yuan.
Only all the way until now did they understand that Yi Yuan walked until today step by step for this mortal woman in his arms.
At present, Yi Yuan was already revered as supreme.
But his feelings for this mortal woman never changed in the least bit.
To a martial artist, there could be many women in their lives. Along with the increase in their strength and status, their mentality would undergo massive changes.
How could a mortal match up to the heaven-span sovereign?
How could her life or death be worthy of the sovereign being so heartbroken? This was a strange man who was most affectionate and sincere. Yi Yuan, and maybe. There's still hope. After all, the tear of life had an effect, right? One tear of life can't.
Then we can find more tears of life. Wing hesitated for a bit but still urged.
Yi Yuan's two eyes were vacant without any spirit as he said, "You don't need to comfort me anymore. You and I are both Tao pill powerhouses. It's very clear whether the tear of life was useful or not. Spiritual consciousness was just a wisp of consciousness. This wisp of consciousness became stronger under the nourishment of the tear of life. Spiritual consciousness became stronger, but the divine soul did not show the slightest sign of recovery. This was the crux. Mu Lingxue's divine soul had long already dissipated. There was only this strand of spiritual consciousness left that was not extinguished.
Yi Yuan had always been waiting for the tear of life to be able to let this wisp of spiritual consciousness recondense its divine soul. But no, there was not the slightest trace of anything.
His despair did not lay with the tear of life shattering, but it lay here.
Without the divine soul, it was useless no matter how strong the spiritual consciousness was. Wing's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "Yi Yuan, didn't your divine essence already become a chaos origin divinity? This shows that the divine essence still has a higher level form."
Maybe. There's still a way. Yi Yuan's body shook fiercely, the hollow eyes gradually recovering a bit of light. Right? Why, you're right.
That fellow might know something.
I can't give up hope. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said. His eyes recovered their resolution once again.
The Xianxia mountain was located west of Heavenspan Mountain. It was originally Ancestor Fire's Bodhidharma.
Now, Ancestor Fire already perished. Hence, the place became the divine race's new holy land. After the Doomsday Battle, Yi Yuan agreed for the divine race to enter the Heavenspan world. The divine race also started a great migration. And the divine race's totem, the 8 extreme divinities, was naturally also invited here. In this place with abundant spiritual energy, the 8 statues appeared even more lifelike, as if they were about to come to life.
At this time, Yi Yuan already arrived outside of Xianxia Mountain.
The entire divine race was waiting in full battle array. Yi Yuan, what on earth do you want to do? Tianqing looked at Yi Yuan from afar and questioned. Today, whoever dares to stop me, I'll kill gods if gods block, and kill Buddha if Buddha blocks. Yi Yuan's words were full of indifference.
Tianqing's expression changed slightly. He felt tremendous pressure.
The Yi Yuan today became incomparably icy cold, giving people a chill that penetrated to the bones.
Humanly blocked Yi Yuan with a flash and said, "If I block you, will you kill even me?" Yi Yuan's pupils constricted slightly, the expression on his face finally having some change. "Lier, don't force me." Humanly did not back down in the slightest and said, "If you do anything for elder sister Xianxia, I have nothing to say. But if you want to destroy the 8 extreme divinities, no can do. It's the 8 extreme divinities that gave me a new lease on life." Humanly understood Yi Yuan extremely well. He just obtained the tier of life, but became like this. He must have failed to save Mu Lingxue. And him choosing to come to the divine race straight away indicated that the 8 extreme divinities must have something to do with saving Mu Lingxue. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said in a cold voice, "Bullshit. Who said that you have a new lease on life? Only destroying the 8 extreme divinities can save you. And Lingshue's only hope also lies with it." Yu Mengli shook her head firmly and said, "If you want to destroy the 8 extreme divinities, then step over my dead body." When Tianqing saw this scene, he could not help letting out a slight sigh of relief. He understood Yi Yuan. With Yu Mengli around, Yi Yuan absolutely did not dare to mess around. Who would have thought that Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said indifferently, "Since that's the case, then." Universe sword formation open. Boom! In an instant, within a radius of 1,000 miles with Yi Yuan as the center, everything was shrouded in the terrifying sword energy. Currently, the divine race's experts were practically all covered in this domain. Tianqing's expression instantly showed that he was extremely surprised. This is a sword formation condensed from 4 great rules. Your formation Dao reached the realm of Rule 2. There were no words that could describe Tianqing's shock currently. Being in the sword formation, Tianqing did not even dare to move. The dangerous aura radiating from the surroundings almost suffocated him. Only all the way until at this time did he know that Yi Yuan actually already possessed the strength to instantly kill him. In the Heavenspan Mountain battle, Yi Yuan overpowered the divine race's 5 ancestors. At that time it was not his limit. They were unable to force out Yi Yuan's limit at all. Facing 5 ancestors, fusing 3 power of rules was already sufficient. But now under Yi Yuan's rage, he revealed his strongest move, shocking everybody. This move, Universe Sword Formation, was an astonishing sword formation created based on Universe. This sword formation fused the 4 great rules that Yi Yuan comprehended, and also incorporated his ultimate comprehension of heavenly Tao. It could be said that the power of each rule was unleashed to the limit. The might of this move already surpassed everyone's imaginations. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, activating the sword formation at once. One streak of sword energy after another pierced directly into Yu Mengli's body. It restrained her in an instant. Yi Yuan flashed and Yu Mengli just happened to fall into his arms. He knew very well how far to go and when to stop when he made his move. He only knocked Yu Mengli out and sealed the power in his body and did not hurt her. With Yi Yuan's current strength, he naturally had the confidence to do it. Restraining Yu Mengli, Yi Yuan's eyes turned cold and he swept all around and said, "Now, who else wants to stop me?" Tianqing opened his mouth, only feeling full of bitterness. The current Yi Yuan already completely exceeded his imagination. Yi Yuan's might was suffocating. Swoosh! Yi Yuan put away Universe Sword Formation, carried Yu Mengli, and walked straight into the mountain. No one from the divine race dared to stop. He did not need people to lead the way. He could feel where the 8 extreme divinities was at. The divine race's powerhouses all exchanged glances, their expressions indescribably ugly. Lord Tianqing, how can he be so strong? Yeah, his power already surpasses the scope of monstrous. I feel like he's a god that's aloof from the masses. That sort of feeling is a little like facing the 8 extreme divinities. This Yi Yuan is too terrifying. With his monstrousness, the 8 extreme divinities wouldn't really have something happen to it, right? His voice had yet to fade when Tianqing interrupted his words and said in a solemn voice, "Impossible! The 8 extreme divinities is a generous gift from heaven. It has the strength equal to heaven. No matter how strong Yi Yuan is, can he be greater than heaven?" Everyone thought about it and felt that it made sense too. In the eyes of the divine race, the 8 extreme divinities and heavenly Tao were the same.
Touching the 8 extreme divinities was touching heavenly Tao. How could heavenly Tao tolerate you?
Tianqing's gaze flickered incessantly, his figure flashing, following after.
Ahead was a stretch of powerful restrictions, emitting powerful undulations.
Whoosh! Yi Yuan casually grabbed a sword of void and slashed a sword move over. The restrictions collapsed with a loud bang.
Unable to stop even a single blow. When Tianqing, who was behind, saw this scene, the corners of his mouth could not help twitching slightly.
Rumble?
Powerful undulations came out of the void. The 8 statues gradually revealed their true bodies. As if feeling the provocative intent, the 8 statues glared with fierce eyes, appearing extremely angry.
That appearance seemed like they wanted to tear Yi Yuan to pieces alive. Brat, you came again.
To dare affront the majesty of heaven again. You'll definitely die this time. Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, a familiar voice came over. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to be long-winded with him. He just said indifferently, "I'll ask, you answer. Of course, you can choose to be silent. But these 8 statues, I'll tear it down today."
That voice said with disdain, "Humph. Just based on you also want to demolish the 8 extreme divinities?
You can come and give it a try if you have the ability." Clearly, he was very confident.
But at this time, Tianqing arrived and said furiously, "Yi Yuan, the 8 extreme divinities is an object bestowed by heaven.
Affronting heaven's might, you'll die without a burial ground." Yi Yuan completely ignored Tianqing, lifting his hand, and it was a sword. Whoosh! Sword light flashed past, aiming straight for a statue in the middle. But right at this time, the fork in the statue's hand suddenly burst forth with a terrifying to the extreme energy. Boom! Yi Yuan only felt his chest tighten, spewing out a mouthful of blood. That voice laughed wildly as he said, "Ha ha ha! Saw that?
This is the outcome of you offending heaven's might.
Just the likes of you, an ant, also dare to resist heavenly Tao in vain. Death isn't regrettable." At the back, also came Tianqing's cold laughter, and he said, "Yi Yuan, I warned you long ago. Heavenly might can't be offended.
Now have you tasted a bitter pill? Withdraw now. Otherwise, you'll die very miserably."
Heavenly Tao? This thing is also worthy of being called Heavenly Tao. Yi Yuan put Lier into the world-suppressing steel space and said with a look of disdain. Yi Yuan did not know what Heavenly Tao was. But it was absolutely impossible for these strange-looking things to be Heavenly Tao. Only the divine race would treat this thing as a treasure. Yi Yuan spat a mouthful of blood and slowly stood up. The sword intent on his body surged to the sky. Universe! Yi Yuan took a step out, flying straight for the statues. Whoosh! Another terrifying surge of energy undulation. Yi Yuan did not back down in the slightest. Universe bloomed, directly welcoming it. Boom! The void shook violently. Yi Yuan was directly sent flying, smashing heavily into the ground. Facing the enormous statues, Yi Yuan was like the moth flying into the fire, being weak to the extreme.
The ever-victorious universe seemed to also have lost its effect at this time.
When Tianqing saw this scene, he could not resist sneering as he said, "A mantis blocking the chariot, overestimating your own ability.
A stubborn fellow who refuses to come to your senses, you really don't know life from death.
Is heavenly might what human strength can shake? No matter how strong you are, you're also just a human." But Yi Yuan was oblivious, pouncing toward the statues over and over again. Boom! 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 Over and over again, Yi Yuan was directly blasted flying. But he rushed forward over and over again stubbornly, as if he did not know exhaustion.
This energy undulation was extremely strong, strong beyond imagination. But Yi Yuan's universe was likewise powerful to the extreme.
Coupled with his formidable to the extreme physical body, he forcibly pulled through. It was just that each time he was blasted deep into the ground by that powerful force. But even so, his entire body was already dripping with blood, looking savage and terrifying.
Under such intense shocks, even if Yi Yuan's physical body was astonishing, he suffered considerable injuries too.
The strength of these 8 statues was indeed terrifying to the extreme. That powerful energy undulation completely had no problems killing at least one Dao ancestor.
If the target was not Yi Yuan, they would have long died no idea how many times.
That voice said with a scornful laugh, "Ha ha ha, Ant, haven't you figured out the situation yet?
With your strength, another 10,000 times will be futile too."
Oh, is that so? Yi Yuan did not care in the slightest, continuing to assault, then get blasted flying again.
Of course.
I'm the heaven, the paramount heaven. All you ants are nothing in front of heaven. When the divine race powerhouses saw the Yi Yuan who was like a moth flying into the fire, they shook their heads one after another. This is the power of heavenly Tao. Although Yi Yuan is strong, he's merely a slightly stronger ant. That's all. This boy really overestimates your own ability to actually dare provoke the majesty of heavenly Tao.
Heh, this brat had best be killed by the divinity. That way our divine race will be able to reign over the world again.
The strength that Yi Yuan exhibited previously, it deeply hurt the divine race's self-esteem. They knew that they would never be able to surpass Yi Yuan. They could not, but heavenly Tao could. The 8 extreme divinities could. Looking at the powerful universe, it was nothing in front of the 8 extreme divinities. That sort of delight was practically bursting out. Boom!
Yi Yuan was blasted flying again, spurting out a large mouthful of blood with a cough.
His aura already withered significantly.
Boy, I'm already tired of this. I can't be bothered to carry on playing with you anymore.
This strike will send you on your way. That voice held unspeakable banter.
At the same time, the 8 statues actually condensed energy at the same time.
Above the void, the wind and clouds surged, as if the end of the world was arriving again.
Everyone present was crushed by this pressure until they were practically unable to breathe.
Under this terrifying pressure, Yi Yuan's clothes fluttered madly. This is heavenly might. When a god is angered, heavenly Tao is angered too. Yi Yuan's provocation already affronted heaven's mighty. He's dead for sure. Tianqing's expression changed abruptly as he said. Under this apocalyptic power, even he could not remain calm anymore. This was the true heavenly might. At this moment, he became incomparably devout, slowly kneeling down. God, please calm your anger.
With him kneeling, all of the divine race knelt down.
God, please calm your anger. Everyone lied prostrate on the ground, praying to heaven, incomparably religiously. Ant, do you see it? This God is heaven.
This is heaven's might. Under heaven's might, your chaos origin divinity will turn to ashes too.
You are too weak. The 8 extreme divinities looked at Yi Yuan with pity as it said with a loud laugh.
Each of the 8 statues was holding a different weapon in their hands. But currently, extremely terrifying energy was condensing on each weapon. If this strike landed, the entire Xianxia mountain would likely be leveled to the ground.
In the area of 10 million miles, not a blade of grass would survive. It was just that Yi Yuan's expression seemed very calm. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Heaven's might?
Perhaps.
Extracting the energy of the heavenspan world to launch attacks can indeed be called heaven's might. It's just a pity that your technique has already been figured out by me." Over on the 8 extreme divinities side, he clearly choked. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually saw through the nature of this trick. However, he did not care, saying with a laugh, "Ha ha ha. You've figured out this god's technique? A mere ant also dares to utter such big talk. What a joke. Boy, no matter how glib your tongue is, you'll die without a doubt too."
Yi Yuan slowly shook his head and held his palm out. The lesser heavenspan mountain appeared in his palm impressively.
At the same time, an astonishing aura rose steadily from Yi Yuan's body. That was the aura of great Tao.
Feeling this terrifying aura, the voice of the 8 extreme divinities finally changed.
He seemed to have seen an extremely terrifying thing and said in shock, You actually refined the heart of heavenspan. This is impossible. How can you, an ant, possibly obtain the recognition of the heart of heavenspan?
The voice of the 8 extreme divinities seemed extremely panicky.
Clearly, the lesser heavenspan mountain put tremendous pressure on him.
The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly and he said with a smile, "So, it's called Heart of Heavenspan.
Looks like you really know quite a bit. Coming to find you is indeed correct." It was only to see Yi Yuan hold both palms out flatly. The lesser Heavenspan mountain rose up. At this time, heaven and earth seemed to be revolving around Yi Yuan. "Retreat."
Yi Yuan lightly spat a word out of his mouth.
Following that, those surging wind and clouds, the lightning flashing and thunder clapping, the fitful heaven's might, all retreated. One word made everything return to tranquility. The terrifying power condensed by the 8 extreme divinities directly dissipated with the wind. This was the might of great Tao.
Yi Yuan looked at the 8 statues and said with a sneer, "Now, try executing your heaven's might again?"
The divine race powerhouses present were all completely stunned.
No words could describe the shock in their hearts currently.
What's going on here? Heaven's might was frightened away by Yi Yuan. This is also too exaggerated, right?
Immortal actually frightened heaven's might away. Could it be that Yi Yuan already reached the point where he's on par with heaven?
This is impossible, right?
At this time, they did not know what they should say anymore. Only a deep shock remained.
The beating was naturally not in vain.
The first time they exchanged blows, Yi Yuan felt that this power was not the 8 extreme divinities' own power. He extracted the power of the heavenspan world through some mysterious power.
That was also the so-called power of heavenly Tao. This power was merely a drop in the ocean to the heavenspan world.
But to martial artists, it was akin to heaven's might.
It was just that this kind of means could hide from others, but how could it hide from Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan refined the lesser heavenspan mountain. At present, he was even standing at the summit of the heavenspan mountain already. The undulation of heavenly Tao could not hide from his perception at all.
He took the beating actually to figure this out. The means to mobilize the power of heavenly Tao. Thankfully, he did not fail the mission. He did it. These 8 statues were more like an array formation. Each time they executed that energy, they would emit a kind of mysterious undulation. At the same time, the heavenspan mountain seemed to be able to feel this undulation and lend him its power.
Yi Yuan was in possession of the lesser heavenspan mountain. He naturally sensed this undulation even more distinctly. After many times, he finally grasped this undulation. Hence, that was why there was the scene of repelling heaven's might with one word.
And this scene was really explosive to the extreme. It gave the divine race powerhouses a feeling of beholding a great mountain.
Boom! Terrifying sword intent instantly covered a radius of 1,000 miles.
Universe sword formation.
The 8 statues were directly enveloped in the range of the sword formation. The 8 extreme divinities said in terror, What do you want to do?"
"Don't you know what I want to do?" Yi Yuan said coolly. "Why you dare? These 8 statues are deposited with a wisp of my true self's origin divinity.
If you dare destroy the statues, my true self will detect it.
If he descends, you'll die without a burial ground." The 8 extreme divinities threatened. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed, thinking to himself that he indeed guessed correctly. There was indeed an extremely terrifying existence behind the 8 extreme divinities.
It was just that Yi Yuan did not know just how strong this existence was. Yi Yuan's silence made the 8 extreme divinities think that he was afraid. Hence, he led him on skillfully with patience as he said, "Hoo-hoo? Young man, you're an ant, but you're a powerful ant. Presumably, you already have some guesses that this world isn't the end point. The outside world's powerhouses aren't what you can imagine at all. As long as you let this god plant an origin divinity will and become this god's slave, then in the future, this god has a possibility of bringing you to leave this world. Do you know, without this god's guidance, no living thing in this world can leave."
The 8 extreme divinities felt that this temptation was too great. Yi Yuan definitely would not be able to resist.
Reaching Yi Yuan's realm, what other pursuits were there still? Since he knew that there was an even grander and magnificent world outside, how could Yi Yuan not be moved? Yi Yuan was still silent.
"Hoo-hoo, I know what you're thinking.
However, you're probably thinking too much. You can't imagine my true self's might at all. You think about it. To be able to toy with all of the heavenspan world's living creatures in the palm of his hands. How great is his power? Therefore, give up on this. If he descends, This world will be annihilated. The 8 extreme divinities increased the weight again as he said gloomily. At this time, he recovered to that high and mighty appearance again, seemingly already regarding Yi Yuan as his servant.
And right at this time Yi Yuan opened his mouth.
Want me to become a servant? It's also not that you can't. But I have a condition, Yi Yuan suddenly said.
The moment the 8 extreme divinities heard, he was overjoyed. But he still suppressed his emotions and said indifferently, there's nothing that can't be done to my true self. Based on your worldview, he's God.
An omnipotent God. He is a true God.
Not false gods like you all. What conditions do you have?
Feel free to state them. With your insights, he can accomplish it with utmost ease.
The 8 extreme divinities said it very calmly and collectedly as if everything was under control. This attitude gave people an extremely convincing feeling.
Yi Yuan said calmly, I have a friend whose soul had disintegrated, only left with a final wisp of spiritual consciousness that isn't extinguished.
Wonder if your true self can help her to regather her divine soul.
The moment these words came out, over on the 8 extreme divinities' side, he paused briefly. But very soon he said very calmly, Heh? This God said before, my true self is a real God. There's nothing that can't be done.
Regathering the divine essence is harder than ascending to heaven to you all lower realm ants. But to my true self, it's merely a matter of lifting a hand. Boy, open up your origin divinity and await this God to plan my origin divinity will. I'll naturally be able to help you. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's expression suddenly turned cold and he said with a cold snort, Humph. You don't know what's good for you? Really take this you to be so easy to hoodwink?
Looks like you don't be honest.
Since that's the case, I'll use force then.
That slight pause betrayed the 8 extreme divinities. Yi Yuan deliberately baited his words to inquire indirectly whether or not that person behind the 8 extreme divinities could regather the divine soul. But unfortunately, it disappointed him again. The 8 extreme divinities' attitude clearly showed that that person could not do it. A piercing cold sword intent suddenly erupted.
The 8 extreme divinities' voice sounded extremely horrified and he said, do you not want to live anymore?
If you destroy the statue, all of you will have to die without a burial ground. My true self will really descend.
The current Yi Yuan already could not be bothered to talk with him anymore.
He was in a bad mood. Is that so?
If he comes, then I'll make sure he doesn't return, Yi Yuan said coldly.
Right at this time, Universe Sword Formation suddenly launched.
That sword intent that pierced the horizon rushed toward the 8 statues frenziedly.
The 8 statues were not easy to deal with either. Their material was extremely tough. Even the sword intent which fused for great rules was actually unable to break them within a short time too. Ha ha ha. Lower realm ant. Do you think that based on your bit of strength you'll be able to break the statues? Dream on. When the 8 extreme divinities saw the situation, he could not help being overjoyed.
He was very fearful of Yi Yuan, but at this time he calmed down again. As long as Yi Yuan could not breach the statue's defenses, he would consume the power of the origin divinity and break the barrier of the world, transmitting the news back to his true self there.
At that time, Yi Yuan would definitely die without a burial ground. The threat that Yi Yuan brought to him was too great. It already escaped his control.
Therefore, he had to request for his true self to descend.
But right at this time, Yi Yuan said indifferently, Oh? Is that so? Dual polarity, sword formation. As soon as his voice faded, the universe sword formation that was originally neutral and calm suddenly became unparalleledly swift and fierce. Bang, bang, bang. One streak after another of terrifying sword intent directly ruptured the void, bombarding onto the statues crazily. Universe sword formation was born from universe. Could naturally evolve into dual polarity sword formation too. The offensive power of dual polarity sword formation increased more than 10 times when compared to universe sword formation. It was only to hear a series of terrifying sounds transmit over. Under the countless bombardments, the 8 statues finally could not endure it and cracks began to appear. How did you do it?
This is impossible. How can an ant possibly touch the boundary of a heavenly stratum powerhouse?
This is absolutely impossible. 8 extreme divinities' voice carried an extremely horrified emotion. Boom! Finally, the 8 statues could not withstand the berserk sword energy anymore and directly exploded, shattering into countless pieces.
That 8 extreme divinities' wisp of origin divinity also shattered along with the statues, turning into nothingness. Golden rays of light suddenly appeared in the void.
Like the void was shattering.
Finally, that region of void directly shattered apart.
Countless white light dots gushed out. These light dots scattered elegantly as if looking for something.
A portion of the light dots drifted and entered the bodies of the divine race powerhouses.
The eyes of those divine race powerhouses gradually became confused.
There seemed to be too much confusion.
Just now. What an intriguing feeling. Heavenly Stratum Powerhouse, is it? Yi Yuan looked above the sky, seemingly recollecting the aftertaste of something. Just now, his offensive power layered on top of each other under the catalyzing of the sword formation, reaching an inconceivable realm.
That kind of realm was what Yi Yuan had never imagined before.
Yi Yuan immersed in it in intoxication.
However, just as he was about to cross over to that realm, there seemed to be an invisible wall blocking him outside.
Yi Yuan knew that was the realm gap.
He had not broken the shackles yet.
Perhaps that was the limit of the heavenspan world. Wonder how one can become a heavenly stratum powerhouse. Maybe the one behind him knows the answer.
Leaving that wonderful state, Yi Yuan's eyes became confused. He had been constantly fumbling about how to break the shackles.
But this step was like it was a short distance away, but far away in the horizon, making him feel like he had no way of getting started. This feeling was the same as the scenery when he reached grand completion origin deity. It was just that now it was harder than back then. What he wanted to break was the shackle that no one in the heavenspan world had broken for countless billions of years.
How difficult was this step?
At this time, a streak of white light merged into the world-suppressing steel space, entering Yu Mengli's divine soul. Yi Yuan's thoughts stirred and he let Yu Mengli out.
Big brother Yuan, I'm sorry.
I couldn't control myself, Yu Mengli said tearfully.
She knew how much damage her actions and behavior these few years brought to Yi Yuan.
Self-reproach, guilt, all kinds of emotions welled up in her heart, making her heart ache endlessly. She was not feeling sorry for herself. She was feeling sorry for Yi Yuan. Only she knew how much pressure Yi Yuan had endured over the years.
Yi Yuan took her gently into his arms and said calmly, "Silly girl, it wasn't your fault either. Apologize for what?
The main culprit is already dead. You don't need to blame yourself."
Leah nodded her head slightly, but tears still could not stop flowing.
Big brother Yuan, elder sister Ling Xueshi. Yi Yuan sighed slightly, shook his head, and said nothing.
Leah's expression dimmed and she bit her lips lightly and said, "Why? Why is heaven so unfair?
Elder sister Ling Xue is so nice. By heaven made her endure such suffering?"
She was indignant, she was unwilling, she felt sorry for Yi Yuan. Accompanying Yi Yuan along the way, no one understood Mu Lingshue's position in his heart more than her.
Regarding Yi Yuan walking out of the Immortal Grove world, from an ant to heavenspan's sovereign currently, it was all in order to be able to save Mu Lingxue. But he failed.
The current Yi Yuan was very calm, but she knew how painful Yi Yuan's heart was. Yi Yuan's gaze was deep, looking deep into the blue sky, and he said firmly, "It's fine. The heavenspan world can't save Lingxue. Then I'll go beyond the heavens.
Even if I smash the 9 heavens and 10 earths, I'll also let Lingxue recover."
Yu Mengli's entire body trembled and she said, "There's really a world beyond heaven?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "The heavenspan world is a caged world. Everything is under the control of the powerhouses beyond heaven. 8 extreme divinities, doomsday battle, fight for Tao ancestor, it was merely just other people's games.
In their eyes, we're just ants." Yu Mengli's heart shook, her eyes seemingly full of disbelief. All of a sudden, Tianqing bellowed, "Impossible!
Absolutely impossible. You're lying. Our divine race is the race favored by heaven. It's the supreme race. How's there beyond the heavens in this world? If there is, why has no one ever broken the shackles? You're lying."
He could not accept this fact in front of him and also did not want to accept this fact.
Being enslaved for billions of years and suddenly waking up, he would rather be immersed in the past too.
Because he knew in the deepest corner of his heart that reality was too cruel. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, "Whether I'm lying or not, You're clear of the truth, aren't you? Of course, I don't need to explain anything either, because very soon you'll know that you have to face some things.
Lear, let's go.
Yu Mengli nodded slightly and followed Yi Yuan and left.
Watching the two people's departing back view, Tian Qing's fingers were almost crushed by himself.
Lord Tian Qing. What on earth are we? Beside Tian Qing, Origin Smile said with a blank face.
Finally, Tian Qing loosened his fist and said with a bitter smile what he said was right. We're just a bunch of pitiful people, that's all. I finally understand now why he would let the divine race off. Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma in the Great Hall, Yumengli, Wanjin, Luer, Fiery, Wanjin, Pangjin, Profound Secrets, and the rest, everyone was shockingly present. Everyone's faces carried thick solemnness.
Yi Yuan's expression was calm, without joy nor sorrow as he said coolly, "Everyone, please forgive this Ye's selfishness. The disaster was caused by me alone. It should naturally also be borne by me alone.
It's just that after I go, it will likely bode ill rather than well. Everyone, take care."
What's your excellency saying? This isn't your matter alone. This is the matter of all the martial artists in the heavenspan world. Wan Zhan is willing to follow your excellency to the death, Wan Jin said in a deep voice. Your excellency, Pang Zhan is also a Dao ancestor now.
I can help out a bit no matter what.
If your excellency is fighting against a powerful enemy, how can I, Pang Zhan, be missing? Pang Zhan already became Dao ancestor lightning. He was naturally unwilling to hole up at home.
Among those present were several Dao ancestors plus Yi Yuan, the sovereign. This was the heavenspan world's strongest combat force already.
Everyone was not willing to yield to others and insisted on following Yi Yuan.
Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "You all don't know what kind of existence you're facing.
My strongest attack will likely be unable to even shake him in the least bit. If you all go, it's just to deliver yourselves to death."
Everyone trembled all over, all feeling incredulous. How strong Yi Yuan's strongest attack was, nobody knew.
They only knew that it was very, very strong.
Because no one could measure it.
Yi Yuan's sword was already the heavenspan world's strongest.
His full-strength attack was actually unable to even shake the other party in the least bit. Then how strong was the other party's strength?
The Chaos Heavenspan Cannon and Inheritance Grand Arrays. I've already left them in the Immortal Grove world. Some things must be done by someone. If I'm defeated, I also don't hope for the Heavenspan world to be caged by people forever. In the future, if a fated individual can reach my realm, they will naturally have a chance to break the shackles and break this sky. This matter, I don't feel at ease handing it over to others. Better that you guys go and do, Yi Yuan said coolly.
Big brother Yuan, go then, I'll wait here for you, Yumengli said with a calm expression.
But her eyes revealed determination.
Yi Yuan just smiled and nodded and did not say much.
He understood Lear's feelings. If he died, Lear absolutely would not live on by herself.
On Heavenspan Mountain everything felt the same.
Many martial artists were cultivating here, comprehending Tao. Above 1 million miles, many Deva powerhouses and Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were currently gaining enlightenment of Heavenly Tao. This place was the Heavenspan Mountain's limit.
Even Tao ancestors were unable to go further too.
Further up, cloud and mist coiled. No sun could be seen all year round. If anyone walked beyond that point, they would be executed by Heavenly Tao and absolutely could not escape by any fluke. After the Heavenly Tao Samsara battle, Tao Ancestor Storm had nowhere to go and simply returned to the Heavenspan Mountain and continued comprehending Heavenly Tao. Although his realm was unable to improve any further, the power of rule could. Suddenly, he sensed something and suddenly opened both eyes, looking up the mountain fixedly. There was actually someone walking down. Storm opened his mouth wide, shock written all over his face. Not just him, the Deva powerhouses and Heavenly Emperor powerhouses below, all saw this scene.
Everyone was inexplicably shocked.
How is this possible? Who is he? T2 actually come down the mountain. Is it possible that he's actually from heaven? Storm roared wildly in his heart. He did not know how he felt currently in his heart. Shock?
Scared? Happy?
Or all at the same time? Someone came from the sky. It showed that above the Heavenspan Mountain, There were really gods that kind of existences.
Therefore, he had hope too?
Even if this hope was bleak to the extreme.
But what kind of existence was this person? Fear of the unknown was innate to humans.
Gradually, that figure slowly became clear. The outline of his face also gradually became clear. That was a young man dressed in blue Taoist robes, looking elegant, luxurious, and too high beyond reach. Tao Ancestor Storm could not see through this young man. He was too mysterious. Mysterious until he was like heaven. This feeling made him afraid. The young man walked straight towards him.
Tao Ancestor Storm's heart thumped wildly.
A warm but distant smile hung on the young man's face as he opened his mouth and said, "Let me ask you, who destroyed the 8 extreme divinities?" "The 8 extreme divinities?" Tao Ancestor Storm shook his head blankly. Clearly, he did not know what the 8 extreme divinities was. The 8 extreme divinities was the secret of the divine race. Apart from Yi Yuan, even Tao ancestors were not aware of it.
No one could fight until the heaven lineage's central region and see the 8 extreme divinities. Except for Yi Yuan.
Therefore, no one knew what the 8 extreme divinities was. Seeing Tao Ancestor Storm shake his head, the young man had a look of disappointment and said, "Sigh, communicating with ants is really boring."
"Since you don't know, then you can go and die already."
Only to see the young man flick his finger lightly. A streak of invisible force vanished after a flash.
Bang! Before Tao Ancestor Storm could react, his entire person already turned into nothingness. Everyone was transfixed.
They were shouting madly in their hearts. That was a Tao ancestor. Although it was a former Tao ancestor, his strength when compared to current Tao ancestors was also not a lot worse. But he actually did not have any strength to fight back in front of this young man.
In fact, he could not even react. How horrifying was this person?
Even the present Heavenspan world's supreme being, Lord Saint Azure, could not do it so casually too, right? What was even scarier was that they could not feel the undulation of power at all. No earth-shaking great battle, no energy undulation. With just a flick, Tao Ancestor Storm was gone.
His entire person was gone.
Strong. Unreasonably strong. Suffocatingly strong.
Furthermore, wasn't it impossible to attack while being on the Heavenspan mountain? Why could he? The young man had a bored look, shaking his head as he muttered under his breath, "Ants are ants, really too weak." To him, it was as if he had done a trivial thing. His gaze swept slightly, landing on that group of Deva powerhouses.
The group of powerhouses immediately felt their hair stand on end. The young man thought for a moment and walked straight in front of a Deva fifth blight. He was called Wei Feng. He had just experienced the battle of Heavenly Tao Samsara and obtained a considerable lucky chance on the Heavenspan mountain. His strength also made great improvements. It was just that at this time, he did not even dare to move, almost suffocating.
The young man still had a warm smile on his face as he asked, "These ants probably don't know about the 8 extreme divinities." Why not change questions? Do you know who's the strongest in the Heavenspan world?
Being able to shatter the 8 extreme divinities and destroy his trace of origin divinity, it was definitely this Heavenspan world's strongest person. Not everyone had the qualification to break the 8 extreme divinities. As strongest, Wei Feng's brain could not quite wrap itself around it. The impact that the scene that happened before his eyes brought to him was seriously too great.
A powerhouse that came down from the sky, eradicating a Tao ancestor with a flick of a finger.
He was talking to him. "You don't know either?" The young man's face was rather disappointed.
All the hair on Wei Feng's body stood on end at once. His brain instantly switched back on. "I know."
"Don't kill me." Wei Feng practically roared it out.
"Who is it?" the young man said.
He's called Yi Yuan," Wei Feng said. "Yi Yuan." The young man ruminated on this name for a while, feeling that it was very ordinary, and said, "Where is he?" How could Wei Feng dare to hide it? He hurriedly said, "He's at the southern borders, Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma."
The young man nodded slightly and took off, flying out.
Boom! The Heavenspan mountain shook fiercely. A human-shaped large hole was actually burst open in the layer of barrier outside. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene with incredible shock.
The Heavenspan mountain's barrier exists only in name. Who on earth is he?
Why can he come down from the sky? Too strong.
After the young man left, Wei Feng gasped heavily for air, his body like he was hauled out of water.
He was almost fainting. The pressure that this young man put on him was really too great.
Furthermore, he instantly killed a Tao ancestor, and he ignored the barrier of the Heavenspan mountain. Such an existence he could not imagine at all. By the side, another Deva Fifth Blight roared, "Why you actually betrayed Lord Saint Azure?
You deserve death." Wei Feng had a bitter smile on his face as he said, "If it were you, would you say or not? Even if you and I don't say, can it guarantee that the people on this Heavenspan mountain all won't say?"
The moment that person heard, he fell silent.
It was this logic. If the young man set his mind on inquiring about it, he could find out no matter what. Yi Yuan, the strongest person. No one did not know.
Wei Feng had a conflicted look and said, "Hope that Lord Saint Azure can pull through."
These words, he said them without any confidence at all.
The pressure that this young man put on him was really too great.
That person opposite suddenly sprang up and roared, "Still cultivating for what? Hurry up and follow him. That young man came with bad intentions. Another bloody storm is likely coming again." Wei Feng's entire body trembled and he also stood up quickly. But his legs went soft and he almost fell.
But he immediately recovered and swept over in the direction of the transmission array.
The others were the same too, not caring about cultivation at all, and followed suit.
Above the void, a figure flickered, moving 100,000 miles in an instant. Leaving Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan headed to Heavenspan Mountain at the fastest speed.
He judged that if that person behind the 8 extreme divinities came to the Heavenspan world, the greatest likelihood would be Heavenspan Mountain. Ahead, the Heavenspan Mountain was faintly visible.
Swoosh!
Suddenly, an extremely fast figure brushed past him. At virtually the same time, the two people's figures suddenly came to a pause.
Following that, the two people each turned around and looked at the other person. Opposite Yi Yuan was a young man in blue Taoist robes. It was precisely that person who came down from the sky.
Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, immediately feeling tremendous pressure. He could not see through this young man. Actually, the blue-robed youth did not deliberately apply pressure on him. The smile on his face was also very warm, as if harmless to man and beast. But it was precisely because there was no pressure that Yi Yuan's pressure was akin to a mountain. The him who was already invincible in the Heavenspan world saw another tall mountain.
The blue-robed youth sized up Yi Yuan and said smilingly, "If I didn't guess wrongly, you should be the Yi Yuan that they were talking about."
Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said with a nod, "You're the 8 extreme divinities' true self?"
The blue-robed youth smiled and said, Hoo, that's right.
Looks like the one who destroyed the 8 extreme divinities is you. No mistakes? Grand Completion Mortal Stratum Low-Grade Chaos Origin Divinity, 5 Power of Rules. You're indeed somewhat different from the other ants. In this abandoned world, you actually fumbled out the method to advance to Heavenly Stratum yourself. You have the qualification to be my servant. Kneel down and receive the gift. In the future, the Heavenspan world will be managed by you.
Unexpectedly, the blue-robed youth did not make a move to deal with Yi Yuan but wanted to take him in as a servant instead.
The tone was so natural and logical, but Yi Yuan felt his hair stand on end.
He seemed to be stark naked in front of the other party. There was no secret from head to toe.
The blue-robed youth casually spoke and saw through all of his trump cards. Terrifying.
Although Yi Yuan was mentally prepared long ago, at this moment he was still shocked to the core.
He really wanted to know what kind of existences were above the Heavenspan mountain. The blue-robed youth said coolly, "Amen? You're not willing?
You should know the outcome of showing unwillingness."
Yi Yuan frowned and said in a solemn voice, "You made use of the 8 extreme divinities to impart Tao teachings. Then you collected those things in the divine souls. What is it for?"
The blue-robed youth stood with his hands behind his back and said with a faint smile, "Looks like you know quite a bit. No harm telling you either. Although you all, these ants, are of little use, the essence of your divine souls are still a little useful. It can help me cultivate the origin divinity. The heavenly Tao that the divine race cultivates is actually just the Tao teachings that I pass down."
When they cultivate heavenly Tao, they will offer their own divine soul essence to me. And the people they killed, the other party's essence of the divine soul will be absorbed and will enter the 8 extreme space. This is the glory of you ants. At this time, a large number of powerhouses already gathered around in the distance. Hearing this, they were all extremely indignant. Only then did they understand that they were merely wild animals being reared in pens. In the eyes of the blue-robed youth, they were nothing more than a grain of dust, their life or death insignificant.
Angry but also powerless.
These powerhouses that came down from the Heavenspan mountain, had already witnessed the blue-robed youth's might.
Really, damn it. The Heavenspan world's trillions of living things are actually being toyed with in the palm of his hand.
What doomsday battle, what war between 2 races? Really a joke.
It's really laughable.
Lord Saint Azure, the Heavenspan world's everything will be relying on you. At this time, all of the powerhouses put their hopes on Yi Yuan. They knew that the only hope was Yi Yuan. Even Dao ancestors did not have the strength to fight back under the hands of the blue-robed youth. Who else could they still count on? But at this time, the corners of the blue-robed youth's mouth curled slightly, and he flicked his fingers.
Only to hear the sound of air howling.
Pooh, pooh, pooh. Several hundred Deva powerhouses, heavenly emperor powerhouses, directly vanished without a trace. Hoo-hoo? Ants don't have the right to be angry. All you need to know is that I'm heaven, the supreme heaven. You all can only grovel at my feet. The blue-robed youth had a faint smile as if he had done a trivial thing. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, a suffocating pressure coming at him head-on.
Too strong.
A flick of a finger eradicated hundreds of devas and heavenly emperors.
The crux was that he could not feel the slightest trace of divine essence undulation and also could not feel the slightest rule undulation. It was just a flick of a finger. If Yi Yuan wanted to kill people, these devas and heavenly emperors were naturally nothing.
But he absolutely could not do it in such an effortless manner. Seeing Yi Yuan's shocked eyes, the blue-robed youth was very satisfied. He said with a faint smile, "Saw that? It's not the disparity of strength between you and me, but the disparity in life order. In front of heavenly stratum powerhouse, all are ants. You're the sovereign of a world, proud to the extreme. But in front of me, you don't have any capital to be proud of. I only need to move a finger and I'll be able to easily kill you.
Taking you in as a servant is your highest glory, understand?" The blue-robed youth paused for a while and said, "Now kneel down and accept the gift."
Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and forcefully dragged himself back from shock. Then he slowly opened his mouth and said, "I refuse."
The blue-robed youth was not very surprised. He just smiled faintly and said, "You'll die." He was really calm and collected.
Nothing could make his emotions fluctuate. How could an ant possibly cause a celestial deity to have fluctuations in emotions? Yi Yuan's gaze gradually turned cold and he said, "Before fighting, who knows?"
Yi Yuan had never lowered his head in front of a powerhouse before.
A scholar prefers death to humiliation. Back then, he was just Empyrean realm but dared to face off against the powerful 9 origin. This kind of battle, he had already experienced no idea how many of them. This time was no exception either. However, the blue-robed youth did not get angry. He still had a faint smile as he said, "Very well. I'll give you this chance.
I'll use one finger against you. If you can force me to use a hand, you'll have the qualification to know my name."
One finger.
These words were rampant to the extreme.
The Heavenspan world powerhouses in the distances were similarly astonished to the extreme. Yi Yuan was the Heavenspan world's sovereign, the well-deserved #1 person. Now, this blue-robed youth was actually going to use one finger to fight. Was this showing contempt? No.
Everyone present could feel that this blue-robed youth was not the least bit complacent.
He was not overly conceited like a young genius. He just showed contempt for all life. He looked at Yi Yuan with the eyes of looking at an ant from beginning to end. Would heaven bother about ants? No, because they were unworthy. Yi Yuan's gaze gradually became cold. Boom! A fearsome sword intent instantly enveloped the area of 1,000 miles.
Universe sword formation.
The moment Yi Yuan made his move, it was his strongest move. because he knew that hiding his strength in front of the blue-robed youth was equivalent to courting death. He had no retreat at all. Situated inside the sword formation, the blue-robed youth still stood with his hands behind his back, using a scrutinizing gaze to look at the universe sword formation. He nodded his head slightly. Not bad. Developing a universe with a sword formation, it has quite the implication of great Tao. This move is not bad. The blue-robed move nodded with a slight smile, making frivolous remarks about Yi Yuan's universe sword formation. Facing such a powerful sword formation, he seemed to be in his own backyard, not caring at all. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he activated the sword formation fiercely. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless sword light flashed, turning into streaks of rainbow, heading straight for the blue-robed youth. However, the blue-robed youth did not have the intention of retaliating. He just stood there quietly, waiting for the arrival of the countless sword lights. In the next second, everyone was dumbfounded with shock. Those terrifying sword lights, no matter from which angle, no matter how powerful, as long as they approached the blue-robed youth, they would all automatically change directions. Bang! 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 The ground, the void, all were directly bombarded by the sword lights until it was reduced to fragments. But not a single sword light landed on the blue-robed youth's body. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. His divine sense was actually unable to lock onto the blue-robed youth. Once those sword lights arrived in front of the other party, they directly skidded out like skiing on a snowy day. No matter how he tried to control it, he could not do so. But the other party clearly did not do anything. This means was simply inconceivable. His heart shook wildly. It was really his first time encountering such a powerless battle. Even back then in the Immortal Grove world, when he had not entered Divine Tao, he had never felt so powerless before too. The opponent was too strong. Strong until there was no opening to look for. Strong beyond understanding. Yi Yuan could not even fathom the other party's means. So how to deal with him? At this time, the blue-robed youth finally moved. He extended a finger and tapped inside the sword formation just like that. Boom! In an instant, the sword formation collapsed with a loud bang. Yi Yuan only felt a tremendous force transmit over, his chest seemingly being hit by a giant mountain, fresh blood spurting wildly as he flew out backward. This was the power of one finger. The entire world fell deathly silent. Those powerhouses far away were collectively rendered speechless. Are my eyes failing me? This is impossible. Lord Saint Azure is actually like a child in front of him. Where in the world did he come from? How can he be so strong? The impact that this scene brought to them was seriously too strong. It was Yi Yuan's first time displaying the universe sword formation in front of everyone. But everyone could tell that this move fused together for great rules. Compared to when battling the 5 ancestors alone previously, this move was more than a level stronger. However, it was like a joke in front of the blue-robed youth. One finger and it broke. The Heavenspan World's #1 person was actually so weak in front of the blue-robed youth. Only after retreating several miles away did Yi Yuan barely manage to stabilize his figure, and the current him seemed to have crawled out of a pool of blood, seemingly wretched to the extreme from head to toe. The blue-robed youth smiled and said, "I told you, our disparity is in life order. You're no different from them in my eyes. At the very most, you're just a slightly stronger ant. That's all. Dealing with you, one finger is enough." Yi Yuan's breathing became labored. His opponent was seriously too strong. However, his gaze was unprecedentedly firm. Your cocky appearance is really despicable. So what if ant? Do ants have to be toyed with in the palm of your hands? Ants have to be fish on your chopping board? Life and death at your whims? Ants have to be at your mercy, being cruelly oppressed forever? Today, this Yi will tell you that ants have dignity too. Yi Yuan strode out step by step, the imposing aura on his body becoming stronger and stronger. Universe sword formation revolved without ceasing and already gradually underwent changes. Dual polarity sword formation. Toward Yi Yuan's fury, the blue-robed youth did not care at all. He still smiled and said, "What dignity do ants need?
Hoo-hoo, this changed sword formation is a little interesting. This is Sword Dao, revealing the sharp edge, sword intent soaring to the sky. It's just that ants will always be ants. Very soon, you'll understand that your fury can't change anything. Swoosh! The moment dual polarity sword formation released, that swift and fierce sharp edge penetrated the firmament. The entire world seemed to be trembling. Kill! Yi Yuan shouted fiercely, then urged the dual polarity sword formation frenziedly. At this moment, there were only sword lights that filled the sky. Chi! 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 Countless sword energy exploded in front of the blue-robed youth. Under his fury, the power of the dual polarity sword formation was more than 10 times stronger. It was just that no matter how he controlled, his sword lights were unable to land on the blue-robed youth's body. But Yi Yuan discovered that his sword lights got a little closer to the blue-robed youth. This discovery made him ecstatic with joy. The other party was not invincible. At least, one finger was not enough. The chaos divine essence within his body gushed out, urging the sword formation frenziedly without heed for his life. The power of the dual polarity sword formation was continuously superimposing. His sword lights got closer and closer to the blue-robed youth, increasingly nearer. Really the wishful thinking of an ant. Hoo-hoo, do you think that this degree of attack can hurt me? The blue-robed youth smiled slightly and pointed a finger out again. It was still one finger. However, this poke could poke a hole in the sky. A finger pointing out an invisible force directly exploded with him as the base point. Conceal. True dragon profound armor. Yi Yuan roared repeatedly. All of a sudden, the sword lights that covered the sky disappeared without a trace. This finger landed directly on Yi Yuan's body. Poo work. Forcibly receiving a finger, Yi Yuan vomited large mouthfuls of blood. But he did not take a single step back. Appear. The sword lights that covered the skies appeared once again. Chi. 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 The sword lights were finally only an inch away from the blue-robed youth. Just an inch short. The blue-robed youth's brows raised up, revealing a hint of surprise. Following that, his finger turned into a palm, and the void shook. Boom! The sword lights that covered the sky could not bear it anymore and collapsed with a loud bang. Poowork! Yi Yuan could not withstand it, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood again. Even if there was the true dragon profound armor coupled with the perfect 9 transformations golden body, forcefully receiving this finger, he almost died. This finger was far too strong. What was even scarier was that the blue-robed youth did not exert any effort at all. A casual finger could seriously injure Yi Yuan and put him on the verge of death. The blue-robed youth said coolly, "Not bad, a little interesting. As an ant, you can be sufficiently proud to be able to force me to use one hand. You have the qualification to know my name. Listen up. I'm called Jun Tian, and I am from Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven." It was as if Yi Yuan knowing his name was a supreme glory. But Yi Yuan only had bitterness in his heart. Proud? He used his strongest attack and even forcibly received a finger at his own expense. In the end, it could only force him to use one of his hands. This was humiliation. Now you should know the disparity between us, right? Why haven't you knelt down to receive the gift? This is the last chance. Jun Tian's tone was calm but exuded a majesty that brooked no refusal. The powerhouses present all choked. Lost all hope. The Heavenspan World's sovereign was actually too weak to stand up to a single blow. Heavenspan World's #1 person was actually only fit to be someone else's servant. Everyone shut their eyes painfully, feeling unprecedented humiliation. Hoo-hoo. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan's mouth was full of blood when he suddenly burst out laughing. Kneel my ass. Your grandpa Yi will only die standing and will never kneel to live. So what if Heavenly Stratum Powerhouse? If you have the capability, come and kill your grandpa Yi. It's over. Sigh? Lord Saint Azure's pride rises to the sky. How can he stand such humiliation? Really unwilling. But the opponent is too strong. The Heavenspan World's powerhouses were full of sorrow. Weakness was the original sin. At this time, they were so powerless. Even the powerful Lord Saint Azure also ended up in such a plight. And the smile on Jun Tian's face was finally reined in. He was unhappy. Not angry because ants were not worthy of him being angry.
But this did not mean that ants could scold him. Impervious to reason, I've already given you the chance. Since you don't know how to cherish it, then pay the price for the destruction of the 8 extreme divinities. It was only to see his figure sway and suddenly appeared in front of Yi Yuan. He was actually face to face with Yi Yuan already.
Yi Yuan's world domain had always been open.
Jun Tian directly passed through his domain. This was the first time.
Yi Yuan only felt that every pore opened up. He used teleport without the slightest hesitation.
Swoosh! In an instant, he left Jun Tian's range. However, in the next second, Jun Tian appeared in front of him again. It was still that distance, a look of indifference and disdain.
A small Kiliacosm's spatial law? It's really quite good.
Unfortunately, it's too weak.
A faint smile hung on Jun Tian's face, a finger already pressing on Yi Yuan's chest.
A blood arrow spurted out of Yi Yuan's back. His chest was pierced right through by a burst of energy. His body flew towards the ground like a cannonball, smashing heavily into the ground. The ever-victorious spatial teleport ceased to be effective too.
Yi Yuan's teleport through his small world was actually unable to escape Jun Tian's control too.
This Jun Tian was simply too strong. Jun Tian slowly unleashed his palm. A powerful suction force transmitted over. Yi Yuan, who was underground, was actually directly sucked up. It was only to see him shake his head slightly. He said with a sigh, "An ant also dares to fight for glory with heaven. You really don't know life from death. Do you know that if I wanted you to die, you'd have already died 10 times over?"
Tui.
Yi Yuan used all of his strength and spat fiercely.
It was just that mouthful of blood already turned into nothingness before touching Jun Tian.
Jun Tian's gaze turned sullen. Another finger pointed at Yi Yuan's knee. Yi Yuan's knee was directly crushed.
Arg! Yi Yuan could not refrain from crying out miserably.
An ant should have the awareness of an ant.
Offending heaven, wanting to die, won't be that easy too.
As Jun Tian said indifferently, he gently pressed a palm on Yi Yuan's chest.
Bang!
Yi Yuan spurted another mouthful of fresh blood wildly, his figure flying out backward. That speed was even faster than many Deva powerhouses. Could be seen how terrifying this light palm was.
Yi Yuan only felt that from top to bottom there was no piece of flesh that belonged to him anymore.
Jun Tian grasped his sense of propriety very well. He did not give Yi Yuan a fatal blow. But the agony inflicted on Yi Yuan's physical body was extremely intense. Bang! Bang!
Bang! A palm, another palm.
Yi Yuan just felt that his skeleton was about to be dismantled by Jun Tian. The whole place was deathly silent. Everyone looked at this scene blankly, not knowing what to do.
Bang!
Another palm, Jun Tian flattened Yi Yuan on the ground.
He stood with his hands behind his back, looked at Yi Yuan indifferently and said, "Speaking of which, being angry with an ant like you is beneath my dignity. It's just that you destroyed the 8 extreme divinities beforehand and you insulted afterward. I can't tolerate you.
However, I've grown tired of playing. You can go and die already."
"Before you die, I'll let you see the true strength of a heavenly stratum powerhouse."
Jun Tian flipped his palm over. An aura that made people shudder rose to the sky.
That was the aura of heavenly Tao. Everyone's countenance changed visibly,
including Yi Yuan.
This aura was too strong. This was the true heavenly Tao.
Jun Tian flipping his palm was like flipping the sky over. That power was practically going to break the heaven-span world. This is a heavenly stratum powerhouse? Could it be that the next realm is heavenly stratum?
It's just, how the hell can I break through? A hint of helplessness flashed across in Yi Yuan's heart.
Before coming, he already made the resolve to die. It was just that he did not expect that he was actually unable to even touch the corners of Jun Tian's sleeves. Good for nothing.
Unwillingness.
Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh.
All of a sudden, several figures sprang out, blocking in front of Yi Yuan.
Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, opening his hazy eyes, and his pupils constricted. Yu Mengli, Pang Zhen, Fiery, Profound Secrets, Sacred Ancestor High Priest, and I Xian, and the 6 great Tao ancestors all came. Apart from them, Tianqing led Origin Smile and Bo Yi, 3 great Dao ancestors, as well as the other 4 great progenitors, and all appeared.
9 great Dao ancestors had all arrived. Why you guys? Yi Yuan's breath was weak as he said.
Yu Mengli turned her head and said with a smile, "Sorry, Big Brother Yuan. Lier can't watch indifferently without lending a hand. What elder sister Lingxue can do, Lier can do it too."
Profound Secret said with an indifferent look. Yi Yuan, the heavenspan world isn't your heavenspan world alone. What you said is right. We've been frogs at the bottom of a well for too many years, just like the human race back then, being afraid to even face the outside world.
Today, we'll face it together. At this time, the vacant look Tianqing's face had already been swept away fully. He had his back facing Yi Yuan and said with some melancholy, "Yi Yuan, I'm the heavenspan world sinner. Today, this ancestor is here to atone for my sins." Tianqing's back view was indescribably lonely. Sometimes the truth was this cruel.
For countless years he had been nothing more than Jun Tian's chess piece.
He was an executioner. How many heavenspan world compatriots had he butchered? Ever since recovering, he had fallen into deep self-reproach. He knew that it was Yi Yuan who liberated them and let them return to themselves. He was deeply grateful to Yi Yuan. So he came. He was going to atone for the divine race. Suddenly, Jun Tian put down his palm. That astonishing aura immediately disappeared without a trace. "Ho-hoo, these are all people around you, right? If they die in front of you one by one, you should be in agony, right?" Jun Tian looked at everyone behind Yi Yuan and said with a slight smile.
It was just that smile exuded a cruel smell.
Yu Mengli's brows furrowed slightly, and she said in a solemn voice, "You're really a cold-blooded and heartless person." But Jun Tian did not care at all, smiling as he said, "Ignorant ant, don't you know that heavenly Tao is heartless?" Tianqing snorted coldly and said, "Attack together. How can our heavenspan world's Tao ancestors have anyone who cravenly clings to life instead of braving death?"
Everyone nodded. One after another, the 9 great Tao ancestors plus 4 great progenitors charged toward Jun Tian with astonishing imposing momentum.
It was just that Jun Tian still stood with his hands behind his back, moving back and forth indeterminately among the Tao ancestors.
No matter how powerful their imposing momentum was, it could not touch the corners of Jun Tian's sleeves.
"Hoo-hoo? Tao ancestor? How ridiculous. You guys are merely J-true heavenly sex toys. That's all. Do you really take yourselves to be supreme existences?"
"Ants are ants." As he spoke, Jun Tian stomped his feet.
Boom! The group of powerhouses was directly sent flying. Each person suffered serious injuries. Jun Tian's haughtiness rose to the sky. It was just that he did not notice that the light in Yi Yuan's eyes became brighter and brighter. This is simply toying with. That Jun Tian is really too strong.
Tao ancestors are really ant-like existences in front of him. He's intent on toying with the Tao ancestors, otherwise he could probably eradicate the Tao ancestors with a flick of a finger.
In front of Jun Tian, the supreme Tao ancestors also paled in comparison. Their earth-shaking big moves seemed to only serve as a foil to Jun Tian's might. He wandered around in it. Suddenly he waved his sleeves casually, and several people were then seriously injured. It was just that no one shrunk back. After they fell, they stood up again. Fall down, stand up again. Coming here, they were already prepared to die.
"Boundless moonlight, limitless samsara."
Yu Mengli cried out, the terrifying ocular art aiming right at Jun Tian. Jun Tian just smiled slightly and said, "Hoo-hoo? Pretty good ocular art. Unfortunately, your Tao teachings were passed down by me. Isn't it a little laughable to use it to deal with me?" Jun Tian gave Yu Mengli a glance. Yu Mengli's mind shook and tasted sweetness at the back of her throat. Her divine soul immediately suffered heavy damage, and she spurted out a mouthful of blood wildly.
Just one glance broke the heavenspan world's strongest ocular art.
"Be careful." Suddenly, a cry entered Yu Mengli's ears. Before she understood what was going on, she was knocked flying by a wall of meat, tumbling out heavily. Lord Tianqing. Yu Mengli discovered that the person pressed on top of her was precisely Tianqing. Just now, at the critical moment, Tianqing blocked in front of her. The current Tianqing did not have an intact spot from top to bottom. He was only hanging in there with one last breath.
He forcibly took Jun Tian's finger and already had his life force severed.
Tianqing's mouth dribbled blood as he smiled miserably and said, "Little Li, this blow, just take it as repaying my debt. I am sorry." His life force was dissipating rapidly. There was no hope already.
Yumenli's eyes were filled with tears as she cried bitterly, shaking her head as she said, "No, you didn't let me down.
Why, you were a good elder."
Tianqing's breath was weak as he said, "The sins that I've committed are too serious. 10,000 deaths can't absolve me from the blame. Hoo-hoo, it's a pity that I can only die once."
I hate it." Tianqing used his last breath and howled at the sky.
Then he closed his eyes and passed away all of a sudden.
His life force had already been completely cut off. There was no possibility of surviving anymore.
Lord Tianqing. Yumenli cried bitterly beyond description. She naturally had hate toward Tianqing. It was just that she distinguished it clearly.
In the divine race, Tianqing could be said to have spared no effort in nurturing her.
This kindness, Yumenli must accept it.
Yu Mengli was a reasonable person. She knew that the fault did not lie with Tianqing. Even Yi Yuan forgave Tianqing. So what reason did she have to not forgive? Now, Tianqing died on the spot in order to save her. How could she not feel heartache? "Jun Tian, I'll fight it out with you." Yu Mengli's wrath billowed to the sky, rushing forward without heed for her personal safety. But on the other side, Jun Tian casually smacked, and directly smacked Pang Zhen onto the ground, smashing a large pit in the ground. Pang Zhen struggled several times but failed to struggle to his feet.
Yumenli's heavenly Dao True Martial activated and she rushed toward Jun Tian without caring for her life.
The corners of Jun Tian's mouth curled slightly and he said, "Hoo-hoo? Ignorant ants. This kind of fury doesn't have the slightest function. Although you're an ant too, your looks are not bad. In the future, follow me.
After I kill them, I'll bring you out of this forsaken place."
Finished talking, he casually pointed and Yu Mengli directly fainted away. Bang!
Bang!
Bang! Jun Tian knocked everyone to the ground with one hand each. "All right, just about got tired of playing. It's time to send you all on your way. This forsaken place, even the air is filthy. It really makes me uncomfortable all over." Jun Tian had a look of disgust and walked toward Yu Mengli, about to bring her away. But right at this time, Jun Tian's expression changed, and he looked in Yi Yuan's direction with astonishment.
No idea since when Yi Yuan actually already stood up.
His gaze was staring fixedly at Jun Tian. The aura on his body was in the midst of rising crazily. Boom! Suddenly, the spiritual energy on Heavenspan Mountain completely erupted. The heaven and earth spiritual energy all around was seemingly like surging floodwaters, rolling in. An illusory figure appeared in front of Yi Yuan.
Gray pupils. White robes.
That was precisely the gray-pupiled Yi Yuan. Only to see Yi Yuan say coolly, "From now on, you'll be heavenly Dao, transforming."
Dao.
Yi Yuan pointed at the void. The gray-pupiled Yi Yuan dissipated with a loud bang.
Transforming into countless filaments, it burrowed into Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan's small world underwent earth-shaking changes with a rumble.
The originally lifeless world became lively all of a sudden. Grass was taking root, seedlings broke out of the soil, and started to grow green leaves, overflowing with vitality.
The sun, moon, and stars cycled without rest. Mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas flowed in continuous streams. Everything seemed to be operating according to some kind of law.
The current Yi Yuan stood proudly in the sky, with a feeling of overlooking all life.
He felt that he had become heaven. Endless spiritual energy poured into the small world crazily, helping him to develop all life.
Jun Tian opened his eyes wide. The calm and collected expression on his face had changed for the first time.
He sucked in a deep breath and said in shock, How is this possible? How can an ant possibly understand the art of transforming Dao?
In this forsaken place, there's actually someone who can break through to heavenly stratum. Yi Yuan's gaze never left Jun Tian from start to end. Heavenly Dao is heartless? Heh. What a fine heavenly Tao is heartless.
Juntian, I really have to thank you so much.
Without your reminder, it probably wouldn't have been so easy if I wanted to break through, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile.
Juntian was stunned when he heard that, only then recalling what he said earlier. Heavenly Tao is heartless.
He was shocked. This guy found the turning point to break through to heavenly stratum through this sentence? A casual remark sounded significant to an attentive listener. Juntian did not expect that his thoughtless sentence actually created a heavenly stratum powerhouse.
This guy's talent was too monstrous.
In reality, Yi Yuan had been stuck at this step for a long time already.
He always felt that his small world was missing something.
He had once thought of heavenly Tao but did not know how to create heavenly Tao.
Heavenly Tao was a vague and insubstantial thing.
No one knew what it was.
But there was a heartless existence in Yi Yuan's body.
That guy did not have the slightest emotion.
From when Yi Yuan's chaos first started, it already appeared after Origin Pill Realm.
Only a short while ago, Yi Yuan was still wondering whether the cultivation method he comprehended was correct or not. It was just that later on, his strength became stronger and stronger. His confidence in himself also grew stronger and stronger, resulting in overlooking this problem. In the end, Yi Yuan's strength was already sufficient to suppress the gray pupil Yi Yuan, and he did not need to worry anymore.
Not worrying, he naturally overlooked it.
But the word, heartless, filled Yi Yuan with enlightenment, suddenly seeing the whole thing in a clear light.
It turned out that the gray pupil Yi Yuan was not born without cause.
He was heavenly Tao. The most important step of breaking through to heavenly stratum also lay with precisely him. Transforming Tao, this step is the most dangerous. But you achieved the chaos origin divinity by chance. This step became very easy instead. You, boy, really have a heaven-defying destiny. Juntian marveled with amazement. Originally, transforming Tao was the most dangerous in the process of breaking through to heavenly stratum. Not knowing the right way, it was very likely to suffer a backlash and lose yourself. Heavenly Tao was heartless. This was not said for fun.
But Yi Yuan achieved the chaos origin divinity by coincidence.
This was also to say that Yi Yuan's divine soul already reached the level of heavenly stratum. Therefore, this step became the easiest for him actually. While surprise was surprise, Juntian did not seem to pay attention to Yi Yuan's breakthrough. Someone who just broke through to heavenly stratum, furthermore, it was even a lower realm ant. Why would he take him seriously?
Hence, he did not stop it at all. He watched with interest instead.
Everything was still under his control.
Yi Yuan's physical body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye.
At this time, virtually the entire heavenspan world's spiritual energy was being used by him. Yi Yuan only felt that his divine soul was almost leaving his body. That refreshing feeling made every pore in his body relax. At this time, when he looked at the heavenspan world again, the feeling was already totally different. It was like he was standing in the sky, looking at everything in the mortal world. Whatever Tao ancestor, whatever Deva, whatever heavenly emperor, they were insignificant like ants on the ground. It was also no wonder that Juntian would be so scornful. Beneath heavenly Tao, all were ants. He was heaven.
This kind of feeling was too wonderful. Hoo-hoo, do you feel unprecedentedly great? Juntian said with a smile.
Yi Yuan nodded and said, yes, really unprecedentedly good.
Juntian nodded his head and said, therefore, the current you should be able to understand how I feel, right?
The lives of ants aren't worthy of respect.
Yi Yuan nodded his head, seemingly somewhat agreeing with it.
Seeing this scene, the smile on Juntian's face grew stronger, while the expressions of the others changed slightly, especially those heavenspan world powerhouses in the distance. Their hearts sunk to rock bottom.
Lord Saint Azure They were scared to the extreme. If Lord Saint Azure became a person like Juntian, then the heavenspan world would really be finished.
But right at this time, Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said with a serious expression on his face, I understand my ass. Is a heavenly stratum powerhouse very impressive?
Why don't you take a piss and look at your own reflection?
Who the hell do you think you are?
You're definitely an ant-like existence in the outside world too, right?
Otherwise, why would you come to the heavenspan world to find a sense of existence? A piece of trash like you can only bully people of the lower realms, right? Yi Yuan deliberately dragged out the tone. Jun Tian revealed a look of amusement.
But suddenly Yi Yuan's tone changed and his words shot out like a machine gun, hitting Jun Tian until he did not come back to his senses for a long time.
But very soon his expression turned dark. Hoo-hoo, very good. Looks like you've become high after you became a heavenly stratum powerhouse. Jun Tian said with a cold smile.
Yeah, I'm very high right now. But very soon you'll be high too.
You'll go high up into the sky. Yi Yuan similarly responded with a sneer. When Heavenspan World's people heard Yi Yuan's words, their hearts finally settled down.
Furthermore, Yi Yuan's words made them feel very liberated. Recollecting the aftertaste, they felt that Yi Yuan's words make a lot of sense.
True powerhouses did not deign to bother with ants.
Only those people who failed to achieve their ambitions would look for a sense of existence in front of weaklings.
Just like Yi Yuan, he would never take the initiative to go and bully the weak.
His opponents were always those existences stronger than him.
A hint of an amused smile showed on Jun Tian's face, and he said, Hoo-hoo? Do you know why I didn't stop you when you broke through just now? Among heavenly stratum powerhouses, there is a vast difference in strength. Just like you now, you're a lesser sublime heavenly stratum. But the disparity between lesser sublime heavenly stratum and lesser sublime heavenly stratum is huge too. For example, I can kill a lower lesser sublime heavenly stratum like you with a flip with my hand. Understand? Idiot! Jun Tian said a whole bunch. But Yi Yuan was expressionless and replied with a word coolly. Jun Tian was taken aback and said in a solemn voice, What did you say? Yi Yuan pointed at his own lips and said, Don't understand? Look at the shape of my mouth. The idiot. Now, do you understand? This time, Jun Tian was really enraged.
The muscles on his face were twitching. An ant like Yi Yuan provoked him time and again. He already reached the limit of patience.
Very good. Looks like you really don't know what's called fear. Then, I'll let you know now. Jun Tian flipped his palm over. That world-destroying power appeared once again.
The horrifying to the extreme power made everyone's faces change. Yi Yuan swept his sleeves grandly and directly swept Yumengli and the others away. Take them away. The further you run, the better.
If there are any losses, you all will be held accountable. These words were said to Wei Feng. Wei Feng's entire body trembled, knowing that an apocalyptic great battle was about to start.
This was the true doomsday battle. People like them, even if they watched the fight from afar, it was also impossible to be spared. Lord Saint Azure, rest assured. I definitely won't fail you.
After he was done talking, Wei Feng brought the group of wounded people and sped away. Jun Tian did not stop this scene. Being merely a bunch of ants, he could annihilate them with a turn of his hand. The most important thing right now was to make this ant in front of him know fear.
Above the sky, the cloud layer was extremely low, giving people an extremely constrained feeling.
A blue ball emerged on Jun Tian's hand. On the ball, electric light flashed, shocking to the core.
Ants are ants. Even if you broke through to heavenly stratum, you're still an ant.
Jun Tian's figure flashed, instantly arriving in front of Yi Yuan. That light ball was directly pressed toward Yi Yuan. The void around the two people directly turned into a mass of nothingness. A hint of a cruel smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly gave a big slap. Without deviating to the left or right, it landed right on Jun Tian's body. This slap landing, it was as if the entire sky had fallen down.
The power of this slap was actually much stronger than even Jun Tian.
Bang! Jun Tian's body was directly smacked into the ground. Being extremely far away, the figures of Wei Feng and the others suddenly paused, looking into the distance with shocked faces. Then, everyone exchanged glances, their gazes revealing wild elation.
You all felt it, right? Wei Feng said.
Felt it. The aura of the person from behind is definitely Lord Saint Azure. So strong. But how can he be so strong? Even if he broke through to heavenly stratum, it's also impossible to be stronger than the outside world's powerhouses, right? The severely wounded Origin smile suddenly said, It's the power of the Heavenspan world. Yi Yuan borrowed the power of the Heavenspan world. fighting against that heavenly stratum powerhouse with the power of a world. He remembered that Yi Yuan had once executed it in the divine race before.
One word repelled heavenly Tao. Now he definitely borrowed the power of the heavenspan world.
Excellent. We're finally saved. Lord Tianqing, you didn't die in vain. The heavenspan world is saved. Tears rolled down Origin Smile's old face. Boom.
Jun Tian scurried out of the ruins, appearing rather ragged.
His gaze was fixed on Yi Yuan, seemingly full of shock.
Yi Yuan's gaze was currently meeting his eyes as he said coolly, "Oh, an ant's slap smacked you away. Now, aren't you inferior to even an ant?"
Jun Tian's expression was indescribably ugly. Posturing until now, he actually had his face slapped.
But he actually had nothing to say. "Brat, you can actually control the heavenspan world's power."
I really underestimated you. I didn't expect that you actually concealed your abilities previously.
Such shrewdness, Jun Tian said with a cold smile. "Speaking of which, I still have to thank you.
If not for your trace of origin divinity, I wouldn't have learned this move. If I consider it like that, you really helped me quite a bit," Yi Yuan said coolly. When Jun Tian heard that, he nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. His thoughtless words let Yi Yuan break through the shackles, becoming a heavenly stratum powerhouse. His origin divinity taught Yi Yuan how to mobilize the power of the heavenspan world. Actually, it was not that Yi Yuan did not use it previously, but that he knew that it was also useless even if he used it. The power that he controlled was simply showing off in the presence of an expert in front of Jun Tian.
Using it, he would die even faster instead. Now, he broke through to lesser sublime heavenly stratum, completely controlling heavenly Tao.
Through the lesser heavenspan mountain's power, he could mobilize the power of the heavenspan mountain perfectly. This was his powerful reliance. Jun Tian's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Brat, your cocky appearance really pisses me off." Yi Yuan was still very calm and said coolly, "Is that so?
This cocky look was learned from you. Don't you like to posture?
Then I'll let you see what it's like to be postured by someone else."
Jun Tian nearly choked from anger. Yi Yuan's calm and collected appearance currently was really very similar to his just now.
Furthermore, Yi Yuan's appearance really nauseated him badly. An ant was actually posturing in front of him. Furthermore, he really achieved it.
Nothing was more humiliating than this.
"Brat, there's a price to pay for posturing. Therefore, you can go and die already."
Heavenly stratum powerhouses aren't as simple as you think.
Jun Tian gave a cold snort, both hands suddenly kneading seals. Space fell into an intense tremor instantly. Rumble.
What's going on?
What a terrifying power.
How is this possible? That Jun Tian actually hasn't reached his limit yet. This is the power of rule. It's just that this power of rule is also too strong, right?
Lord St. Azure. He'll be alright, right? Extreme far away, Wei Feng and the rest of the powerhouses were unable to control their bodies at all, falling down from the air one after another.
It was not just them. At this time, there were even more heavenspan world powerhouses who were unable to maintain their figures at all. In an instant, they seemed to have become mortals.
Jun Tian's casting of his spell thoroughly disrupted the heavenspan world's rules.
At this moment, the strength of a heavenly stratum powerhouse was displayed in its entirety. His might subverted the heavenspan world's powerhouse's understanding of power. Watch closely.
This is the true power of a heavenly stratum powerhouse. Silver feather heaven suppressing palm. Jun Tian struck a palm over. The void directly shattered, forming a huge black hole. In this black hole, even spatial turbulent flows were unable to get close. The might of the power could be imagined.
This was already a power that surpassed the heavenspan world.
From start to end, Yi Yuan appeared very calm. Facing this terrifying palm, his expression did not change in the slightest. It was only to see him lightly raise a palm. Another slap smacked down. Bang!
Jun Tian's power collapsed with a loud bang.
This time, Jun Tian was directly smacked into the spatial turbulent flow.
Wei Feng and the rest exchanged glances with incredulous looks.
This scene was too strange. They could not see the situation on the battlefield, but they could feel the outrageous undulations over there. Jun Tian's terrifying attacks were directly shattered. How could they not feel it? Boom! Jun Tian flew back once more, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of apprehension. He felt that something was wrong. Too freaking wrong. How could he possibly be so strong? Yi Yuan still had that expression as he said coolly, "Aunt, don't look at me with this kind of eyes. I'll get angry."
Finished talking, he flung another slap over.
Jun Tian's expression changed, hurriedly raising his palm to block. It was just that, without the slightest surprise, he was smacked into the spatial turbulent flow once more. Bang! 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 One slap after another. Jun Tian did not have the slightest strength to fight back, being smacked flying over and over again. The entire spatial turbulent flow had already turned into a chaotic mess. This is too monstrous.
Too monstrous.
Too freaking liberating. Lord Saint Azure. Smack this guy to death. Let him posture. Let him posture. Wei Feng's tone had a 180-degree turnabout, and tears actually flowed down his old face.
Previously, he was in extreme despair.
Jun Tian's might practically scared the piss out of him.
But now he felt exaltation upon fulfillment.
Jun Tian under Yi Yuan's palm was like a dead dog, without any strength to fight back. Everyone present felt the same way. Too freaking liberating.
Enough.
I said, enough. Jun Tian bellowed. A terrifying to the extreme power suddenly exploded.
Yi Yuan was caught by surprise and was actually rocked backward.
Jun Tian had a head of disheveled hair, his clothes tattered, gaze looking at Yi Yuan gloomily. But there was an additional azure long spear in his hand, emitting an astonishing power. His gaze was dark, clearly furious to the extreme.
Brat, even if you can borrow the power of the heavenspan world, it's also impossible to be so strong. However, I also don't want to know anymore because I'm very furious right now.
Therefore, you must die.
Jun Tian's eyes were full of hatred.
He knew that Yi Yuan was deliberately humiliating him, avenging the grudge from before. Yet, he actually did not have the strength to fight back.
He thought that he could make Yi Yuan submit obediently with a pair of flesh palms.
But he was wrong.
Yi Yuan, who had a calm look, suddenly smiled.
What a coincidence. I also feel that you must die.
Talking until the back, Yi Yuan's gaze gradually turned cold.
Tianqing's corpse had not turned cold yet. The dead souls of the heavenspan world's powerhouses were still quivering in the void.
In fact, he even wanted to encroach upon Lear.
Also, this enmity of 10 billion years of enslavement.
Everything and everything needed Jun Tian to repay. If he did not die, how could the hatred in Yi Yuan's heart be dispelled? Jun Tian sneered and said, "Ignorant ant, you completely don't know what a heavenly stratum powerhouse is."
This time, I'm going to be serious. Only to see him wave his long spear, the aura on his body became stronger.
This long spear could actually make his strength soar.
However, the expression on Yi Yuan's face did not change much. He still had a faint smile as he said, "What a coincidence. I'm also going to be serious this time." Yi Yuan lifted his palm. The lesser heavenspan mountain appeared in his palm impressively. Jun Tian's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, "Heart of Heavenspan!"
You actually refined the heart of Heavenspan. This is impossible."
But right at this time, the heart of Heavenspan suddenly bloomed with light, turning into a streak of flowing light, flying toward the Heavenspan mountain. Boom! A loud noise came over. The heart of Heavenspan directly fused into the Heavenspan mountain. In the next moment, the earth quaked and mountains shook. Rumble.
The Heavenspan mountain started trembling violently.
Jun Tian's expression changed wildly, and he said in shock, "To the Heavenspan mountain is being taken in by you?"
The current Jun Tian felt like he had incredibly bad luck.
He never dreamed that such a situation would actually occur. Yi Yuan was actually going to take in the Heavenspan mountain. The Heavenspan mountain was Jade True Heavenly Sex, Heavenly Spirit, Immortal Treasure of the Legends.
Who could have thought that such a treasure would actually land in Yi Yuan's hands?
Yeah. Otherwise, how can this ant, beat you? This powerful heavenly stratum powerhouse. Yi Yuan said coolly.
After breaking through to heavenly stratum, Yi Yuan's mind became more agile as luck hit, suddenly feeling a sense of perfect harmony with the heaven-span mountain. It was also precisely because of this that he could easily smack Jun Tian flying. Otherwise, how could he, a newbie who just broke through to lesser sublime heavenly stratum, possibly be Jun Tian's match? Yi Yuan also never thought that the heaven-span mountain, which all of the heaven-span world's powerhouses viewed as a cultivation holy land, was actually just a treasure. Such a treasure could actually be taken away. And the key to taking this treasure away was refining the heart of Heavenspan. Yi Yuan stumbled blindly and refined the heart of Heavenspan, and he created the Chaos Heavenspan canon by blind chance, becoming a heavenly stratum powerhouse. In the end, he took in the Heavenspan mountain with a random stumble. The moment it moved, it was earth-shattering. Currently, the entire Heavenspan world was in the midst of trembling. Yi Yuan arrived at the foot of the Heavenspan mountain with a flash. Boom! Yi Yuan directly reached a hand out and stuck it into the ground. The first feeling was heavy. Incomparably heavy. Yi Yuan's complexion flushed bright red, using all the strength in his body. Although he refined the Heavenspan mountain, he did not have the method to mobilize such a treasure at all. Even if his mind was linked with the Heavenspan mountain and the Heavenspan mountain became countless times lighter. But it was still unbelievably heavy. Rumble. The Heavenspan mountain moved. Jun Tian's expression was indescribably ugly. This guy is really boorish. He doesn't know the method to use the Heavenspan mountain at all. So he's actually pulling up the mountain with his bare hands. If you can take in the Heavenspan mountain, that would be strange, Jun Tian said with a cold laugh. At the same time, he raised his spear again. Toward this kind of newbie, even if you gave him a supreme treasure, he would not know how to use it either. How could he possibly lose to this kind of rookie? While at this time, the entire Heavenspan world was shaking. Everyone fell into deep shock. Wei Feng and the rest had blank faces as they said in shock. What's Lord Saint Azure doing? See, could it be that he's going to pull the Heavenspan mountain up? It's impossible, right? The Heavenspan mountain leads above the heavens. How can this kind of divine mountain possibly be pulled up with human strength? What on earth is His Excellency trying to do? Could it be that he's going to use the Heavenspan mountain to deal with Jun Tian? In this place, the Heavenspan mountain was faintly visible. Yi Yuan's astonishing aura could not be concealed no matter what. How could they not know what Yi Yuan was trying to do? But Jun Tian ignored these, brandishing the azure long spear in his hand. A similarly astonishing, imposing momentum rose to the sky. 7 Cardinal Sky Howling Spear. This spear will let you know the outcome of resisting heaven. His voice had yet to fade when Jun Tian's expression suddenly changed wildly. Arg! Rumble! It was only to hear Yi Yuan give a long howl. The Heavenspan mountain rose up from the ground. Jun Tian opened his mouth wide, having a look of disbelief. Below the Heavenspan mountain, Yi Yuan's figure was tall and straight. His 2 hands supported the Heavenspan mountain, appearing somewhat strained. But he had indeed heaved it up. Boom! The moment the Heavenspan mountain moved, the sky seemed to have had a hole poked in it. A thick to the extreme spiritual energy suddenly poured down. An enormous black vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, like a black hole. That appearance was seemingly like a stopper was pulled away by someone. In the Heavenspan world, everyone was inexplicably shocked, thinking that it was the end of the world. This scene was too shocking. Wei Feng's pupils constricted and he cried out in alarm. PP pulled up. Really pulled up? TT this. How is this possible? Boom! Yi Yuan moved and took a step forward. The earth quaked and mountains swayed. Boom! Yi Yuan took another step forward. Below the Heavenspan mountain, Yi Yuan was insignificant as an ant. But his imposing momentum was astonishing, like a celestial's. Pulling up the mountain with strength, unparalleled imposing aura. Yi Yuan's imposing momentum obstructed even the sky. Jun Tian already accumulated his momentum fully, only waiting for a suitable opportunity to unleash his spear. But now he hesitated. Why? Aren't you serious now? Thrust your spear. This ant, don't even know how to use the Heavenspan mountain. Could it be that you'll feel scared too? Yi Yuan's words were full of mockery. Jun Tian's expression changed slightly,
but his imposing momentum became weaker and weaker.
Thrusting one's spear paid great attention to momentum.
Even if one reached heavenly stratum, this principle would not change too. His imposing momentum could poke a hole in the sky. But he encountered Yi Yuan.
This guy was completely unreasonable.
He pulled the mountain up.
No matter how strong his momentum was, how could it possibly win the current Yi Yuan? Therefore, he was nervous. He was backing away. Hoo-hoo, didn't you say that you're heaven? The paramount heaven will actually be afraid of an ant? Laughable.
Really ridiculous. Yi Yuan returned all of Jun Tian's mockery to him.
He was still advancing, Jun Tian was still retreating.
It was already impossible to unleash his spear. Damn it. You lunatic.
Consider yourself ruthless.
After I report the matter here to the sect, I want to see how you still be arrogant.
Finally, Jun Tian put away the azure-long spear, his figure moving, speeding toward the horizon.
He did not dare to clash with Yi Yuan anymore. For example, this heavenspan mountain was 10,000 pounds in Yi Yuan's hand.
When it reached him with such strong momentum, it might be 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 pounds.
His spear was likely to be smashed. The heavenspan mountain was a heavenly spirit treasure. His long spear was not on the same level at all. If Yi Yuan smashed the mountain over, how many tens of millions of pounds would that power be? It was just that, how could Yi Yuan let him go just like this?
Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh, the divine essence within his body surging crazily. He used all the strength in his body and threw the heavenspan mountain out.
Then, the heavenspan mountain smashed toward that figure above the sky amidst everyone's astonished gazes.
The speed was swift to the extreme.
Jun Tian was currently sweeping past wildly, but the heavenspan mountain's speed was too fast, and the size was too large. Nowhere to avoid.
His pupils constricted, his scalp tingling. At this time, there was only forcefully resisting it.
Boom!
Jun Tian spurted a mouthful of blood wildly, feeling the bones all over his body were crumbling. The strike of a heavenly spirit treasure, the power was formidable to the extreme.
However, a heavenly stratum powerhouse was ultimately a heavenly stratum powerhouse. This kind of terrifying force still did not smash him to death. Borrowing the countershock force, his speed became even faster, directly flying into that mass of black vortex, disappearing.
Yi Yuan, I've remembered today's matter.
The plane passageway is going to close. Even if you broke through to heavenly stratum, you can't leave the heavenspan world too. Wash your neck well and wait for death. Only at this time did a sentence come over from the void.
Grand bright jade complete heaven, true yang heavenly domain. There was a vast expanse of forest in front. Trees were vigorous and upright, luscious and green. There was a clearing in the forest, the clearing was overgrown with weeds.
Amidst the weeds, a broken altar was faintly visible. Suddenly, the altar gave off a beam of light, and a figure appeared.
Poowork.
As soon as the figure appeared, he vomited a large mouthful of blood fiercely.
It was only to see his figure sway, wanting to take 2 steps, but he vomited a mouthful of blood again.
The severity of his wounds could be seen.
This person was precisely the Jun Tian who had just escaped from the heavenspan world.
Damn it.
My injuries are too heavy. I already can't move.
I really failed in this simple task, to actually let an ant hurt me until like this. However, that heavenly spirit treasure, after my injuries recover, I must find a way to obtain the heavenspan mountain. Thick greed flashed across in Jun Tian's eyes.
That collision from Yi Yuan truly startled heaven and earth and made gods and ghosts weep.
This grand completion lesser sublime heavenly stratum, was also knocked dazed and confused. But fortunately, the plane passageway was closed. Yi Yuan was unable to pass through. Otherwise, he would probably die on the spot right now.
Putting away the heated gaze, Jun Tian took out a dark gray medicinal pill and swallowed it and started revolving his powers and regulating his breathing.
Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the altar exploded. Jun Tian was directly sent flying out by the huge impact. A figure dashed out and landed not far in front of Jun Tian. Jun Tian's pupils constricted, and he said in horror, "Why you? How is it possible?"
The plane passageway is closed. It's absolutely impossible for a lesser sublime heavenly stratum to forcibly burst open.
How did you do it? The current Jun Tian was terrified to the extreme.
His injuries were extremely heavy and he was completely unable to fight anymore.
But Yi Yuan forcibly broke through the plane barrier at this time. This was really terrible.
Yi Yuan held his palm out. A hardy and heavy small mountain appeared.
Use this to smash it open, Yi Yuan said coolly. Jun Tian's expression changed wildly and he said, Why you subdued the Heavenspan mountain?
How is this possible? I'm
clearly a rookie who knows nothing, so how can I subdue the Heavenspan mountain? Is it?
Really let you down. The Heavenspan mountain's method of control is hidden on the Heavenspan mountain, Yi Yuan said coolly.
When Jun Tian heard that, he practically had an impulse to swear. This Heavenspan world was really a huge pit.
Him jumping in now directly buried himself.
Earlier on, Yi Yuan caused a great sensation in the Heavenspan world.
That towering and lofty Heavenspan mountain that had stood for countless hundreds of millions of years was actually gone.
The Heavenspan mountain was taken away by Yi Yuan.
At that moment, the entire Heavenspan world was plunged into deep fear and shock.
The Heavenspan mountain's significance to the Heavenspan world's martial artists could not be described using words at all.
Now, the Heavenspan mountain was gone. They already felt at a loss on what to do.
This time, Jun Tian was really afraid. Jun Tian's footsteps were falling back involuntarily.
But Yi Yuan's gaze was sizing up the surroundings.
This place made him very uncomfortable.
The air was filled with a powerful suppression force.
That feeling was like someone walked into a gravity chamber. If Heavenspan world's gravity was 1, then the gravity here was 10,000. The powerful restrictive force greatly limited his cultivation method and martial technique when they were displayed.
Clearly, Jun Tian also sensed Yi Yuan's abnormality. He smiled coldly and said, Brat, do you feel very uncomfortable?
Hey,
the 33 heavens is the world of rules.
There are no laws here, only rules.
This place is heaven, the heaven that dominates a myriad of worlds.
Entering here, all of your power will be infinitely suppressed. Right now, you can't even fly. I want to see how you kill me. Finished talking, Jun Tian's figure flashed, speeding away into the depths of the dense forest. Yi Yuan just laughed coldly and urged the Heavenspan mountain according to the spell recorded on the Heavenspan mountain.
Swoosh! The Heavenspan mountain instantly turned into a streak of flowing light, chasing right after.
Jun Tian was currently crying out in his heart about getting lucky when suddenly, he felt a powerful aura arrive with a howl from the rear.
He was seriously injured to begin with. His strength had greatly diminished.
At this time, how could he avoid it?
Boom!
The Heavenspan mountain slammed right onto his body without the slightest surprise.
Jun Tian spurted out a mouthful of fresh blood and fell to the ground.
Yi Yuan walked over unhurriedly and said indifferently, It doesn't matter that my strength is suppressed. Don't I still have the Heavenspan mountain? Although I don't know what grade of a treasure it is, being able to suppress a world, it's definitely not what the long spear in your hands can compare to. Isn't that right? Therefore, I don't need any cultivation method or martial technique at all. Directly using it to smash you will do. Seeing Yi Yuan walking over step by step, Jun Tian really got scared. He underestimated the Heavenspan mountain.
Yeah, Yi Yuan did not need to compete with whatever cultivation method or martial technique with him at all.
He just had to pick up the Heavenspan mountain and smash people. Simple yet crude, but very practical.
Why you can't kill me? Jun Tian gasped heavily for air.
Oh? Why? Yi Yuan said. I'm the Jade True Heavenly Sect's Outer Sect Deacon. I have a life tablet in the sect. If you kill me, Jade True Heavenly Sect will definitely come and find you. Furthermore, the Heavenspan Mountain is the Jade True Heavenly Sect's supreme treasure. If they know that you acquired the Heavenspan Mountain, they will definitely keep hunting you down. You can run, but what do you plan on doing with those people in the Heavenspan world? Jun Tian hurriedly said.
Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. This was a troublesome thing.
However, Yi Yuan was naturally not willing to believe it easily. When Jun Tian saw that Yi Yuan was moved, he hurriedly said, You felt Grand Bright Jade complete Heaven's rule pressure too. If those friends of yours don't break through to Heavenly Stratum Realm, it's impossible to enter Grand Bright Jade complete Heaven. Otherwise, they will be crushed into minced meat by the great Tao rules here. As long as you don't kill me, I can let you plant an origin divinity will and become your servant.
You'll definitely be entering grand bright jade complete heaven and know absolutely nothing about the things here. Just nice, you need a servant. There was an impulse to die in Jun Tian's heart.
When he entered Heavenspan World previously, he was planning on taking Yi Yuan in as a servant. Who knew that, in a blink, he was actually going to take the initiative to become Yi Yuan's servant? Such irony. After Jun Tian finished talking, he looked at Yi Yuan eagerly, waiting for his decision. Yi Yuan remained silent all along, also not knowing what he was thinking about. Jun Tian's heart was fidgety to the extreme. Suddenly, Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said, "Is there a method that can let a wisp of spiritual consciousness regather the divine soul in this grand bright jade complete heaven?" Jun Tian hurriedly nodded and said, Of course, there is. The 33 heavens is the pinnacle of myriad worlds, the most primitive of the land of rules. Forget about just a wisp of spiritual consciousness remaining. Even a dead person can be revived too." When Yi Yuan heard that, he was wildly ecstatic in his heart. However, he did not show it. He just said calmly, "Oh? Then how can one regather the divine soul?" This, Jun Tian smiled bitterly and said, "I'm just lesser sublime heavenly stratum, belonging to the lowest level existence in the 33 heavens. How would I know how to regather the divine soul, this kind of heaven-defying means?" "Oh? Then it's no use keeping you, go to hell then," Yi Yuan said very calmly.